C3172 The War Supreme Tuyi Kingdom, Sky Spill Mountain. This was the ancestral land of the Sky Spill clan. According to the legends, the Sky Spill clan was innately good at divination, especially the founder of the Sky Spill clan, Great Sovereign Sky Spill. The strength of his divination was enough to make him one of the top 10 great sovereigns in Qin Lin Great Chaos. Even the kings of the Great Tao might not be able to compare to Great Sovereign Sky Spill in terms of divination. Sky Spill Mountain, the peak of the mountain, Sky Spill Divine Hall. A beard. The old man's hair was white, and his skin was pink. He looked like a baby, and he looked like a fairy. He was a mysterious old man. On his left and right sides, there were two magnificent figures sitting there. One of them was about 30 years old. He was wearing a set of colorful clothes and looked extremely holy. The other person had a bare head and a human body, and he wore a divine armor. His aura dominated the wilderness and suppressed the ages. These two people were none other than the Divine Dawn Ancestor and the Divine Wilderness Heavenly Bear Patriarch, Ancestor Tian Shang, who was located in the Divine Wilderness. Just like Patriarch Divine Clouds, Patriarch Tianshang was also a high-level supremacy. He had the potential to become one of the top 10 supremacies in the Tuyi Kingdom. Boom! Suddenly, the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior in the middle opened his tightly shut eyes. Yin and Yang vanished without a trace, mysterious and unfathomable. How about old Sky Spill? Have you calculated the whereabouts of that little flower? In an instant, the gazes of Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Tian Shang focused on the body of the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior. There was a trace of nervousness in their eyes. 10 billion years ago, Grand Monarch Four Beasts' last Grand Monarch Azure Dragon had perished. Now, it would be Grand Monarch Silver Moon, Grand Monarch Greater Strength, and Grand Monarch Qisha's turn. Given the terrifying speed at which Grand Monarch Azure Dragon and Grand Monarch Vermilion Bird had fallen, they really had no idea how long the three of them would be able to hold out against Little Sun Yang Fann. If Grand Monarch Qisha and Grand Monarch Greater Strength really fell in Little Sun Yang Fann's hands, the loss of their two clans would be huge. As for that Silver Moon kid, it wasn't something they cared about. To put it bluntly, even if he didn't die at Little Sun Yang Fann's hands, they wouldn't let this Silver Moon child go so easily. If it wasn't for this Silver Moon child, their good grandson wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Phew. Great Lord Tian Yan let out a breath of foul air, feeling a bit tired. He said, "Luckily, I did not fail the mission. That Yang Fann is currently Lush Forest Kingdom. This Little Sun Yang Fann knows how to hide, but his good days will end here." Ancestor Tian Shang sneered. As long as they could find where Little Sun Yang Fann was, everything would be simple. So what if he was a rank 6 Grand Monarch? With his and old devil Xianxia's strength, they would be able to take Little Sun Yang Fann down with ease. A rank 6 and a 7th Order Great Venerable. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade, however, the gap between them was much greater than the gap between 5th and rank 6 Great Sovereigns. Rank 6 Great Sovereigns were still classified as intermediate Great Sovereigns, whereas 7th and 7th grade Great Sovereigns were already high-grade Great Sovereigns. Lush Forest Kingdom, within the small world that Yang Fann had created. Boom! Pure strength of original life surged out from the body of the mighty giant and flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, strengthening the source of Yang Fann's great Tao. It had to be said that a 4th grade Great Venerable was a 4th grade Great Venerable. The purity of the strength of original life was more than 10 times stronger than a 4th grade Great Venerable. A single person was more than enough to match a 4th grade Grand Monarch. Among the 3 4th grade Grand Monarchs, Grand Monarch Greater Strength was the weakest. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to see 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign waving at him. One should know that after consuming the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, Yang Fann's cultivation base had almost reached the limit of a high-grade 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was only a step away from breaking through to the peak 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As the leader of the 4 Great Sovereigns, Great Venerable Azure Dragon's cultivation base was much stronger than the other 3, and was only a step away from the 4th grade Great Sovereigns. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. Within the devouring black hole, the terrifying power of devouring disappeared without a trace. Divine Dawn Heavenly Diagram, seal almost at the same time, a sound of great Tao that seemed to come from the underworld descended from the sky and exploded in Yang Fann's ears. Boom! A bright light shone out as a dreamy glazed light appeared. It was like a legendary scroll that covered Yang Fann's small world. In the next second, Fuchi. The world crystal wall was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. Two mighty figures stepped out from within. Boom boom boom. The awe-inspiring powers shot out from their bodies, covering the sky and covering the earth, shaking the entire world. Wang, wang, buzz. In all directions, countless streams of air were raging, flowing in reverse, collapsing. It was as if they were prostrating themselves before them once more. I've already hidden myself in such a remote place, yet I still managed to find my way here. It seems like I've underestimated the methods of these high-level Grand Monarchs. Yang Fann's heart tightened. With just a glance, he recognized the two of them. Who else could they be if not Patriarch Divine Cloud and Patriarch Heavenly Bear? So what if it was those peak great sovereigns or even the king of Great Tao? He would probably be able to find him in less than 100 million years. It seemed like he would have to be even more careful in the future. A cunning rabbit had 3 holes. It was hard to say, but after cultivating for a period of time, he would have to change places. Otherwise, if those kings of the Great Tao really came knocking on his door, with his current cultivation and strength, not to mention contending against them, even fleeing was a type of extravagant hope. Ah, great strength grandson! Old ancestor Tian Shang erupted with a heart-wrenching cry, as if he was mourning for his parents. Looking at the great strength great venerable in the devouring black hole, his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. At the same time, he also felt a trace of relief. Luckily, he arrived quickly. It was just a few dozen eras, and his grandson's source was. It had almost shaken his foundation. If he was a few dozen eras later, this grandson of his might be completely crippled. It would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the 5th or 10th grade even if he wanted to preserve his current cultivation base, let alone break through to the ranked 6th or the 5th grade. Patriarch Tian Shang would never have thought that this wasn't the result of dozens of derivatives. In just 10 billion years, half of Grand Monarch greater strength of original life had been devoured by Yang Fann. One should know that other than the high and mighty king of Great Tao, not even a peak great venerable could be devoured in a short period of 10 billion years. Eliminating a 4th order great honored warrior with half a layer of strength of origin. Little son Yang Fann, quickly release my great-grandson and hand over the inheritance of the Great Path King. I might be able to give you a chance to live. Or else, I will let you know what it means to beg for death. C-3173. You know nothing about my power. Lush Forest Kingdom, a small world opened up by Yang Fann. Ancestor Tian Shang's cold gaze fell upon Yang Fann, his killing intent faintly discernible. If this little son Yang Fann knew what was good for him, he would obediently hand over his powerful grandson. It would naturally be for the best if he could offer up the inheritance of the great Tao King. Although he was confident that he could take down little son Yang Fann. The surrounding space had already been sealed by the lifeblood divine artifact, Divine Dawn Heavenly Diagram. Not to mention a ranked 6th great venerable like little son Yang Fann, he was a 7th order great venerable. However, this little son Yang Fann, after all, he was a ranked 6th Grand Monarch, not a 4th grade Grand Monarch. The 5th grade Grand Monarch was like a trapped beast that was struggling to get out of its cage. At the cost of his life, he was willing to give it his all. Even if they were ranked 7 martial monarchs, they would still have to pay a price. If they were not careful, it was not impossible for their origin to be damaged. Of course, it was impossible to live. At most, he would give little son Yang Fann a quick death. He would make sure that little son Yang Fann wouldn't suffer any physical pain. Tisk tisk, old man Tian Shang, do you really think you can take me down? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a wisp of ridicule flashed across the corners of his mouth. If it was before he went into closed-door cultivation, then the consequences of facing Ancestor Divine Cloud and Ancestor Tian Shang would really be difficult to predict. These two weren't ordinary 7th order great sovereigns, especially Patriarch Godly Clouds, who was mysterious and unfathomable. He had been a 7th grade Grand Monarch since 1,000 years ago. Now, even though he hadn't taken that step to become a rank 8 Grand Monarch, he was definitely one of the top-ranked 7 Grand Monarchs. Adding on the fact that old ancestor Tian Shang wasn't much weaker than him, even if he used the forbidden divine ability, the chances of him escaping from them wouldn't exceed 3 levels. He had devoured and refined the memories of the souls of Grand Duke Silvermoon and the other 7 Grand Monarchs. Before he went into secluded cultivation, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary ranked 6 Grand Monarch, which was more than 1 billion times stronger than a 7th grade Grand Monarch. Even if he had to risk his body exploding and dying, with the help of the forbidden divine ability, he would only be able to step into the realm of a 7th grade Grand Monarch. There was still a huge gap between him and Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Xianxia. But now, everything was different. He had just broken through to the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but his overall strength was already more than 1,000,000,000 times stronger than a 7th grade Great Venerable, which was more than enough to fight an 8th grade Great Venerable. Not to mention, his cultivation had increased by another 2 grades, almost reaching the peak of the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if he was compared to a 9th grade Great Venerable, he wouldn't be much weaker. Unknowingly, a hint of greed and heat flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Old Ancestor Xianxia, old Ancestor Xianxia had come at the right time. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to break through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was really dozing off. Someone had brought a pillow over. If they could take down these 2 7th Order Great Sovereigns, with their accumulation, not to mention 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would have a high chance of winning. Once he broke through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would truly stand at the top of the Qinlin continent. At that time, even if he was still no match for the Great Tao King, he still had a high chance of surviving the attack of the Great Tao King. Little son Yang Fann, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you know what the difference is. While speaking, Boom Ancestor Xianxia took a step forward, no longer suppressing the pressure that was weighing down on him. Instantly, the aura around him skyrocketed by billions of times. Not only that, the 4-direction space was violently shaking and collapsing. Even the great venerable divine tools were crying out in pain. It was as if they were begging for mercy and submission from old Ancestor Xianxia. Little son Yang Fann, do you see the gap between us? Hurry up and surrender. I'm a merciful man, I might be able to give you a chance to live. Kekeki old Ancestor Xianxia, you should really take a good look at the gap between us. You all know nothing about my strength. Yang Fann slowly stood up. The corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile. There was no trace of panic in his eyes. What does little son Yang Fann mean? Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Xianxia's hearts trembled, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in their hearts. Could it be that little son Yang Fann had hidden something? No, he was merely a native of small chaos. Even if he obtained the inheritance of the intermediate Great Tao, it would be a miracle for him to advance his cultivation to the ranked 6th Great Venerable Realm in less than 500 billion eras. How could he possibly have anything to hide? This little son Yang Fann must be deliberately mystifying him. Right at this moment, Poochie, with a single step, Yang Fann crossed the void and appeared in front of Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Xianxia. Boom! A terrifying pressure that was 100 billion times, trillions of times more terrifying than Ancestor Xianxia exploded out from Yang Fann's body. He didn't hold back at all. In order to take down these 2 7th grade Great Sovereigns in one fell swoop, not only did Yang Fann unleash his full strength, he even used the power of the 6 cycles of 9 cycles of heavenly forbidden divine ability to increase his strength by another 100,000 times. Ferocious, this strength had directly surpassed the critical point of the 9th grade Great Sovereigns. Even among the many ranked 9 great honored warriors, they could be called outstanding figures. Patriarch Xianxia and Patriarch Xianxia were both old monsters that had lived for thousands of Yanji. No one knew how many tricks they had hidden. They absolutely could not give them any chance to catch their breaths. Otherwise, even if Yang Fann's current combat strength was heaven-defying and was comparable to a 9th grade Great Venerable, he wouldn't have full confidence that he would be able to keep them alive. Bang! The small world that was on the verge of collapsing completely exploded. In the surroundings, the greater god weapons were severely damaged, or even shattered into pieces. However, at this moment, Yang Fann couldn't care about that anymore. To him, these were just a bunch of low to mid-grade Great Venerable divine tools that were of little value. His cultivation base continued to break through under the baptism of the supreme divine power. Yang Fann's divine body's defense had also increased infinitely. It wouldn't be any weaker than some low-grade Great Venerable divine tools. If he used all of his strength to unleash the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, it was comparable to an intermediate Great Venerable divine weapon. These Great Venerable divine tools wouldn't be able to increase his strength by much. Furthermore, as long as he could take down these 2 old ancestors, such a small loss wouldn't be a big deal. He would be able to make up for it in a matter of minutes. Kai. Kai, in the sky above the world, the divine dawn sky chart trembled violently. The scroll was covered in crisscrossing cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Heavy injury. The divine dawn sky diagram, a high-grade Grand Monarch divine artifact, was heavily injured by Yang Fann's terrifying pressure. The lifeblood divine artifact was severely injured, and Patriarch Divine Cloud coughed out a mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly weakening. However, Ancestor Xianxia didn't seem to notice this at all. His pupils dilated, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Yang Fann. Ninth grade Great Venerable, you are a ninth grade Great Venerable. Bitch we were all tricked. C3174 Great Harvest Lush Forest Kingdom, a small world opened up by Yang Fann. The battle between Yang Fann and the two Grand Monarchs, Patriarch Skyber and Patriarch Divine Dawn. In the eyes of Patriarch Heavenly Bear and Patriarch Divine Dawn, a ranked 6 Grand Monarch like Yang Fann would be a piece of cake for the two of them. At most, they would have to pay a small price. They had never imagined that Yang Fann would be so terrifying. This monster wasn't a ranked 6 Grand Monarch, but two 9th grade Grand Monarchs who were even more terrifying than them. He had been tricked. They were all tricked by this monster despair. Patriarch Skyber and Patriarch Godglow's eyes were filled with despair. The combined strength of the two patriarchs was enough to ensure that their lives would be saved. However, unless they chose to flee before the rank 9 Great Honored Warrior made his move, there was almost no way they could escape from a rank 9 Great Honored Warrior. The gap between the two ranks was more than trillions of times greater than the gap between the two. No, let us go, my lord, please let us go. As long as my lord spare my life, I am willing to hand over all my treasures. At this moment, how could Ancestor Tian Shang and Ancestor Xianxia think about saving Great Honored Warrior Xianxia and Great Honored Warrior Qian Chang from Yang Fann? They were extremely glad that they were able to save their own lives. In their hearts, they even cursed Great Honored Warrior Greater Strength and Great Honored Warrior Qi Sha, the two most promising juniors in the past. These two bastards, the 9th level Grand Monarch. That was a 9th grade Great Honored Warrior, a supreme expert that even their two ancestors couldn't afford to offend. Could these two juniors afford to offend it? He was courting death, so he didn't want to drag these old ancestors down with him. If it was possible, they really wanted to tear Great Honored Warrior Greater Strength and Great Honored Warrior Qi Sha into pieces. Be obedient and become the food for my growth. Yang Fann grinned hideously. He was not moved at all, and all of them came to him with their heads held high. They wanted to kill him, but seeing that he was inferior to them, they wanted to beg for mercy and live. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Did they really think that he, Yang Chao, was shameless? Any Tom, Dick, and Harry could step on him. No, Yang Fann, His Majesty Tuyi, will not let you go. King Slayer. A trace of seriousness flashed across Yang Fann's eyes, but it quickly relaxed. Currently, he really couldn't afford to offend King Tu Li. Not to mention resisting, it would be a big problem even if he were to stay alive in King Tu Li's hands. However, it would be hard to say after he had completely devoured and refined these two 7th grade great sovereigns. Once he broke through to the 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, even Yang Fann wouldn't be able to guarantee that his overall combat strength would skyrocket to the next realm. Trying to escape be good and stay behind. Suddenly, Yang Fann smiled coldly. He moved his right arm and grabbed the Divine Dawn Sky diagram in his hand. It was a high-grade Grand Monarch divine tool. Even though it was severely injured, it was still a high-grade Grand Monarch divine tool. Its value couldn't be compared to those intermediate Grand Monarchs, divine artifacts. If he used it, it would at least be worth billions of trillion Great Dao divine sources. I can't stay here any longer. After looking around, Yang Fann's body moved and tore the space apart, disappearing without a trace. If Ancestor Tian Shang and Ancestor Xianxia could find him, the other great sovereigns might be able to find him as well. Even though he was strong now, there was still quite a gap between him and a top-notch supremacy, let alone a king of the Great Dao. Furthermore, the great sovereigns of the Lush Forest Kingdom weren't just for show. Even though the Lush Forest Kingdom was huge, it was nothing to those great sovereigns, especially those high-level great sovereigns. It was almost impossible for him to hide such a huge commotion from those high-level great sovereigns. It was possible that some of the Grand Monarchs were already on their way here. Not long after Yang Fann left, Wang, the void kept producing ripples, and from time to time, a great venerable would come and greet them. This power is a ninth-order great honored warrior. However, this power is very unfamiliar to me. It should be a ninth-grade grand monarch from another kingdom. I wonder why he has come to our lush forest kingdom. Many of the great honored warriors' eyes were filled with sorrow. The king of the great path was practically hidden from the world, and a tier 9 great honored warrior was practically the top combat strength of the various kingdoms. It was impossible for a tier 9 great honored warrior to appear in such a remote place for no reason and cause such a huge commotion. However, no one connected this 9th grade great venerable to Yang Fann. A ranked 6th grade sovereign, a 9th grade great sovereign. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that Yang Fann was the 9th grade great venerable, even if they were beaten to death. The Fai's dukedom was one of the 31 duchies in the northern part of the Qin-Lin continent. Among the 180 duchies in the Qin-Lin continent, this Fai's duchy was not considered strong, but it was not weak either. It was barely able to squeeze into the top 100 duchies. The strongest person on the surface was a rank 3 great venerable. Kingdom of Fai's, Wanmuzi. The blue waves rippled and one could not see the end of it at a glance. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann took a step out from it. After leaving the lush forest kingdom, Yang Fann went straight to the northern region of the Qin-Lin continent. The Qin-Lin continent was vast and boundless, and that was for those great Dao sovereign. Even a 9 heavens great Dao sovereign would need at least 100,000 years to get to the northern region from the difficult region of the Qin-Lin continent. However, it would only take a few days for him to get to the northern region. This was only because Yang Fann hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, he would have been able to shorten the time. This is the place. He surveyed his surroundings. The entire situation in the Myriad Wood Lake was clearly reflected in his sea of consciousness. Although this Myriad Wood Lake was a great danger zone to a supreme being, and it was filled with danger, even a 9 heavens great Dao sovereign would die if he wasn't careful in the Myriad Wood Lake. However, to a high-level supreme being like Yang Fann, there was no danger at all. If he was willing, he could flatten all the danger zones in the Myriad Wood Lake with a single thought. Buzz. In next to no time, a small world was opened up. Ancestor Tian Shang, Ancestor Xianxia, I wonder what kind of pleasant surprise you guys have brought me. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This was a high-level great venerable, one of the top experts in the entire Qin-Lin continent. He wouldn't be disappointed. It was very likely that 1,000 times, 10,000 times, a 4th-order great honored warrior like the Silver Moon Archduke would not stop there. The next moment, boom, a terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to a 9th grade great venerable swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body, turning into a soul giant that crazily attacked the 2 old ancestors' chaotic crystal walls. Good as expected of a tier 7 great honored warrior, he did not disappoint me. C3175A 5th level middle tier great Dao Paragon Flying Lake Kingdom, Myriad Wood Lake, a small world opened up by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes and said 3 good words. His face was filled with indescribable excitement. A high-rank Grand Monarch was a high-rank Grand Monarch. He was far from being comparable to a 4th-rank Grand Monarch like Duke Silvermoon. The value of the 2 ancestors' wealth was much greater than what he had estimated. Yang Fann had found nearly 3 billion trillion units of Yang Fann's just from the Great Dao Divine Source alone. This was not even counting the huge amount of resources he had. If he sold all of them, it would be worth at least billions of units of Great Dao Divine Sources. Furthermore, the 2 old ancestors still had many tricks up their sleeves, as well as various great treasuries. There was no lack of rewards. Lastly, with the addition of the 2 7th grade great sovereigns, Ancestor Tian Shang and Ancestor Xianxia, Yang Fann seemed to have already seen 6th Empyrean great Dao sovereign waving at him. The next moment, boom, Yang Fann's strength of soul swept out once more, violently tearing apart the sea of consciousness barrier of Ancestor Tian Shang and Ancestor Xianxia. He forcefully read the memories of the 2 old ancestors' souls. Buzz. A huge amount of memories flooded his mind like a surging tide. The Yang Fanns that entered Yang Fann's body quickly flashed within Yang Fanshihai's body. 10,000 years later, boom, Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a terrifying ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Great honored warrior Sky Spill, what a great honored warrior. I will remember this. This matter isn't over yet. Although great honored warrior Sky Spill didn't attack him directly, deducing his whereabouts was a capital offense. However, now was not the time to make a move against great honored warrior Tian Yan. He would let that old fellow live for a period of time. Great honored warrior Tian Yan had been staying at the Sky Spill Sacred Mountain all this time. Relying on the geographical advantage and the foundation of the Sky Spill clan, even an ordinary Tier 8 great honored warrior might not be a match for him. With his current cultivation and strength, he could directly kill the Sky Spill Sacred Mountain and defeat great honored warrior Tian Yan. However, if he wanted to completely keep him here, he hoped that it would not exceed a single level. Moreover, this Sky Amplification Mountain was located in one of the 5 central provinces of the Tuyi Kingdom. Once a great war broke out, it would attract the attention of King Tuyi, who would probably arrive at the Sky Amplification Mountain in the blink of an eye. At that time, even if he wanted to flee, it would be an extravagant hope. The risk was truly a bit too great. In any case, the Heaven Expanse Divine Mountain was right there. It wouldn't be too late to deal with old man Tian Yan after he truly possessed the strength to resist the king of the Grand Tao. Yang Fann believed that it wouldn't be too long. 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Perhaps he was still not a match for the king of Great Tao, but Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to fight the king of Great Tao. Swoosh. Very quickly, Yang Fann waved his hand and a huge amount of Great Tao divine sources appeared around him, covering the entire small world. Boom. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit. Yang Fann's body transformed into a terrifying black hole, crazily devouring the Great Tao divine sources in all directions. After advancing to the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Every breath, every second, there would be tens of billions of units of Great Tao divine sources that would transform into flying ashes. Less than 100 million years. The Great Tao divine source in Yang Fann's hand had been reduced by 3 trillion. Yang Fan's cultivation base broke through the layer of paper on the window and stabilized at the peak 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Wang. The void twisted, and numerous terrifying ranked 6s with different shapes and auras appeared. Their auras were not much weaker than some ranked 6 great sovereigns. These Yang Fans were none other than Yang Fan's soul duplicate. After breaking through to the peak 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the soul duplicate's strength had caught up to that of a ranked 6 great venerable. It was time for them to take over Ancestor Tian Shang and Ancestor Xianxia's treasures. With the complete memories of the 2 old ancestors, even if there were many traps buried in their treasuries, even if a 7th grade great sovereign were to enter, he would still be badly injured. There was no way he could stop Yang Fan's clones. Time passed slowly. More and more clones tore the world crystal wall apart and returned. As expected of the trump cards left behind by the 2 ancestors for his rebirth. Any one of them was enough to make many 5th and ranked 6 grand monarchs go crazy over them. Soon, under Yang Fan's control, the various Marquisate nations and major powers under his command began to operate madly, exchanging the vast amount of resources in their hands for Great Tao divine sources. Luckily, Patriarch Skyber and Patriarch Divine Cloud were secretly controlling quite a number of forces. They were more than 100 times bigger than the forces under Yang Fan's control. Otherwise, with just the resources of the 6 Marquisate countries and 13 major powers, who knew how much they would need to spend. 18 billion years later, Pucci, the last Great Tao divine source, was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. Not only had Yang Fann successfully broken through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, his cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds, stabilizing at the intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and was only a step away from the high 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Powerful, the current him was more than 1 trillion times stronger than he had been 180 billion years ago. With a flick of his finger, he could easily crush the him from 180 billion years ago. Yang Fann didn't dare to guarantee that he would be a match for the King of Great Taos, but there was one thing he was certain of: a 10th grade Grand Monarch was far from being a match for him. Under the Great Tao King, perhaps only those half-step king who were only a step away could fight him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann calmed the excitement in his heart and continued his seclusion. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the great honored warrior who had nearly devoured a layer of strength of origin once again appeared in the devouring black hole. Kai, 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 an endless amount of power of devourings burst out, and great honored warrior greater strength began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. After breaking through to the intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. A trillion years later. Rumble. Tu-Yi Kingdom, Celestial Bear Mountain. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed, and blood clouds filled the sky. Bang bang bang. The enormous statues cracked and shattered. Ah, the great strength patriarch has fallen. No, how could this be? I don't believe it. Didn't the old ancestor already go? How could the mighty old ancestor still be there? Countless supreme beings of the heavenly bear race let out heart-wrenching wails, especially those 9 heavens great Tao sovereign and the remaining 3 great sovereigns. Their eyes were bulging out, as if they were going to burst out from their sockets. Ordinary people didn't know about this. They knew very well that their old ancestor had found little son Yang Fann and was heading to his hiding place to save him. With the help of their ancestor, how could their ancestor fall? They couldn't believe it, they couldn't believe it at all. Kingdom of Fies, Wanmuzi. Wang. Yang Fann's eyes opened, and a look of disappointment flashed across his face. A 4th grade Great Venerable had only raised his cultivation by a little bit, and he couldn't even take a single step forward. It seemed like it would not take long for the rank 4 martial monarchs to be eliminated. Fortunately, the huge amount of great Tao divine sources in the 3 rank 4 martial monarchs were only the appetizers. Ancestor Tian Shang and Ancestor Xianxia were the real feast. Very quickly, another 12 billion years passed. Tu-Yi Kingdom, Divine Dawn Valley. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the heavens and earth howled in grief as a rain of blood poured down. 1. Ah, it's old ancestor Qi Sha. No, could it be that great sovereign Sky Spill's prediction was wrong? The old ancestor and the others simply couldn't find that little son Yang Fann. Or, could it be that even the old ancestor and the others? A terrifying thought appeared in the minds of many Divine Dawn experts. After Grand Monarch Greater Strength fell, they hurriedly contacted their old ancestor. However, everything was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no news at all. No, this is impossible. The ancestors are ranked 7 Grand Monarchs. The 2 of them are working together. That little son Yang Fann is merely a 1st grade ranked 6 Great Sovereign. How can we hurt the old ancestor? The old ancestor was thinking too much. We must be thinking too much. C3176 determined Fizawa, Wanmuzi. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura was like a mountain flood that had erupted, growing endlessly. At this moment, even a peak 7th order Great Venerable, like old ancestor Xianxia, would be crushed to the ground in an instant, unable to move. He broke through after devouring more than half of old ancestor Heavenly Bear's strength of original life. Yang Fann's cultivation base had directly broken through the 2 major grades of peak 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and quasi 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, reaching the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one go. One had to say that a 7th grade Great Venerable was a 7th grade Great Venerable. The strength of original life was far from what a 4th grade Great Duke like Duke Silvermoon could compare with. The difference between the 2 was like an unremarkable pond and the vast Woof Ocean. It was completely immeasurable. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 80 eras. Within the devouring black hole, ancestor Tian Shang had lost a lot of weight. His face was extremely pale, and there was no sign of blood on his face. With his strength of origin, he had lost about 70 to 80% of his strength, leaving him with less than 3 layers. His cultivation base and strength had almost dropped to the 7th level Great Venerable realm. At this moment, even if Yang Fann showed mercy, he was willing to let ancestor Tian Shang go. Old ancestor Tian Shang was basically a cripple. In this lifetime, not to mention breaking through to the 8th grade Great Venerable realm, he would be able to recover his full cultivation base. That was a great miracle. At this moment, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally stabilized at the low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign realm. A million years later, boom, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and an indescribable excitement appeared on his face. Powerful unprecedented strength. At this moment, Yang Fann even had a feeling. A single punch with his full strength was enough to blow up the entire Qinlin continent. Of course, this was only an illusion of a sudden increase in strength. Not to mention blowing up the Qinlin continent with a single punch. Even if he blew up the flying swamp Duke Kingdom he was currently in, it would be impossible. The 3,000 great chaotic realms was different from the small chaos. The spatial zones were incomparably weak. Any 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign could easily wipe out the entire small chaos from the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. The 3,000 chaos zones had existed since ancient times. Even those legendary intermediate, high-grade, and even top-grade Great Tao Kings couldn't do much damage to the 3,000 Chaos Zones. Currently, he didn't even have the confidence to defeat an ordinary low-grade Great Tao King, let alone an intermediate or high-grade Great Tao King. However, there was one thing he was sure of. Under the Great Tao King, including those old half-step king monsters, there shouldn't be many people who could be his match. Compared to the intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, his current combat strength had increased by more than 1,000,000, 10 million trillion times. With just the help of the strength of Divine Body, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat a 7th grade Great Venerable like Old Ancestor Tian Shang and Old Ancestor Xianxia. Who, after a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. There are still 3 levels of strength of original life left, Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Tian Shang. I wonder if they can help me break through to another level. Yang Fann was looking forward to it. If he could break through to another level, his overall combat strength was still inferior to the Great Tao King. However, thinking about it, it was highly possible for him to survive under the Great Tao King. Boom! Very quickly, the heaven, devouring earth devouring great technique was pushed to its limit once again. Boundless power of devourings crazily devoured Ancestor Tian Shang's strength of original life. Kai, 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 hiss. Old Ancestor Tian Shang, who had lost a lot of weight, started to shrink at a visible rate. After breaking through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the power of Yang Fann's Great Tao of Devour had once again increased by countless folds. 100 trillion years, 100 trillion years at most, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to devour Old Ancestor Tian Shang completely. 100 million years, 1 billion years, billions of years, 100 billion years, 1 trillion years, 10 trillion years, 70 billion years later. Rumble, a terrifying rain of blood covered the entire Heavenly Bear mountain range. Countless Heavenly Bear clansmen didn't even have time to scream before they were corroded by the rain of blood. Ah, Ancestor. He fell. Old Ancestor fell. No, how could this be? How could the Old Ancestor be like this? The surviving expert of the Heavenly Bear clan burst into heart-wrenching wails. Although they had been unable to contact the Old Ancestor for the past 100 eras, it had caused a trace of gloominess to arise in their hearts. They were afraid that the Old Ancestor was already dead. However, they still found it hard to accept that all of this had become reality. Their minds had completely collapsed. Divine Dawn Valley. Ah, what? Ancestor Tian Shang has fallen. Gurgle gurgle, could it be? Could it be that the ancestor of my clan? A terrifying and sinister aura enveloped the entire Xianxia tribe. From top to bottom, their Divine Dawn ancestor had mysteriously disappeared together with Ancestor Tian Shang. If Ancestor Shang died today, their ancestor would most likely be in trouble as well. What should we do? What should we do? The fall of the third expert, Grand Monarch Qi Sha, had already shaken the foundation of their Divine Cloud clan. If even their ancestor fell, it would be a disaster to their Divine Cloud clan. No one knew how many forces would take the opportunity to take a bite out of their Divine Cloud clan. An era later, rumble, the heavens and the earth split apart, countless godly clouds' old ancestor statues collapsed at the same time. Ah, no, woo 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 woo, old ancestor, it's over, my Divine Cloud clan is finished. Collapse, the hearts of the entire Xianxia tribe completely collapsed. The mental energy pillar in their hearts collapsed. In their clan, Patriarch Xianxia was the heavens and the gods. Without Patriarch Xianxia, there wouldn't be the current Xianxia clan. Now, their heavens, their gods, had fallen. They had fallen just like that. Woo woo woo. Who exactly was it? Just who was it that harmed my clan's old ancestor? Although the Old Ancestor Xianxia and Old Ancestor Tian Shang had gone after Yang Fann and mysteriously disappeared until their deaths, there weren't many people in the two clans who linked the murderer of the Old Ancestor of the two clans to Yang Fann. A mere ranked 6th Great Venerable. No matter how powerful he would never be a match for their Old Ancestor. Not to mention that their Old Ancestor couldn't even escape. It was very likely that some other Grand Monarchs would make a move against him, or even a peak 10th Grade Grand Monarch. However, not to mention 9th or 10th Grade Grand Monarchs, even 8th Grade Grand Monarchs wouldn't dare to provoke them. How could their ancestors possibly get themselves killed? Or could it be that when the Old Ancestor and the others were chasing after little son Yang Fann, they happened to run into a 9th and 10th Grade Great Sovereign who attacked Yang Fann? This wasn't impossible. The inheritance of a Intermediate Great Dao King had affected countless grand monarchs, hearts. Princess Fi's, Wanmuzi. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of regret appeared in the depths of his eyes. Although the strength of origin of ancestor Xianxia was a few times stronger than ancestor Tianshang's, the result didn't allow him to break through to the intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Instead, it pushed his cultivation base to the peak of the low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The resources in my hands have been used up. Apart from the 2 old nests of the Tuyi Kingdom, all the other treasures have been taken out by me. What should I do next? Should I head straight to Tuyi Kingdom? 3. Isn't it too risky to go so openly? If I attract the Tuyi Kingdom's attention, wouldn't it be too risky? Maybe I can do that. If you want to take my inheritance, you have to be prepared to die. C-3177 Beit Xuankang Prefecture, Xuankang City. The number of unfamiliar experts decreased by quite a bit. The fall of ancestor Tianshang and ancestor Xianxia had caused such a huge commotion. Even if the 2 races tried their best to hide it, they wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Just as the 2 races had guessed, many grand monarchs had assumed that a 9th or 10th grade grand monarch had killed Patriarch Tianshang and Patriarch Xianxia. As for Yang Fann, he had most likely fallen into the hands of the expert. Even the 2 7th grade grand monarchs, Tianshang and Xianxia, couldn't escape death. Not to mention a ranked 6th great sovereign like Yang Fann. The reason why there weren't any abnormal signs was because Yang Fann came from small chaos. He wasn't a native creature of the Qin Lin Great Chaos. It was just a waste of time to continue staring at Xuanwang. Of course, there were still some expert who didn't want to give up and continued to guard Dark Green City. Among them, there were also some factions who had their eyes on the Xuanwang clan. The 7 Marquisate countries were nothing compared to the Grand Monarchs. Even if they could make significant breakthroughs in their cultivation, they would still be able to make significant progress in their cultivation, much less make major breakthroughs in their cultivation. It was still a mystery. However, to those low-grade Grand Monarchs, or even 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, Xuanwang clan was a big fat piece of meat. If they could take down these 7 Marquisate countries in one fell swoop, it would be enough to bring their power to a whole new level. Especially Yang Fann, who was behind the profound Blue Marquis Palace. He was most likely finished, and the major powers no longer had any worries. Profound Blue Marquis Palace, Dark Green Divine Hall. All the Profound Blue Marquis Palaces above 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in Profound Blue Marquis Palace were gathered together. However, no matter if it was the elders of level 8 or the 7-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. The entire Divine Hall was filled with an indescribable pressure. It was as if a storm was coming, and a black cloud was pressing down on the city. Unknowingly, the Profound Blue Marquis Palace had once again reached a moment of life and death. Without Yang Fann as their backing, Xuanwang's family alone was like a fat piece of meat on a chopping block, and they could do whatever they wanted. 100 or so eras was really too short a period of time. This allowed them to barely control the land of the 6 kingdoms, but Xuanwang's family's overall strength did not increase by much. If Yang Fann was still here, it would naturally be nothing. Those major powers wouldn't dare to openly attack the Profound Blue Marquis Palace. The revenge of a ranked 6th Great Venerable wasn't a joke. Even those superpowers that were guarded by top Great Venerables might suffer a great loss if they were careless. But now, it was a different story. If it wasn't for the fact that there were more than one major power in Xuanwang Prefecture, there would be 2 major powers. If each major power had their own fears, they would have lost their Xuanwang family a long time ago. But now, it had almost reached the limit of the major powers' patience. Some of the major powers had already issued an ultimatum to them. Old Ancestor, what should we do? Could it be that my clan really wishes to seek refuge with the Yaoguang clan? The current Xuanwang, Zan Lin, spoke with some unwillingness. Once they became a vassal of the Yaoguang clan, the lifeline of their clan's life and death would be completely under the control of the Yaoguang clan. It would be great if it was His Excellency Yang Fann. The sigh of the 3rd generation Xuanwang resonated with everyone. That's right, it's good that His Excellency Yang Fann is still here. A mere Yaoguang clan, how dare you force our clan to do this? The most powerful expert of the Yaoguang clan, Yao Guangzhen, was also a 1st and 3rd grade Great Venerable. If His Excellency Yang Fann was still here, even if the Yaoguang clan had 10 guts, they would never dare to threaten them like this. Right at this moment, The first-generation Xuanwang suddenly stood up from his seat. The dark expression on his face disappeared without a trace, and in its place was an unconcealable excitement and excitement. Ha 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 ha! I knew His Excellency Yang Fann wasn't that short-lived person. As expected, my lord is still alive. What? The old ancestor asked. Ancestor, what did you just say? His Excellency Yang Fann. His Excellency Yang Fann. He's still alive. In an instant, the entire dark green divine hall was shocked. The gazes of the level 8 and 9 heavens great Tao sovereign fell onto the first Xuanwang. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Only after losing Yang Fann would they truly understand the importance of Yang Fann to their family. During this period of time, the terrifying pressure had almost crushed them to pieces. That's right, His Excellency Yang Fann didn't die. The first-generation Xuanwang nodded and said, he had never thought of hiding this news. Ah, he is not dead. Master is not dead. Ha ha ha. That's great, that's great. In an instant, the entire dark green divine hall turned into a sea of joy. The gloominess in the hearts of all the elders and ancestors was swept away. With His Excellency Yang Fann around, what were they afraid of? Many of them were thinking about how to take revenge on those major powers. All these years, they had been suppressing their anger. What? That Xuanwang clan actually forcefully rejected the Yaoguang clan's surrender. Soon, many of the Grand Monarchs and 9 Heavens Paragons were shocked. Not only did the Xuanwang family reject the Yaoguang family's surrender, but their attitude was also extremely tough. They had severely injured the messenger of the Yaoguang family and threw him out of the profound blue marquee palace like a dead dog. He didn't put the Yaoguang family in his eyes at all. He had slapped the face of the Yaoguang family, and had even stepped on the ground and rubbed it hard. Something was not right, very wrong. The first-generation Xuanwang was also an old monster who had lived over 1,000 eras. If he didn't have anything to rely on, he wouldn't have dared to offend the Yaoguang family. What could the Xuanwang family rely on? Could it be that Yang Fann wasn't dead? Suddenly, a thought flashed across the minds of many people. There were only so many expert forces that were related to the Xuanwang family. The strongest amongst them was no different from Yang Fann and the Xuanmu dukedom. But would the Xuanmu kingdom really fall out with the Yaoguang family for the sake of Xuanwang's family? The two forces were on par with each other. The Xuanmu kingdom was not much stronger than the Yaoguang family. Even if they refused, they should not be so forceful. The answer was obvious. Only Yang Fann, a ranked 6th great venerable, could give the Xuanwang family such confidence. Although Yang Fann had most likely died in the hands of that mysterious expert, he hadn't really seen Yang Fann die, nor had he seen any unusual phenomenon. It wasn't that he had no chance of surviving. Ah, it's true, Yang Fann really isn't dead. With so many elders and old ancestors knowing about Yang Fann's survival, it would be extremely easy for those great sovereigns to obtain some information from him. Of course, there was also the intention of Xuanwang to spread the news that Yang Fann was still alive. Over the years, as the news of Yang Fann's death spread, profound blue marquee palaces' control over the 6 great marquisate countries had fallen again and again. They needed a cardiac stimulant to calm the hearts of the people. There was no news that Yang Fann was still alive, which was even more exciting. What a good Yang Fann, he really knows how to hide good. This inheritance of the great Tao King is mine. C3178 suppress the Yin-Yang Grand Monarch Qin Lin continent. Boom boom boom. In the forbidden lands of the sacred mountains, terrifying pressure that could even shock a 4th grade great honored warrior like the Duke of Silver Moon rose. It was as if a peerless and ferocious god had crossed the time-long river and revived in this era. As Yang Fann's whereabouts were exposed, the entire Qin Lin continent was shaken. It was unknown how many years had passed since the old monsters broke out of their seclusion. The inheritance of an ordinary king of Great Tao was enough to make countless great honored warriors go crazy, let alone the inheritance of the intermediate king of Great Tao. Jade Tooth Prefecture. This was one of the 180 provinces of the Qin Lin continent. It was the territory of the Jade Tooth Duchy. Within the 180 duchies, the Jade Tooth Duchy was much stronger than the Flying Lake Kingdom where Yang Fann had been in secluded cultivation. It could be considered a high-grade dukedom, and it had the potential to enter the top 30. It was said that the founding Archduke of the Jade Tooth Dukedom had already become a quasi-7th order Great Venerable 500 years ago. Now, it could be said that he had already taken the last step and advanced to a high-rank Great Venerable. He was definitely one of the most powerful experts in the 180 duchies. Jade Tooth State, within a hidden world. Yang Fann sat on a divine throne, pouring himself a cup of wine, as if he was waiting for something. My whereabouts have already been exposed. I think there will be a great venerable soon. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. The risk of going to Tuyi Kingdom and suppressing the Heavenly Bear clan and Divine Dawn clan, as well as taking down the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior, was truly a bit too great. Once the Tuyi King was drawn out, even if he wanted to escape, it would still be an extravagant hope. The Tuyi Kingdom was the territory of the Tuyi King. By relying on the geographical advantage, as well as the country-protecting divine seal bestowed by Qin Lin's divine court, even kings of the same level of the Great Path might be suppressed, let alone the current him. After breaking through to the 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, although Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by a lot, he still didn't have much confidence in being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a king of Great Dao. In comparison, the risk of using him as bait to lure those great sovereigns was much lower. Below the Great Dao King, including those half-step king, he was fearless of anyone. Even if there was really a king of Great Dao who had designs on him, in the Jade Tooth Duchy, without the geographical advantage, the power of the God Seal of the kingdom would be weakened to the extreme. He was quite confident that he would be able to save his life in the hands of the king. After devouring the remaining strength of original life left by old ancestor Xianxia and old ancestor Tianshong, although Yang Fann had yet to break through to the intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times, more than 100 times. Furthermore, the rewards of capturing those great sovereigns were much greater than capturing the Heavenly Bear, Xianxia, and Sky Spill clans. Among the grand monarchs that Yang Chao had been paying attention to, there were even quite a number of 9th and 10th grade grand monarchs. As long as he could take down a 9th and 10th grade grand monarch, his cultivation base and strength would experience a qualitative leap. Not to mention a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it was not impossible for him to even reach the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. At that time, his combat strength would surely step into the ranks of Great Dao Kings, and he wouldn't be a weakling amongst them. He would contact the exceptional talent Xuanwang and reveal some flaws, allowing the other great sovereigns to find out about his whereabouts and everything that had happened. He had done all of this on purpose. If not for that, with his current cultivation and strength, it wouldn't be so easy to predict his whereabouts even if he was a great Dao King that specialized in deduction. Suddenly, Yang Fann rolled his eyes and a golden light flashed in his eyes. It's here and he's a 7th order great venerable, not bad. In less than a breath's time, Yin Yang Heavenly Scripture, Forbidden Space. A sound of great Dao that seemed to be coming from all directions rolled over from all directions. Rumble, 2 divine lights, one black and one white, descended from the sky and transformed into a huge yin-yang taijutsu, sealing the surrounding space and time. In the next second, Pucci, the void was ripped apart, and a man stepped into Yang Fann's small world. This was an old man who wore a yin-yang tai chi robe, and had a sage-like appearance. He had white hair and a youthful face. Great Lord Yin-Yang, the Lord of the Yin-Yang Divine Mountain. Just like Patriarch Sky Bear and Patriarch Divine Cloud, he was a 7th grade Grand Monarch. Furthermore, his strength was above Ancestor Xianxia's, and he had already stepped into the ranks of the rank 8 great sovereigns. Yang Fann, the inheritance of the great Dao King isn't something you can possess. Hand over the inheritance and I'll spare your life. The yin and yang chi in great honored warrior Yin Yang's eyes rolled. He instantly saw through countless spatial zones and landed on Yang Fann from world center. If you want the inheritance, it will depend on whether you have the means to do so. Yang Fann slowly stood up and sneered. Stubborn fool divine ability, Yin and Yang Wuji, suppress without the slightest hesitation. Grand Monarch Yin Yang unleashed his most powerful divine ability. Countless Grand Monarchs were on their way here. If they couldn't end the battle quickly, even with his cultivation base of the 8th grade, he wouldn't be confident that he would be able to secure the legacy by the time those Grand Monarchs arrived. Boom Yin and Yang energies. They were like 2 peerless divine dragons, one black and one white. Yin and Yang is one, suppressing everything. Puny tricks, break for me. Yang Fann didn't do anything, he just shouted. The Yin and Yang twin dragons were like a pair of wings. Hong Long. Ah, no. How is this possible? The Yin-Yang great honored warrior was dumbfounded. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. 3 divine ability, Yin-Yang Wuji however, his most powerful divine ability was almost as powerful as an 8th grade Great Venerable's all-out attack. Even a true 8th grade Great Venerable wouldn't be able to break his ultimate attack so easily. Hong Long, an illusion, this must be my illusion. Come here. Boom. Yang Fann moved his right arm and pressed down on the yin-yang formation with his palm. Yang Fann didn't use his full strength in this palm strike. He didn't even use a bit of his supreme divine force. However, when this palm strike landed in the eyes of the yin-yang Great Venerable, it made him feel despair, and he couldn't muster up any will to resist. Arg, 9th grade Great Honored Warrior. This is the power of a 9th grade Great Honored Warrior. We've all been deceived. You're not a rank 6 Grand Monarch at all. Tian Shang and Xianxia didn't die at the hands of some mysterious Grand Monarch, either. Instead, they died at your hands. Grand Monarch Yin Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, he understood everything. Patriarch Tian Shang, Patriarch Xianxia, and the others didn't die at the hands of some mysterious Grand Monarch. They had all been killed by Yang Fann. However, it was a pity that they had realized all of this too late. A mere 7th grade Grand Monarch had dared to cause trouble for a 9th grade Grand Monarch. He was simply courting death by lighting a lamp in the restroom. Ah, don't. Let me go, ah. Don't. Let me go, let me go. No, Yang Fann, I curse you to die a horrible death. The first one. I wonder who will come next. A rank 7 Grand Monarch, a rank 8 Grand Monarch, or a rank 9 Grand Monarch. C3179 hunting crazily Jade Tooth Duchy, that secret little world. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled, as if he had seen through the endless time and space. He saw the great venerable experts that were about to arrive. So what if he suppressed a 7th order Great Venerable so easily? Just thinking about it made him look forward to it. He didn't take the risk to go there. Yi Kingdom really did the right thing. Not to mention the huge risk, even if they managed to capture all of the Heavenly Bears, Divine Dawn, and Heaven Expanse clans in one fell swoop, they wouldn't be able to reap any rewards. The 2 strongest ancestors of the 3 clans had long since become nourishment for his growth. How could he compare with the rewards he had obtained this time? Perhaps, he could use this opportunity to break through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, in one fell swoop. If that was really the case, Yang Fann didn't even dare to imagine what kind of realm his combat strength would skyrocket to. At that time, not to mention a low-rank Great Tao King. Even if it was the intermediate Great Tao King, he might still be able to fight it. Time passed by, 1 second at a time. Soon, an hour had passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, a awe-inspiring power that was thousands of times more terrifying than Grand Monarch Yin Yang's descended from the sky. It came crashing down on Yang Fann's small world in a mighty manner. Swoosh swoosh. The void started twisting. A man stepped into the air and arrived. This was a great man who was wearing a dark red divine armor. Every step he took left a huge dent in the void. It was as if he could destroy the entire world with just a single step. His eyes were filled with arrogance and insufferable arrogance. His aura dominated the heavens. He was the only one in the heavens and the earth. Little son Yang Fann, surrender now. I am merciful. I might be able to give you a quick death. His voice was like a bronze bell, boiling and boiling. He didn't put Yang Fann, a rank 6, in his eyes at all. He, Grand Monarch Dark Fire, was a rank 8 Great Venerable. A mere rank 6 Great Venerable was nothing more than an extravagant hope to escape from him. Ant-like thing, noisy what? Grand Monarch Dark Fire glared at him, unable to believe what he had just heard. A hint of unease arose in his heart. Something was not right. A rank 6 Grand Monarch was facing a Grand Monarch like him, who was only at the 8th grade. He didn't even have the time to kneel and beg for mercy. How could he dare to speak such arrogant words? Right at this moment, rumble. The sky darkened as a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, crushing down on Grand Monarch Dark Fire. Ah, no. In the blink of an eye, an ominous sign of collapse enveloped Grand Monarch Dark Flame's entire body. Beneath the heaven-sheltering big hand, he was like a lowly ant on the ground. He had no intention of resisting at all. Ah, this power. 10th Order Great Honored Warrior. This is the power of a 10th Order Great Honored Warrior. Even a rank 9 Great Honored Warrior would never give him such a helpless feeling. Only a peak rank 10 Great Honored Warrior had such terrifying power. Is there a 10th grade Great Venerable standing behind Yang Fann? Or does it mean that Yang Fann has already been captured by a 10th grade Great Venerable? In an instant, a thought emerged in Grand Monarch Darkfire's mind. He didn't doubt that Yang Fann was the 10th Order Great Venerable. There was a total of 4 great ranks between the 10th Order and ranked 6 Great Venerable. Not to mention 100 eras, little son Yang Fann might not even be able to break through to the next realm in 100 years. The further one advanced, the harder it was to break through to the 10th Order Great Sovereigns. Even though Yang Fann possessed the inheritance of the King of Great Tao, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through to the 10th grade. Ah, no, please spare my life, my lord. Yang Fann is yours. I will leave now. I will leave now. Roar. You really have to be so ruthless. I am the Archduke of the Hellfire King. If you dare to hurt me, the Hellfire King will not let you go. Alright, it's yet another high-ranked Great Honored Warrior, and it's even a Tier 8 Great Honored Warrior. Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. As for the Hellfire King behind Grand Monarch Darkfire, Yang Fann didn't take it to heart at all. Since he dared to set up this trap, he had already prepared himself to offend many kings. In the Qinlin continent, most of the Grand Monarchs had backers and rogue cultivators. There were very few of them. This was especially true for these high and top great sovereigns, who all had their own great path kings backing them. Yang Fann wanted to break through quickly and improve his cultivation base. It was only a matter of time before he devoured these great sovereigns and became enemies with the Great Path King. Unless Yang Fann was willing to absorb the chaotic energy honestly and cultivate step by step. In the next moment, buzz, an invisible force spread out with Yang Fann as the center. It wiped away all traces of the battle. The show had just begun, and they couldn't scare the fat sheep that was about to come. Just like just now, he had wiped away all traces of Grand Monarch Yin Yang. Otherwise, how would Grand Monarch Darkfire dare to come knocking so openly? He was just a mere 8th Order Grand Monarch who had just broken through to the next level without 100 Yonji eras. Compared to a 9th Order Grand Monarch, he was more than 10 billion times, or even 100 billion times worse. Being able to survive under a level 9 Great Honored Warrior was already considered lucky. It was absolutely impossible to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. 6 hours later, Wang, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Good 3 great sovereigns, and all of them are 8th Order Great Sovereigns. After taking down these 3 8th grade Great Sovereigns, even if he didn't gain much from the battle, it would be enough for him to break through to the first layer. 2. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. A sinister smile flashed across the corner of his mouth as Yang Fann struck out with his palm. Ah, no, 10th Order Great Venerable, a 10th Order Great Venerable founded before me. That little son Yang Fann. Stop, I am the son of Great Honored Warrior Zheng Zan, Yiwa. If you dare kill me, my father will not rest until you die. My lord, please spare my life, please, spare me. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Yang Fann could not hide the excitement on his face. In just half a month, he had really made a fortune. He had captured 58 Supreme Venerables, and no less than 18 of them were captured. Furthermore, none of them were low-rank Great Sovereigns. At the very least, they were 5th grade Great Sovereigns, and there were only 4 of them. Knowing that Yang Fann was the ranked 6th Grand Monarch, a 4th grade Grand Monarch wouldn't be able to hold on for long against him. Even their lives would be in vain. Anyone below the 5th grade, as long as they weren't blinded by greed, wouldn't dare to get involved in this mess. Even though the legacy of the King of Great Tao was great, they would still have to live. Among the remaining 54 Grand Monarchs, there were the most ranked 6 Grand Monarchs. Nearly half of them were at the ranked 6th level, 23 were at the ranked 6th level, followed by the 7th, 18, 10 were at the 8th, and the last 3 were at the 9th. Of course, Yang Fann had offended a lot of people as well. Those 10th grade Great Sovereigns. Not to mention half-step king. There were as many as 7 Great Tao Kings. Not including the King Tu Li that he had offended from the very beginning. However, it wasn't a big deal. With so many intermediate and high-ranked Great Sovereigns, even if they couldn't break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one leap, they wouldn't be much different. As the King of the Great Tao, it was better to have a battle before deciding who was stronger and who was weaker. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and stood up from the divine seat with an excited expression. Alright, finally, I have to wait. C-3180 capture a rank 10 Grand Monarch Jade Tooth Duchy, that secret little world. Yang Fann stood up in a huff. His face was filled with indescribable excitement, and deep within his eyes, there was a trace of greed. The fat sheep had finally arrived. A 10th Order Great Venerable. The newcomer was a 10th Order Great Venerable. As long as he suppressed this rank 10 Great Honored Warrior, his gains would be even greater than his previous gains. As a peak Great Venerable, the strength of a 10th Order Great Venerable's strength of origin was not something those high-rank Great Venerables could compare with. Even a 9th Order Great Venerable was far inferior. At that time, he would definitely break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was not impossible for him to break through to the intermediate, or even a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one go. In less than a breath's time. Dong, dong, dong. A terrifying trembling sound came from the eastern horizon, as if the entire Yuya region was trembling. The next second, a man appeared in the air. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a 12-clawed ancestral dragon robe. His aura was domineering, and every step he took caused the entire Yuya province to tremble. He had a proud expression on his face, as if nothing in the universal world was important to him. Between his eyebrows, there was a vertical eye that was shut tightly, looking very mystical. Once it was opened, it would be earth-shattering, and it would destroy the heaven and earth. Every single action made one feel a type of instinctive fear. Wang. The void twisted and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Junior, you actually didn't think of escaping. You do have some courage. Grand Monarch Zhu Yuan looked at Yang Fann with interest. He wasn't a person to be trifled with. He was a 10th grade Grand Monarch that could face him so calmly. Even some 8th and 9th grade Grand Monarchs saw him. They had to be very careful and restrained. Not to mention this ranked 6th Great Sovereign. If it were any other ranked 6th Great Venerable, they might not even be able to stand steadily, let alone be so calm. Junior, hand over the inheritance of the Great Tao King and swear loyalty to me, and I'll spare your life. Can't I afford to swear loyalty to you? Yang Fann sneered. The contempt in his eyes was obvious. Junior, don't make a mistake. Great Venerable Ancestor furrowed his brows and spoke with a hint of displeasure. It was already a great kindness of his to give this junior a chance to live. This junior is fine, but he actually doesn't appreciate it. Truly preposterous. Cut the crap. Use whatever methods you have, and let me see exactly what ability a 10th Order Grand Monarch has. Knowing that I am a 10th Order Great Honored Warrior, this little son Yang Fann still dares to speak to me in such a manner. Could it be that he has some trump card that can fight me? A hint of hesitation flashed across Grand Monarch Zhu Yuan's eyes. Anyone could tell the difference between a ranked 6 and a 10th Order Great Venerable. Without a certain reliance, as long as a ranked 6 Great Venerable wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he wouldn't dare to provoke him in such a way. Was this Yang Fann that stupid? Obviously not, but very quickly, that hesitation disappeared without a trace. No matter what kind of reliance this little son Yang Fann had, could it be that he could turn the tables in his hands? A difference of 4 major grades. The difference in strength between them was more than 1 trillion times. Junior, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Divine ability, Ancestor Dragon Claw. Boom! His right arm moved. He clawed at Yang Fann. In an instant, his right arm turned into a terrifying dragon claw that covered the surrounding space. The aura was so terrifying that even a 9th grade Great Venerable would tremble in fear. The entire Jade Tooth Prefecture seemed like it was going to explode under this claw. Insignificant skill. He let out a cold laugh. Boom boom. Yang Fann stopped suppressing his power. Awe-inspiring power that was 100 billion times more terrifying and trillions times more powerful than a 10th grade Grand Monarch rose from his body. A 10th Order Great Venerable was a top-grade expert among Great Venerables, second only to those Great Tao Kings and Half-Step King. It was qualified for him to unleash his full strength. To be honest, Yang Fann was looking forward to it. Ever since he broke through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he had never truly unleashed his strength. Even the 3 9th grade Great Sovereigns were suppressed by Yang Fann without using any strength. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Yang Fann hadn't really attacked yet. The awe-inspiring power alone was enough to crush the heaven-shrouding dragon claw. It was filled with terrifying cracks, as if it would explode into powder in the next second. This power. Half-Step King, you're a half-step king. Grand Monarch Zhu Yuan's expression changed drastically. He was no longer as calm as before, and his pupils were filled with indescribable terror. This power was definitely at the half-step king. It was even more terrifying than the few half-step king he had seen before. Even amongst the numerous half-step king, he could be considered as one of the best. Bitchit, how could this be? This little son Yang Fann wasn't a puny ranked 6th grade venerable, how could he be a half-step king? He had schemed. We were all tricked by this Yang Fann. What did he mean by hundreds of billions of eras ago? From the combat strength of a 9 heavens to a ranked 6th grade venerable. All of this was because Yang Fann was trying to hide his true strength. This old monster was a half-step king. Everything he did was to lure them into this trap. And his background, most likely, it was fake as well. For since when did the natives of small chaos become half-step king? Even if they were lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the great Tao King, with the weak foundation of the small chaos natives, it would be their limit if they could step into the great venerable realm by luck. The living beings of the small chaos, the innate origin, were one level lower than the living beings of the great chaotic world. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face as he sent a palm pressing down on great venerable Zhu Yuan. Grand Monarch Zhu Yuan's body quivered as he regained his senses. Now was not the time to let his imagination run wild. If he couldn't withstand this palm strike, there was only one outcome awaiting him, becoming Yang Fann's prisoner, and his life and death would be under his control. Boom! At the moment of life and death, a fierce light exploded in great venerable Zhu Yuan's eyes. He was like a beast that had been completely enraged, and he let out a hysterical roar. Roar! 10,000 divine eyes. Activate the first diagram of the ancestral lord appeared. First ancestor Yuan's true blood, ah. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the side effects. Boom boom boom. The vertical eye between his tightly shut brows opened up. 3,000 rays of the great Tao. It erupted from the vertical eye between his eyebrows. Finally, it turned into a dazzling golden light. It was a golden heavenly diagram with countless great path nomological laws flowing in all directions. It was like the embodiment of the great path, and thousands of great paths were inside it. It was the prime ancestor diagram, the accompanying divine artifact of Grand Monarch Zhu Yuan. As soon as it was born, the first origin ancestral diagram was within the divine eye between his eyebrows. As his cultivation base and strength increased, the grade of the Yuan Yi ancestor chart also increased rapidly. Now, it had become a top-grade Grand Monarch divine artifact. Adding the forbidden divine ability, even some half-step king warriors wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the origin ancestral chart so easily. Forbidden divine ability, I know it too. 6th cycle of heavenly cycle. Boom. The supreme divine power in Yang Fann's body boiled, and his strength increased by 100,000 times. Bang! In less than an instant, thousands of great Taos were destroyed. Ah, no, Yang Fann, if you really want to kill all of us, my ancestor God clan won't let you. Go. See 3181 old thing, I want you dead. Jade Tooth Duchy. Wang. Boundless supreme divine power surged out with Yang Fann at the center, quickly flattening the chaotic spacetime and wiping out all traces of the war. Although a 10th grade Great Venerable was enough for him to break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, who would complain about having too many resources in their hands. If he could take down the 2nd, 3rd, and even more 10th order Great Sovereigns, that would be the best. Once the power was left behind, there would be no more rank 10 martial monarchs. Each and every one of them wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey. They clearly knew that they were going to die, yet they still sent themselves to their doorstep as usual. 15 minutes later, all traces were erased by Yang Fann. 4-direction space had been restored to its original state. There was no longer any sign of a great battle. As long as it wasn't the arrival of the King of Great Tao, even those half-step king wouldn't be able to find any flaws. Now, we'll just wait for the fish to take the bait. Hopefully, there will be a few more 10th order great sovereigns. Another half an hour passed. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a divine light flickered in his eyes. Soon, the divine light dimmed down. The newcomer wasn't the 10th order Great Venerable he was looking forward to. It was just a 7th order Great Venerable. To be honest, even Yang Fann didn't like this kind of aphid worm. Forget it, no matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Fann stretched out his hand. He directly passed through endless space-time and appeared billions of light years away. Ah, what is this? A 9th grade Great Honored Warrior? No, 10th grade Great Honored Warrior. This is the power of a 10th order Great Venerable. Spare my life, please spare my life, my lord. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Ah, no, how could I, the lord of the Great Tao, die so prematurely here? I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. With an extremely unwilling wail, another 10th Order Great Venerable captive appeared in Yang Fann's hands. That's right, the 4th 10th Order Great Venerable. Yang Fann's face was full of smiles. In this half a month, his harvest was much greater than the previous half of the month. Just the 10th grade Great Sovereigns alone had taken down 3 of them. The number of 9th grade Great Sovereigns that were ranked lower than them was more than a handful. There were as many as 7 of them. The number of other rank 8 and 7 Martial Highnesses was even higher. Including the 5th and 7th grade Grand Monarchs, there were more than 3 of them. Adding the 59 Grand Monarchs that Yang Fann had previously suppressed, Yang Fann now had a total of 165 Grand Monarchs under his control. Horrifying. One should know that none of these Grand Monarchs were below the 5th grade. Not to mention a kingdom, even 2 kingdoms combined might not be able to gather so many high-grade Grand Monarchs. I'm rich. Yang Fann had really made a fortune this time. If he could devour and refine all of these 165 great sovereigns, he might be able to break through to the 9 heavens great Tao in one go. One should know that among the 3 10th Order Great Sovereigns, there were 2 of them with terrifying auras. They were 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more powerful than the ancestor Yuan who was suppressed by Yang Fann in the beginning. Furthermore, this was only his harvest for a month. If he was given a few more months, what would happen to his harvest? If his luck was good, it might even be possible for him to break through to the Great Venerable Realm in one go. At that time, even the high and mighty king of Great Tao would be left behind by Yang Fann. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. At this moment, boom! A terrifying divine might descended from the sky, majestically suppressing all of eternity. The might of this might was something that was 1,000,000,000 times more terrifying than even that of the ancestor Yuan venerate. It was more than 10 billion times more terrifying. The half-step Tao King was definitely the half-step Tao King that was just a step away from becoming a great Tao King. Bitch, why is this half-step Tao King here? A hint of anger emerged in Yang Fann's heart. It wasn't because he was afraid of this half-step Tao King. Although the pressure unleashed by this half-step Tao King was terrifying, there was still a considerable gap between them. Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat this half-step Tao King. However, the hope of him staying behind wouldn't exceed 1 level, or even lower. He had suppressed so many 10th Order Great Sovereigns. Yang Fann had a rough idea of his own strength. Currently, he could be considered as one of the top experts among the half-step Tao Kings, but compared to the true King of Great Tao, there was still a clear gap. Even if he used all of his trump cards, the forbidden divine ability, he only had some confidence that he could survive under the hands of a great Tao King. As a half-step Tao King, defeating him was easy, but suppressing a half-step Tao King was extremely difficult. Unless he had a spatial half-step Tao King weapon. However, this was easier said than done. A spatial half-step Tao King divine artifact's true value was not much inferior to a true Tao King divine artifact. Even many great Tao Kings did not possess a spatial half-step Tao King divine artifact, let alone these great sovereigns. Suppressing so many great sovereigns. Yang Fann had looted countless treasures and divine tools, but the most precious ones were only a few peak-grade great sovereigns and divine tools. Not one of them was a spatial divine artifact. Once he started a war with this half-step king, it would be impossible for him to control his power within a range of billions of light years, just like how he had dealt with those 10th grade Grand Monarchs. He wouldn't be able to leak even the slightest bit of his power, let alone let this half-step Tao King slip away from his hands. At that time, his true combat strength would be exposed, and this great deal would come to an end. Do you think you'll die if you come late by 10 days or half a month? At this moment, Yang Fann's heart was bleeding. 3 every day was the harvest of a few great venerables. If one was lucky, there would be more than a dozen of them. The next second, Poochie. Yang Fann moved his body and tore open the spatial zone, taking the initiative to attack. Once again, he appeared not far away from a golden-robed man. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He walked slowly as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. However, it was not dignified. The entire world was trembling slightly, as if it was bowing its head and worshipping the high and mighty emperor. Old thing, how dare you ruin my plans? I will take your life. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with killing intent. His eyes were fixed on golden-robed man, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Cutting off one's path of wealth was no different from killing one's parents. Every day, he would capture several or even dozens of high-rank great sovereigns. Once he passed this village, there would no longer be that shop. How could Yang Fann not hate this at this moment? He really wanted to cut this half-stepped king into pieces. Aunt, what did you say? C3182 battle with the half-step Dao. Sovereign Jade Tooth Duchy. Grand Lord Yuan Shu glared, not daring to believe his own ears. What was this lowly junior talking about? He was a half-step Dao king who had stepped into the great Dao king realm with a single step. Even those peak rank 10 grand monarchs would absolutely not dare to speak to him, let alone such an ant like ranked 6 grand monarch. Crazy, this ant must be crazy. The next second, boom, an icy cold killing intent flashed past Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's eyes. Ever since he advanced to the half-step Dao King realm, he had never been provoked like this before. It was still this kind of ranked 6 great venerable. Aphids, the expert cannot be humiliated. You must pay the price for what you just said. While speaking, boom, the terrifying pressure of a half-step Dao King condensed and rushed towards Yang Fann. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The surrounding space exploded like glass. Yang Fann was like a lone boat on a furious ocean. He was in danger of being overturned at any moment. But very soon, a hint of astonishment flashed across Grand Reverend Yuan Shu's eyes. No, this ant is strange. Under his pressure, even a peak tier 10 great honored warrior would shiver. Below a tier 10 great honored warrior, even more so, standing up continuously. It was a problem. However, what did he just see? Little son Yang Fann, a rank 6 great venerable, could actually stand there calmly. It was as if he had never felt his awe-inspiring power. In fact, in his eyes, there was no panic or uneasiness. Something wasn't right, something was very wrong. Could it be that little son Yang Fann's strength was even above that of a 10th order great venerable? Was this possible? A puny rank 6 great venerable, even if he was hiding something, he could only fight a 7th order great venerable. A rare treasure, this little son Yang Fann must have some kind of treasure that could block the pressure. That's right, that must be it. Although this kind of treasure was precious, this little son Yang Fann had obtained the inheritance of an intermediate Dao King. It wasn't impossible for him to possess such a rare treasure. In the next moment, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's mouth. He thought that by relying on a rare treasure, he would be able to scare this sovereign. Little son Yang Fann, then you're too naive. Right at this moment, rumble, Yang Fann was no longer suppressing his aura. A terrifying pressure that was 100,000 times, a million times more terrifying than Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's rose from Yang Fann's body. Hiss, swoosh, in an instant, the pressure of Grand Reverend Yuan Shu was completely obliterated. Daring to cut off his path of wealth, even if he could not suppress this Grand Reverend Yuan Shu, he would definitely make him lose a layer of skin today too. Ah, half-step Dao King, you're really a half-step Dao King, and also a first-rate half-step Dao King. No, how could this be? Grand Reverend Yuan Shu's expression changed. This terrifying pressure was something only those first-rate half-step Dao Kings could possess. Bitch, it a scam. From the beginning until the end, it was a scam. Not to mention a mere intermediate Dao King inheritance, even the legendary Supreme Dao King inheritance was absolutely impossible. In just a few 100 billion eras, a puny little heavy heaven great Dao sovereign had the strength to fight a half-step Dao King. What inheritance of a Dao King? Fake, everything was fake. How dare you ruin my plan? Die now. Boom. The 6 cycles of heavenly forbidden divine ability erupted, and Yang Fann's strength once again increased by 100,000 times. A punch was thrown out. The power of the punch was terrifying, and it seemed as if it was going to surpass the power of a half-step Dao King. Forbidden divine ability, could it be that this guy has gone crazy? Grand Reverend Yuan Shu glared at him, extremely shocked. Just what kind of enmity did this old man have with you? What grudge? Did he kill your parents, or did he slaughter your children, wanting you to fight with your life on the line? For half-step Dao Kings like them, even if they were to fight, it would always be a matter of time. He had never encountered a madman like this who could unleash the forbidden divine ability in a single strike. He had lived for thousands of years, but he had never encountered a single one of these lunatics. However, his hand movements were not slow. Buzz, a brilliant treasure light flashed, and a sword that was tens of thousands of meters long appeared. A gigantic ruler that was emitting a scorching white light appeared in his hand. Yuan Shu Heavy Ruler, Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's accompanying divine artifact, a intermediate half-step Dao King divine artifact. Roar, break for me divine ability, Void origin myriad god transformation boom boom boom. Grand Reverend Yuan Shu instantly split into 10,000, turning into 10,000 venerated Triton, holding the Yuan Shu heavy ruler in his hands. The heavy ruler tore through the sky, bringing along the power of 3,000 great Daos as it smashed towards Yang Fann. Each clone carried Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's 8th layer strength, not inferior to the full strength strike of the half-step Dao King that just broke through. 9,999 clones combined with Grand Reverend Yuan Shu's true self's strength. This strike was so terrifying that its might skyrocketed by 1,000 times in an instant. 10,000 times. Not only that. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy swept out in all directions, as though it wanted to blow up the entire Jade Tooth Duchy. Countless exalts didn't even have time to scream before they were completely vaporized, their bodies and souls destroyed. Ah, what is that? Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Could it be a peak 10th order great honored warrior? No, Yuan Shu heavy ruler, that's Grand Reverend Yuan Shu's lifeblood divine artifact, a half-step Dao King. This is a battle between half-step Dao Kings. Numerous Grand Reverend spiritual consciousness passed through time and space. It was the great honored warrior of Jade Tooth Duchy. It was just that they came fast, and these great honored warrior spiritual consciousness retreated even faster. In the battle of the half-step Dao King, these middle and low-level great sovereigns whose strongest cultivation base was only at the 4th order great sovereigns did not even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Just the lingering aura of that power had already obliterated more than half of their spiritual consciousness. And this was only because they retreated quickly. Just what kind of sins did my Jade Tooth Duchy commit? Why did these two half-step Dao Kings fight in my Jade Tooth Duchy? Lord Jade Tooth's heart was bleeding. Half-step Dao King. That was a supreme expert that was second only to the great Dao King. Although the battle between the two half-step Dao Kings was not enough to completely destroy their Yuya principality, it was still possible to destroy a small portion of it. In just an instant, they had killed countless supreme beings from their Jade Tooth Duchy. After this battle, their Jade Tooth Duchy did not have dozens or hundreds of times of the Yanji period. They simply could not dream of recovering their vitality. Ah, pooh. Grand Reverend Yuan Shu opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, his entire person retreating rapidly. Large pieces of his clone were obliterated into slag. That enormous gap between the two was not so easy to make up for. Let alone that Yang Fann even used the forbidden divine ability. Just one exchange and Grand Monarch Yuan Shu fell into an absolute disadvantage. Yang Fann, this sovereign has no enmity with you. Are you really going to be so ruthless? What? Yang Fann? Then the one currently exchanging blows with Grand Monarch Yuan Shu is Yang Fann. How is this possible? The eyes of Grand Monarch Jade Tooth and the rest bulged, not daring to believe their ears. Yang Fann was the most sensational person in the Qinlin continent in recent eras. How could they not know that if it wasn't for the limited strength of their Yuya principality, they might have joined in the fun and tried to get rid of the inheritance of the Great Path King on Yang Fann? But wasn't that Yang Fann just a first-ranked 6th great venerable? When did he become a half-step Dao King? To be able to fight with Grand Monarch Yuan Shu and even have the upper hand, this was absolutely a half-step Dao King expert. Furthermore, it was an outstanding figure among half-step Dao Kings. The disparity between the two was not just limited to heaven and earth, cloud and muds. It was completely not a matter of life. No grievances and no grudges. Breaking my path of wealth, and still dare to say that there are no grievances, die for me. C3183 advancing to 9th heaven great Dao Paragon Jade Tooth Duchy. Rumble rumble, 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 the terrifying mushroom cloud continued to rise. Large pieces of space were destroyed into slag. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Fann's fists were like shooting stars as he madly punched out. Very soon, Grand Reverend Yuan Shu only had the ability to parry and did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. The gap between an ordinary half-step Dao King and a peak half-step Dao King was not so easy to make up for. Especially when Yang Fann, this monster, even used the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his strength. 15 minutes later, Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's hair was disheveled and his clothes were ragged. How could he still have the prestige of a half-step Dao King? Yang Fann, if you really want to be so ruthless, I'm not someone to be trifled with either. Grand Monarch Yuan Shu gnashed his teeth in anger. Just what kind of madman was this? At the end of the day, there was no deep hatred between them either. As a half-step Dao King, it was also impossible for you to truly take my life. Did he need to be so ruthless? Enemies are better resolved than enemies. Yang Fann, stop. He really did not want to continue this battle. It was completely meaningless. Unfortunately, what welcomed him was Yang Fann's iron fist that was the size of a star. Me, absolute, you have cut off my path of wealth, causing me to lose so many great honored warrior prisoners in an instant. You are the one who is truly ruthless. Bitch it, I can't continue like this. While great honored warrior Yuan Shu resisted Yang Fann's crazy attack, he silently calculated in his heart. Although Yang Fann's attack did not cause him any substantial injuries, being blasted apart again and again was also not something fun. He was not that perverted and had that masochistic tendency. Furthermore, there were still those great honored warriors watching from all around. Was he, great honored warrior Yuan Shu, a dignified half-step Dao King, shameless? Yang Fann, you just wait and see. This seat will remember this debt. Sooner or later, I'll find you to settle this debt. Grand Monarch Yuan Shu glared fiercely at Yang Fann. Buzz. A dazzling divine beam, it erupted from Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's chest, enveloping Grand Monarch Yuan Shu's entire body. Instantly, a trace of ripples appeared in the space, directly ignoring Yang Fann's spatial lock and disappearing without a trace. He ran away. Yang Fann frowned. Although he had long predicted this outcome, being a half-step Dao King, even if he was stronger than this great honored warrior Yuan Shu, it was also very hard for him to keep him alive. But when he really thought that all of this became reality, he still could not resist feeling a wave of disappointment. This was a half-step Dao King. The strength of origin was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than a 10th order great honored warrior. If he could take it down, not to mention 9 heavens great Dao sovereign, even advancing to great honored warrior wouldn't be a difficult task. However, he was still too weak compared to a true great Dao King. Great venerable Yuan Shu, I'll let you go first. You won't be so lucky next time. Ah, it really is that Yang Fann. At this moment, the Jade-Toothed Grand Monarch and the other Jade-Toothed Grand Monarchs finally saw Yang Fann's face clearly. Their hearts were beating wildly. In addition to their shock, a thick aura of conspiracy swept through their hearts. A half-step Dao King was hiding in a small Marquisate kingdom, pretending to be a ranked 6th Grand Monarch. It was obvious that there was some sort of conspiracy behind it. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have noticed their gazes, and with a flash of divine light in his eyes, his gaze pierced through the endless void and landed on Grand Monarch Yuya and the others. Ah, this isn't good. In the blink of an eye, Grand Monarch Jade-Tooth and the others shuddered, and their hearts jumped to their throats. This Yang Fann had been plotting in secret for so long. Now that they had seen him, how could he let them go? Even Grand Monarch Yuan Shu was not this Yang Fann's match, let alone ants like them. He was dead for sure this time. He was really dead for sure. Why can't I control my eyes? Why am I so curious? Didn't he know that curiosity killed the cat? It's great now. Regret at this moment. The great honored warriors were really regretful to the point that their intestines turned green. These ants, forget it. Consider them lucky. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann gave up on the idea of capturing them. Currently, even a 7th grade Great Venerable was not worthy of his attention, let alone these ants whose cultivation base was only at the 4th grade Great Venerable realm. Killing someone to silence them. After escaping that great honored warrior Yuan Shu, the matter of him possessing the combat strength of a half-step Dao King would definitely be leaked out. There was no difference whether he killed them or not. The next moment, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved and disappeared into the void. As the news of him being a half-step Dao King was leaked out, it was very likely that the one who came would be the great Dao King. A gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. For the sake of being careful, it was best to retreat first. In this month's time, his harvest was already large enough. As for the rest, it would not be too late to wait until he completely digested these great honored warrior experts and the massive amount of resources. Ah, let's go, then Yang Fann will leave just like that. Phew, the great Dao bless, he survived. We survived. In an instant, Grand Monarch Jade-Tooth and the others let out cheers of relief after surviving the calamity. Just now, it had been too dangerous. It could be said that they had stepped into the gates of hell with a single step. In front of a half-step Dao King, they were no different from ants. It wouldn't take much time for Yang Fann to kill all of them. Soon, the news that Yang Fann was a half-step Dao King spread around the Jade-Tooth Duchy at a terrifying speed. What? A half-step Dao King? That Yang Fann is actually a half-step Dao King. Hiss. What? Intermediate Tao King inheritance. It's fake. Everything is fake. It's all a conspiracy. It's all part of Yang Fann's scheme. Phew. That's good. Luckily, I was a step too late. If they ran into that Yang Fann, the consequences would be devastating. The great honored warriors felt extremely fortunate. That was close. It was truly too dangerous. They were so close, just a little bit more, and they would all be dead. Half-step Tao King. That was the strongest person under the great Tao King. Throughout the entire Qinlin continent, both in the open and in the dark, even if all the half-step Tao Kings were added together, they might not be able to exceed 1,000. Even those peak rank 10 great sovereigns did not have full confidence that they could save the life of a half-step Tao King, let alone a high-level great honored warrior like them. Qinlin Great Chaos, Chaotic Crystal Wall. Pucci. The chaotic crystal wall was torn apart like a curtain. Yang Fann quickly passed through the chaotic crystal wall. He didn't stay in the Qinlin continent for long. This time, he had caused such a huge commotion, and it was very likely that he would alarm the king of great Daos. There were more than one, and two of them. This time, he had offended 17 kings of the great Dao. Although the Qinlin continent was huge, it was only limited to the paragons, the grand monarchs, and the kings of the great Dao. Even the entire Qinlin Great Chaos was nothing. If those great Dao kings were determined to investigate this matter, the entire Qinlin Great Chaos would not be safe. 1,000 years later. All right, it's here. Yang Fann looked around and opened up a large world. While they were rushing, Yang Fann also carefully counted the 165 great venerable experts in his hands. Except for some of the 5th and ranked 6 grand monarchs that Yang Fann didn't like, almost none of the other 76 grand monarchs' belongings were below Grand Monarch Tian Shang's, especially the 4 10th grade grand monarchs. Their net worth was more than 10 million times greater than Grand Monarch Tian Shang's. Buzz. With a flash of divine light, a massive amount of great Dao divine sources appeared within the great world, covering this great world that was over 1,000,000 light-years away. Boom! Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit as Yang Fann crazily devoured all the great Dao divine sources around him. Nearly an entire era had passed. Pucci. The last great Dao divine source turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and he was only a step away from the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. 1,000,000 eras had passed. Bang! The weakest of the 4 10th Order Great Sovereigns, Grand Monarch Green Soul, had used up the last bit of his strength of original life, turning into ashes. Buzz! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and an unconcealable excitement flashed across his face. I have underestimated these 10th Order Great Sovereigns. Just a single Green Soul Great Sovereign had allowed him to steadily step into the quasi-9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign stage. There were also 3 10th Order Great Sovereigns. Even the weakest of them, Grand Monarch Zhu Yuan, was comparable to several Grand Monarch Green Soul, let alone the other two. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign waving at him. I wonder what realm my combat strength will increase to after advancing to 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. C3184 The power of a Dao King Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the world that Yang Fann had created. Hong Long. Boundless divine light burst out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. Yang Fann's aura was rising steadily, 10 times, 100 times faster than before. After devouring Grand Monarch Zhu Yuan and another 10th Order Grand Monarch Yu He, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally took that crucial step and advanced to 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. 3,000 eras later, the last 10th Order Great Venerable, Myriad-Eyed Great Venerable, was devoured by Yang Fann by nearly 2 layers. Yang Fann's aura finally reached its peak. That awe-inspiring power was like the descent of the King of all gods. Even a half-step Dao King like great honored warrior Yuan Shu would instantly be crushed to the ground, unable to move an inch if he dared to take a step into the great world. Another great era passed. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, his face could not hide the excitement. Powerful unprecedented power compared to before he went into seclusion, the current him was more than trillions of times stronger, completely unable to whisper in the same day. Just the power of a pure divine body, Yang Fann was fully confident that he could sweep away many Tier 10 great sovereigns. Once the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign erupted at full power, even a half-step Dao King like Grand Monarch Yuan Shu would have considerable confidence to completely keep him behind. Even Yang Fann himself was unclear about the terror of the comprehensive combat strength. However, there was one thing that could be certain: it would not be below some great Tao Kings. As for the true extent of his strength, whether he could fight an intermediate Tao King or not, he still needed to fight a great Tao King before he could be sure. In just a few million eras, he was already a match, and even surpassed the power of a low-level Tao King. To be honest, even Yang Fann himself felt that it was unreal. Tao King, half-step Tao King. Those were two completely different concepts. In the Qinlin Great Chaos, countless half-step Tao Kings were trapped in the realm of half-step Tao Kings, unable to break through the tens of thousands of times of Yanji. In just a few million eras, not even a fraction of the Yanji era, he had successfully broken through to the great Tao King realm. They didn't even dare to think about it. The current him could be considered to have truly stood at the peak of the Great Chaos. There were not many things in the vast Qinlin Great Chaos that could truly endanger his safety. Apart from the unpredictable Divine Lord Qinlin, the rest of the people, including those intermediate Tao Kings, were no match for him. Thus, it wouldn't be a problem for him to keep his life. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next moment, boom! The heaven-devouring, earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit as it continued to crazily devour the strength of original life of the myriad-eyed great-honored warrior. Kai. The strength of origin inside great-honored warrior Wanmu's body was like a dam that had been opened, crazily rushing into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center. After breaking through to the 9 heavens, great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann's devouring speed had once again improved by leaps and bounds. 100,000 eras, at most 100,000 eras. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to devour Grand Monarch Myriad Eyes completely. 76,000 eras had passed. Pucci. The last trace of the strength of origin that was used up by Grand Monarch Myriad Eyes shattered his divine body and turned into a flying ash. Divine Eye Kingdom, Myriad Eye Province. Rumble. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth changed, and a rain of blood poured down. Swoosh swoosh Pucci. Countless supreme beings of the divine city were corroded into dust by the rain of blood. Ah, no, my lord, woo. He has fallen, my lord has fallen. Roar. Yang Fann, you are a virgin. His Majesty the Tao King will not let you go. My Divine Eye clan will not rest until you die. Hiss. Even Grand Monarch Myriad Eyes has fallen. What a ruthless man! This Yang Fann is definitely a ruthless man. Countless Grand Monarchs gasped. Even though they had already expected that Grand Monarch Myriad Eyes would most likely die as well, they still found it hard to believe that all of this had actually happened. However, Grand Monarch Myriad Eyes was different from the other Grand Monarchs. He was a true member of the royal clan, a direct descendant of the Divine Eye King, and one of the most important heirs of the Divine Wood King. It was impossible for the Divine Eye King to let go of the fact that Yang Fann had killed Grand Monarch Myriad Eyes with such ruthlessness. If it were any other half-step Tao King, they would never have dared to kill him in such a way. Although the half-step Tao King was strong and focused on hiding, even a great Tao King would find it hard to find any trace of him. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, no half-step Tao monarch was willing to provoke a great Tao monarch. Not many people were willing to live a life of hiding. Moreover, once they hid, many resources had to be given up. They did not have much hope of attaining the Tao, so their chances of advancing would be even slimmer. It's better not to provoke such a ruthless person if there's no need. Many of the Grand Monarchs and half-step Tao Kings secretly made up their minds. It was best not to provoke this Yang Fann. Even the son of a Tao King could be killed without any hesitation, let alone them. If they really fell into Yang Fann's hands, they were afraid that they would only die. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the great world where Yang Fann was in secluded cultivation. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes. After breaking through to the 9 heavens, it would be extremely difficult for him to advance another step. This Myriad Eye Great Venerable could be considered a top-tier expert among the 10th grade Great Sovereigns. Adding the Divine Eye King bloodline in his body, the strength of origin was comparable to a half-step Tao King. However, the result was that the 8th layer strength of origin couldn't even help him break through to the intermediate 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. It seemed like these great sovereigns could basically give up now. If he wanted to break through to the Great Venerable Realm, or even the Tao King Realm, he would have to rely on those half-step Dao Kings, or even the true Great Dao Kings. Otherwise, just relying on Great Dao Sovereign alone, even if he killed all the 10th Order Great Sovereigns in Qin Lin Great Chaos, he might not be able to smoothly advance to the Great Venerable Realm. Now that there's a debt, it's time to settle it. Very quickly, a cold shine flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It was time to send Great Honored Warrior Tian Yan on his way after letting him live for so many eras. He, Yang, would never say something fat if he said he wanted Great Honored Warrior Tian Yan to die. Even the current him no longer looked up to a mere Tier 7 Great Honored Warrior. It was the same. Furthermore, there might even be unexpected surprises. King Tu Li, and those half-step Dao Kings of Tu Yi Kingdom, please don't disappoint me. Tu Yi Kingdom, Heaven Expanse Divine Mountain, the Divine Hall at the top of the mountain. Suddenly, the expression of the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior changed. An ominous omen of impending doom swept through his heart. Ah, this. Just what is going on? Roar. The Heaven Amplification Divine Mirror has appeared. Rumble. Thousands upon thousands of great Dao circulated, the river of fate flowing through time and space. It turned into an ancient mirror that was covered in a thick mist, making it impossible to see clearly. No, I can't deduce it at all. Grand Monarch Tian Yan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Ah, poof. A mouthful of origin divine blood sprayed onto the Heaven Amplification Divine Mirror. The aura of the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior was extremely weak, nearly dropping to the realm of a Tier 7 Great Honored Warrior. Kai. The thick fog faintly dissipated once, but it was only limited to this. How could this be? Great Honored Warrior Tian Yan's face was filled with disbelief. He had used half of his cultivation base to deduce it. Even the half-step Dao King could roughly divine it. How could he not be able to divine anything? Rumble. Could it be Dao? C3185 suppress the half-Dao King Tu Yi Kingdom, Sky Spill Mountain. No. How is this possible? Grand Monarch Tian Yan widened his eyes in disbelief. Only the true king of the Great Dao could possibly hide from his predictions. But was this possible? He was a rank 1 or 7 Martial Highness. In the past, even a rank 8 Martial Highness would not dare to provoke him, let alone the Supreme King of the Great Path. Moreover, if they really offended such an expert, their Sky Spill clan would have long been reduced to ashes. How could they still exist until now? With the divine abilities of a Great Dao King, wanting to destroy their Sky Spill clan was simply too easy. Could it be that Yang Fann? Suddenly, a figure appeared within his sea of consciousness. Among the people he had offended, the strongest was no doubt Yang Fann. A half-step Dao King that could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. The current Yang Fann had offended more than 1 or 2 great Dao Kings, especially the Divine Eye King. He had even placed a bounty on Yang Fann's head and swore to take his life. At that moment, Yang Fann had no time to hide. He did not have the courage to show himself. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that caused the rank 10 Martial Highnesses to despair descended from the sky, covering the sky and crushing everything in its path. Shoo 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 whoosh poochie. Countless palaces, divine formations, and even massive portions of the Sky Spill clan's supreme beings were like paper. They were all destroyed into pieces. In less than a breath's time, only the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior and the 4 Sky Spill clan Great Honored Warriors were left, struggling to hold on. Buzz. The void twisted and a young figure appeared within the void. It was Yang Fann. Of course, all of this was because Yang Fann had held back. Otherwise, the pressure of a half-step Dao King was not something that these ants, who were not even 8th Order Great Sovereigns, could resist. The big fish hadn't taken the bait yet, but these aphids and insects had already taken the bait. They still had some use. Ah, Yang Fann, it really is that Yang Fann. How dare he? Grand Monarch Tian Yan gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on. He could not believe his own eyes. Among the many great Dao Kings that Yang Fann had offended, there was their great King Tu Li. Not only Tian Shang, Shen Sha, and the other great sovereigns, but there were also 5 7th Order Great Sovereigns and 3 8th Order Great Sovereigns who had fallen in Yang Fann's hands. Among them, there was an 8th Order Great Sovereign who was also a disciple of Tu Yi. Royal family. This Yang Fann had openly appeared in their Tu Yi kingdom. Wasn't he afraid that His Majesty Tu Yi would suppress him like a bolt of lightning? In Tu Yi kingdom, with the help of the geographical advantage, the Kingdom Protector Divine Seal was the true king of the Great Path. His Majesty Tu-Yi had quite a bit of confidence in suppressing him, let alone suppressing him. Yang Fann was a half-step Dao King. For the sake of their tiny Sky Spill clan, they had placed themselves in danger. Was this really something that a normal person would do? He couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. Even a Tier 7 Great Venerable like him had quite a bit of power under him, let alone a dignified half-step Dao King. It was hard to say how powerful a rank 10 martial monarch was, but it was highly possible that he had more than one rank 8, or even rank 9 martial monarchs under his command. And any random 9th order great honored warrior would be able to suppress and wipe out their Sky Spill clan. There was no need for him to take such a risk. "Ant, you dare to divine me? What a daring dog! Tell me, how do you want to die?" Yang Fann's cold voice exploded in the ears of the Sky Spill Great Venerable, causing him to tremble and regain his senses. Now was not the time to think about those things. His life was still in Yang Fann's hands. "Ah, sir, I didn't mean to offend you. All of this is because of that old man Tian Shang, that old monster Xianxia, that forced me to do it. This lowly one had no choice but to collide with the Lord just now. No one could testify against him." Grand Monarch Heaven Amplification had made up his mind to push all his mistakes to Grand Monarch Heavenly Bear and Grand Monarch Divine Dawn. He had told them how innocent he was. Those who didn't know the truth would have thought that he had been forced to do so, which was why he had deduced Yang Fann's whereabouts. "What a good one, they forced you to do it. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Yang Fann sneered. How could he believe the nonsense of the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior? Grand Monarch Tian Shang and Grand Monarch Divine Cloud were both weaker than him. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Not to mention that he was also stronger than Grand Monarch Heaven Evolution. In Heavenly Evolution Divine Mountain, he had the advantage of the terrain. Even if it were a Grand Monarch of the 8th step, he would still be able to fight him. Force Great Honored Warrior Heavenly Evolution. Did Grand Monarch Tian Shang, Grand Monarch Xianxia, and the others eat the heart of a bear, or did they have the guts to do so? Sure enough, he's here. Suddenly, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a proud expression flashed across his face. In the next second, rumble, 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 a terrifying pressure that far exceeded that of a peak 10th grade Grand Monarch descended from the sky and surrounded Yang Fann. Among them, the most powerful Qi wasn't any weaker than the pressure that Yang Fann had unleashed. Pucci. The void twisted and formed a space wormhole. The three of them took a step out from within. Each of them looked like a chaotic devil god that had descended from the heavens. He was invincible under the heavens. "Ah, it's Tu Feng, Tu Mo, and Tu Shen. Good Yang Fann, let's see how you're going to die this time." Great honored warrior Tian Yan's eyes lit up, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he looked at Yang Fann. These three lords were great existences in their Tu-Yi kingdom, second only to the Tu-Yi king. Every one of them was a half-step Dao king, especially Lord Tu Feng, who was one of the top expert amongst the half-step Dao kings. With the three lords working together, as long as it wasn't the great Dao king personally making a move, almost no one would be a match for them. On top of that, this was Tu-Yi kingdom, and they had the geographical advantage. Even if Yang Fann wanted to escape, it would be an extravagant hope. To dare destroy my Sky Spill clan, Yang Fann, this is your fate. Boys, watch carefully from the heavens. Lord Tu Feng and the others will immediately avenge you. In the sky, great honored warrior Tu Feng, who was in the middle of the three half-step Dao kings, looked down at Yang Fann. "Yang Fann, you treacherous scholar, how dare you appear in my Tu-Yi kingdom? How dare you today? I will make sure that you won't be able to leave. You three old dogs dare to bark in front of me. You are courting death." The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He didn't put Great Venerable Tu Feng and the other two in his eyes at all. If the three half-step Dao kings were before his seclusion, they wouldn't be able to avoid him for the time being. Even if they won, they would have to pay a hefty price. But now, they were just three ants that could be killed at any time. In the entire Tu-Yi kingdom, there was only one thing that he was afraid of. The Tu-Yi king was the only one. With these three half-step Dao kings, it should be enough for me to advance to the Great Honored Warrior realm. It's not impossible for me to advance to the Second Order Great Honored Warrior realm in one go. Obviously, Yang Fann had already regarded them as his belongings. "Little son Yang Fann, you are about to die, yet you still dare to speak. Before he could say the word hard, Great Venerable Tu Feng's expression changed. An ominous sign of falling apart enveloped his entire body. Yang Fann's aura rose endlessly, instantly surpassing him, a peak half-step Tao King, by hundreds of millions of times. Under the awe-inspiring power, he was like a lowly ant, totally unable to put up any resistance. The gap between them was like the difference between life and death. Ah, King of the Great Tao. You actually dare to be the King of the Great Path. No, how could this be? No, stop, save us, old ancestor, save us. C3186 War King Tuyi Kingdom, Sky Spill Mountain. Apart from fear, Grand Monarch Tu Feng and the other two half-step Tao Kings let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they had lost their parents. Initially, they thought that the three half-step Tao Kings would be able to take down Yang Fann, a reckless man who didn't know the difference between life and death. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that Yang Fann had hidden himself so deeply. The King of Great Tao, he was the true King of Great Tao. A trap. This was simply a trap aimed at their Tuyi Kingdom. Otherwise, a mere 7th step Great Honored Warrior like the Sky Spill Great Honored Warrior would have been able to kill millions of times with just a single breath of the Great Tao King's breath. How could he let a Great Tao King go through such painstaking efforts? His true goal was simply to come for them, or even their old ancestor, Tu Li King. Ah, save us, old ancestor, save us. Although they had thought that Yang Fann might be here for their old ancestor, they had no other choice but to ask for help. A king of the Great Tao was not someone the three of them could match. Half-step Tao King. A half-step Tao King was a heaven and earth, cloud and mud, a completely different level of power. No matter how strong a half-step Tao King was, in front of a true King of Great Tao, he was just a lowly ant. Only by calling that Great Tao King unprepared and then borrowing the help of a Great Tao King's divine artifact could he possibly escape from a Great Tao King. As for the King of the Great Tao's divine artifact, even many kings of the Great Tao might not possess it. It was not something that the three of them could possess. Yang Fann, stop! A roar that sounded like devil gods came from the distant horizon. It rolled and boiled, and shattered a large part of the space. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is here. We're saved, we are saved. In an instant, Grand Monarch Tu Feng and the other two Grand Monarchs were overjoyed. With the presence of their ancestors, they would definitely be able to ensure their safety. Even if Yang Fann was also the King of Great Tao, he wouldn't refuse to give face to their ancestors. This was their Tuyi Kingdom, the territory of their Tu clan. However, they were obviously thinking too much. Yang Fann showed no mercy and forcefully suppressed them. 3 half-step Tao Kings. It was enough for his cultivation base and strength to increase by a huge amount. How could he just spit it out like that? Not to mention a mere Tu Li King. Even if the master of Qin Lin Court was here personally, Yang Fann might not let them go. Ah, no, how dare you! Roar Yang Fann, the old ancestor will never let you go. Ah, Jen, suppress Lord Tu Feng and the others were just like that. No. How could this be? Grand Monarch Tian Yan was dumbstruck, as if he had lost his soul. This change was too terrifying. It was one thing that Yang Fann had become the supreme king of the Great Tao, but he didn't even give it to His Majesty Tu Li. He forcefully took down Lord Tu Feng and the others. He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. Poochie. The void was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. A person stepped out from within. This was a peerless killing god wearing a blood-red divine armor. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura, and the blood sea beneath his feet was boiling. His terrifying killing intent seemed to be able to make the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos tremble. It was as if he had fallen into oblivion. With just a glance, he was able to make the half-step Tao King fall into the Asura blood sea forever, and never reincarnate. The incomer was none other than the Lord of Tuyi Kingdom, the King of Tuyi Kingdom. It was just that at this moment, the King of Tuyi was gnashing his teeth in anger, blood spurting out of his eyes, as if he was an enraged beast that wanted to eat people. Roar, Yang Fann, release Tu Feng and the rest at once. Otherwise, I will not rest until you die. Tuyi King's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. His cold voice seemed to be able to freeze the soul. He wasn't joking. One should know that their Tu clan had inherited over 10,000 Yanji. Up until now, only 4 half-step Tao Kings had been born. Now, they had been suppressed by Yang Fann. 3 half-step Tao Kings. This loss was enough to shake the foundation of their Tu family. The King of Great Tao was high and mighty. As the foundation of a kingdom, it was not easy for him to make a move, lest the other kings of Great Dao see through his trump card. The true competition between the 36 kingdoms was still between half-step Dao kings and peak great sovereigns. Losing 3 half-step Dao kings in one go, the rankings of their Tu-Yi kingdom would drop to the lowest point of the 36 kingdoms. No matter what, Tu Feng and the other two couldn't afford to lose anything. You're going to fight me to the death. Tu Li King, aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? Yang Fann sneered. He wanted to use this opportunity to prove his true strength. This King Tu Li was the best candidate for the challenge. Yang Fann, do you really want me to be your enemy? King Tu Li gritted his teeth. He had almost reached the limit of his patience. If you want them, then defeat me. Good Yang Fann, you will definitely pay the price for your words. Boom! The blood ocean erupted, and a blood-red dragon soared into the sky. It turned into a blood-red dragon halberd and appeared in the hands of the Holy Slayer King. The blood sea raging dragon halberd, Tu-Yi King's lifeblood divine artifact. It was the top blood dragon clan of Tu-Yi King Qin Lin's continent. It was the blood dragon progenitor, a peak half-step Dao King's dragon bone, and it had refined the blood of billions of blood dragons into a Dao King divine artifact that had taken over 100 cycles of time. This was not the end. Boom! A brilliant golden light rose from Tu-Yi King's body, transforming into a huge golden seal. Boom! 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 The terrifying power of time and space centered around it. It radiated out in a mighty manner, crushing towards Yang Fann. It was none other than the divine seal of the kingdom of Tu-Yi. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Under the suppression of the god-suppressing seal, his strength was suppressed by a layer. It seems like I have underestimated the foundation of this kingdom. This was the Heaven Expanse divine mountain that was far away from Tu-Yi King City. If it was in Tu-Yi King City, the power of the god-suppressing seal would be even greater. His strength would be suppressed to at least 2 or even 3 levels. Yang Fann, face your death! The blood dragon furiously attacked. Boom! 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 The sea of blood was shaking violently. The blood sea angry dragon halberd in his hand had split into billions of pieces. It was like numerous ferocious blood dragons were charging at Yang Fann in a formidable manner. The strength of each blood dragon was no weaker than a half-step Dao King's all-out attack. Puchi whoosh Puchi, including Grand Monarch Tian Yan. The 5 Sky Spill clan great honored warriors were directly corroded into slag by the surging sea of blood. Not only did they not die at Yang Fann's hands, but they also died at the hands of King Tu Li, whom they had pledged their loyalty to. It had to be said that this was a day of great irony. At that moment, boom! 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 Terrifying spiritual consciousness swept out, converging on the Heaven Expanse divine mountain. Each spiritual consciousness was not much inferior to Tu-Yi King. Many of them were even above Tu-Yi King. The kings of Great Dao were all kings of Great Dao. Tu-Yi King's actions had directly alarmed many kings of the Great Dao in the Qin Lin continent. The Qin Lin continent was vast and boundless compared to the Great Dao sovereign and the great honored warrior experts, but it was nothing to the kings of the Great Dao. He would arrive at any place in the Qin Lin continent in less than a breath's time. It's actually that Yang Fann. How dare he provoke the Tu Li King? He's dead for sure. This little son Yang Fann is dead for sure. 2C3187 Fight all the heroes alone. Tu-Yi Kingdom, Sky Spill Mountain. Rumble, Wang. Horrifying spiritual consciousness kept colliding and communicating with each other. No one was optimistic about Yang Fann. All of them looked at him as if they were looking at a dead man. They were a step too late. They didn't see Yang Fann suppressing Tu Feng and the other 2 half-step Dao Kings, so they didn't know. Yang Fann was no longer the half-step Dao King they knew, but a great Dao King who could stand on equal footing with them. A half-step Dao King had provoked the Tu Li King, and he was even in the Tu Li King's lair. This was totally because he felt that his death wasn't fast enough. Not to mention a half-step Dao King, even they, the kings of the Great Dao, wouldn't dare to casually fight him in Tu-Yi Kingdom, apart from a few intermediate Dao Kings. They were dead for sure. This little son Yang Fann was definitely dead for sure. He was going to die so easily, and this little son Yang Fann was the one who benefited from it right at this moment. A look of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This is the power of the King of Slaughter. It seems like I have overestimated these great Dao Kings. Although the power unleashed by the Tu Li King was terrifying, it gave Yang Fann the feeling that it was only slightly stronger than when he had just broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As for this Tu Li King, it was said that he had already proven himself to be a Dao King. He was no longer considered weak even among the low-level Dao Kings. Furthermore, he had a geographical advantage in Tuyi Kingdom. The combat strength he could unleash was far from what a newly advanced Great Tao King could compare with. In other words, when he was at the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, his overall combat strength should be no weaker than an ordinary low-ranked Tao King. Now that he was a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, how scary could his combat strength be? Stepping into the intermediate Tao King realm, or did he really have the strength to fight an intermediate Tao King? Break from me. The supreme divine power in his body moved, and like devil god's roar, a terrifying sound wave swept across all directions. Poochie poochie poochie, wherever he went, all the blood dragons were shattered and destroyed. Ah, King of the Great Tao. This Yang Fann is also the King of the Great Tao. We have all misjudged him. The hearts of all the kings of the Great Tao trembled. They had never thought that little son Yang Fann would also be the King of the Great Tao. In fact, his cultivation base and strength were even greater than Tuyi King's. No wonder Yang Fann was so unscrupulous and offended so many king clans in one go. Everything made sense now. A half-step Tao King would be afraid of them, but if it was a great Tao King, it would be different. As long as they didn't provoke Divine Master Qin Lin, those old monsters, and a great Tao King, they could do whatever they wanted in Qin Lin Great Chaos. Even if they faced a few experts of the same level at the same time, if they couldn't defeat them, they could easily retreat. No offense, no offense. Old man Tuyi, take a palm from me as well. With a sinister laugh, Yang Fann struck his palm towards Tuyi King, but he didn't use his full strength. Instead, he unleashed a layer of supreme divine force. The terrifying spiritual consciousness in the surroundings weren't concealed at all. Tu Li was not the only one who had provoked the King of Great Tao. Many people within the spiritual consciousness were filled with killing intent towards him, as they could attack him at any time. Many of them had a cultivation base and strength that was above the king of the two brothers, and they couldn't allow them to see through their trump cards. However, even though it was only a layer of power, the terror of it was far greater than the Holy Slayer King, and it was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times more powerful than him. Bitch, a high and low grade Tao King. This Yang Fann is actually a high and low grade Tao King. He's also one of the outstanding ones among them. Tu Li's expression changed once again. He was a low-grade intermediate Tao King, and with the help of the Divine Seal, the combat strength he could unleash wouldn't be any weaker than a high and low-grade Tao King. As for ordinary high and low-grade Tao Kings, under the suppression of the Divine Seal, the combat strength of a low-grade quasi-high-ranked Tao King was almost the limit. Only those high and low-grade Tao Kings who were extremely close to the peak and low-grade Tao Kings could unleash a combat strength that far exceeded his own under the suppression of the God-suppressing seal. What a good Yang Fann, he really hid himself too deeply. The hearts of the surrounding kings of Great Tao skipped a beat once more. High-grade and low-ranked Tao Kings could be considered as experts even amongst the many kings of Great Tao. Qin Lin Great Chaos, in the open and in the dark, the number of kings of Great Tao, high-level and low-level Tao Kings, would not exceed 100. Many of the Great Tao Kings could not help but be slightly shaken. Was it really worth it to go against a high and low-grade Tao King just for the sake of those few great sovereigns? Pung! The Holy King's entire body was like a tattered cloth sack as he flew backwards. The Blood Sea Angry Dragon halberd in his hand had almost left his hand. His body was covered with criss-crossing terrifying cracks. Endless bloody light surged wildly and rushed towards the terrifying opening, causing it to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tu Yi, old man, look at your palm. Yang Fann didn't let him go. His body moved, and he lunged forward, crazily beating him up. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. A huge sea of blood was rapidly being wiped out. PCHT, 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 PCHT. For a moment, the Tu Li King was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. He could only parry the attack, and he didn't have much strength to fight back. Bitch it, if I was in Tuyi King City, I would be at a disadvantage. Tuyi King gritted his teeth. Only in Tuyi King City could he display his greatest advantage. Not to mention that Yang Fann was only approaching a top-rank low-rank Tao King. Even if he was a true top-rank low-rank Tao King, he was confident that he could defeat him. Tuyi King City, under the management of his tens of thousands of Yanji, this king of Great Tao, it had long become impregnable. Apart from those intermediate Tao Kings who were elusive, no one could break through his Tuyi King City. No, this can't go on. Although Yang Fann's attack didn't cause any fatal danger to him, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be beaten up by little son Yang Fann like a sandbag, let alone a high and low-grade Dao King. He was a dignified supreme Dao King, did he not care about his face? Everyone, how long more do you want to see? Divine Eye King, could it be that you've forgotten the grudge of killing your son? Profound Fiend King, your personal disciple died at the hands of this woman. One king of great Daos after another was quickly pointed out by King Tu Li. Fortunately, Hua Sheng had offended enough kings of great Daos. Otherwise, today, he was afraid that he could only run away with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, after a long period of time, the energy of great Dao would be consumed too much and his strength would drop drastically. He might really be suppressed by Yang Fann. Yang Fann, you're a virgin, return my son's life. An extremely loud roar of the enmity was heard. A terrifying pressure that was not any weaker than the slaughter of the king of friendship descended from the sky. Almost at the same time, boom 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 boom, another four awe-inspiring powers shattered, and they charged towards Yang Fann. The weakest chi wasn't much weaker than 2 Yi Kings, and the strongest chi was at least 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than Yang Fann's current chi. Yang Fann, you reverse psychology. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. C3188 Quasi-Intermediate Dao King 2 Yi Kingdom, Sky Spill Mountain. Boom boom boom, including Tu Li King, there were a total of 6 Dao Kings surrounding Yang Fann. Finally, there were 5 Dao Kings who couldn't suppress the killing intent in their hearts and chose to attack. Terrifying baleful chi rolled and boiled, corroding the surrounding space and time. At this moment, Yang Fann, who was at the center of the 6 Dao Kings, was like a lone boat in the middle of a furious ocean. He was in danger of being overturned at any moment. I'm afraid Yang Fann will be in trouble this time. The hearts of all the great Dao Kings in the surroundings froze. Even though Yang Fann was one of the best among the high and low-level Dao Kings, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. One should know that none of the 6 great Dao Kings were ordinary low-level Dao Kings. The weakest were intermediate low-level Dao Kings, and there were 2 high-level and low-level Dao Kings on the same level as Yang Fann. The strongest one, the mystical Fiend King, was a top-level and low-level Dao King. Not to mention a high and low-grade Dao King, even a top-grade low-grade Dao King could be severely injured by them. Many of the great Dao King's eyes flashed with a strange light, and they seemed to be a bit stupid. There were more than 6 great Dao Kings that Yang Fann had offended. It was just that the other Dao Kings were afraid of Yang Fann's high and low-grade cultivation, so they didn't dare to attack him. However, it was completely different now, with the presence of Profound Devil King and the others. If they were added in, it was very likely that Yang Fann would be left behind. A king of great Dao and a high and low-ranked Dao King. Even if there were more than a dozen of them, it would be enough to improve their cultivation base by a lot. For example, those low and low-ranked Dao Kings would be able to break through the bottleneck in one go and break through to the intermediate. Wait. Yang Fann had hidden himself so deeply, who knew what other trump cards he had up his sleeve. It wouldn't be too late for me to make my move after Yang Fann and the others forced him to use all of his trump cards. Just the 5 of you. Anyone else who wants my life, come out now. Yang Fann looked around, as if he didn't realize the dangerous situation he was in. There was no sign of panic on his face. What did Yang Fann mean by that? Could it be that he still has something to hide? The hearts of the surrounding kings of great Dao froze. This was not something a person who was in a dangerous situation should have. But was this possible? From a puny ranked 6th grade venerable to a half-step Dao King, he had now become a high and low-level Dao King. This scheming and hiding had already sent chills down one's spine. If there was any more concealment, was he still a human? Pretending to be mysterious slaughter the king of friendship, suppress time and space. Today, I want this woman to pay with her life for me, disciple. Dressed in a black divine armor, his entire body was filled with a murderous aura. With just a casual stand, the King Zan Sha that caused the surrounding space to tremble said in a cold voice. Profound Fiend King, don't worry, roar the God-suppressing seal, suppress space and time boom. The power of the great Dao within the body of the Tu Luo King was immense. Boom boom, like a flood that had opened a gate, it surged toward the God-suppressing seal. In an instant, the dazzling golden light around the God-suppressing seal became countless times more dazzling. Its power increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and 1,000 times. Not only that, even high-level and low-rank Dao Kings wouldn't be able to break through space so easily. Alright everyone, let's go together and send this beauty on her way. The Black Fiend King shouted. With a shout, he took the lead and charged towards Yang Fann. Hua Sheng, come and die for me, profound evil soul extinguishing spear. Hua Sheng, hand over your life. Look at this king's divine ability, evil spirit absolute soul. Yang Fann, you flower life, return my sons. Life divine eye, all gods perish. Boom boom, boom. The 5 great Dao Kings attacked with all their might. No one dared to hold back. The moment they attacked, it was their ultimate skill. Baleful Qi, vicious bell, divine light. They were invincible, capable of destroying all ages. This joint attack, even peak and low-ranked Dao Kings had no choice but to retreat. Alright, let's see how you're going to defend against this attack. As long as you show some signs of weakness, it will be my chance. The kings of Great Dao looked forward to it, waiting for it to happen. Like sharks that had smelled the scent of blood, they swarmed forward and completely suppressed Yang Fann. At that moment, a bunch of chickens and dogs, how dare you act so impudently in front of me? Die! Yang Fann sneered. He no longer held back his strength and unleashed his full strength. Hong Long, a terrifying pressure that was hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than the dark evil king, rose from Yang Fann's body. Bang bang bang. The sealing force surrounding Yang Fann was like a piece of paper that was instantly destroyed by the terrifying pressure. Arg, hide. He really did hide. Accurate quasi-intermediate Dao King. This is the power of a quasi-intermediate Dao King. Gulp gulp. Hidden, scheming, this was truly unheard of. Fortunately, I wasn't impulsive. The Dao Kings in the surroundings all sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the low-level Dao Kings. They felt extremely fortunate. If they were to join the battlefield like the Mystic Skeleton King and the others, the consequences would be unimaginable. A quasi-intermediate Dao King didn't have the confidence to defeat them at the 10th level. There were at least 7 or 8 levels of hope that they would be able to defeat them. Bitch it, we've all been deceived by Hua Sheng. No, let's go, I have to leave immediately. Dao King Moke, the weakest of the 6 Dao Kings, felt his heart tighten. He immediately used a trump card and quickly disappeared without a trace. A quasi-intermediate Dao King, not to mention the combined strength of the 6 Dao Kings, even if there were twice as many of them, they still wouldn't be a match for Yang Fann. If they continued to fight, besides looking for trouble, there wouldn't be a second possibility. If they were not careful, they might even die in Yang Fann's hands. He had just broken through to the low-intermediate Dao King realm, 800 cycles. Among all the low-intermediate Dao Kings, he wasn't the weakest, nor was he much weaker. If Yang Fann really kept staring at him, he would at least have 3 levels of hope that he could suppress him completely. Bitch it, the 5 Dao Kings who were preparing to fight Yang Fann ran away the moment they saw Dao King Moke. In an instant, their morale plummeted, and their fighting spirit vanished completely. The other intermediate low-level Dao King also turned around and fled without saying a word. His true cultivation base wasn't much stronger than Dao King Moke's. Unlike Dao King Tu Li, who had a geographical advantage, his combat strength was comparable to a high and low-level Dao King. Now that Dao King Moke had escaped, and Yang Fann had fled, it was very likely that he would be his next target. Zan Shadian, demonic escape, divine eye, mystic godly mystic spatial technique, blood lotus reincarnation spell. The Mystic Fiend King and the other 3 Dao Kings, who did not have much of a chance of winning, did not dare to stay any longer after seeing the 2 Dao Kings flee. They all used their life-saving divine abilities and disappeared without a trace. They actually ran away just like that. Are they really the kings of the Great Dao? Yang Fann couldn't react in time. Everything took a long time to describe. In fact, in less than 1/10,000th of an instant, the 6 Great Dao Kings had already fled without a trace. Could these guys still have some backbone? Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. If he could keep one of these 6 Dao Kings alive, not to mention breaking through to the intermediate or even the advanced Great Venerable Realm, it wouldn't be impossible. Dao Kings and half-step Dao Kings were 2 different concepts, especially since these 6 Dao Kings weren't low-level Dao Kings. They were still missing a spatial Dao King divine artifact. Otherwise, even if they couldn't take down all 6 of these Dao Kings, they would at least be able to keep the 2 intermediate low-grade Dao Kings. However, this was easier said than done. In Qinlin Great Chaos, among all the Dao Kings in the open and in the dark, there wouldn't be more than 20 of them who possessed a spatial Dao King divine weapon. In comparison, it was more reliable to have a breakthrough in cultivation and the combat strength of an intermediate Dao King. 3. Currently, he had the strength of a quasi-intermediate Dao King. Once he advanced to the Great Venerable Realm, he would probably not be much weaker than some low-rank intermediate Dao Kings. Right at this moment, buzz wang, buzz. The voids twisted, revealing spiritual consciousness incarnations. Greetings, Brother Yang. If Brother Yang has the time, you can head over to Burial Soul Mountain. I will definitely clean my bed and wait for you there. Kongming greets Brother Yang. My clan's younger generation was insensible and offended Brother Yang. Brother Yang is magnanimous, please do not take it to heart. C3189 advancing to the Supreme Realm Tuyi Kingdom, Sky Spill Mountain. The kings of Great Tao transformed into spiritual consciousness and greeted Yang Fann warmly. Many low-level Dao kings even apologized repeatedly. They didn't dare to think of taking revenge on Yang Fann anymore. If Yang Fann didn't hate them, he would be thanking the heavens and earth if he took his anger out on them. They were really afraid of Yang Fann, a quasi-intermediate Great Tao King. In Qin Lin Great Chaos, apart from the Supreme Divine Master Qin Lin and those elusive intermediate Dao Kings, it was virtually a synonym for invincibility. It was absolutely not something a low-level Dao King like them could afford to offend. Not to mention Yang Fann's terrifying scheming. Now that they thought about it, it made their hair stand on end. A quasi-intermediate Dao King disguised as a tiny Great Dao Sovereign. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to put down their pride. If they were really targeted by this old bastard, in the future, even if they slept, they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. In the sky, Yang Fann's eyes swept across the King of Great Tao, and a cold smile emerged on his face. In the next second, Pucci, his body moved and disappeared from everyone's sight. He didn't seem to have the slightest intention of getting on good terms with these kings of the Great Tao. Many of them were targets that he would hunt down in the future. Yang Fann did not want to have any friendly relations with them. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything to them in the future. Besides, Yang Fann wasn't a fool. He could roughly guess what these kings of Great Tao were up to. In the previous battle with the 6 Great Path Kings, whenever he showed any signs of defeat, these Great Path Kings would be like hungry wolves that had seen blood, swarming over and killing him completely. Let's go, Yang Fann will leave just like that. What a good Yang Fann, he doesn't even put me in his eyes. This is too much, this Yang Fann is really going too far. Anger flashed across the eyes of all the Great Tao Kings. They had never been ignored like this ever since they became Tao Kings. However, when they thought of Yang Fann's terrifying cultivation, they had no choice but to suppress the anger in their hearts. A quasi-intermediate Dao King, even an intermediate Dao King wouldn't dare to offend him, let alone them. Humph, Yang Fann, I will remember this debt. You better not fall into my hands in the future. Or else, I will make you know what regret is. Buzz. The void started twisting. The kings of Great Taos disappeared without a trace. Very quickly, the news of Yang Fann battling 6 Great Tao Kings spread across the entire Qin Lin continent at a terrifying speed. What? Did I hear it wrong? That Yang Fann is fighting 6 Tao Kings by himself. In the end, the 6 Tao Kings were defeated and fled. How is this possible? How is this possible? Countless experts couldn't believe their ears. Although Yang Fann was strong, he was merely a peak half-step Tao King. In the eyes of a great Tao King, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. Any great Tao King could easily kill him, let alone fight against 6 great Tao Kings. This was just a fantasy, a pipe dream. Helpless, this was the truth. They couldn't help but believe it. What a king of great Taos said might be false, but could dozens of kings of great Taos lie together? Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, none of the 6 great path kings, including Tu Li, stepped forward to deny it. It was obvious that they had tacitly agreed to this fact. Gasp. It's true that Yang Fann really defeated the 6 Tao Kings quasi-intermediate Tao Kings. He's actually the legendary quasi-intermediate Tao Kings. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Huff. Fortunately, I was a step slower back then, and didn't find that person. Otherwise, I fear that I wouldn't even know how I died. It was unknown how many grand monarchs were secretly rejoicing. Of course, the one who rejoiced the most was still that grand monarch Yuan Shu. It was simply a miracle that a half-step Tao King like him could escape from Yang Fann, this quasi-intermediate Tao King. No one would have thought that Yang Fann would be able to jump from a half-step Dao King to a quasi-intermediate Dao King in just a few million intermediates. No one would believe it even if Yang Fann said it out loud. What kind of joke was this? In that short period of time, it was a miracle that his cultivation base could advance a little. I really don't know what kind of virtues the profound Azure clan has accumulated to be able to get in touch with that lord. From today onwards, even the half-step Dao King will have to depend on the profound Heavens clan's expression. Sigh, why didn't my clan recruit that person back then? Each and every great master of power was so jealous that they wanted to vomit blood. A mere Hu clan that didn't even have a great venerable, what right did they have to be related to such a peerless expert? Dark green Marquis Kingdom, profound blue Marquis Palace. Ah, great, King of the Great Dao. His Excellency Yang Fann is actually the King of the Great Dao. Ha ha ha, good from now on, I want to see who else dares to provoke my Xuanwang clan. The first generation Xuanwang jumped up high with a bang. An indescribable excitement appeared on his face. Their Xuanwang family had completely sent out the news. When Yang Fann had sent the news that he was a half-step Dao King, it almost made him go crazy with joy. Never had he thought that. There was an even bigger surprise waiting for him, the Great Dao King. That was the legendary King of the Great Dao. With His Excellency Yang Fann as his backing, in the future, even the various royal families would have to give Xuanwang some face. Men, let's have a feast. The entire country was celebrating. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, who knows how many billions of light-years away from Qinlin Great Chaos. Buzz. A big world was formed quickly. Yang Fann did not stay in the Qinlin Great Chaos for long. Although his current combat strength was comparable to a quasi-intermediate Dao King, he wasn't invincible in Qinlin Great Chaos. If he alarmed Divine Lord Qinlin, he might not even be able to save his own life. Yang Fann wouldn't place his life on that illusory destiny. Swoosh. Yang Fann waved his hand and a huge amount of great Dao divine sources appeared around him. One had to admit that a half-step Dao King was a half-step Dao King. Any random person's family would have more than 100 great sovereigns combined. Boom! Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit as Yang Fann crazily devoured the surrounding great Dao divine sources. Poochie, poochie poochie, every breath, every second, there would be a large number of great Dao divine sources collapsing into dust. This caused Yang Fann's cultivation base to charge towards the intermediate Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. While Yang Fann was in secluded cultivation, his clone didn't stay idle either. He headed to the Qinlin Great Chaos and seized the treasures of the three half-step Dao Kings, Grand Monarch Tu Feng. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, although his clone couldn't compare to a true Dao King, his combat strength was much stronger than a half-step Dao King's. Only those peak half-step Dao Kings with a Dao King divine weapon could fight against them. Taking out three half-step Dao King's treasures was naturally a piece of cake. 100 trillion years later. Poochie. The last great Dao divine source turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had steadily stepped into the Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign realm. He was only a step away from the peak Nine Heavens Great Dao Sovereign. Su. With a flash of the dark shine, great venerable demon slayer of the three half-step Dao Kings appeared in the devouring black hole. The half-step Dao King was a half-step Dao King, especially a descendant of a Dao King. The strength of origin was far from what a peak 10th order great sovereign could compare with. A single person could match up to a few hundred peak 10th order great honored warriors, or even more. 300,000 eras later, great venerable demon slayer had shrunk by a huge margin. Less than a tenth of his strength of original life was left, and his cultivation base had almost dropped to the half-step Dao King realm. As for Yang Fann, he had successfully stepped into the critical point of the great venerable realm, and was only a step away from breaking through. Roar Grand Monarch Realm, Breakthrough C3190A Fat Sheep delivered to his doorstep Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the world that Yang Fann had created. Hong, Hong, boundless divine light erupted with Yang Fann as the center, illuminating the entire world. The power in Yang Fann's body was like a billion volcanoes erupting. It rose exponentially and reached its limit. Kai, Kai, Kai. The power in Yang Fann's body was like a million volcanoes erupting, and the pressure in his body was increasing exponentially. Kai, Kai, Kai. In all directions, it was huge. Space shattered into pieces. The world crystal wall was filled with terrifying crisscrossing cracks. It was as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Woo, 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 woo. One by one, the half-step Tao King divine artifacts trembled, and they were on the verge of collapse. Vaguely, there seemed to be wailing and wailing, as if they were crying and begging for mercy. At this moment, if anyone dared to take a step into the great world, even the peak half-step Tao Kings below the Great Path King would instantly be crushed to the ground, unable to move. He had made a breakthrough after devouring all of Grand Monarch II Mo's strength of origin and Grand Monarch II Shen's first layer of strength of origin. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken that step and advanced to the Great Venerable Realm. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Soon, 10,000 years had passed. The pressure on Yang Fann's body suddenly increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Bang! The sky collapsed and the earth split apart. The great world finally couldn't withstand Yang Fann's endless rising pressure and completely exploded. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, the divine beams of half-step Tao King divine tools and top-notch sovereign divine tools dimmed and turned into streams of light that entered Yang Fann's body. Vaguely, countless fine and dense cracks could be seen on them. Compared to the current Yang Fann, these half-step Tao King divine artifacts and peak-grade Grand Monarch divine artifacts were still of a lower grade. If they were real Tao King divine tools, they would be able to withstand the terrifying pressure that came from his advancement. In the next moment, boom 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 boom, endless golden light, the awe-inspiring power that had caused even a peak half-step Tao King to feel despair spread out in all directions with Yang Fann as the center. However, Yang Fann didn't seem to notice it at all. He simply allowed the divine light to spread out. He had made all the preparations that he needed to do. Helpless, he didn't have the strength to deal with Great Venerable Tu Feng and the others. There was nothing he could do if he couldn't find a single Tao King divine weapon on his body. Of course, the most important thing was that things were different now. Yang Fann no longer needed to be as cautious as before. He was deeply afraid that he would expose his whereabouts and attract the greed of some expert. Now, he had truly grown up. Compared to before he went into seclusion, his overall strength had increased by more than a trillion times. At this moment, his overall combat strength had steadily stepped into the intermediate Tao King realm. He wasn't considered weak even amongst the many intermediate Tao Kings. As long as he wasn't so unlucky, he would have a high chance of survival even if he couldn't defeat those peak Tao Kings. Furthermore, every day, every year, his strength would increase exponentially. The Hung Meng Heavenly Void was so big that there were very few people that could make him worry. Furthermore, this Hung Meng Heavenly Void was a place that he had carefully chosen. It was a place far away from the Qin Lin Great Chaos, and it was a place that was billions of light years away. It wouldn't be easy for him to encounter the King of the Great Tao. Millions of light years away, millions of light years, billions of light years, endless divine light spread rapidly. It was as if it was going to engulf the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Billions of years had passed since Yang Fann entered secluded cultivation. A trillion light years away, there was a sea of primordial sea of fire. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that could make even peak Grand Monarchs tremble rose from the center of the sea of flames. Within a primordial ruin, boom! A dazzling divine beam tore through time and space, seeming to be able to see through the cycle of time and experience everything. It was a sea of lightning that caused high-level venerables to shrink back in fear. Rumble! Suddenly, the thunder dragon roared, causing tens of thousands of lightning bolts to tremble. Finally, the entire thunder sea turned into a terrifying giant of thunder. It was unknown how many light years tall it was. It was as if the legendary primordial devil god had come back to life, and could support the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Poochie poochie, poochie. The void continued to distort. At some point in time, many mighty figures had appeared at the edge of the golden light. None of them were below the rank of a Grand Monarch. Many of them were even peak 10th grade Grand Monarchs. There were even a few half-step Tao Kings who had stepped into the realm of Tao Kings. Even though the pressure in this borderland had weakened to the extreme, it was still not something a Nine Heavens great Tao sovereign could fight against. Buzz, 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 wang. Rays of godly light burst out from the eyes of the half-Tao monarchs and the half-Tao kings, as countless arcane-eyed techniques flickered rapidly. They were trying to see what was inside the golden light. However, it was all in vain. That endless golden light was like layers of mist, blocking out everything inside. Fuck, let's go all out. All of a sudden, a half-step Tao king gritted his teeth, as though he had made a decision. He was so far away, yet he was still so powerful. It was very likely that the Tao King divine weapon was within that golden light. It was not even a low-level Tao King divine weapon. If he could obtain an intermediate Tao King divine weapon, it would be enough for his strength to experience a qualitative leap. Not to mention saving his life under Tao Kings, it was not impossible for him to face some low-level Tao Kings head-on. In the next second, dong, the half-step Tao King took a step forward and stepped into the golden light. Old man and Lei went in just like that. What should we do? I don't know what kind of danger is inside that golden light. Should I go in or not? He, old man Dark Thunder, dared to take a risk, and so did I. We're both half-step Tao Kings, but I'm not much weaker than him. Soon, the half-step Tao Kings gritted their teeth and stepped into the golden light. If they were one step late and the treasure fell into Grand Monarch Dark Thunder's hands, they would definitely regret it. They would never, and there were even many peak 10th grade Grand Monarchs who couldn't suppress the greed in their hearts and chose to enter. Everyone had the intention of being lucky, and these 10th order great sovereigns were no exception. What if they were the lucky ones who obtained the treasure? That was the legendary Tao King divine artifact. With it, they would not fear anyone below the great Tao King. At least they could not defeat him. It was extremely easy to save their lives. In the center of the endless divine radiance, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. The divine radiance was dazzling as it pierced through the endless space. Unknowingly, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was just worrying about the lack of resources in his hands, and that would allow his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. After advancing to the second grade Great Venerable Realm, these fat sheep would automatically come knocking on his door. Good, truly very good too. If they didn't accept it, how could they be worthy of their painstaking efforts? Rumble, a terrifying strength of soul that wasn't any weaker than an intermediate Tao King swept out with Yang Fann as the center, covering the entire area covered in golden light. In an instant, all the half-step Tao Kings, including the half-step Tao Kings, were frozen in the void, as if they had been immobilized. Ah, no, this power, the King of the Great Tao, this is the power of the King of the Great Tao. The greed in his heart, like a tide, quickly retreating, rational once again gaining the upper hand. He was able to suppress it so easily. He was able to suppress these half-step Tao Kings. Only the high and mighty King of the Great Tao had such terrifying power. Woo. What was the real body doing? He actually wanted to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger from the hands of a king of the Great Tao. Even if he wanted to die, he wouldn't be looking for a way to do so. Regret at this moment, all the half-step Tao Kings and peak great sovereigns felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. No, yes, Your Majesty, I have no intention of offending you, Your Majesty. Please show mercy and spare me this time. C3191 Level 3 Great Honored Warrior Hung Meng Heavenly Void, within the endless golden light. The half-step Tao Kings and the peak 10th grade Great Sovereigns howled in despair and endless regret, devouring their souls. How could he have lost his eyes to greed? No matter how good a Tao King divine tool was, he had to be alive to take it. If time could be reversed, they would definitely hide far away. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Yang Fann sneered and remained unmoved. It would be fine if he didn't have greed in his heart, but since he dared to plot against Yang Fann, he had to be prepared to die. It wasn't like they were their father. Yang Fann wouldn't spoil them. Buzz. The void twisted, and all of the half-step Tao Kings and peak 10th grade Grand Monarchs were sucked into Yang Fann's primal chaos. 6 half-step Tao Kings and 14 peak 10th grade Great Sovereigns. Not bad, now I have hope of advancing to the 2nd grade Great Venerable Realm. Yang Fann smiled with satisfaction. Only 2 half-step Tao Kings were left, Grand Monarch Tu Feng and Grand Monarch Tu Shen. He didn't have much confidence that he would be able to advance to the 2nd grade in one go. Advancing from a peak 9 heavens to a 1st grade Grand Monarch had already cost him a half-step Tao King and 2 layers of the strength of original life. In order to break through to the 2nd grade Great Venerable Realm, he would need even more strength of original life. These 6 half-step Tao Kings, a total of 14 peak 10th grade Great Sovereigns, were truly dozing off. Someone had brought them a pillow just like that. At this rate, it might even be possible for them to advance to 3rd grade Great Sovereigns in one go. The strange phenomenon he had experienced during his breakthrough was the best bait. These half-step Tao Kings and 10th grade Grand Monarchs were only the first wave. After them, there might be a second wave and a third wave. Greed was the original sin. Not many people could withstand the temptation of precious treasures. If he could successfully advance to the third grade Great Venerable realm, what kind of realm would his combat strength soar to? He would be stronger than intermediate and high-rank middle-level Dao Kings. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's heart race. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a thought, a huge amount of great Dao divine sources appeared. An endless stream of devouring black holes appeared in his interspatial devouring black hole. After advancing to the Great Venerable realm, Yang Fann's strength of soul had increased by hundreds of millions of times. A group of Dao Kings were not aphids. It was a piece of cake for him to rip apart the chaotic crystal walls in their bodies. Poochie poochie, poochie. The massive amount of great Dao divine sources shattered into dust, causing Yang Fann's cultivation base to stabilize at a rapid rate, and he was gradually advancing towards the second grade Great Venerable realm. 100,000 eras passed. Not a single one of the top 10th order primal chaos great sovereigns was left behind in Yang Fann. Even the half-step Dao King was devoured by him. His cultivation base had successfully advanced to a higher level, advancing to the second order Great Sovereign realm. However, the number of half-step Dao Kings in Yang Fann's hands did not decrease. Compared to 100,000 eras ago, there were 6 more people, reaching 14th. Yet another 11 half-step Dao Kings had arrived successively in these 100,000 eras, and they were suppressed by him without emotion. Yang Fann would never show mercy to these half-step Dao Kings who had designs on him. Soon, another 100,000 eras passed. Wang. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a wisp of regret flashed past his eyes. 30,000 eras, there were already 30,000 eras. No expert had entered the Golden Region. In fact, 10,000 eras ago, all of the Grand Monarchs, experts that had been roaming outside the region had been wiped clean. It seemed that his good deed of waiting for the right opportunity had come to an end. All of these Grand Monarchs and half-step Dao Kings were intelligent humans. Each of them was a half-step Dao King, and the peak great sovereigns were like mud. It was as if a cow had entered the ocean, but there was no news of it. It would be fine for a short period of time, but it would take a long time. It would be difficult for them not to arouse their suspicions. How could they dare to take the risk? There are still 6 half-step Dao Kings left. I wonder if they can help me improve my cultivation base. Yang Fann was a little uncertain in his heart. After 100,000 eras, although his cultivation base had improved a lot, if he divided all the great sovereigns into 5 minor realms, early stage, mid-stage, late, peak and huge perfection, he was now close to the peak of second grade great sovereigns. However, it was hard to say whether he could advance smoothly with the remaining 6 half-step Dao Kings. In these 100,000 eras, he had already devoured a total of 13 half-step Dao Kings. Among them, there was no lack of peak half-step Dao Kings like Grand Monarch Tu Feng. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 550,000 eras. Poochie. Another half-step Dao King had used up the last trace of his strength of origin and turned into ashes. Yang Fann's cultivation was approaching the bottleneck of the third grade Great Sovereign realm. There's only one half-step Dao King left. Success or failure will depend on this. The next second, whoosh, with a flash of white light, a majestic figure wearing white dragon armor with an ancient aura appeared within the devouring black hole. Grand Monarch Yulong, this was the strongest half-step Dao King in Yang Fann's hands. The strength of his foundation was much stronger than Grand Monarch Tu Feng, who was a descendant of a Dao King. In fact, he was even stronger than Grand Monarch Tu Feng. The Dragon Emperor Heaven subduing pagoda. Even if he were to face an ordinary low-level Dao King, he had quite a bit of confidence that he would be able to escape from their hands. However, to Yang Fann, this Grand Monarch Yulong was a bit weak. Especially after advancing to second grade Great Venerable, Yang Fann's combat strength was so terrifying that he could be considered an expert even amongst intermediate Dao Kings. In less than an instant, this Great Venerable Yulong was suppressed by Yang Fann and became a prisoner. 10,000 eras later, the strength of original life of the Jade Dragon Sovereign was not even half of its peak. Yang Fann began his final sprint towards the third grade Great Venerable. Qinlin Continent, Tuyi Royal City. This was Tuyi Royal City, the number 1 city of Tuyi Royal City. It was unknown how many billions of light years it was. Compared to the small chaos, it was not any worse. In fact, the entire Tuyi Kingdom was a small chaos. The Haodian small chaos was created by the Tuyi king with his great divine ability. In the center of Tuyi King City, a huge divine palace that was countless of light years tall stood within it. It was like a heavenly pillar that supported the entire small chaos. Tuyi Divine Palace was the core of Tuyi King City. It was one of the foundations of Tuyi King family. Legend had it that they were only one step away. It would transform into a true Tao King divine weapon. And in Tuyi Royal City, the power that Tuyi Divine Palace could unleash was no less than a low-ranked Tao King divine weapon. Tuyi Divine Palace, the top floor. On top of the divine throne, countless origin energy dragons surged from all directions and surged into Tuyi's body, restoring the vital energies he had used up. During the battle with Yang Fann back then, under Yang Fann's full strength, a tiny crack appeared on the god-suppressing seal, causing the king to suffer some backlash and injure some of the vital energies. Even after 560,000 eras had passed, he still hadn't fully recovered. Buzz. Suddenly, Tuyi King's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of seriousness flashed through his divine eyes. Who is it? Get the hell out here 0C3192. He suppressed the Tuyi King City, Tuyi Divine Palace. Fear flashed across Tuyi King's eyes as he shouted at a certain place. Buzz. The void distorted and a person appeared out of thin air. Yang Fann, it's you. Tuyi King glared at him, and instantly recognized the person who had come. If it wasn't the Yang Fann who had an irreconcilable grudge with him, who else could it be? In an instant, Tuyi King felt a lingering fear in his heart. Who? Fortunately, it was in his old nest, the Divine Palace. Everything in the Divine Palace was under his control. If this was any other place, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once Yang Fann launched a sneak attack at him at close range, he would be completely defeated. It was an extravagant hope to run away. But soon, Tuyi King felt delighted in his heart. Good Yang Fann, you're such a beautiful girl. You really don't want to walk the road to heaven, but you insist on going to hell without a door today. I will make you pay with your blood. If it was somewhere else, he would definitely run as far as he could if he ran into Yang Fann, a quasi-intermediate Tao King. There was a gap of 3 grades between them. He would never be a match for Yang Fann even if he used the forbidden divine ability at all cost. However, it was different here. This was Tuyi King City, the old nest of the tens of thousands of Yanji that he had painstakingly built. In Tuyi Royal City, he, Tuyi King, was the heavens, was the god, even if it was a quasi-intermediate Tao King. With the many resources and reserves of Tuyi King clan, he was very confident that he could win the battle. If Yang Fann didn't retreat, he might even suppress this Yang Fann and eliminate all future troubles. Previously, when he clearly knew that he had offended a quasi-intermediate Tao King like Yang Fann, he didn't conceal his whereabouts and returned to Tuyi King City because Tuyi King had full confidence in dealing with Yang Fann's revenge. You want me to pay with my blood? With just you? The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a hint of disdain flashed across his face. Tuyi King, don't you know what it means to be treated like a new person after 3 days of separation? Do you really think that I am still the me from 510,000 eras ago? The current him was a rank 3 great honored warrior. Not letting Yang Fann down, after devouring that jade dragon, Yang Fann successfully took that step and advanced to 3rd order great. Venerable. Although there was a slight lack of resources and unstable foundation, generally speaking, it didn't have much of an impact. At this moment, Yang Fann's combat strength had increased by hundreds of millions of times. It was far from what a low-grade 9 heavens could compare with. Even Yang Fann didn't know his limits. However, there was one thing that was certain. He had definitely surpassed most intermediate Tao Kings. In the vast Qinlin Great Chaos, both in the open and in the dark, the number of people who could defeat him wouldn't exceed 2 hands. Those who could truly endanger his life. Apart from the Supreme Divine Master Qinlin, there was probably no other person who could do so. Yang Fann, just laugh. I hope you can still laugh later. He gave Yang Fann a fierce look. Roar chaotic will descended and the god seal of the kingdom appeared. It was the suppression of the god pagoda of Tuyi. Without holding anything back, the king of Tuyi directly used the 3 trump cards in his hands. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the entire Tuyi royal city changed. Thunder rumbled and it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Ah, this. What in the world is going on? The will of the origin of chaos. That is the will of the origin of chaos. Could it be that a powerful enemy is plotting against my Tuyi royal city? Hiss this. Is this possible? Countless of Tuyi royal clan's experts were shocked, they couldn't believe their eyes. One should know that apart from those legendary intermediate Dao kings, even quasi-intermediate Dao kings would have their heads bleeding from the idea of attacking Tuyi royal city. Apart from the fact that the origin of chaos's will had appeared a few times when the royal city was just established, there were already more than 10,000 times of the Yanji era that the origin of chaos's will had yet to manifest. The top floor of the Tuyi divine pagoda. Yang Fann, return my son's life. Tuyi king's eyes were cold as he looked down at Yang Fann. Although they were both in small chaos, the will of the Hautian origin of chaos in small chaos could not be compared to the will of the origin of chaos in the innate small chaos. In addition to the Tuyi divine pagoda and the help of the kingdom guarding divine seal, even a quasi-intermediate Dao king would be suppressed by a major grade or even more. On the other hand, with the help of the origin intent and the country guarding divine seal, Tuyi king's strength rose infinitely. Soon, he surpassed a peak low-ranked Dao king and chased after a quasi-intermediate Dao king. With this, the situation between the two sides seemed to have changed. Absolute destruction of the heavens rumble. The lifeblood divine artifact in his hand, Blood Sea Angry Dragon halberd turned into a Blood Sea Angry Dragon, charging towards Yang Fann. The power was so terrifying that even a quasi-intermediate Dao king would be shocked by it. Insignificant skill, break it for me. Yang Fann smiled coldly. He moved his right arm slightly and casually made a grabbing motion. Arg! With a sorrowful cry, the Blood Sea Angry Dragon halberd was grabbed by Yang Fann. Let go. Tuyi King felt an irresistible force coming from the Blood Sea Angry Dragon halberd, causing him to involuntarily let go of his grip. No, this is impossible. The Tulip King opened his eyes wide like a fish's eye. That terrifying power just now was definitely not something a quasi-intermediate Dao king could possess. Even some low-grade intermediate Dao kings might not be able to match it. Middle grade, intermediate Dao king. This Yang Fann was a intermediate Dao king. How could this be? How could this be? He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it at all. It was fake. This must be fake. If this Yang Fann was really that intermediate Dao king, how could he let them escape back then? To a intermediate Dao king, not to mention a intermediate low-level Dao king like him, even a top-grade low-level Dao king like Fiend King was just a slightly stronger ant. Unless it was in the old nest of Fiend King, profound Fiend King city, there was almost no hope at all. To save his life in the hands of an intermediate Dao king. As for the fact that Yang Fann had made a huge breakthrough in his cultivation in a short 510,000 eras, it was even more ridiculous. That was 510,000 eons, not 510,000 eons. Not to mention the Qin Lin Great Chaos, even in the 12 Supreme Great Chaotic Worlds, they couldn't find such a monster. Impossible. Old man Tuyi, open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Boom! Yang Fann no longer held back and unleashed his full strength. A terrifying pressure that was hundreds of millions of times stronger than a quasi-intermediate Dao king rose from Yang Fann's body. Poochie. The Tuyi divine pagoda was extremely distorted. In the end, there were even terrifying criss-crossing cracks. It was as if it would completely shatter in the next second. Even the nation-suppressing divine seal was like glass, filled with tiny cracks. Terrifying. One had to know that the nation-suppressing divine seal was a divine artifact that God Lord Qin Lin had personally bestowed upon it. Its grade was so high that even though it couldn't be compared to an intermediate Dao King divine artifact, it was still comparable. It wasn't something that could be compared to an ordinary low or mid-grade Dao King divine artifact. Intermediate Dao King, you really are an intermediate Dao King. Tu Li opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally believed this horrifying fact. Although everything was so illogical, the severe injury of the god-suppressing seal and the terrifying backlash couldn't be faked. It was true. Everything was true. No, stop, I am His Majesty, the Divine Master. I am personally conferred one of the 36 Marquis Kings. If you dare to harm me, the God Lord will not let you go. There will be no place for you in Qin Lin Great Chaos. C-3193. I'll lend you my life. Tuyi King City, Tuyi Divine Palace. Using God Lord Qin Lin to pressure me. Ridiculous. Yang Fann sneered, not caring about Tuyi King's threat at all. Although he was afraid of God Lord Qin Lin, the number one person in Qin Lin Great Chaos, it was only limited to this. If he really said anything about fear, it was far from enough. If an intermediate low-level Dao King like Tu Li could completely devour and refine him, it would be enough for him to break through several major realms. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the high level, or even the peak Great Venerable realm in one go. A half-step Dao King, a great Dao King, was half a step away, but the gap between them was immeasurable. A Dao King, even if it was the weakest low-level Dao King, the strength of origin was comparable to the total number of half-step Dao Kings in the Qinlin continent. In fact, it was even more powerful than the total number of half-step Dao Kings in the Qinlin continent. At that time, his combat strength would surely experience a qualitative leap. Even if he was inferior to a high-level Dao King, he wouldn't be too inferior. At least, he still had some hope of surviving a high-ranked Dao King. And according to what he knew, God Lord Qinlin was only a high-level Dao King. At the very most, he was a high-level Dao King's expert, so it was impossible for him to be a top-level Dao King. Apart from the 12 Great Primal Chaos, among the 108 high-level Great Primal Chaos, the number of peak Dao Kings could be counted on one's fingers. Qinlin Great Chaos was only considered above average among the 108 high-grade Chaos. There was still a slight gap even among the top 30, let alone the top 10. The possibility of producing a top-notch Dao King was infinitely close to zero. No, Yang Fann, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Ah, one breath later, boom, the entire Tuyi royal city began to shake violently. Tuyi Divine Palace, which was tens of thousands of light years tall and looked like a pillar that could support the sky, rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a palm-sized divine palace and disappeared into the vast void. Ah, no, it's gone. Tuyi Divine Palace is gone. What's going on? How could Tuyi's Divine Palace be missing? Within Tuyi Royal City, countless of Tuyi royal clans expert were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Tuyi Divine Palace was their ancestors' palace. Ever since Tuyi Royal City was established, they had never left the palace. How could they suddenly disappear mysteriously? In the will of the source of the great Tao that has just manifested. Could it be that their ancestor, the hearts of many experts trembled, and a sense of unease arose in their hearts. It was as if something bad was about to happen to them. No, this is impossible, the old ancestor is the supreme Dao King, how is this possible? The group of Tuyi royal clans expert kept denying themselves. The old ancestor's cultivation base wasn't considered weak even among the many Dao Kings, let alone in their royal city. Besides those legendary intermediate Dao Kings, who else had the strength to truly endanger their old ancestor's safety? Although there were many royal clans in their clan that they couldn't deal with, none of them had an intermediate Dao King guarding them. However, for some reason, the gloominess in his heart couldn't be erased. Moke Kingdom, Moke King City. This was a huge small chaos that was not much worse than Tuyi King City. The entire small chaos was protected by a huge Moke Infinite formation. There was no correct way to enter and exit. Apart from the high and mighty King of Great Dao, even the half-step King of Dao could not enter Moke King City without making a sound. Wuliang Mountain, the #1 divine mountain in Moke King City. The heavenly pillar of Moke Small Chaos supported the entire Moke Small Chaos. At the same time, it was also the place where Dao King Moke resided. On the summit of Wuliang Mountain, a magnificent divine palace stood tall. In all directions, countless source energy divine beasts gathered from all directions and merged into the divine palace. The strength of source energy far surpassed those so-called holy lands and divine mountains in the Qinlin Great Chaos. Cultivating here for a day was enough to match cultivating in the Marquise's manor and the Duke's mansion for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Immeasurable divine palace. Dao King Moke sat on his throne, looking down at the world from above. In the main hall, a group of charming and graceful May Devil clans which was dancing, shaking people's hearts and souls. Compared to King Tuyi, King Moke's injuries were obviously much smaller. Apart from losing one of his trump cards, he didn't lose much of his vital energy. He had already recovered to his original state after less than 100,000 eras. Wang. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the side of the hall. Who's there? Dao King Moke's heart skipped a beat, and a grim expression flashed across his eyes. Only at this moment did he realize that the person who had sneaked into Boundless Divine Mountain without anyone noticing was definitely not simple. His cultivation and strength were definitely above his. It was very likely that he was more than a rank stronger than him. Ah, Yang Fann, it's you. He could recognize men in black who had suddenly appeared in front of him even if he turned into ashes. It was precisely Yang Fann, who had rushed over from Tuyi King City. Who could it be? After suppressing Tuyi King, Yang Fann had only plundered the Tuyi Divine Pagoda. He did not attack the rest of Tuyi King family. A group of ants with the highest cultivation base of a 10th order Great Venerable could not raise Yang Fann's desire to attack. 01 should know that after advancing to 3rd order Great Venerable, not to mention a 10th order Great Venerable, even that half-step Dao King was nothing compared to Yang Fann. Even if he managed to capture all the half-step Dao Kings in the Qinlin continent in one fell swoop, would it allow him to smoothly advance to the 4th grade Great Venerable realm? It was still a big mystery. The difference between a 3rd grade and a 4th grade was the difference between an intermediate Grand Monarch and a low-grade Grand Monarch. The resources needed to advance to the 3rd grade Grand Monarch were far beyond what a 2nd grade Grand Monarch would need. Now, only the King of the Great Dao was his true goal. Moreover, Tuyi's reliance on the Tuyi royal family, Tuyi King, had already been suppressed by him without any feelings. Tuyi royal family's decline was merely a matter of time. If one was not careful, it was not impossible for them to be completely wiped out in the time-long river. Putting aside the fact that Tuyi King was suppressed, 3 out of the 4 half-step Dao Kings had been eliminated. Tuyi royal family's strength had truly fallen to its lowest point. Yang Fann, why have you come to my immeasurable palace? Dao King Mokei looked at Yang Fann coldly and asked. This was the lair of the Mok royal family. With the geographical advantage, it was also the foundation of the Mok royal family. Even if Yang Fann was a quasi-intermediate Dao King, he wouldn't be afraid of him. Of course, compared to Tuyi who shouted at Yang Fann to kill without saying anything, Dao King Mokei's reaction was much gentler. The Mokei King who had just broken through to the intermediate low level was much weaker than Tuyi King in terms of both his foundation and strength. Although he had the confidence to fight Yang Fann, who was a quasi-intermediate Dao King, he was absolutely not confident that he could make Yang Fann stay. I don't deserve your guidance, but I want to borrow something from you. Yang Fann smiled mysteriously and said, You want to borrow an item from me? What do you want to borrow? Dao King Mokei didn't reject Yang Fann directly. A quasi-intermediate Dao King was one of the top 20 expert in the Qinlin Great Chaos. It wasn't something that the Mokei royal family could afford to offend. If they could reconcile, Dao King Mokei was still willing to settle this karma with Yang Fann. In the end, there was no irreconcilable enmity between the two of them. Unlike the Tuyi royal family, the 3 half-step Dao Kings were suppressed by Yang Fann. The two sides had completely fallen out, and would not rest until one of them died. As for him, he only had 2 descendants of a high-ranked Great Venerable who died under Yang Fann's hands. As for the various royal families, the half-step Dao Kings were their trump card. In their hearts, the status of the others, including the peak 10th grade Great Sovereigns, was limited. As long as they were willing to spend some resources and time, it would not be difficult for them to cultivate some Great Sovereigns, experts. Only a half-step Dao King who had stepped into the realm of Dao King would not be able to accumulate them just by relying on time and resources. Nothing much, I just want to borrow your life. C3194 sweeping through all the King's Mokei King City, limitless divine palace. Yang Fann's voice was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when these words fell into the ears of King Mokei, it was no different from the 9 heavens divine lightning, causing him to jump up from his throne. What? Lend me my life? King Mok repeated, his eyes widened, almost bursting out of his eye sockets. He could not believe what he had just heard. Does this Yang Fann think that he is going to take me down? I admit that your cultivation base and strength are far above mine. If I meet you outside of Mokei King City, I will run as far as I can. But this is boundless divine mountain, his old nest. So what if he was a quasi-intermediate Dao King? With the resources of their Mok royal family, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. He even had a high chance of winning. Yang Fann, this joke isn't funny at all. Mok Dao King's voice turned cold, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't immediately turn hostile. It was better to end this karma here. Thinking about how a quasi-intermediate Dao King was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to strike, it made people's hair stand on end, and they couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Besides staying in boundless divine palace, once he left Mokei City, even he, a low intermediate Dao King, would be in danger of dying if he was not careful. not to mention those descendants of his. Tao King Mokei, I never joke around with anyone, especially my enemies. Yang Fann, you. The fury in his heart was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes in the Heart Sea. He had already lowered his stance to such an extent. This Yang Fann was still unwilling to give up. He had gone too far, he had really gone too far. Did he really think that he, Tao King Moke, was a fat piece of meat on that chopping board, that he would let him do whatever he wanted? However, before Tao King Moke could finish his words, a terrifying aura that was many times stronger than a quasi-intermediate Tao King erupted from Yang Fann's body. Kai, 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 Kai in all directions, a huge piece of space was shattered into pieces. The entire immeasurable divine palace was quickly twisting and cracking, and long and thin cracks appeared on its surface. Horrifying immeasurable divine palace, it was the divine palace of Tao King Moke. It had been painstakingly built with countless resources. It wasn't any worse than Tuyi Divine Palace. Even a quasi-intermediate Tao King wouldn't be able to tear this infinite divine palace apart so easily. Ah, intermediate Tao King, you are the intermediate Tao King. No, this isn't true. It's not true. Tao King Mokei's pupils dilated, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. How could this Yang Fann be an intermediate Tao King? It was a fake. All of this was fake. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. He struck out with his palm, and a terrifying force that was comparable to an intermediate or even a high-rank middle-level Tao King swept out. Arg! This strength! The heaven-sheltering big hand expanded endlessly in Tao King Mokei's eyes, taking away all of his attention. Under the invincible power, he, a intermediate low-level Tao King, was like a lowly aphid on the ground, unable to arouse the interest of the resistance thought. Even if they used all of the resources of the Moke royal family, it was still far from enough. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. In fact, there was even a voice constantly ringing in his ears. This palm, he could not block it, so he did not hesitate to pay the price. A desperate struggle was nothing more than a last-ditch struggle. Don't, let me go, let me go. All right. With the second Tao King in hand, the next step would be Tao King Junyu. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled, he couldn't conceal the excitement on his face. With the two Tao Kings in his hands, even if he didn't gain anything in the future, he would still be able to earn it. Ah, no, Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, His Majesty the Divine Master will not let you go. Xianxia Royal City. This was a city that was comparable to Tuyi Royal City and Moke Royal City. There was also a huge small chaos that was more than 10 times bigger than the previous one. Buzz. Mystic Fiend Capital City, billions of light years away, the void was like a curtain, tearing apart. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step out from the spatial fissure. 6 Tao Kings, we only need this dark evil king now. Of the 6 Tao Kings that besieged him, apart from this profound fiend king, the other 5 Tao Kings, including the 3 high and low grade Tao Kings, had all become Yang Fann's prisoners. Although high and low grade Tao Kings were strong, especially in his own lair, the combat strength he could unleash with the help of the foundation of his lair was tremendous. Compared to Tuyi King, he was more than 1 billion times stronger. However, he still hadn't surpassed that level, and possessed the strength to fight an intermediate Tao King. There was still a qualitative difference between him and Yang Fann. He didn't cause much trouble for Yang Fann, but was suppressed by Yang Fann without any emotions. I wonder if I will be able to successfully take down this dark evil king this time. A trace of seriousness flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Those high and low level Tao Kings, with the help of the foundation of the royal family and their geographical location, could unleash a power that faintly surpassed a quasi-intermediate Tao King, let alone a low-level Tao King like the profound evil king. In the Mystic Fiend King City, there were at least 8 to 9 of them who could reach the intermediate Tao King realm. Even if it was only the lowest intermediate Tao King, there was a qualitative difference between it and that quasi-intermediate Tao King. Even the current him, whose combat strength was comparable to an intermediate or even a high-rank middle-level Tao King, was not completely confident that he could take down this profound fiend king. Forget it, it's a success. Whether it's a success or not, we'll know once we try. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann still decided to attack the dark evil king. Although he would wait until he successfully devoured the 5 Tao Kings, at that time. A mere dark evil king would surely be doomed, but this wasn't without its drawbacks. The reason why he was able to take down the 5 Tao Kings so easily was mainly because they weren't prepared for it. They thought that it was impossible for him, a quasi-intermediate Tao King, to be in real danger in their own king city. Once Profound Fiend King found out about the news of Tu Li and the other's death, as long as he wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would be in great danger. It would be impossible for him to stay in Xianxia royal city obediently and wait for him to come knocking on his door. A king of great Dao was focused on hiding. Not to mention him, even those high-level Dao kings who were proficient in divination would find it very difficult to find his whereabouts. Furthermore, at that time, his opponent wasn't just the mystical Fiend King. That mysterious and unfathomable divine master Qin Lin would most likely personally make a move. Each and every Dao King was an important combat force of the Qin court, the backbone of the primal chaos. Divine Master, Qin Lin would never allow him to hunt down a king of the great Dao on such a large scale. In the next moment, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved. He tore open the spatial zone and stepped into the city. Dark Evil Sea. This was a huge sea of baleful qi, located in the heart of Profound Evil King City. The entire Mystic Fiend Sea was filled up by the terrifying 9 netherworlds destructive profound qi. Under the half-step Dao King realm, even a peak 10th order Great Venerable wouldn't dare to stay in this profound Fiend Sea for long. If they were careless, they would be corroded by the 9 netherworlds destructive profound qi, turning them into slaughter puppets. Rumble. All of a sudden, the calm and tranquil sea of mystic crystals began to surge. 2 terrifying auras that caused low-level Dao Kings to tremble in despair rose from within the sea of mystic crystals. In all directions, it was huge. The baleful aura was obliterated into dust. The entire mystic fiend ocean began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vaguely, one could see that in the center of the profound Devil Sea, 2 terrifying giant gods were crazily colliding with each other. Ah, it's the old ancestor. Who is that person, to actually be able to fight the old ancestor in the profound divine ocean? Ah, not good. The old ancestor is not a match for that person. Bitch it, how could this be? C3194 sweeping through all the kings Mokai King City, limitless divine palace. Yang Fann's voice was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when these words fell into the ears of King Mokai, it was no different from the 9 heavens divine lightning, causing him to jump up from his throne. What? Lend me my life, King Moke repeated, his eyes widened, almost bursting out of his eye sockets. He could not believe what he had just heard. Does this Yang Fann think that he is going to take me down? I admit that your cultivation base and strength are far above mine. If I meet you outside of Mokai King City, I will run as far as I can. But this is boundless divine mountain, his old nest. So what if he was a quasi-intermediate Dao King? With the resources of their Moke royal family, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. He even had a high chance of winning. Yang Fann, this joke isn't funny at all. Moke Dao King's voice turned cold, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't immediately turn hostile. It was better to end this karma here. Thinking about how a quasi-intermediate Dao King was like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to strike, it made people's hair stand on end, and they couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Besides staying in boundless divine palace, once he left Mokai City, even he, a low intermediate Dao King, would be in danger of dying if he was not careful, not to mention those descendants of his. Dao King Mokai, I never joke around with anyone, especially my enemies. Yang Fann, you. The fury in his heart was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes in the Heart Sea. He had already lowered his stance to such an extent. This Yang Fann was still unwilling to give up. He had gone too far. He had really gone too far. Did he really think that he, Dao King Moke, was a fat piece of meat on that chopping board, that he would let him do whatever he wanted? However, before Dao King Moke could finish his words, a terrifying aura that was many times stronger than a quasi-intermediate Dao King erupted from Yang Fann's body. Kai, 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 Kai in all directions, a huge piece of space was shattered into pieces. The entire immeasurable divine palace was quickly twisting and cracking, and long and thin cracks appeared on its surface. Horrifying immeasurable divine palace. It was the divine palace of Dao King Moke. It had been painstakingly built with countless resources. It wasn't any worse than Tuyi divine palace. Even a quasi-intermediate Dao King wouldn't be able to tear this infinite divine palace apart so easily. Ah, intermediate Dao King, you are the intermediate Dao King. No, this isn't true. It's not true. Dao King Mokai's pupils dilated, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. How could this Yang Fann be an intermediate Dao King? It was a fake. All of this was fake. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. He struck out with his palm, and a terrifying force that was comparable to an intermediate or even a high-rank middle-level Tao King swept out. Arg! This strength! The heaven-sheltering big hand expanded endlessly in Tao King Mokei's eyes, taking away all of his attention. Under the invincible power, he, a intermediate low-level Tao King, was like a lowly aphid on the ground, unable to arouse the interest of the resistance thought. Even if they used all of the resources of the Mok royal family, it was still far from enough. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. In fact, there was even a voice constantly ringing in his ears. This palm, he could not block it, so he did not hesitate to pay the price. A desperate struggle was nothing more than a last-ditch struggle. Don't, let me go, let me go. All right, with the second Tao King in hand, the next step would be Tao King Junyu. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled, he couldn't conceal the excitement on his face. With the two Tao Kings in his hands, even if he didn't gain anything in the future, he would still be able to earn it. Ah, no, Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, His Majesty the Divine Master will not let you go. Xianxia Royal City. This was a city that was comparable to Tuyi Royal City and Mok Royal City. There was also a huge small chaos that was more than 10 times bigger than the previous one. Buzz. Mystic Fiend Capital City, billions of light years away, the void was like a curtain, tearing apart. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step out from the spatial fissure. 6 Tao Kings, we only need this dark evil king now. Of the 6 Tao Kings that besieged him, apart from this profound fiend king, the other 5 Tao Kings, including the 3 high and low grade Tao Kings, had all become Yang Fann's prisoners. Although high and low grade Tao Kings were strong, especially in his own lair, the combat strength he could unleash with the help of the foundation of his lair was tremendous. Compared to Tuyi King, he was more than a billion times stronger. However, he still hadn't surpassed that level, and possessed the strength to fight an intermediate Tao King. There was still a qualitative difference between him and Yang Fann. He didn't cause much trouble for Yang Fann, but was suppressed by Yang Fann without any emotions. I wonder if I will be able to successfully take down this dark evil king this time. A trace of seriousness flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Those high and low-level Tao Kings, with the help of the foundation of the royal family and their geographical location, could unleash a power that faintly surpassed a quasi-intermediate Tao King, let alone a low-level Tao King like the profound evil king. In the Mystic Fiend King City, there were at least 8 to 9 of them who could reach the intermediate Tao King realm. Even if it was only the lowest intermediate Tao King, there was a qualitative difference between it and that quasi-intermediate Tao King. Even the current him, whose combat strength was comparable to an intermediate or even a high-rank middle-level Tao King, was not completely confident that he could take down this profound fiend king. Forget it, it's a success. Whether it's a success or not, we'll know once we try. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann still decided to attack the dark evil king. Although he would wait until he successfully devoured the 5 Tao Kings, at that time. A mere dark evil king would surely be doomed, but this wasn't without its drawbacks. The reason why he was able to take down the 5 Tao Kings so easily was mainly because they weren't prepared for it. They thought that it was impossible for him, a quasi-intermediate Tao King, to be in real danger in their own king city. Once Profound Fiend King found out about the news of Tu Li and the other's death, as long as he wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would be in great danger. It would be impossible for him to stay in Xianxia Royal City obediently and wait for him to come knocking on his door. A king of great Tao was focused on hiding. Not to mention him, even those high-level Tao Kings who were proficient in divination would find it very difficult to find his whereabouts. Furthermore, at that time, his opponent wasn't just the mystical Fiend King. That mysterious and unfathomable Divine Master Qin Lin would most likely personally make a move. Each and every Tao King was an important combat force of the Qin court, the backbone of the primal chaos. Divine Master Qin Lin would never allow him to hunt down a king of the great Tao on such a large scale. In the next moment, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved. He tore open the spatial zone and stepped into the city. Dark Evil Sea. This was a huge sea of baleful qi, located in the heart of Profound Evil King City. The entire Mystic Fiend Sea was filled up by the terrifying 9 netherworld's destructive profound qi. Under the half-step Tao King realm, even a peak 10th order Great Venerable wouldn't dare to stay in this profound Fiend Sea for long. If they were careless, they would be corroded by the 9 netherworld's destructive profound qi, turning them into slaughter puppets. Rumble. All of a sudden, the calm and tranquil sea of mystic crystals began to surge. Two terrifying auras that caused low-level Tao kings to tremble in despair rose from within the sea of mystic crystals. In all directions, it was huge. The baleful aura was obliterated into dust. The entire mystic fiend ocean began to dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Vaguely, one could see that in the center of the profound devil sea, two terrifying giant gods were crazily colliding with each other. Ah, it's the old ancestor. Who is that person, to actually be able to fight the old ancestor in the profound divine ocean? Ah, not good. The old ancestor is not a match for that person. Bitch it, how could this be? C3195. His might shook the great chaos of Qinlin continent, mystic fiend capital city. Countless Darkfi and royal clans expert were dumbstruck, not daring to believe their eyes. What did they see? They were invincible in their hearts. Their old ancestor, the mystic fiend king, was actually at a complete disadvantage. He was only able to parry the attack, and didn't even have the strength to fight back. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. One had to know that this was the lair of their king Xianxia clan, not some other place in the Qinlin continent. With their ancestors' cultivation base as a peak low-ranked Dao king and his geographical advantage, even an intermediate Dao king would have the strength to fight him. In the vast Qinlin great chaos, apart from a few legends, who else could be a match for their ancestor? However, those few legends were all elusive existences. How could they suddenly attack their old ancestor for no reason? In the Black Fiend Sea. Bang, bang, bang. The two terrifying great gods collided with each other crazily. The terrifying force was almost enough to blow up the entire profound divine ocean. A large amount of the 9 underworlds' destructive profound chi was destroyed, and the sea level dropped rapidly. The profound devil king's divine body continued to shatter and be reborn. Although the profound evil king had the power to fight an intermediate Dao king with the help of the terrain, it had only barely stepped into the intermediate Dao king realm. Compared to Yang Fann, whose combat strength was comparable to an intermediate or even a high-ranked middle-level Dao king, it was still an insurmountable distance. Ah, really, old ancestor, he really. After a while, many of the profound fiend royal clan's experts finally believed that cruel reality. A person would make a mistake, but not everyone would make a mistake. What should we do? What should we do now? In an instant, the profound fiend royal clan's experts were like ants on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. The profound fiend king was their greatest reliance. If anything were to happen to the profound fiend king, it would be a disaster for their profound fiend royal clan. Thinking about these Yanji, the major powers that the profound fiend king clan had offended. At that time, they would surely tear the profound fiend king clan into pieces like a hungry wolf that had smelled the scent of blood. They wanted to help, but they lacked the strength to do so. Just the remnants of that wanton power could easily wipe out the half-step Dao king, let alone truly participating in the battle. Other than dragging down their old ancestor, there was no other use. Old ancestor, you mustn't have anything to do with it. Ah, Yang Fann, just you wait, I won't let you go. What, Yang Fann, the one fighting against the old ancestor is Yang Fann. This can't be an illusion, right? How could it be him? In all directions, the eyes of the profound evil royal clan's expert bulged out, and they couldn't believe their ears. They were extremely familiar with the name of Yang Fann. However, that Yang Fann was merely a quasi-intermediate Dao king. It was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for their old ancestor in this profound divine ocean. In the center of the mystic fiend ocean, Yang Fann frowned and a hint of regret flashed across his eyes. Sure enough, this profound fiend king wasn't someone who could be left behind so easily. In the end, it was still the king that escaped. In the end, he was still lacking a spatial Dao king divine artifact. Otherwise, even if King Xuanmiao could unleash the combat strength of a low-grade intermediate with the help of the royal family's resources, it would still be very difficult for him to escape right under his nose. Now that the mystic fiend king had fled, it would be very difficult to deal with him in the future. Knowing his true strength, as long as the profound fiend king's head wasn't squeezed by the door, he wouldn't easily show himself in front of him. Forget it, the harvest this time was not small either. Even though the Black Fiend King had fled, but his treasure vault was left behind. A peak low-ranked Dao King and tens of thousands of Yanji collections were definitely beyond his imagination. Take it, Rumble. A terrifying devouring black hole appeared out of thin air and enveloped the entire mystic abyss sea. Ah, Yang Fann, it really is Yang Fann. At this moment, the surrounding profound fiend royal clan's expert finally saw Yang Fann's true face and cried out in shock. I almost forgot all of you ants. A wicked smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. A divine light flashed in his eyes as he saw through the endless time and space. Those profound evil royal families' great sovereigns and exalts were one thing. However, those half-step Dao kings were neither too big nor too small. They could be considered a piece of fat meat. Furthermore, unlike before, it was necessary to keep it a secret for the time being. It was not convenient to make a move against these half-step Dao kings, in order to avoid alerting the enemy and arousing the wariness of the other Dao kings. Now that the Dark Fiend King had escaped, his true combat strength had been exposed, and there was no need to worry about it anymore. Ah, not good, he noticed us. Run, everyone run. In an instant, the souls of countless Dark Fiend royal clans expert flew out. Including the half-step Dao kings, each and every one of them hated their parents for giving them 2 less legs. Even the invincible old ancestor in their hearts was no match for Yang Fann, let alone an ant like them. Come here obediently. Boom! The terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to an intermediate Dao king swept across his forehead, sealing the space around him. In the next second, swoosh 13 streams of light tore through the void. Hong Long. The half-step Dao kings were all half-step Dao kings. Compared to the Tuyi royal family, the profound evil royal family's foundation was obviously much stronger. The 13 half-step Dao kings were only the majority of the mystic evil royal family's half-step Dao kings. There were also 3 half-step Dao kings that roamed outside and had never been in the mystic evil royal city. Qin Lin Great Chaos, who knew how many billions of light-years away. Buzz. The void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. He didn't stay in Qin Lin Great Chaos for long. After suppressing so many great Dao kings, it was very likely that Divine Master Qin Lin, this supreme expert, would be drawn out. The risk of staying in the Qin Lin Great Chaos was greater. Qin Lin's divine court was different from the 36 kingdoms. It was the true ruler of Qin Lin Great Chaos and controlled the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. According to the legends, Qin Lin's divine court had a heaven surveillance divine formation that monitored the Qin Lin Great Chaos. As long as the heaven surveillance divine formation was activated, no one in the Qin Lin Great Chaos would be able to escape from the heaven surveillance divine formation. 5 Dao Kings, 13 half-step Dao Kings, and the treasure vault of King Xianxia. They shouldn't disappoint me. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with divine light. This was definitely the greatest harvest he had obtained since his debut. In the next second, boom! The terrifying strength of soul, which was comparable to an intermediate Dao King, pierced through the sea of consciousness and ripped apart the chaotic crystal walls of half-step Dao Kings. Countless treasures and resources were like a great river, piercing through time and space and entering Yang Fann's inner chaos. While Yang Fann was carefully counting his gains, the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos was completely shocked. Even some of the legendary old monsters had broken through and left. What? Not even the Dark Evil King is a match for Yang Fann with the help of the royal family's resources. This lord isn't dreaming, right? In Profound Fiend City, the combat strength of the Profound Fiend King isn't any weaker than that of a low-grade intermediate Dao King. How is this possible? Intermediate Dao King. That Yang Fann is at least an intermediate Dao King. Hiss. Fierce. Ferocious, truly savage. It makes people's hair stand on end. Previously, could it be that the reason why Tuyi Royal City, Divine Eye Royal City, and the other 5 royal cities had reacted so strangely earlier was all because of Tuyi Royal City and Divine Eye Royal City? Hiss. This is not impossible. With the strength of Tu Li King and the others, even with the help of the royal family's resources, it was impossible for them to be a match for an intermediate Dao King. Ruthless man, this Yang Fann is definitely a peerless ruthless man who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Luckily, I didn't act recklessly in the past. Otherwise, the consequences would have been devastating. C3196 Level 7 Great Honored Warrior Tremor. Countless major powers in the Qin Lin Great Chaos were shocked by this intermediate Dao King. Even in the vast Qin Lin Great Chaos, he might not be able to find out the exact number of Dao Kings. Terrifying, many of the great Dao Kings were secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, they didn't provoke that Yang Fann back then. Otherwise, they might have been suppressed today. Even a peak and low-ranked Dao King like the Mystic Fiend King had to pay a painful price. He was lucky enough to survive Dark Star's attack just now. If it was those low and middle-ranked Dao Kings, they would have no chance of surviving soon after. Numerous oracles were transmitted downwards, sweeping across the entire Qinlin continent. Each and every kingdom listed Yang Fann as a taboo. At the same time, the Xuanwang family once again became the center of attention. Countless experts, envy, jealousy, hatred. This Xuanwang family was really lucky to be able to get on Yang Fann's ship. From now on, as long as they didn't offend those ancient powers that had intermediate Dao Kings, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Xuanwang's family could do whatever they wanted in Qinlin Great Chaos. Countless billions of light-years away from Qinlin Great Chaos, Yang Fann continued to plunder the collection of Dao Kings and half-step Dao Kings. He had no idea about his infamous name, and it had completely shaken the entire Qinlin Great Chaos. Even many old monsters who had never appeared in the world had broken through their cultivation because of him. 10,000 years later, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and his face couldn't hide his excitement. Those 13 half-step Dao Kings were nothing, but those 5 Dao Kings were Dao Kings. Each of them was worth 1,000 times more than the previous Dao Kings. 10,000 times more than the half-step Dao Kings. Yang Fann had found 9 Dao King divine weapons, and this wasn't even including the divine seal of the 5 Dao Kings. The other half-step Dao King divine weapons and resources were even more abundant. Especially the Great Dao Divine Source, it was something that couldn't even be stored in a few great worlds that were millions of light-years away. The only flaw was that Yang Fann didn't discover the primordial core required for the cultivation of the primordial divine arts in the hands of these 5 Dao Kings. This made Yang Fann's plan to seize this opportunity to get rid of the thought of the primordial divine arts beginning, but all his efforts were in vain. Otherwise, his overall combat strength would definitely experience a qualitative leap. Adding the advancement in his cultivation base. At that time, it was hard to say whether or not God Lord Qinlin would be a match for him if he truly had the power to run amok in the Qinlin Great Chaos. Whoosh! Yang Fann shook his head lightly and dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart. Regarding the matter of the heart of primordial chaos, he could only think of another way. However, there were 5 Dao Kings, and that massive amount of great Dao divine sources wasn't bad either. If he digested all of them, even if he couldn't raise his cultivation base to the advanced Dao King realm, it wouldn't be too far off. In the next second, a divine light flashed, and countless great Dao divine sources appeared around Yang Fann, filling up the entire world. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique circulated to its limit as Yang Fann crazily devoured the great Dao divine sources around him. Poochie, poochie poochie, every second, every breath, every second, the mountain-like great Dao divine source would crumble into dust. An era later, boom! Yang Fann's aura rose endlessly, and he had successfully advanced to the 4th grade Great Venerable Realm. He had used up less than 1,000 of the great Dao divine sources in his hand, and the remaining Great Dao origin should be enough for him to break through to the 5th grade Great Sovereign Realm. 10 eras passed. A stream of light flashed, and a half-step Dao King appeared within the devouring black hole. After completely swallowing all the great Dao divine sources in his hand, Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at the 5th grade Great Venerable Realm. He had just advanced, and was almost at the peak of the 5th grade Great Venerable Realm. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 18 eras. Buzz! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a hint of disappointment. Looks like these half-step Dao Kings can really give up in the future. In 7 eras, all 13 half-step Dao Kings were devoured and refined by Yang Fann. However, the result disappointed Yang Fann greatly. Not to mention advancing to the ranked 6th Great Venerable Realm, the 13 half-step Dao Kings were still a step away from advancing to the peak of the 5th grade Great Venerable Realm. It only increased his cultivation base by a tiny bit. If he wanted to rely on the half-step Dao Kings to break through, he would need thousands or tens of thousands of them to do so. Even an ancient royal clan like the Profound Evil Divine Clan, which had inherited tens of thousands of Yan-Ians, only had 16 half-step Dao Kings. How many half-step Dao Kings could there be in the vast Qinlin Great Chaos? In the open and in the dark, the total number of half-step Dao Kings could be 4,000 to 5,000. That was the limit, 10,000 half-step Dao Kings. That was something that couldn't be imagined. Fortunately, I've never placed my hopes on these half-step Dao Kings. Those 5 great Dao Kings are the real highlights. Very quickly, a trace of disappointment swept across Yang Fann's eyes. Swoosh! A golden light cut through the void, and the weakest of the 5 Tao Kings, Tao King Moke, appeared in the devouring black hole. Boom! Heaven devouring earth devouring sovereign. His magical energy circulated wildly as boundless power of devouring surged out like a tidal wave, devouring Tao King Moke. Good as expected of a Tao King. Indeed, a half-step Tao King can't compare to him. Yang Fan's eyes lit up. This Tao King Moke's strength of origin was extremely pure. Compared to a half-step Tao King, it was more than 1,000 times stronger. A single person could match up to millions, even tens of millions of half-step Tao Kings. The two were on 2 completely different levels of life. Yang Fan's cultivation base was advancing towards a ranked 6th Grand Monarch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 4,800 eras. Boom! The power within his body was like a mountain flood that had erupted, growing endlessly. He broke through. Yang Fann had successfully taken that step and broken through to the ranked 6th Great Venerable Realm. However, the strength of original life that Tao King Moke had used up was not even 1/10,000th of its original power. It was almost negligible. It had to be said that the King of Great Tao was the King of Great Tao. Unknowingly, 300,000 eras had passed. Within the devouring black hole, Tao King Moke was no longer human. His aura was weak and weak. He was like an old man who was on the verge of death. Not to mention comparing him to the great Tao King, even if he were to compare him to a half-step Tao King, or even a 10th order Great Venerable, he would still be inferior to the King of the Great Tao. 300,000 eras had passed, and his strength of origin had been devoured by Yang Fann. After devouring so many strength of origin, Yang Fann's cultivation base had steadily stepped into the 7th grade Great Venerable Realm. Roar! Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, just you wait. As long as the true spirit is still alive and the Tao King is still alive, I will come back sooner or later. At that time, I will definitely kill all your family members and bloodline descendants. Tao King Moke unleashed the enmity's curse. The true spirit of a great Tao King was fused into the great primordial Tao. As long as the true spirit was not destroyed, it would never die. Even if it fell now, it could be resurrected after endless years. This was the greatest reliance of a great Tao King. You still want to revive? Tao King Moke, have you asked me? Yang Fann sneered and circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique with all his might. Heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, universal world, primal chaos, there was nothing that couldn't be devoured. This included the undying true spirit of the Great Path King. Ah, no, how is this possible? How is this possible? No, let me go, let me go. Tao King Moke's expression changed abruptly. He panicked, completely panicked. He discovered that the imperishable true spirit that he concealed in the Grand Mist Great Tao was being devoured and obliterated bit by bit. Once the imperishable true spirit was completely devoured, it would be the time for him to truly perish. Yang Fann, you must be so ruthless. I am one of the kings under the Divine Master's command. If you dare to kill me, the Divine Master will be furious and will definitely make you die a graveless death. C3197 King of Tao confirming Qin Lin Great Chaos, billions of light years away. Yang Fann sneered. He didn't take the threat of King Moke to heart at all. Before he went into seclusion, he had been rather wary of Divine Lord Qin Lin, but now it was a completely different story. His cultivation had broken through 4 major realms in a row, and he had successfully advanced to a 7th grade Great Venerable. Even Yang Fann himself didn't know what realm his combat strength had reached. Even if he wasn't as strong as a high-level Tao King, he wouldn't be too far behind. Even if he couldn't win against Divine Master Qin Lin, it wouldn't be easy for him to keep him alive. Furthermore, this was only a great Tao King. He still had 4 Tao Kings in his hands, waiting for him to devour and refine them. 3 of them were even higher level and lower level Tao Kings that were 1 level higher than Tao King Moke. At that time, his cultivation base. Even if he could not advance to the 10th order Great Highness realm, he would still be able to advance 2 more levels. It was highly possible for him to reach rank 9. If he were to fight against God Lord Qin Lin, he would have to fight first before deciding who would win. Ah, no, Yang Fann, I don't have much enmity with you, so why do you have to be so ruthless? Let me go, I promise that I won't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. In the future, wherever you go, I will definitely retreat. There's no need. Yang Fann smiled coldly. Promise. These kings of the Great Tao didn't even have a lot of binding force on them, let alone a mere guarantee. There was no binding force at all. No, Yang Fann, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and allow you to control me. Seeing that Yang Fann was unwilling to give in, Tao King Mok was completely afraid. Once his true spirit died, he would truly be finished. There was no way he could be resurrected. At this moment, the pride and dignity of a king of the Great Tao had all become floating clouds. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. He'd cultivated bitterly for over 10,000 eras, experienced a myriad of calamities, and was only able to attain the position of the king of the Tao. How could he perish here just like that? Acknowledged a master, you're not worthy. It would take an unknown amount of time for Mok Tao King, who only had one undying true spirit left, to revive, not to mention that it would take at least hundreds or thousands of years to recover to his peak. Compared to the other kings of the Great Tao, a few hundred to 1,000 years was nothing. In Qinlin Great Chaos, many Great Tao kings had lived for over 10,000 cycles. Some of the old monsters even had tens of thousands of cycles. However, to Yang Fann, who had spent less than 500 billion eras, not to mention a few hundred to 1,000 cycles, even 1 or 2 cycles would take a very long time. At that time, he would have long surpassed the peak Tao kings. A mere intermediate low-level Tao king was nothing to him. With a casual flick of his finger, he would probably be able to kill thousands of Tao kings. How could it enter his eyes? Ah, no, I'm not willing, I'm not willing. Yang Fann, you bitch, I curse you to die a horrible death. Ah. Qinlin Great Chaos, rumble, the mighty figure of Tao King Mok suddenly appeared in the sky above the Qinlin continent. Then, like an inflated balloon, it rapidly expanded. In the end, it exploded and turned into a rain of blood that poured down. Poochie poochie poochie, countless spatial zones, cities, and small chaos were corroded by the rain of blood. Ah, yun, he fell. Tao King Mok, he died completely. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Countless experts widened their eyes in disbelief. The king of the Great Tao, the true spirit entrusting itself to the Great Tao of Hongmeng. The true spirit would never be destroyed, never to be destroyed. Although Yang Fann was an intermediate Tao King and could kill Tao King Mok, he would never be able to destroy Tao King Mok's immortal true spirit. Not to mention intermediate Tao Kings, even those top intermediate Tao Kings had no chance of doing so. In the vast Qinlin Great Chaos, only God Lord Qinlin had personally destroyed Tao King's undying true spirit. But the phenomenon of the Tao King's death couldn't be faked. Just what was going on? Could it be that this Yang Fann is hiding something? It's not like what we imagined. He's only an intermediate Tao King, but a high-level Tao King like His Majesty Divine Master. No, this was impossible. If he really was a high-level Tao King, how could he have allowed the Demon God King to escape under his nose all those years ago? It should be because he had a precious divine artifact that could destroy an indestructible true spirit. It wasn't impossible. In the Hongmeng Heavenly Void, there were 3,000 great chaotic realms. Although there were few divine weapons that could destroy an indestructible true spirit, it wasn't as if they didn't exist. Phew. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him. Otherwise, very quickly, the danger Yang Fann faced in the hearts of the many Tao Kings skyrocketed, surpassing the many intermediate Tao Kings and becoming the second most powerful figure, second only to Divine Lord Qinlin. After all, provoking other intermediate Tao Kings would at most result in their current bodies being destroyed. After several tens of thousands of Yanji cycles, they would be revived and regain their former glory. And compared to the great Tao Kings, the most worthless thing was none other than time. Tuyi Royal City. Tuyi Royal family did not withdraw. Back then, Yang Fann didn't attack them. Obviously, he didn't take them seriously. As long as they didn't seek death and continued to provoke Yang Fann wouldn't come to deal with them. But even so, the days of slaughtering the royal family weren't easy for them. The imperial kinsmen were cowering. Especially with the complete fall of Tao King Mok, it filled the entire Tuyi royal family with an indescribable fear. Their old ancestor was the same as Tao King Mok, a low intermediate Tao King. Yang Fann was able to destroy Tao King Mok's immortal true spirit, but he was also able to destroy their old ancestor. Previously, all the major powers had restrained themselves because they were afraid of Tuyi's rebirth, but now, they no longer had that concern. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange divine light flashed on the ruins of Tuyi Divine Palace. The next second, a person appeared out of thin air. This was a great man with 9 divine eyes, and a terrifying pressure that was hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than that of slaughtering the King of Friendship. With him as the center, it spread out to the surroundings of Tuyi King City. Ah, yes, it's His Majesty, the Nine-Eyed Tao King. Tuya, the only half-step Tao King left in the Tuyi royal family, felt a jolt in his heart, but soon, he was delighted again. The Nine-Eyed Tao King was in Qin Lin's courtyard. He was the most skilled Tao King in the Tao of tracking, and his tracking techniques were unparalleled. Even God Lord Qin Lin was inferior to him. In the vast Qin court, among the many Tao Kings, there was one that was the most terrifying. This Nine-Eyed Tao King would definitely be able to enter the top 5, or even the top 3. Even many intermediate Tao Kings were inferior to him. In the past, when Qin Heavenly Court swept across the Qin Lin Great Chaos, many Tao Kings were discovered by this Nine-Eyed Tao King and mercilessly killed by God Lord Qin Lin. For no reason, the Nine-Eyed Tao King obviously wouldn't come to their Tuyi royal city. One should know that the status of the Nine-Eyed Tao King in Qin Lin's courtyard was far from what their ancestor Tuyi could compare with. Even when Tuyi was still alive, he had never come to their Tuyi royal city, let alone now. It was very likely that he had come here to chase after Yang Fann. As one of the lords of the 36 kingdoms under Qin Lin's court, it was fine if Tao King Mo Ke suppressed him, but he also completely destroyed his immortal true spirit. This was a direct slap to the face of Qin Lin's court. How could the Divine Master not be angry when he saw the face of the Divine Master? Now that the Nine-Eyed Tao King had taken action, perhaps he would be able to discover the whereabouts of that devil, Yang Fann. As long as he could find Yang Fann, with the strength of the Divine Court, it wouldn't be difficult for them to suppress him. At that time, their ancestor would be saved. Your Majesty, you must find that devil C-3198 fight to the death Qin Lin continent, Tuyi royal city. The Nine-Eyed Tao King stood above the ruins of Tuyi's divine palace. Buzz. Suddenly, beams of divine light shot out from his 9 great divine eyes. Countless profound and dazzling divine imprints bloomed. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the entire ruins of Tuyi divine palace. The next second, a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand passed through the time-long river and appeared above the ruins. Vaguely, one could hear the wails of despair. Ah, it was the old ancestor's voice. Not far away, great venerable Tuya's face was filled with despair. What? He couldn't be any more familiar with this voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't the voice of their ancestor, Tuya? In the next moment, Tu Li wobbled and almost fell to the ground. Although he had long understood that his old ancestor had fallen into the hands of that devil, Yang Fann, he had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, he still had a trace of hope in his heart. What if his ancestor was lucky enough to survive the devil's attack? As the king of the great Tao, how many hidden trump cards did his ancestor have? It was not something that a half-step Tao king like him could imagine. Helplessly, the scene before his eyes completely shattered the last trace of hope in his heart. The old ancestor, he really did not escape from that fiend's vicious hands. This palm strike, we have underestimated that Yang Fann. A hint of solemnity flashed through the 9 great divine eyes of Nine-Eyed Tao King. This force was thousands of times stronger than him. One should know that he was no longer the same as before the Qin Lin Great Chaos was unified. He only had the cultivation of a quasi-intermediate Tao King. He had already broken through the shackles and advanced to the intermediate Tao King. Furthermore, he was an intermediate Tao King. Yang Fann's power was actually more than 1,000 times stronger than his. He was definitely the highest grade of intermediate Tao Kings, the expert. He had probably stepped into the high-rank middle-level Tao King realm. In the vast Qin Lin Great Chaos, there were no more than 2 hands that could defeat him. Sure enough, this Yang Fann has already left Qin Lin Great Chaos. Not long after, Nine-Eyed Tao King furrowed his brows. The thing that he was most unwilling to see happened. With his 9-eyed mystical power and the help of the Heaven Surveillance Divine Formation, as long as Yang Fann was still in Qin Lin Great Chaos, it wouldn't be too difficult to find him by consuming some vital energies. However, after leaving Qin Lin Great Chaos, the difficulty of finding the whereabouts of another quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao King would increase exponentially. I hope I can find some clues about Yang Fann in that city. Killing a divine court Dao King in such an unscrupulous manner was like slapping the face of the divine court. Divine Master Qin Lin was furious. If he couldn't find Yang Fann's whereabouts, he would be punished severely. Qin Lin Great Chaos, who knew how many billions of light-years away, the great world created by Yang Fann. God Lord Qin Lin had no idea that with the death of Dao King Mok, God Lord Qin Lin was furious. He sent his subordinates to track down the number one person, Dao King Nine Eyes, to track his whereabouts. Of course, even if he knew, Yang Fann wouldn't care too much. Not to mention that as his cultivation level increased, his secrets became more and more chaotic and obscure. The difficulty of calculating increased exponentially. Even if he accidentally exposed his whereabouts, with his current cultivation level and strength, he wouldn't be too afraid of Qin Lin's divine court. As long as he wasn't in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, even if he wasn't a match for God Lord Qin Lin, it would be very difficult for God Lord Qin Lin to keep him if he wanted to leave. Whoosh! With a flash of light, God Lord Tu Li appeared within the devouring black hole. Rumble! The endless power of devourings were raging crazily. Yang Fann was going all out to devour Tu Yi King's strength of original life. A 7th Order Great Venerable was a 7th Order Great Venerable, and it was far from what a ranked 6th Great Venerable could compare with. Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Even though Tu Li was a peak intermediate low-level Dao King, and his strength of origin was 100 times stronger than Dao King Moke, Yang Fann was confident that he could devour him within 10,000 eras. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras. Very quickly, 3,872 eras had passed. Ah, Yang Fann, you bastard, you will have your retribution. His Majesty the Divine Master will not let you go. You, as well as all your family and friends, will all die. All of you will die. Qin Lin Great Chaos. Rumble. Chaos shook as the shadow of Tu Yi King appeared in the sky above the Qin Lin continent, blocking out the sun. In the end, it turned into an endless rain of blood, engulfing the entire Qin Lin continent. Ah, it's the Holy Slayer King. This. I'm not dreaming, am I? Hiss. This. How can this be so fast? Countless experts were shocked, unable to believe their own eyes. It had only been a short period of time, and even after counting everything, it hadn't even been 4,000 eras. How was it possible for him to kill the Friendship King? However, the King of Friendship was different. Logically speaking, it would take at least twice as much time for the King of Slaughter to kill the King of Slaughter. Even if it was to annihilate two Dao Kings at the same time, it would still have to be after 3 to 500,000 eras. Bitchit! How could this be? The nine-eyed Dao King, who was actively investigating Yang Fann's whereabouts, had an ugly expression on his face. The sudden death of King Tu Li had completely messed up his plan. Compared to the others, the nine-eyed Dao King thought more. Tu Li, a peak intermediate low-level Dao King, only managed to last a few thousand more eras than Dao King Moke. How long could a high-level and low-level Dao King like Divine Eye King last? 10 million eras, a million eras, or even shorter. It was truly hard to say. The more he understood Yang Fann, the more he felt that this person was strange. His cultivation base had exceeded everyone's expectations time and time again. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no matter who it was, they wouldn't believe it. A quasi-high-rank middle-level Dao King would disguise himself as a breath of air, and he would be able to kill countless supreme beings of the level 8. This was a complete disgrace to their great Dao King. No, I have to speed up my progress. Now that two Dao Kings have fallen, if another one were to fall, my days would probably be difficult. In the blink of an eye, 80,000 eras had passed. Bitchit! Where did this Yang Fann hide? Nine-eyed Dao King gritted his teeth. He had used all of his strength in these 80,000 eras. He had even used up a large amount of his yuan energy to calculate Yang Fann's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it seemed like there was no news of Yang Fann in the huge Hung Meng heavenly void. If it wasn't for him reversing time and restoring the battle between Yang Fann and Profound Fiend King, Nine-Eye Dao King would have suspected that Yang Fann had hidden his true cultivation base. It wasn't as he had guessed, it was only a quasi-high-rank middle-level Dao King. Under his calculations, even if Yang Fann was outside of Qin Lin Great Chaos, he should have found some clues. Soon, another 10,000 eras had passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, a storm was brewing. The mighty shadow of the Divine Eye King appeared on the Qin Lin continent. Ah, Divine Eye King, that's His Majesty the Divine Eye King. The third, This is the third king of the Great Path. 3 Hiss. Don't tell me he wants to kill all 5 kings of the Great Tao. Countless experts were dumbfounded. Every Great Tao king was the mainstay of the divine court. Killing all 5 of the Great Tao kings in one go was no longer a slap to the face of Qin Lin's divine court. Instead, it was a direct confrontation with Qin Lin's divine court. Qin Lin's divine court, 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 Qin Lin's divine court. That was a supreme power that ruled over a region of high-level chaos. Even in the 3,000 great chaos regions, it was still extremely ferocious. Even a high-level Tao king would have to consider the consequences of completely falling out with it. He fell. The Divine Eye King fell just like that. The nine-eyed Tao King's heart skipped a beat. An uneasy feeling swept through his heart. Now that even the Divine Eye King's body and soul had been destroyed, the Divine Master would definitely not let him off lightly. At this moment, a high and mighty sound of great Tao exploded in his ears. 9 eyes, 100 eras. I'll give you another 100 eras. I want to know where Yang Fann is. C3199 5 Middle Rank Tao Kings Qin Lin Great Chaos. This 9-eyed Tao King's divine body stiffened. He had never imagined that the Divine Master would send down such an oracle. Even after searching for 100,000 eras, he still hadn't found a single trace of Yang Fann. How could a mere 100 eras be worth mentioning? This was virtually impossible. He wanted to ask for mercy, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he swallowed them. 9 Eyes obeys your majesty's oracle. A mortal emperor had a golden tongue, much less a great lord of chaos like God Lord Qin Lin. The oracle was about to descend, so there was no room for negotiation. Even if he couldn't finish it, he could only brace himself and charge forward. Yang Fann was that Yang Fann. I won't rest until you die. He did not dare to hate God Lord Qin Lin. As the master of Qin Lin Great Chaos, even an intermediate Tao King like him was nothing in God Lord Qin Lin's eyes. He was just a slightly stronger ant, not to mention, his innate soul was still under the control of God Lord Qin Lin. As long as God Lord Qin Lin was willing, even if he was hiding in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void, God Lord Qin Lin could easily find him through that innate soul. He would completely obliterate that undying true spirit. All of this was the fault of Yang Fann. If he didn't suppress the 5 Tao Kings and didn't provoke their Qin Lin court, he would be able to face today's disaster. In the next second, a hint of ruthlessness flashed through the 9-eyed Tao King's divine eye, as if he had made a major decision. Bang! A mystical divine eye suddenly exploded between his brows. In an instant, the profound destiny law enveloped the 9-eyed Tao King's entire body. The vast river of destiny passed through time and space, and countless mysteries of creation converged to form a dazzling star. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was a breath, or perhaps it was a moment. Bang! The dazzling star exploded with a loud bang. Buzz! The remaining 8 divine eyes of the 9-eyed Tao King opened wide, emitting rays of hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, Yang Fann, I've finally found you. Hatred, and irreconcilable hatred. The 9-eyed Tao King, was his origin. Now that he had detonated one of his divine eyes, he had lost 1/9 of his origin. Not only had his cultivation base dropped to the intermediate Tao King realm, even the origin root had been shaken. Without thousands or tens of thousands of years of nourishment, it was virtually impossible for him to recover his damaged original source. And this was even when he was willing to use a massive amount of resources and top-tier divine herbs. Otherwise, that time would double or even more. Qin Lin Great Chaos, who knew how many billions of light-years away, the great world opened up by Yang Fann. With a flash of light, another high and low-level Tao King appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. One after another, extremely pure strength of original life after another flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center. Soon, a satisfied smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. One had to admit that a 9th grade Great Venerable was a 9th grade Great Venerable, not someone that an 8th grade Great Venerable could compare with. The devouring speed suddenly increased by 100 times. 1,000 times. Not only that, Yang Fann was confident that he could devour and refine this heavenly Yang Tao King's strength of origin within 10 eras, even if it was several times stronger than the Divine Eye King's strength of origin. I just don't know if it can help me improve my cultivation base and advance to the 10th order Great Venerable Realm. Yang Fann was a little uncertain in his heart. Although both the Ganyang Dao King and the other Divine Light King were much stronger than the Divine Eye King, whether or not he would be able to advance successfully. It was hard to say. A rank 9 Dao King, a rank 10 Dao King. The difference in rank was the difference between a high-rank Dao King and a peak Dao King. The strength of origin required was not something a rank 8 Great Venerable could compare with. In the blink of an eye, 100 million years had passed. Wang. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light flickered in his eyes, as if he could see through the endless space and time. Soon, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open, and he revealed a mysterious smile. In less than a breath's time, boom boom boom, 5 terrifying auras swept toward them from all directions. Buzz whoosh poochie. In the Hung Meng heavenly void, countless spatial zones had been shattered into pieces. Even the world crystal wall in Yang Fann's world continued to crack like a spider web, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Terrifying, one had to know that under the suppression of the 5 Dao Kings and the numerous Dao Kings and divine tools, even an ordinary intermediate Dao King would have to expend a great deal of effort to shatter the world crystal wall. Yang Fann, get the hell out here and face your death! A roar that sounded like devil gods. A man stepped into the sky and arrived. This was a man with 9 divine eyes. To be precise, there were only 8 divine eyes left, not the 9-eye Dao King who had detonated one of his original divine eyes just to find Yang Fann. Buzz. Almost at the same time, ripples appeared on the void not far away from the 9-eyed Dao King. A 30 kilometers tall king of the Grand Dao that possessed 3 heads and 6 arms and was covered in boundless ancient divine imprints appeared out of thin air. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of voids trembling resounded throughout Hong Meng. A terrifying god of thunder, whose entire body was enveloped by endless thunderbolts, stepped into the sky and arrived. Every step he took left a huge thunder prison behind in the primordial chaos. It could easily destroy a half-step Dao King. Poochie. The void twisted once more, cracking open like a curtain. A peerless demon walked out from within, his every frown and smile extremely enticing. This was definitely something Yang Fann had seen in his life. The most charming person. In the sky, in the ground, in the universal world, all the beautiful women were eclipsed by him. Rumble. A brilliant beam of divine light tore through the skies. Yet another peerless expert tore through the skies. This was a terrifying fire god whose body was covered in endless divine fire. It was as if a single thought of his could burn down all the chaos. Just a tiny spark of flame was enough to send down a world-extinguishing flame and destroy the universal world. 9-eyed Dao King, said the 9-eyed Dao King. 6-armed King, Raymond King, Yi Mei King, Fire Source Dao King, the 5 Dao Kings have come personally. Qin Lin Court thinks highly of me. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and a playful smile appeared on his face. He forcefully read the memories of the 5 Dao Kings' soul. In the vast Qin Lin Great Chaos, there wasn't much of a secret to Yang Fann. With just a glance, he recognized these 5 people. This time, Qin Lin Court had really put in a lot of effort to deal with him. Of the 5 great Dao Kings, not a single one was a low-level Dao King. All of them were intermediate Dao Kings, especially that last Dao King Huo Yuan. According to the legends, he was already a peak intermediate Dao King before the 10,000 Yanji era. Now that the 10,000 Yanji era had passed, even if he hadn't broken through to the quasi-high level, he wouldn't be much different. With the combined strength of the 5 Dao Kings, they could even fight a quasi-high-rank Dao King. If it were him before he went into seclusion, he would have run away with his tail between his legs when he ran into these 5 Dao Kings. He would never be a match for them. But now, after 3 days of separation, he would be treated differently. His cultivation base had broken through 6 major ranks in a row, and he had advanced to the 9th grade Great Venerable Realm. 2. His combat strength had increased by hundreds of millions of times. Even he himself did not know where his limit was. The 5 Dao Kings had arrived at the perfect time. If he could capture them all at once, it would not be impossible for him to become a half-step Dao King or even a true Dao King, let alone a rank 10 martial monarch. An intermediate Dao King, the strength of origin, was not something a low-level Dao King like Tu Li could compare with. Especially a top-grade intermediate Dao King like Huo Yuan, a single person could reach tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of low-level Dao Kings. Right at this moment, Void God Pagoda, suppress. Time and space boom. A dazzling divine beam rose from the top of Fire Source Tao King's head and transformed into an ancient and mighty god pagoda. The divine light glittered and radiated in all directions, sealing off billions of light years of space. Void Divine Pagoda, Superior Intermediate Spatial Tao King Divine Artifact. One of the divine artifacts of Qin Lin's divine court. It was also the reason why Nine-Eye Tao King and the others were able to suppress Yang Fann. Otherwise, although a quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao King wasn't a match for the 5 of them, they didn't have full confidence that they would be able to stop Yang Fann even if they wanted to leave. Yang Fann, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Surrender now. His Majesty is merciful. Perhaps, he will give you a chance to live. C-3200 King of Tao Verification Hung Meng Heavenly Void, outside the great world that Yang Fann had created. Huo Yuan said. King looked down at Yang Fann from above. If Yang Fann could surrender, he would have to bow his head in submission. That would be the best. This was also what God Lord Qin Lin wanted to see. A quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao King could be considered one of the top 10 in the vast Qin Lin Divine Court. It could be said to be one of the top experts in the Great Primal Chaos. If they could take it for their own use, it would be enough to increase the strength of their Qin Lin Divine Court by a lot. Its value was so high that it could not be compared to the 5 low-level Tao Kings, such as the Divine Eye King. Although Qin Lin's Divine Court was the undisputed overlord and ruler of Qin Lin Great Chaos, it didn't mean that they had no opponents or enemies. In Hung Meng Heavenly Void, there were 3,000 great chaotic powers that were comparable to Qin Lin's court and even surpassed Qin Lin's court. Not far away, Nine-Eye Tao King's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Once Yang Fann chose to surrender and join Qin Lin's divine court, it would be very difficult for him to take revenge. At that time, it would be impossible for Fire Source Tao King and the others to help him. He alone wouldn't be a match for Yang Fann even if he was at his peak, let alone losing his divine eye. After losing his source, he would only be asking for humiliation. Unfortunately, God Lord Qin Lin's will was not something he could control. Yang Fann, you mustn't be so cowardly. At this moment, the only thing he could hope for was Yang Fann's stubborn resistance. As if he had heard the prayers of the nine-eyed Tao King, Yang Fann sneered, "You want me to surrender? With just you? Good, that was the case. Don't be afraid, just do it." A hint of surprise flashed across the nine-eyed Tao King's eyes when he heard this. Yang Fann, don't make a mistake. Fire Source Tao King raised his brows. Could it be that little son Yang Fann couldn't see the situation clearly? Among the 5 Tao Kings, the weakest nine-eyed Tao King was an intermediate Tao King at the same level as him, and he was also a peak intermediate Tao King. In addition to the intermediate spatial Tao King divine tool, the Void Divine Pagoda, which could seal time and space, there was no way for Yang Fann to escape even if he used the forbidden divine ability at all costs. One had to know that the Void Divine Pagoda was a superior intermediate spatial Tao King divine tool. Even quasi-high-rank Tao Kings would have to spend some effort to break through the spatial seal. Let me ask you one last question. Do you want to surrender or not? Asking me to surrender, have you asked my fists? Yang Fann, you are courting death. Nine-eyed Tao King was delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he said impatiently, "Brother Huo Yuan, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just suppress him." That's right, with the strength of the 5 of us, we will definitely be able to take Yang Fann down without any injuries. A trace of impatience flashed across the fiery-tempered Raymond King's eyes. In his opinion, there was no need for him to be so long-winded with Yang Fann. Even if he wanted to recruit Yang Fann, it was still not too late to do so after they had taken down the sail. Furthermore, it was far more effective than empty words. As they spoke, boom boom boom, endless lightning dragons burst out from the pores of the Raymond King. In an instant, the void turned into a terrifying thunder prison. Good everyone, attack together and take him down. A fierce light flashed in Fire Source Tao King's eyes and he didn't say anything else. Those who could become a great Tao King were all strong-willed people. How could their minds not be shaken by just a few words of threat from him? Yang Fann, take my attack. Divine ability, Blade of Origin Fire. Hong Long, the divine fire slashed out. It was like the judgment of the great Tao, destroying all ages. Puchi, the 6-armed Tao King's body moved and tore through space. At some point in time, there were 6 divine weapons in his hands, a saber, a spear, a sword, halberd and a shield. Each of them was a quasi-intermediate Tao King divine weapon that had stepped into the intermediate Tao King divine weapon. Under the 3 heads, 6 arms divine ability, the power it could unleash was no weaker than the combined power of 3 quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao Kings. It was a high-rank middle-level Tao King. If one was not careful, he would be a high-rank middle-level Tao King. It could be a big loss. Illusion Dance. The Night Enchantress smiled sweetly. Her body twisted slightly, and she performed a charming dance within the void. Her body transformed into countless figures of the Enchantress, and it shook one's heart and soul. At the same time, streams of charming light radiated out from her body, and enveloped Yang Fann. Once the bewitching light corroded the soul, even the King of Great Tao would become her captive, and become a subject under her skirt. Divine ability of Great Tao, Light of Destiny. Boom boom. Boom. The 9-eyed Tao King's 8 divine eyes opened wide and released rays of light of fate. The rivers of fate pierced through Hong Meng and swept across the heaven and earth. It was obviously not the first time that the 5 Tao Kings had joined forces. This joint attack could be said to be seamless and coordinated. In addition, the Void God Pagoda suppressed space and time. Below the high-level Tao Kings, there were even quasi-high-level Tao Kings. If they were not careful, they could be defeated by them. You do have some skills. If it was before I went into seclusion, this attack might really take my life. Yang Fann nodded his head lightly. Although his combat strength was unparalleled and comparable to the King of the Great Tao, there was still a gap between him and the true King of Great Tao. His true spirit was not entrusted to the great primordial Tao. Once his body and spirit were destroyed, he would truly perish. Unfortunately, you were a step too late. I'm no longer the me from before. What does he mean by that? The hearts of Tao King Firecloud and the others skipped a beat. Vaguely, there seemed to be an ominous omen that engulfed their hearts. At that moment, Yang Fann took a step forward and appeared in front of the 6-armed Tao King. He unleashed all of his strength without holding anything back. Hong Long, an invincible force that was more than 1 trillion times more terrifying than the fire source Tao King rose from Yang Fann's body, instantly taking away the mind of the 6-armed Tao King. Poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and easily grabbed the 6-armed Tao King like an eagle grabbing a chicken. 6-armed Tao King. No, how could this be? The 4 Tao Kings, including Fire Source Tao King, all let out heart-wrenching cries. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They suppressed the 6-armed Tao King with a single strike. They were completely powerless to resist. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it at all. Although the 6-armed Tao King was only a quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao King, with his innate ability, he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his combat strength was almost on par with a high-rank middle-level Tao King. Even a quasi-advanced Tao King wouldn't be able to do it. It was so easy to suppress him with a single palm. Unless the high-level Tao King attacked him personally. But was that possible? If this Yang Fann was the high-level Tao King, why would he let the Mystic Fiend King escape from his hands all those years ago? It was even more absurd to say that he had successfully advanced to a high-ranked Tao King in these eras. That was 100,000 eras, not 100,000 yen eras. Next, it's your turn. Yang Fann turned around and looked at the Raymond King who was the closest to him. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand crushed everything in its path. The terrifying thunder prison was like glass as it was instantly destroyed. No, save me, brother Huo Yuan, save me. He only had time to let out a despairing wail before the Raymond King followed in the footsteps of the 6-armed Tao King. Raymond, high-ranked Tao King, he really is a high-ranked Tao King. Tao King Firesource and the other 2 Tao Kings were extremely shocked. In their eyes, other than fear, there was also fear. At this moment, they finally believed that horrifying fact. We've been deceived. We've all been deceived. The so-called profound evil king was lucky enough to escape. It was all because of Yang Fann that he let the profound evil king escape on purpose in order to confuse them. In just 100,000 eras, he had broken through several major grades, advanced to a high-ranked Tao King, and killed the Fire Source Tao King. He would never believe it. Apart from this explanation, the only other explanation was that Yang Fann was deliberately hiding his true cultivation base. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. This wasn't the first time Yang Fann had concealed his true cultivation base. Phew. Fortunately, His Majesty had foresight and bestowed me with it. Otherwise, we would have been completely defeated today. Yang Fann, don't be complacent. This battle isn't over yet. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Could it be that they still have some trump cards? Yang Fann's heart tightened as he thought of something. Right at this moment, Dao King Huo Yuan's expression turned serious, and he said respectfully, "Your Majesty, please grant me your wish." C-3201 God Lord Heaven battling I Hung Meng Heavenly Void. The battle between Huo Yuan, Dao King and the other 5 intermediate Dao Kings and Yang Fann was really exciting. Initially, they thought that with the strength of these 5 Dao Kings, they could easily suppress Yang Fann, who was a quasi-high-rank middle-level Dao King. Never did they expect that Yang Fann had hidden himself so deeply. A high-ranked Dao King was actually a high-ranked Dao King who was on the same level as their Divine Master. In less than an instant, he had taken down the 6-armed Dao King and the Raymond King, 2 intermediate Dao Kings. The scariness of his strength made them suffocate. At the last moment, Dao King Huo Yuan had finally used his final trump card. Boom! A terrifying aura that blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun radiated from the body of the fire source Dao King, crushing towards Yang Fann wave after wave. Bang! That great world had finally reached its limit. It turned into the most dazzling fireworks, blooming with its final light. The next second, a figure walked out from behind Dao King Huo Yuan. As the figure walked, a rare phenomenon was taking place in the sky, as if his physique was. It was as if he was born with the ability to absorb all the light. As he walked, as the starlight descended, the sacred light continued to pour down. Every splash was like a broken galaxy, and the stars fell. There were all sorts of strange phenomena, and there was a kind of colorful concept. Very quickly, the human figure within the endless divine light gradually revealed its true form. It was a handsome middle-aged man with a pair of eyes that looked as if he was the ruler of the world. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows, like a pearl embedded in it. It was extremely mystical. This man's aura was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of a peak intermediate Dao King like fire source Dao King. Yang Fann only needed to slightly concentrate his mental energy, and he would be able to detect the terrifying qi that was as deep as the ocean coming from this man's body. Divine Master Qin Lin. Naturally, a person appeared in Yang Fann's mind. In the vast Qin Lin great chaos, there was no other person besides God Lord Qin Lin who could give him such a dangerous aura. Something's not right. Suddenly, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and created a clone. The person in front of him was only a clone of God Lord Qin Lin, not a true body. It looks like I've underestimated this God Lord Qin Lin. The pressure unleashed by a clone was no weaker than his, and if it was a true body, just how powerful would it be? This Divine Master Qin Lin's true cultivation was very likely to be a top-rank high-level Dao King, or perhaps even a quasi-top-level Dao King who had just stepped into the peak Dao King realm. But soon, Yang Fann's furrowed brows relaxed. Even if Divine Lord Qin Lin's true body was far stronger than his current cultivation base, it didn't matter. As a high-level Dao King, if he wanted to leave, even if Divine Lord Qin Lin came personally, it would be very difficult for him to stop him. The only pity was that with the protection of Divine Lord Qin Lin's clone, it would be very difficult for him to take down the 3 intermediate Dao Kings. This loss was not an ordinary one. Hoo-hoo. On the other side, the Night Demon King and the 9-eyed Dao King both heaved a long sigh of relief. They were saved. They were saved. They were not unfamiliar with this Divine Master's clone. It was one of the clones of their great Divine Master, God Lord Tian Mu. His combat strength was so powerful. It was far from what an ordinary soul duplicate could compare with. He had the strength to fight an intermediate high-level Dao King. With his protection, he would definitely be able to ensure their safety. Yang Fann, I, Qin Lin, have no intention of becoming your enemy. As long as you release the Raymond King and the others, the grudge between you and Qin Lin will be resolved. How about this? God Lord Tian Mu gave Yang Fann a deep look. If Yang Fann was only an intermediate Dao King, then even if he was a quasi-high-grade Dao King, he would never have the qualifications to make the Qin Lin court compromise, but if he was replaced by a high-level Dao King, it was another concept. Furthermore, this Yang Fann wasn't as simple as just advancing to a high-level Dao King. The strength he had just unleashed could be considered outstanding even amongst intermediate high-level Dao Kings. With this expert, even his true body wouldn't have more than half of the hope that he would be able to leave behind. It was not worth it to completely fall out with an intermediate Dao King just for the sake of 3 low-ranked Dao Kings. Once he held a grudge and wanted revenge, apart from Divine Master Qin Lin, all the other Tao kings in the Qin court would be in danger of dying if they left the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Especially Yang Fann's mysterious origin. Up until now, none of them had found out anything about him. There was no connection between him and them, which made him worry. You want me to let them go? God Lord Qin Lin, I'm afraid you still haven't woken up. Yang Fann gave God Lord Tian Mu a sideways glance. What kind of joke was this? How could a fat sheep be sent back? It was still the same as before. It was as light as a feather in one sentence. Unless Yang Fann's head was kicked by a donkey, he would not let him go. Yang Fann, do you really want to be my enemy? God Lord Tian Mu frowned. In his opinion, he had already given Yang Fann face by letting bygones be bygones. If you want them, show them your means. That's perfect. I'll use you to test the results of my cultivation in these eras. Yang Fann sneered, and his combat intent soared. How many eras had it been since he last met an opponent who was equally matched? It was cold at the top, and it was hard to find an opponent. I hope this divine Lord Qin Lin won't disappoint me. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and tore open the spatial zone, lunging at God Lord Tian Mu. Roar, Divine Master Qin Lin, take my punch boom. The terrifying force that was comparable to an intermediate high-rank Tao King exploded out, shattering Hong Meng. It was a battle that could be fought at any time. It was swift and decisive. Yang Fann, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Die now. A hint of anger flashed across God Lord Tian Mu's eyes. This Yang Fann was truly shameless. Hong Long, Hong Long. Instantly, the two gigantic gods, one gold and one silver, collided with each other. Their fists and palms collided. In all directions, the world seemed to be in chaos. It shattered into pieces. It was as if the entire Hung Meng heavenly void was going to be destroyed by them. 3 Hiss. This was the power of a high-level Tao King. Terrifying fire source Tao King and the other 2 Tao Kings all sucked in a cold breath of air. Their bodies couldn't help but withdraw. Under the terrifying tide of energy, these intermediate Tao Kings were like a lone boat in the middle of a furious ocean. They were in danger of being overturned at any moment. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful, truly wonderful. God Lord Qin Lin, come again. Yang Fann wildly laughed, his fists like 2 massive chaotic pillars, charging forward without restraint. For so many eras, he had never used all his strength to fight so happily. 9 rotations of dry yang, 1 solar sky boom. A bright sun the size of chaos rose from the top of Yang Fann's head. The strength of Yang Fann's body increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times. This was a forbidden divine ability controlled by the Ganyang Tao King. As far as Yang Fann was concerned, the 9 changes of the forbidden divine ability that was passed down from generation to generation in Xuanwang's family could no longer keep up with his pace. Even if he used the power of the 9th changes, it wouldn't be able to increase his combat strength by much. Only the forbidden divine ability controlled by these great Tao Kings could make his combat strength experience a qualitative leap. Forbidden divine ability. Fuck this. Yang Fann is crazy. God Lord Tian Mu couldn't believe his eyes. Both of their cultivation base and strength were at the intermediate. Even if he used the forbidden divine ability, the most he could do was to defeat Yang Fann. There was absolutely no hope that Yang Fann would be able to suppress him. As long as his head wasn't squeezed by the door, he wouldn't be this crazy. High-grade Tao Kings like them would need at least a little bit of their origin to recover. In order to do so, they would need at least 100 times more time. The 9 rotations of the dry yang, the glorious sunlight of the second sun. Bastard, you still dare to come? Do you really think you can defeat me? No way. Tian Mu will die and the god of death will save you. Qin Lin Great Chaos, above the 9 heavens of Qin Lin Continent, the supreme Qin Lin Court. Boom. A terrifying aura that made intermediate Tao Kings despair rose from the center of Qin Lin Court. Bang bang bang. In an instant, countless experts knelt on the ground in Qin Lin's courtyard. They kept calling out for the eternal undying emperor. What a good Yang Fann. It seems like I have to make a trip personally. C3202 half-step Tao King Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Rumble rumble, rumble, rumble. 2 great terrifying great gods, 1 gold and 1 silver, collided with each other crazily. Endless mushroom clouds kept rising from all directions. It was as if the tribulation had descended and the grand mist had collapsed. The 3 Tao Kings, including the Fire Source Tao King and Night Succubus King, had long retreated billions of light years away. They looked at the 2 giant gods at the center of the explosion with respect. The invincible power far exceeded their imagination. If they were in their shoes, they would have been ruthlessly blown up without any chance of fighting back. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. Dao Heart's warning. Could it be? Very quickly, Yang Fann's heart shook, as if he had thought of something. It seemed like this battle couldn't continue. This God Lord Tian Mu was not alone. He was just a clone of Divine Master Qin Lin, and both his true body and clone shared the same thoughts. At this moment, God Lord Qin Lin most likely already knew about this battle. With the strength of God Lord Qin Lin's cultivation and the guidance of his clone, it would not take much time for him to reach this place. Although he was confident that even if God Lord Qin Lin's true body came, he would still have a great chance of escaping, but he would have to pay a hefty price. At that time, he might not even be able to devour the remaining two high and low-level Dao Kings, and he might not even be able to make up for his loss of origin energy. It was absolutely impossible for him to take down God Lord Tian Mu in a short period of time. Even if it was Huo Yuan and the other two who were watching the show, with God Lord Tian Mu present, they had no confidence that they could suppress one of them. There was no need for him to continue the battle. Besides wasting unnecessary resources, there were no other benefits to be gained. Bang! After a round of fierce attacks, God Lord Tian Mu was temporarily forced to retreat. Yang Fann gave God Lord Tian Mu a deep look. Divine Master Qin Lin, the mountain never turns and the water turns. We will meet again in the future. His words had yet to fade. Yang Fann's speed suddenly increased by a large margin. In an instant, he broke through the seal of the Void Divine Pagoda and disappeared from God Lord Tian Mu's sight. What a good Yang Fann, he's really decisive. God Lord Tian Mu looked at the spot where Yang Fann had disappeared with some unwillingness. With a single glance, he had almost arrived. In at most half a cup of tea's time, his true self would arrive here, but in the end, he still forcefully suppressed the unwillingness in his heart. His true combat strength was slightly weaker than Yang Fann's, and he didn't have any high-grade spatial Dao King divine tools in his possession. Yang Fann wanted to leave, but there was nothing he could do about it. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, boom! A awe-inspiring power that was hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than God Lord Tian Mu swept over in a mighty manner. The next second, a majestic figure that was tens of thousands of light years tall and was even bigger than one of the top-grade small chaos appeared in God Lord Tian Mu and the other's line of sight. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is eternal and immortal. This sovereign, Tian Mu, was incompetent and was unable to keep that Yang Fann. God Lord Tian Mu looked apologetically at Divine Master Qin Lin. Tian Mu, there is no need for this. It was I who underestimated that Yang Fann. Divine Lord Qin Lin waved his hand. If he had known that Yang Fann was an intermediate high-level Dao King, he would definitely have sent his true self to deal with him instead of just sending his clone, God Lord Tian Mu, to follow Fire Source Dao King and the others. But now, it was too late for regrets. They had to suffer this loss even if they didn't want to. It was a pity for Six-Armed and Raymond. An intermediate Dao King was a very precious combat strength even for a huge monster like Qin Lin's Divine Court. Qin Lin's Divine Court had existed for nearly 1,000,000 years, but they had only managed to accumulate 15 intermediate Dao Kings. The loss of 2 intermediate Dao Kings was enough to shake the foundation of the Divine Court. Yang Fann, just you wait. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Time flew by. 100 years had passed. In Hungmang Heavenly Void, there was a grand mist storm. Buzz. The void twisted and a person appeared out of thin air. Like mice that had seen a cat, the terrifying primal chaos hurricane that could tear apart a top-level Grand Monarch in the surroundings retreated, not daring to get close to it. This person was none other than Yang Fann. Soon, a silver ray of light blossomed from the center of the storm like the first ray of light when the chaos first broke out. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a great world. 1,000,000 years later, a hint of surprise climbed onto Yang Fann's face. He had to admit that an intermediate Dao King was an intermediate Dao King. The wealth of their wealth was incomparable to those low-level Dao Kings. No matter if it was the Six-Armed Dao King or the Raymond King, their collection was more than 1,000,000 times better than the sum of the 5 Dao Kings. Just the number of Dao King divine weapons alone was more than 20. There were many top-grade divine herbs, and even many low-level Dao Kings would go crazy for them. It was a pity that Yang Fann still couldn't find the primordial heart required for the cultivation of the primordial divine arts on the Six-Armed Dao King and the Raymond King. He didn't know when he would be able to cultivate the primordial chaos divine body. Phew. Yang Fann took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. There was always a road ahead of the mountain. If an intermediate Tao King did not have one, he would look for a high-level Tao King in the future. If a high-level Tao King couldn't do it, there was still a top-notch Tao King. As long as his cultivation base continued to improve, there would come a day when he would be able to have a taste of what he wished for and obtain the heart of Grandmist. The top priority now was to convert the resources in his hands into cultivation strength. He didn't want to see God Lord Qin Lin again, so he had to continue fleeing. Buzz, a divine light flashed, and a massive amount of great Tao divine sources appeared in the world. After breaking through 6 major ranks and advancing to the 9th grade Great Venerable, the speed at which Yang Fann refined the great Tao divine sources had become many times faster. In less than 1 era and 2 intermediate Tao Kings, the great Tao divine source that could cover tens of thousands of worlds with a diameter of over 1,000,000 light-years was completely devoured by Yang Fann. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that his cultivation base had not made much progress. Not to mention advancing to the half-step Tao King realm, he had barely reached the peak of the 9th grade Great Venerable realm before even reaching the threshold of the 10th grade Great Venerable realm. Soon, another 10 eras had passed. Puchi, the Ganyang Tao King, was the last low-level Tao King in Yang Fann's hand. It had used up the last trace of the strength of origin and turned into a flying ash. The next second, boom, the long river of the great Tao pierced through time and space. The immortal true spirit of the dry sun Tao King slowly left the long river of the great Tao and was devoured by Yang Fann. 100 million years later, Yang Fann opened his eyes and revealed a hint of disappointment. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for these low-level Tao Kings to be eliminated. 2 high-grade and low-grade Tao Kings had only barely allowed him to break through a minor realm and advance to the 9th grade Great Sovereign Extreme stage. If he wanted to rely on high-grade and low-grade Tao Kings to advance to the 10th grade Great Sovereign realm, he would need at least 10 or 8 of them. Fortunately, he had unexpectedly obtained 2 intermediate Tao Kings. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many eras it would take for him to break through. Intermediate Tao Kings are indeed intermediate Tao Kings. Indeed, they are not comparable to low-level Tao Kings. The purity of a 6-armed Tao King's strength of origin was 1,000 times purer. It was more than 10,000 times stronger than a dried-up Yang Tao King. Adding the huge number of them, one person could match up to tens of millions of dried-up Yang Tao Kings. And this was only a quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao King, while the Raymond King was a genuine high-rank middle-level Tao King. The strength of origin was even greater than that of the 6-armed Tao Kings. With these 2 intermediate Tao Kings, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the half-step Tao King realm. It was just that he didn't know if he could take the last step and break through to the great Tao King realm. Soon, 10,000 eras had passed. The 6-armed Tao King had shrunk by a circle. The strength of origin on his body had been depleted by nearly 1%. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the peak of the 10th grade, and he was only a step away from advancing to the half-step Tao King realm. 0 The breakthrough is today. Roar half-step Tao King. Break at C3203 Chaotic Star Ocean Hung Mang Heavenly Void, in the middle of a chaotic storm. Bang 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 boom. Yang Fann's strength was like a tsunami, growing crazily. Soul Realm. Even Yang Fann, who was not inferior to a high-level Tao King, had no bottlenecks at all. As long as the resources were in place, advancing to the half-step Tao King realm was a piece of cake. After devouring nearly 1% of the strength of origin of a quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao King, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally broke through the limit and started advancing to the half-step Tao King realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In all directions, it was a huge. The space was shaking and twisting. It was as if it was bowing its head and worshipping. This was the result of Yang Fann using a large number of low and middle-grade Tao King divine artifacts to suppress the surrounding space and time. Otherwise, this vast divine might could easily destroy this primordial storm and destroy countless space-time. 100 eras later, 6-armed Tao King's strength of origin was once again depleted by nearly 1,000th. Yang Fann's pressure had finally reached its peak. At this moment, if someone stepped into the great world, that person would surely step into it. Even a high-level and low-level Tao King like the Divine Eye King would be crushed to the ground in an instant, and wouldn't be able to move. Tens of millions of years passed. Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and he couldn't conceal the excitement on his face. Powerful unprecedented strength. A half-step Dao King was a half-step Dao King, far from being comparable to a Tier 9 great honored warrior. Right now, just his pure divine body alone was enough to sweep away most of the peak and low-grade Dao Kings. His overall combat strength was terrifying, and even a top-rank high-level Dao King wouldn't be much weaker than him. Even if Divine Lord Qin Lin's true body was here, the victor would still have to fight first. Whoosh! After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. I wonder if the remaining resources will allow me to take that step. If I can successfully advance to the Great Dao King, my combat strength will surely undergo a qualitative transformation. Not to mention the Advanced Path King, even among the Peak Path Kings, there were probably very few who could defeat him. However, Yang Fann didn't have much hope in this. Although he still had a perfectly intact high-rank middle-level Dao King and a 98% six-arm Dao King with the strength of origin in his hand, a half-step Dao King wanted to take that final step. The resources needed to break through to the half-step Dao King realm was far greater than the resources needed to break through to the Peak Sovereign realm. Even if it was 100,000 or 1,000,000 times more than that, it was still possible. I'm just thinking too much right now. Once I've completely refined the six-armed Dao King and the Raymond King, everything will be clear to me. The next moment, boom, endless power of devouring surged out from the black hole center, crazily devouring the strength of original life of the six-armed Dao King. 80 eras later, rumble, on the Qin Lin continent, a storm was brewing. The six-armed Dao King phantom appeared out of thin air. Ah, the six-armed Dao King has fallen. Bitch it, how can it be so fast? After the death of the Ganyang Dao King and the others, God Lord Qin Lin's expression suddenly changed. He immediately realized that it would be the six-armed Dao King and Raymond King's turn next. But he had never imagined that it would be this fast. It's only been a short period of time, yet it hasn't even been 11,200 eras. Even he, a top-rank high-level Dao King, might not be able to smash it in such a short period of time. He had completely destroyed a quasi-high-rank middle-level Dao King, let alone an intermediate Dao King like Yang Fann. Could it be that Yang Fann was hiding something? Gulp this. This shouldn't be possible. However, for some reason, he still felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Yang Fann was truly a little too evil. He had surprised everyone time and time again, and he was unfathomable. Nine Eyes, have you found Yang Fann's whereabouts? He had already lost a quasi-high-rank middle-level Dao King. Divine Master Qin Lin really didn't want to lose another high-rank middle-level Dao King like the Raymond King. Otherwise, the loss of their Qin court would be too great. However, Divine Lord Qin Lin was destined to be disappointed. After advancing to the 10th grade, Yang Fann wasn't someone the nine-eyed Dao King could track, let alone after advancing to the half-step Dao King realm. Unless the nine-eyed Dao King was able to self-destruct all of his divine eyes at all costs and derive it at the cost of his life, he might even be able to track Yang Fann's whereabouts. However, the nine-eyed Dao King was clearly not that great. God Lord Qin Lin would not allow the nine-eyed Dao King to sacrifice himself to track Yang Fann's whereabouts. In God Lord Qin Lin's heart, the nine-eyed Dao King's status wasn't any lower than the Raymond King's. In fact, it was even higher than the Raymond King's. 800 eras passed. Boom, the winds and clouds on the Qin Lin continent changed once more. A rain of blood rained down, corroding countless spaces. Ah, Raymond. Divine Master Qin Lin let out a heart-wrenching howl. Although he knew that the death of the Raymond King was only a matter of time, he still couldn't accept that all of this had become reality. There were so many Yanji eras, but none of the intermediate Dao Kings in Qin Lin's divine court had fallen, let alone two of them. Yang Fann, you bastard, I won't let you go, I won't let you go. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of regret. As he expected, two intermediate Dao Kings were not enough for him to take that critical step, the King of Dao verification. He didn't even see the shadow of the King of Dao. If he wanted to truly advance, it would be more appropriate to exchange it for two high-level Dao Kings. What should I do next? Continue pulling Qin Lin's hands. A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This time was different from the past. He had lost so many kings of the Great Path. The entire Qin Lin continent would surely be alarmed and heavily guarded. God Lord Qin Lin had set up a trap and was waiting for him to take the bait. Although his combat strength had increased dramatically after advancing to the half-step Dao King realm, he was still confident that he would be able to take the bait. Even the true body of God Lord Qin Lin, Yang Fann, dared to fight him. But that was in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, not the old lair of God Lord Qin Lin in the Qin Lin Great Chaos. As the master of the Great Primal Chaos, the power that God Lord Qin Lin could exert in the Qin Lin Great Chaos. He was a true Tao King who far exceeded his true cultivation. In the Qin Lin Great Chaos, there was no guarantee. He would definitely be able to defeat God Lord Qin Lin. The Golden Abyss Great Primal Chaos was one of the 3000 Great Primal Chaos. Similar to the Qin Lin Great Chaos, it was also a part of the 108 Great Chaos. However, its ranking was slightly lower than the Qin Lin Great Chaos, which was around 80. It could be considered a medium-grade Great Chaos, which was slightly lower than the high-grade Great Chaos. Unlike the Qin Lin Great Chaos, which only had one main continent, the Qin Lin continent, the great chaotic world of the Golden Abyss was a star chaos. It contained countless life stars. A large number of life stars gathered into the star domain and the Sea of Stars. The chaotic star ocean was a special place in the Great Chaotic Golden Abyss. This was the most chaotic place within the Great Chaotic Metal Abyss. There were no rules at all. There was no law to speak of. It was the hell of the weak. The heaven of experts followed the law of the jungle. It was also because of this that countless expert supreme elders who refused to obey the rules were hiding here. Legend had it that even the high and mighty king of the great Tao existed in this chaotic sea of stars. The Southern Sparrow Star was a top life star in the chaotic galaxy. Within the Great Chaotic Golden Abyss, there were countless life stars. All life stars could be divided into 4 energy levels: the top, high, intermediate, and low. Each of the top life stars was guarded by a great venerable, or even a half-step Tao King. For example, the master of the Southern Sparrow Star, the Southern Sparrow Star Lord, was a half-step Tao King. The Southern Sparrow Star, the Myriad Treasures building, faintly had the title of the #1 restaurant on the Southern Sparrow Star. On the 9th floor of Myriad Treasures restaurant, a table by the window was filled with various delicacies. All of them were the signature dishes of Myriad Treasures restaurant. Any one of them was worth no less than 1,000,000 great Tao divine sources. Many 9 heavens paragons might not be able to afford this table of delicacies even with all their belongings. A cunning rabbit has 3 holes. There really is this Raymond King. He actually hid his treasure vault in the chaotic Golden Abyss Star Ocean. C3204 Tao King. Sparrow, Wanjun Lu. Yang Fann casually sat at a window seat and poured himself a cup of wine. After thinking for a long time, Yang Fann still did not rashly head to Qin Lin Great Chaos. With his current cultivation and strength, he was still far from being able to defeat God Lord Qin Lin in Qin Lin Great Chaos. God Lord Qin Lin's nearly 1 million reserves of the Yanji era was not something he could imagine. If he was not careful, he might even be left behind in Qin Lin Great Chaos by God Lord Qin Lin. It wasn't that Yang Fann hadn't thought about sending his clone to sneak into the Qin Lin Great Chaos, but after some thought, he gave up on this idea. Although he had advanced to the half-step Tao King realm along with the power of the Soul Duplicate. At most, it was comparable to a top intermediate Tao King like the Fire Source Tao King. With this power, he could deal with those low-level Tao Kings. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a piece of cake. However, if he wanted to suppress an intermediate Tao King, he wouldn't have the strength to do so. Even the weakest of the low-grade intermediate Tao Kings had a high chance of escaping from him. A mere low-grade Tao King was nothing compared to Yang Fann. Even if he could capture all the low-grade Tao Kings in Qin Lin Great Chaos, it wouldn't be able to match an intermediate Tao King, and it wouldn't increase his cultivation base by much. Unless Yang Fann was willing to spend a huge amount of resources to create a main combat clone like Divine Master Qin Lin. However, there was no need for that at all. If he really had so many resources, wouldn't it be a waste to use them to improve his cultivation base? God Lord Qin Lin's clones were all God Lords, so which one of them consumed more resources than all the wealth of a low-tier high-ranked Tao King? In fact, they even exceeded that of a low-tier Tao King. Not to mention that the amount of time he had used up was in the thousands to tens of thousands of Nanji trials. For an old monster like God Lord Qin Lin, who had lived several tens of millions of Yanji mechanisms, thousands or tens of thousands of Yanji mechanisms were nothing. But for Yang Fann, even in his mother's womb, he didn't even have 500 billion era. He didn't even have a fraction of a Yanji. He might as well spend thousands or tens of thousands of Yang cycles to create some sort of main battle clone. He might as well find a place to close up and enter death seclusion. No matter how strong his accumulation was, he would be able to easily take that step and become a king of the Great Tao after closing up for thousands or tens of thousands of Nanji. He couldn't go to Qinlin Great Chaos for the time being. Yang Fann finally arrived at the Great Chaotic Golden Abyss, the Chaotic Star Ocean. After devouring and refining the Raymond King and Six Arms Tao King, Yang Fann forcefully read their souls' memories at the same time. As expected of an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he was well versed in the principle of not putting an egg in a basket. Each and every one of them had left behind a lot of trump cards, and some of them were even left outside the Qinlin Great Chaos. And in this chaotic galaxy, there was a treasure trove of the Raymond King. Of course, there were layers of traps and restrictions placed by the Raymond King in this treasure. Even if a few peak intermediate Tao Kings were to barge into this place, they would still be covered in dust. However, to Yang Fann, the so-called traps were nothing. After pushing all the way, he easily took out the Raymond King's treasure vault. I didn't expect to bump into a human on planet South Sparrow. All of a sudden, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Don't look at these eras. Most of the people he met were human. However, the truth was, these were mostly humanoid humans that looked like humans at most. There was still a huge difference between them and pure-blooded humans. Even Yang Fann had some doubts about whether the true human race only existed in small chaos. It wasn't impossible. In fact, most of the races only had their footprints in the chaos. Putting aside the 3000 Great Chaos, even the most ordinary low-grade small chaos would at least have the cultivation base of Third Empyrean if they wanted to break through the chaotic crystal wall and enter the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Looking at Yang Fann's journey, a Third Empyrean didn't seem to be a big deal. In the Qinlin Great Chaos, compared to the expert, there were as many as the stars in the sky, and there were countless of them. However, the truth was, for Third Empyrean paragons and the vast majority of tribes, they were all legends. Yang Fann and the others were in chaos. If it wasn't for the sudden emergence of a monster like Yang Fann, not to mention a Third Empyrean Supreme Being, even a second-layer Supreme Being wouldn't be able to find a single person. It's just that the situation of my kind isn't looking good. Myriad treasures building, millions of miles away. A handsome young man dressed in a white robe with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes was covered in blood as he fled in a sorry state. In his hand, he was holding a beautiful young lady who was about 18 years old. Her face was extremely pale and there was no blood on her face. It was a pity to see her. Boom! A stream of crimson divine flames descended from the sky, directly blocking their path. In an instant, the divine flame transformed into a flaming divine armor. A divine flame mark was dancing on young man's forehead. It was the pressure of a nine heavens supreme being. It was a mighty pressure that was pressing down on the man and woman. This wasn't the end. Another wave of fiery light descended from the sky. It appeared around the man and woman, and surrounded them in a circle. There were a total of 16 people. All of them wore red-colored glass armor, and their auras were overbearing. All of them were 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, and a few of them had even stepped into the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign stage. It wasn't difficult to tell that the identity of the young man with the flaming divine armor was extraordinary. The supreme beings of level 8 weren't cabbages on the roadside, and they were placed in a marquee kingdom like the dark green marquee kingdom. They were able to become the elders of a region and have 16 supreme beings of the level 8 protecting them. Even the young lords of many duchies didn't have the qualifications to do so. Lowly human aphids, the person I like. Hand over that beauty obediently. Then, surrender without a fight. If I'm happy, I can spare your dog life. The young man with the flaming divine armor looked down at the man and woman from above. His gaze towards the girl was filled with greed and heat. Young Star Lord Nan Yun, we, Master, are great sovereigns of Dragon Star. On account of us, young Star Lord, please let us leave the planet. The human youth gritted his teeth and brought out his backer. There was no way he could defeat them, let alone the fact that the planet was their nest. Just these people in front of them were not someone that their senior and junior brothers could deal with. Now, he only hoped that Master's reputation could make this young Master feel some fear. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the young Master of Southern Cloud City burst into laughter, as if he had just heard a huge joke. A mere old man of Dragon Star, do you think he is worthy enough for me to give him face? Great Venerable Dragonstar was only a third-order Great Venerable, and he was the son of the Southern Sparrow Star Lord, one of the few heirs that he doted on the most. Not to mention a third-order Great Venerable, even a fifth-order and ranked sixth Great Venerable wouldn't be taken seriously by him. One had to know that his father, the South Sparrow Star Lord, was a half-step Tao King, and one of the top overlords of the chaotic star ocean. Aphids, no one will be able to save you today. It's your human race's #1 expert, Grand Monarch Ming Luo. How dare you come here? I, Nan Ke-shing, will have to be a good man with my tail between my legs. You. The human youth gritted his teeth. He wanted to retort, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he swallowed them. Their human race was not weak, but compared to the Southern Sparrow clan, the top overlord of the chaotic star ocean, they were not the slightest bit inferior. Even a 7th grade Grand Monarch like Grand Monarch Mingluo was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in the eyes of a half-step Tao King like the Southern Sparrow clan's Star Lord. Could it be that my junior martial sister and I really can't escape this calamity today? Before they knew it, their gazes met, and they vaguely saw the determination in each other's eyes. Even if he died, he would never fall into the hands of this devil, Nan Yun. Otherwise, what awaited them would be death. Right at this moment, a disdainful voice came from all directions. Lowly ant, are you trying to bully us humans? C-3205 Who the hell do you think you are? You deserve me to give you face the golden abyss. Great chaos, the Sparrow Star. Shui Ang and Master Yuhei heard this. Their hearts leapt with joy. These words seemed to belong to the seniors of the human race. The darkness in his heart, a corner of his heart was torn apart, emitting a glimmer of hope. Who would want to die like this? They were still young and had yet to reach the great honored warrior realm. There was still a great future ahead of them. However, their expressions soon darkened. Even if a senior of the human race was willing to save them, could he really save them from the Southern Sparrow planet? They were only a first-rate race, and the strongest among them, Grand Monarch Minluo, was merely a 7th grade Grand Monarch. Compared to a hegemon like the Southern Sparrow clan, they were far inferior, not to mention the fact that this was the home of the Southern Sparrow clan, the Southern Sparrow Star. Unless the mighty half-step Tao King personally took action. Otherwise, even a peak rank 10 martial monarch would not be able to guarantee that he would be able to protect their master and sister. Who are you? Come out! The South Cloud young Star Lord's face turned cold as he let out a stern shout. Even though it was very likely that the newcomer was a human Grand Monarch, he didn't have the guts to interfere in this matter. However, so what? This was their planet South Sparrow, and even the Grand Monarch's expert had to obediently coil around him. Buzz. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a young man who was wearing a long black robe. He looked to be in his 20s, and he looked very young. His aura was flat from top to bottom. If it wasn't for the fact that he had torn apart the space and arrived here, no one would treat him as an expert. The newcomer was none other than Yang Fann. It wasn't easy for him to meet a pure-blooded human in this foreign land, so he had to help him no matter what. Their human race wasn't a lowly race that could be stepped on by any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Strange, who is this senior? A hint of doubt flashed across Shui Ang and Yuhi's eyes. As the direct disciples of the Dragon Star, one of the few major powers of the human race, they were quite familiar with the human Grand Monarchs. However, none of them had such a name. Could it be a new Grand Monarch of the human race? Right at this moment, Yang Fann gave the Nanyun young Star Lord an indifferent glance and said, "Ant, you can't insult the human race. Just kill yourself. I'll give you a complete corpse." "What?" the young Star Lord asked. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? That human actually made the Southern Cloud young Star Lord commit suicide. Could it be that he has gone mad? All the experts that were attracted to the scene widened their eyes. They couldn't believe their ears. How could a mere human Supreme Lord dare to speak? Crazy, this human must be crazy. The Southern Cloud young Star Lord was one of the most doted direct descendants of the Southern Phoenix Star Lord. Even the half-step Tao King didn't dare to say that he wanted to end his own life. Lowly human aphid, you've successfully angered me. I will make you regret coming to this world. Young Master Nan Yun's voice was calm, but it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Up until now, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Old Gu, take him down for me. Wang. Ripples appeared on the void as a person appeared beside the Southern Cloud young Star Lord. This was a terrifying man with a devil horn, a height of 3 meters, and an eerie devil chi surrounding his body. It's Grand Monarch Evil Bone. The Southern Cloud Young Star Lord's Tao Protector is actually him. Looks like the position of the Southern Cloud Young Star Lord in the heart of the Southern Phoenix Star Lord is even above our imaginations. With this, that human exalt will probably be in trouble. In all directions, many experts were looking at Yang Fann with pity in their eyes. Grand Monarch EGU was a top-tier expert in their chaotic star ocean. He was already a 5th grade Great Venerable before the 800 Yanji era. After the 800 Yanji era, even if he didn't break through to the ranked 6th Great Venerable realm, he wouldn't be much weaker. In the entire human race, except for the number 1 Great Venerable, Grand Monarch Mingluo, who was able to suppress Grand Monarch EGU, almost no one was a match for him. However, this human Grand Monarch before him was clearly not Grand Monarch Mingluo. Human aphids, how dare you oppose my young master? Dai Great Honored Warrior EGU let out a ferocious laugh. The devil cheese around his body started boiling, turning into a demonic head with countless mysterious seals engraved on it. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Fann. Be careful, my lord. Shui Ang and Yu He's expressions changed drastically. They cried out in alarm. That terrifying devil head seemed to be able to devour their souls with just a glance. In the blink of an eye, ants you're courting death. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he shouted. Boom! A terrifying sound wave swept across the surroundings, and instantly destroyed the devil's ghost head. Bam! The sky collapsed, the earth cracked. Grand Monarch Vile Bone didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into dust. Silence! The silence in the surroundings was terrifying, as though it was a grave. Ah! Die dead. Grand Monarch EGU died just like that. This isn't a dream, is it? How is this possible? Top Supreme Venerable, he is a top-ranked 10 Grand Monarch. Hiss. The expert looked at Yang Fann with a hint of fear in their eyes. To be able to kill Grand Monarch Evil Bone so easily, even a 9th grade Great Venerable would find it hard to possess such power. Only a 10th grade Great Venerable could possess such a terrifying power. No wonder he dared to not put the young Star Lord in his eyes. Although a peak 10th Order Great Honored Warrior was not a match for the young Star Lord, it would not be easy for him to make the young Star Lord stay behind. If he was not careful, he might have to pay a price. What a good clan. They hid it really well, and not a single word of it was leaked. It seemed like his attitude towards the human race would change in the future. The human race that possessed a peak rank 10 martial highness was already considered a quasi-overlord race in this chaotic star ocean. Even the overlord factions that possessed a half-martial monarch would not dare to provoke the human race unless it was absolutely necessary. Elder Gu, no, this isn't true. It was not true. Young Planet Lord Southern Cloud's jaw dropped, and his voice was practically crazed. He could not accept all of this. How could a mere human possibly possess such an expert? Aphids, why aren't you ending your own life? Do you want me to send you on your way? Gasp. He can't be serious, right? Gasps of cold air could be heard from the surroundings. It was fine that he had killed Grand Monarch EGU, but the young master of the Southern Cloud Planet was the beloved son of the Southern Phoenix Planet Master. If he were to die here, it would mean that he would not rest until the Southern Phoenix Planet Master died. Even if this human was a peak rank 10 Grand Monarch, he would not be able to escape death in the end. After all, this was the Southern Sparrow Star. The power that the Southern Sparrow Star Lord could unleash here was far from what an ordinary half-step Tao King could compare with. Human, you. Upon meeting Yang Fann's cold gaze, the young Star Lord of South Cloud was startled. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He could tell that this madman wasn't joking with him. He really wanted him to die. Instantly, an indescribable fear engulfed his heart. Could it be that I'm going to die under this lowly human's hands today? I haven't even reached the Great Venerable realm yet. How can I die here just like that? Aphids, I was kind enough to leave you a set. If you don't want it, then let's just leave it to the flying ash. No, hold on, a voice suddenly sounded in the void. Traces of golden light burst out and turned into a golden divine armor giant. It stood tall and strong, sweeping away everything in its path. It's Grand Monarch Jin Jie. Looks like young Master Nan Yun is saved. Grand Monarch Jin Jie was the left and right arm of the Southern Sparrow Star Lord. He was a peak rank 10 Grand Monarch. He could even be considered one of the best among the peak rank 10 Grand Monarchs. Uncle Jin, Save me, the Southern Cloud young Star Lord was like a drowning man who had caught hold of his life-saving straw as he let out a hysterical wail. This human friend, my young master, is too much and has offended you. Could you spare him this time on my account? Grand Monarch Jin Jie cupped his fist toward Yang Fann and said. I'll give you face. Who do you think you are to give me face? C-3206 Yuan Ming thought to himself, chaotic star Sparrow. Yang Fann looked down at Grand Monarch Jin Jie. His voice was calm, as if he was looking at someone in front of him. It wasn't a peak 10th grade Grand Monarch at all, but a lowly aphid. SS's. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? In an instant, the surrounding expert gasped once more. They were all peak 10th grade Grand Monarchs. How could this human Grand Monarch dare to speak to Grand Monarch Jin Jie in such a manner? Grand Monarch Jin Jie, on the other hand, was even more infuriated by the fact that one Buddha had appeared and two Buddhas had ascended to the heavens. He thought that Grand Monarch Jin Jie would be able to roam freely in the scattered star seas. Even a half-step Tao King would have to give him face in the thousands of Yanji eras. When had he ever been slapped in the face like this? Bastard, shameless, today, you will pay the price for your words. Kill. Profound light divine sword boom. Killing intent burst out from Grand Monarch Jin Jie's eyes. The sword chi around his body was moving at high speed, sharp and sharp. The aurora and the light were destroyed. Thousands of different laws were flashing crazily, forming a deadly divine sword that slashed towards Yang Fann. Grand Monarch Jin Jie did not hold back at all in this attack. He even used his authority to mobilize a portion of the power of the Southern Sparrow Star. The power of the sword tore through the air, catching up to the full power of the half-step Tao King. Flashing is useless. Yang Fann smiled coldly and pointed his finger out. It looked so ordinary and casual. However, in the eyes of Grand Monarch Jin Jie, it was like a pillar that could hold up the sky, penetrating the chaos, like a poem or a myth. It instantly took over Grand Monarch Jin Jie's mind. In less than an instant, the profound light divine sword and Grand Monarch Jin Jie, which had been showing off, had all turned into flying ashes, as if they didn't exist in this world at all. Ah, no, I'm not dreaming, am I? Dead. Great honored warrior Ginger died just like that. How is this possible? In all directions, a group of expert great sovereigns were extremely shocked. Their eyes were as wide as fish eyes, and they looked as if they were about to burst out from their sockets. It was the 10th order great honored warrior, Grand Monarch Jin Jie. It wasn't Grand Monarch Vilebone. Even a half-step Tao King wouldn't be able to kill a 5th grade Grand Monarch like him in a single blow. Wrong. We were all wrong. How could this human be a peak 10th order Great Lord or a half-step Tao King? He was simply a half-step Tao King, and a peak half-step Tao King that stood above most half-step Tao Kings. This time, the Southern Cloud young Star Lord had completely kicked a steel plate, and it was still the 100-million-year-old cold iron. Although his status was noble, and even a peak 10th order great honored warrior had to be courteous to him, he was still far from being a true half-step Tao King. It was a supreme expert that could stand on equal footing with his father, Star Lord Southern Sparrow. Aphid worm, it's your turn now. Yang Fann's cold gaze landed on the young Star Lord. No, I don't want to die. Save me, father, save me. Young Master Nan Yun staggered and nearly fell from the sky. He howled incessantly, and even howled incessantly. Even Grand Monarch Jin Jie, a peak 10th grade Grand Monarch, had fallen at the hands of this human. At this moment, the only person who could save him was his father, the Southern Sparrow Star Lord. Buzz. A brilliant divine fire descended from the sky, and soon, a peerless expert emerged from within. And that young Master Nan Yun, the Star Lord, was somewhat similar. His aura was so terrifying that even Grand Monarch Jin Jie was no match for him. It was none other than the Star Lord of the Southern Sparrow Star, the Southern Sparrow Star Lord. You, unfilial son. The Master of the Southern Sparrow Star glared at the young Master of the Southern Cloud Star Lord. Grand Monarch Egu aside, Grand Monarch Jin Jie was his right-hand man, and only 2 of his subordinates could be compared to him. The death of Grand Monarch Jin Jie had almost shaken the foundation of the South Cloud Star. All of this was caused by unfilial son. If Nan Yun wasn't talented enough to enter the top 3 among his many heirs. If it was any other son with the potential to become a peak great venerable or even a half-step Tao King, he would have known about this unfilial son with his own hands a long time ago. The next second, He turned around and looked at Yang Fann. "Sir," said Yang Fann coldly, "although I, unfilial son, was the one who was in the wrong, you are still cruel and merciless. You have killed 2 of my family's great sovereigns in a row. Isn't that a little too overbearing? Today, if you don't give me an explanation, don't blame me for being ruthless." Destroying 2 of their great sovereigns in a row on their Southern Sparrow Star was a direct slap to the face of their Southern Sparrow Star Lord. If he didn't care about it, he would become the laughing stock of the world. No one would be willing to work for him in the future. "Let me give you an explanation. Ant, who do you think you are?" Yang Fann sneered. Even a top-rank high-level Dao King like Divine Master Qin Lin. A mere Dao King wasn't even an aphid, yet he still wanted him to give him an explanation. What a joke. Gulp, gulp. No way, how could he dare, how could he dare? Although they had witnessed Yang Fann's arrogance before, they still couldn't believe their ears. Ant, he actually called the Southern Sparrow Star Lord as an ant. Unbelievable, truly unimaginable. Even the high and mighty king of the great Dao wouldn't dare to corrode the South Sparrow Star Lord like this. As one of the top overlords of the chaotic star ocean, the main cultivation base of the South Sparrow Star was not something that an ordinary half-step Dao King could compare with. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to gather so many top-notch great sovereigns under his command. Coupled with the geographical advantage, the South Sparrow Star Lord could be said to be unmatched under the Dao King. Even if the king of the great Dao came personally, he might not necessarily be unable to contend against it. Good human race, you dare to look down on me like this. You're the first. The voice of the Starlord of the Southern Phoenix clan was icy cold, and it caused one's hair to stand on end. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Die, this human bastard must die, otherwise, how could he, the Southern Sparrow Star Lord, still stand in this chaotic star ocean? Roar. Southern Star Formation, activate. Boom boom boom. Endless starlight shot up from all directions. Like peerless true dragons, they gathered towards the South Sparrow Star Lord. In an instant, the pressure around the South Sparrow Star Lord increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and it seemed to surpass that of a half-step Dao King. Roar human, die swoosh. An ancient star shattered the void, and with an unstoppable momentum, it rammed towards Yang Fann. The Southern Star Pearl, the lifeblood divine artifact of the Southern Sparrow Star Lord, was refined from a high-grade life star. It could be said that there was only a single opportunity left. It would be able to transform into a Dao King divine weapon. This collision was so terrifying that it almost had the power of a low-grade Great Dao King at the 8th level. Under the Great Dao King level, even if some top-notch half-step Dao Kings did not receive the help of a divine artifact, they would still lose a layer of skin under the South Star Pearl even if they did not die. Puny tricks, break it for me. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open. A hint of disdain flashed across his face. As usual, he lightly pointed his finger out. Bang! The sky and the earth split apart. The Southern Sparrow was like a dazzling firework that exploded, burning away all of his final brilliance. Ah! Poof! Southern Sparrow Star Lord Yang Tianyi. His aura was extremely weak, as if he had fallen from the level of a half-step Dao King. Both of his eyes were fixed on Yang Fann, and his face was filled with disbelief. No, King of the Great Dao, you are the King of the Great Dao. To be able to shatter his South Star Pearl so easily. This power was absolutely not something that a half-step Dao King could possess. It was even not as simple as a low-level Great Dao King. Roar. Unfilial son, you tricked me. At this moment, the heart of the South Sparrow Star Lord had really been cut into pieces. Why did he give birth to such a bastard? If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled this unfilial son to death the moment he was born, so that I wouldn't be scammed by him in the future. Ah, spare my life, please spare my life, Your Majesty. No, Your Majesty, Yuan Darkness, please save me. Oh, Southern Sparrow Star is willing to join the royal palace of Yuan Darkness. C-3207, I'll give you one word, that's death. Chaotic Star C, Sparrow. The South Sparrow Star Lord let out a heart-wrenching wail. It was a moment of life and death. As long as he could save his life, he would not hesitate to become a subordinate even if he lost his freedom. Your Excellency, please stop. An ethereal voice that sounded like a dream swept over from all directions. This is the voice of His Majesty Yuan Darkness. Who? The heart of the South Sparrow Star Lord relaxed. He had finally managed to preserve his life. His Majesty Origin Darkness. He was also the King of the Great Dao. Furthermore, he was a high-ranked Dao King. Even if this human Tao King was an intermediate Tao King, he would still give His Majesty Yuan an face. And that unfilial son, it would be hard to calm the anger in his heart if he didn't teach him a bloody lesson. If it wasn't for the fact that unfilial son didn't know the difference between life and death, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. He had no choice but to join the Dark Origin Palace and become the servant of the Dark Origin Palace's king. All of this was unfilial son's fault. But soon, the expression of the South Sparrow Star Lord changed again. His pupils dilated, and his face was filled with disbelief. What did he just see? The human Tao King didn't take the words of the Yuan Demon King to heart at all. The heavenly pillar-like finger continued to press down on him. No, how could this be? Ah, save me, Lord Yuan, and save me. In less than an instant, bam, the Southern Sparrow Star Lord turned into a dazzling firework, ending his long life. Silence. The massive Southern Sparrow Star was completely silent. The experts' eyes were all wide open, not daring to believe their own eyes. How dare he, how dare he? Although many of them did not know who His Majesty Source Darkness was, given the cultivation base and strength of the planet master of the Southern Sparrow Star, anyone who could be addressed as His Majesty by him must be the Supreme King of the Great Tao. To be able to mercilessly kill the South Sparrow Star Lord under the command of a Great Tao King was like slapping His Majesty Source Darkness in the face. Even if they were both Great Tao Kings, they should still think twice before acting. Was it worth it to provoke a Great Tao King for such a small matter? In the end, the one at a disadvantage from the start was the Southern Sparrow Star Lord. Moreover, knowing that the other party was the Queen of the Great Path, as long as the Southern Sparrow Star Lord wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he wouldn't be able to continue protecting the Southern Cloud Young Star Lord. He might even directly punish the South Cloud Young Star Lord. Boom! A terrifying devil chi descended from the sky like a pillar that could support the heavens, piercing through the heavens and earth. Within the devil chi stood a peerless devil god. It was more than 1,000,000 miles tall, and there were thousands of demonic arms and thousands of demonic eyes on its body. A twisted, dark, and evil aura radiated from its body, sweeping across the entire Southern Sparrow Star. ZZZT, ZZZT, Kai, above the South Cloud Star, all living beings below the Supreme Realm were turned into demons in an instant. Even the faces of the low-level Supreme Realm experts were twisted, showing signs of turning into demons. Human, how dare you? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Yuan thought to himself as Wang Qian's demonic eye cold shine flickered. There was a big reason why Yang Fann didn't give him a reasonable explanation and wanted to teach him a lesson. The South Sparrow Star Lord was nothing. He was merely a half-step Tao King. In the eyes of these great Tao Kings, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. What the Deep Origin King truly valued was his face. The Southern Sparrow Star Lord had just chosen to seek refuge with the Deep Origin King, but he was mercilessly killed. If this matter wasn't brought back to him, how would the people of the world view him? What? You want to stand up for this aphid? Yang Fann looked at Yuan Ming King with a playful look. Human, you have to look at your master when you beat a dog. The Southern Peacock Star Lord is my man. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? A cold killing intent surged out from Yuan Ming King's body, corroding the voids in all directions. You want an explanation, right? I'll give you one word, and that's death. A ferocious smile flashed across Yang Fann's face, as if he didn't put this hidden secret king in his heart. In the Qin Lin Great Chaos, Yang Fann still had some scruples, but in the Great Chaotic Golden Abyss, no one could truly endanger his safety. Unlike the unified Qin Lin Great Chaos, the Great Chaotic Golden Abyss was a chaotic place. All the heroes had their own territories, and all the kings were fighting for supremacy. The strength of these kings of Great Tao was far from comparable to Divine Lord Qin Lin's. Human, very good, you have succeeded in angering me. Yuan Ming secretly thought that Wang Chao could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and slapped him in the face. Not only did he not dare to speak, he even dared to speak to him in such an arrogant manner. Who did he think this human was? Those old intermediate Tao King realm monsters. The human race was not a race that had been born at the beginning of the chaos. It was just a lowly race that had not been passed down to 10,000 eras. Their foundations were limited. To be able to give birth to a king of the Great Tao was a great miracle. They still wanted to have an intermediate Tao King. What kind of joke was this? Was it possible? As they spoke, boom boom boom, endless devil cheese emerged from Yuan Ming King's body. He looked like a peerless fiendish demon who had transcended the time-long river and returned to this era. This is old man Yuan An's aura. What happened that caused old devil Yuan An to make such a huge fuss? Very quickly, the ancient existences in the chaotic star ocean were alarmed. One after another, terrifying spiritual consciousness crossed realms and arrived. The weakest of them were half-step Dao kings who had stepped into the realm of Dao kings, and many of them were true kings of the great Dao. Under the unification, the overall strength of Qin Lin Great Chaos was far above the Golden Abyss Great Chaos. However, in terms of the number of experts, it was the exact opposite. Especially those low-level Dao kings, they were far from what the Qin Lin Great Chaos could compare with. One had to know that the 9th level of the Qin Lin Great Chaos, and even more resources, were all provided for Divine Lord Qin Lin's cultivation. Furthermore, with the Heaven Surveillance Formation monitoring Qin Lin's continent, it was virtually impossible for other powers to give birth to a great Dao king without Qin Lin's approval. Many Heaven's Pride evildoer didn't dare to take that step lightly. Ever since Qin Lin's faction took control of the Qin Lin Great Chaos, countless half-step Dao kings had fallen during the time of their advancement to the Dao King realm. On the contrary, there wasn't much to worry about in the great chaos of the Golden Abyss. Chaos was a huge advantage for those ambitious people. The man is a stranger to me. When did I have such a king of the great path in the chaotic galaxy? To be able to instantly kill the South Sparrow Star Lord with a single finger, he must at least be a low intermediate Dao king. This time, there will be a good show to watch. I wonder who the final victor will be. The kings of Great Dao watched all of this with interest. The battle of the King of Great Daos was not something that could be easily encountered. Up until now, there had been close to the 1000 evolutions era in their scattered star seas, and there had never been a battle between Dao kings. Human, die for this king. Thousand-eyed demonic light boom boom rumble. Thousands of demonic eyes opened at the same time, and countless mysterious seals appeared, turning into rays of destructive demonic light that destroyed the ages. The 3000 evolutions era has yet to be seen. Old man Yuan An's cultivation had improved by quite a bit, and he was probably only a step away from becoming a Dao king. He wondered how that human Dao king would be able to stop old devil Yuan An. This was his destiny, magical power. No, I'm not here dream on how is this possible. C3208 Invitation, the great chaos of the Golden Abyss, the chaos of the Sea of Stars. The kings of the Great Path and the half-step Dao kings all stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to believe what they had just seen. What did they see? Just like that, the insufferably arrogant King Yuan secretly was suppressed by a single palm. No, this is impossible, it's not true. This is not true. Yuan Ming King was a quasi-peak low-rank Dao king who had just stepped into the peak low-rank Dao king realm. Even that quasi-intermediate Dao king would never be able to defeat him with such a powerful strike. Gulp, gulp, intermediate Dao king. Could he be an intermediate Dao king? Is this possible? According to what they knew, the youngest intermediate Dao king had cultivated bitterly for 100,000 eras. As for the human race, ever since the first generation of humans had been born, there had been less than 10,000 eras. To be able to become a Dao king in such a short period of time was a great fortune. However, the scene before them didn't seem to be fake. When a person was hallucinating, it could not be that everyone was hallucinating. Among them, there was no lack of peak and low-rank Dao kings, and even quasi-intermediate Dao kings. Could it be that this person is not from our Jin Yuan Great Chaos? Suddenly, a spirit light flashed within the sea of consciousness, and a hint of understanding appeared on his face. If that was the case, then everything made sense. In their Golden Abyss Great Primal Chaos, the human race was merely a small race with less than 10,000 eras of inheritance. However, in the other Great Primal Chaos, that might not be the case. Perhaps the human race was some sort of overlord of the Great Chaotic Lands. The Hung Meng Heavenly Void had 3,000 Great Chaotic Realms. Even if they were the kings of the Great Dao, it would be very difficult for them to understand all of them. Especially those 12 Great Primal Chaos, which were even more mysterious and unfathomable. Southern Sparrow Star. Collapse. Young Master South Cloud's mind completely collapsed. Woo. Just which great god did I provoke? It was one thing for his father, this half-step Dao king, to be instantly killed by a single finger. Now, even the Source Secret Realm king was suppressed by a single palm. That was the supreme great Dao king. Was there anything more horrifying than this? Wasn't it just two lowly human aphids? Great Dao, why are you doing this to me? Regret, endless regret, devouring his soul. If he had known earlier that he would provoke such a monster, even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't have had any ideas about these two. Isn't it just a human beauty? With his power, what kind of woman can't he get? Why hang herself on this tree? Aunt, no one is coming to save you now, so just go on your way obediently. Yang Fann's cold gaze landed on the young Star Lord of Southern Cloud City. Ah, no, please spare my life. Master, spare my life. Young Master Nan Yun shivered all over, and he couldn't be bothered to continue regretting as he begged bitterly. He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. It was just that Yang Fann wasn't moved at all. They had agreed to send him on his way, so there was no way he would stay until tomorrow. Poochie, Nan Yun's young Star Lord and the 18 Supreme Guards of Level 8 were all turned into dust, as if they didn't exist at all. In the next second, a ripple appeared in the space, and Yang Fann disappeared into the void. Yang Fann didn't intend to have a deep communication with the great chaotic metal abyss. The two of them belonged to different types of chaos, and the relationship between them was just like that. Considering that they were both humans, saving them once was the limit. Yang Fann didn't want to waste his time and energy on them, so he didn't want to waste his time and energy on them. After a while, only then did the huge sparrow hawk start whispering. Gulp, gulp, really, His Majesty Origin darkness was really suppressed. Hiss. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The human race is really going to rise up this time. Unknowingly, the numerous experts looked at Shui Ang and Yuhi who were floating in the air. They were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why wasn't that lord born in their clan? How could a mere human be able to produce such ultimate experts? To be able to suppress the Source Secret Realm King so easily, this power was a first-class ultimate expert even amongst the many great Dao Kings. With it as a backing, in the future, the human race would be able to do whatever they wanted in their chaotic star ocean, and even in the great chaos of the Golden Abyss. As for some of the races that held grudges against the human race, they were in even more of a constant state of anxiety. If the human race were to wait for an opportunity to take revenge on them, what would they do? It was hard to say whether or not they would need to personally take action. There were some powers who would stand up for the human race. In this world, there was never a lack of people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. If he could get on that lord's good side, in the future, even the king of the great Tao would have to give them some face. No, they had to immediately ease their relationship with the human race. If they really couldn't, they could only give up on their ancestral foundation and go to another place. Huang Long Xing. This was a high-level life star in the chaotic star ocean. Shui Ang and Master Yuhei stood respectfully in front of a dignified middle-aged man. This man was 40 years old. He was wearing a silver light, a star dragon robe, and looked mighty and extraordinary. He was none other than Shui Ang and the other's master, Great Venerable Dragon Star. You guys, what do you want me to say about you guys? Great Venerable Dragon Star smiled bitterly, as if he had failed to live up to his expectations. It wasn't easy for him to have the chance to get in touch with the human race's Tao King, but these two evil disciples had taken the opportunity given by the heavens for nothing. Shui Ang and Yuhi lowered their heads in shame, their hearts filled with regret. They had missed such a good opportunity just like that. For such a peerless mighty figure, just a little bit of something leaking out from his nails would be enough for them to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. When was it not good for them to be in a daze? And it had to be at that time. He really regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. It was virtually impossible for him to miss this opportunity and encounter it again. Chaotic Star Ocean, somewhere in the starry sky. Wang. The void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. Boom! A divine light flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen through everything. Come out. What, do you want me to invite you out? When he left the Southern Sparrow Star, Yang Fann had already noticed that someone was secretly following him. He just wanted to see what the other party was up to, and pretended not to know about it all along the way. Brother, don't be angry. I have no ill intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared on the void in front of Yang Fann, and a person appeared. This person had the head of a dragon and the body of a human. Starlight glittered all over his body. As soon as he appeared, all kinds of stars fell from the sky, and the terrifying phenomenon of the Twilight of Gods appeared. Compared to the aura of Wang Chang, who was suppressed by Yang Fann, Wang Chang's aura was even more terrifying. It was more than 1 billion times stronger. It was not much weaker than the 6-armed Tao King, a quasi-high-rank middle-level Tao King. This was a intermediate Tao King, and he was also a intermediate Tao King. What business do you have with me? Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he went straight to the point. If he couldn't give him a reasonable explanation, Yang Fann didn't mind taking down this intermediate Tao King. An intermediate Tao King was at least a piece of fat meat, and it could increase his cultivation base by a little bit. Xing Huang, how should I address you, brother? Yang Fann, seemingly able to see the trace of impatience on Yang Fann's face, the desolate Star Tao King stopped talking and went straight to the point. Brother Yang, I have discovered the ruins of the chaotic Star King. I wonder if Brother Yang is interested in joining forces with me to explore it. C-3209 Ruins of the Chaotic Star King. The ruins of the Chaotic Star King. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He was no stranger to the name Chaos Star King. This was the master of the chaotic stars ocean in ancient era. It was said that he had already stepped into the ranks of high-level Tao Kings. It was one of the most powerful experts in the great chaotic golden abyss. However, the chaotic Star King had suddenly disappeared 300,000 years ago, and there was no longer any news about it. From that time onward, the chaotic star ocean had become completely chaotic, and there was no end to the battle. The ruins of the chaotic Star King represented an enormous amount of resources. As the master of the chaotic stars ocean and a quasi-high-level Tao King, the wealth of his family was far from what a high-ranked middle-level Tao King like the Raymond King could compare with. If he could plunder everything in it, his harvest would be no less than suppressing a high-ranked middle-level Tao King. But soon, a trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If he really discovered the ruins of the chaotic stars King, the desolate Star Tao King would surely make a fortune by monopolizing everything within the ruins. How could he reveal this information to him? This was completely illogical. He had no relationship with this chaotic stars King at all. As if he had. Seen through Yang Fann's doubts, the desolate Star Tao King explained, Brother Yang, to be honest, the ruins of chaotic stars King are extremely dangerous. Even I am not confident that I can escape unscathed. Not only you, Brother Yang, I have also invited a few other Tao Kings to explore the ruins of chaotic stars King. If he was confident, he wouldn't invite the other Tao Kings. Wouldn't it be nice to monopolize the remains of chaotic stars King? It would be enough for him to do so in a short period of time. His cultivation base had increased by a large margin, which meant that he would be able to break through to the high-ranked middle-level Tao King realm in one go. It was highly possible. All right, I'll accompany you on this trip. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann nodded and agreed. It wasn't that he completely believed the words of the desolate Star Tao King, it was just that Yang Fann had full confidence in his own cultivation base and strength. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were useless. It was just a high-ranked great chaotic world. Yang Fann didn't think that there was anyone here who could truly endanger his life. It was fine if this desolate Star Tao King didn't have any ulterior motives. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't mind letting him know what regret was. But how should we divide the resources we found? Brother Yang, I have already discussed with the other Tao Kings. We will divide the resources according to our contribution. However, I have discovered this ruin, and the manpower is also organized by me. Therefore, no matter what kind of resources we find, we must have a layer of me. What do you think, Brother Yang? All right, sure. Yang Fann nodded his head. As the organizer and the discoverer of the ruins, there was nothing wrong with the fact that the desolate Star Tao King occupied a layer of resources. When will we set off? Brother Yang, is there anything you need to prepare? If not, I'll contact the other Tao Kings immediately. We can go there now. Then let's go now. Ready. There was no need for that. Yang Fann didn't believe that there was anything in the ruins that could put him in danger. If that chaotic Star King had that ability, he would have long swept across the 8 desolates and unified the Golden Abyss Great Chaos. He wouldn't have ended up in a situation where there was no news of Yanji and his fate was unknown. Alright, Brother Yang waited for a moment. I'll contact those people right away. Less than an hour later, 12 more people appeared beside Yang Fann and the desolate Star Tao King. Each of them had a powerful aura, like a chaotic sea of stars, looking down on the world. A casual step toward the void had caused the 4-direction space to collapse. The weakest of them all had an aura of 10 billion, 100 billion times stronger than that of Yuan Ming King. There were even 3 intermediate Tao Kings. Even the strongest person had an aura that was slightly stronger than Desolate Star Tao King. It was not inferior to the six-armed Tao King that was swallowed by Yang Fann. 9 quasi-intermediate Tao Kings and 3 intermediate Tao Kings. Looking around, greed flashed in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes. Including Desolate Star Tao King, there were a total of 4 intermediate Tao Kings. If these 13 Tao Kings were killed in one go, the harvest wouldn't be much worse than swallowing the 6-armed Tao King and the Raymond King. It was enough to increase his cultivation base and strength by a notch. However, after thinking for a moment, Yang Fann suppressed the impulse in his heart. Now wasn't the time to make a move. Everything would wait until they entered the Chaotic Stars King's ruins. At that time, there would be no lack of opportunities to make a move. They were only temporarily in an alliance, not really united. Ordinary resources and treasures were nothing, but when it came to top treasures, it was inevitable for intermediate Tao Kings and divine tools to fight each other. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's set off. After a brief introduction, the Desolate Star Tao King directly slapped the board and said. One day later, Wang. The void twisted and formed a wormhole. Yang Fann and his group of 15 stepped out from it. We're here, that's the place. That star is the ruins of the Chaotic Stars King. Desolate Star Tao King pointed at a huge star in front of him and said. That's the ruins of the Chaotic Stars King. Many Tao Kings' eyes flashed with doubt. The star in front of them, apart from its huge size, which was much bigger than many top life stars, had no other special characteristics, especially the strength of origin, which was even more ordinary than many low-level life stars. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a useless star. Could it be born within it? Half-Step Martial Saint was a huge mystery. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem to be the location of the ruins of Chaotic Stars King. Everyone, don't doubt it. That star is extremely dangerous. I once sent a large number of experts into it, but none of them were unexpected. They all fell on this star. Among them, there are 3 half-step Tao Kings. The Tao Kings were startled. Only Tao Kings like them would be able to bury a half-step Tao King in the vast chaotic ocean. No matter how dangerous the other danger zones and forbidden zones were, the half-step Tao Kings would always want to leave. It was not a big problem, not to mention the loss of 3 half-step Tao Kings at once. Buzz, buzz, wang. Very quickly, the eyes of the Tao Kings flickered with a divine light. All sorts of great Tao runes appeared, wanting to see through the actual state of the stars. In an instant, in the eyes of the Tao Kings, the ordinary star that they could destroy hundreds of millions of times with a single breath turned into a terrifying devouring black hole. Horrifying power of devourings burst out from it, as if they wanted to devour his mind. Many Tao Kings felt uneasy. Danger. As long as they dared to take a step into that star, they would be in danger of dying. It wasn't simple. This star wasn't simple at all. The Desolate Star Path King did not lie to them. It was very likely that it was really the ruins of the Chaotic Star King. One had to know that these people were either quasi-intermediate Tao Kings or true intermediate Tao Kings. Ordinary ruins of intermediate Tao Kings would never give them such a sense of danger. What should they do? Should I continue? Some quasi-intermediate Tao Kings started to retreat in their hearts. That sense of danger couldn't be fake. If they were careless, they might really die. Right at this moment, the Desolate Star Tao King smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry too much. Although the ruins are dangerous, with our lineup, even if the Chaotic Star King comes back to life, we are no match for him. However, even if he wants to leave, he can't do anything to us. It's just a ruins. We can definitely destroy it in one go." C-3210 Danger. The great chaos of the Golden Abyss, the chaos of the Sea of Stars. As soon as Tao King Xingwang finished his words, the gloominess in the hearts of the other kings of the great Tao dissipated. That's right, they didn't explore the ruins of the Chaotic Star King alone. 5 intermediate Tao Kings and 9 quasi-intermediate Tao Kings. It wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, the combat strength that could be unleashed wasn't 1 + 1. That was a straight line of improvement. Even if the Chaotic Stars King was revived, they would not lose the ability to fight. At least, they were confident that they would be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, time was ruthless. 300,000 cycles had passed, and under the erosion of the time power, the danger of the Chaotic Stars King's ruins would definitely be greatly weakened. As long as they were careful, they wouldn't be in danger of dying. Everyone, if there are no other problems, we will set off now. After pondering for a moment, the desolate Star Tao King spoke again. Brother Star Wilderness, I have no questions. I'm fine with it too. The kings of the Great Path shook their heads. Although some of them still felt a trace of uneasiness in their hearts, the greed in their hearts quickly suppressed that trace of uneasiness. The Chaotic Stars King was not an ordinary Tao King. Looking at the history of their Golden Abyss Great Chaos, the Chaotic Stars King could steadily enter the top 20, and even charge into the top 10. A treasure like this that was left behind by expert might not even be able to be encountered once in the 100,000 years of the Yanji era. Any random treasure would be sufficient for their strength to increase by a level. If they were to give up just like this, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Many quasi-intermediate Tao Kings viewed this trip as the key to their advancement to the intermediate Tao King. In the eyes of other intermediate Tao Kings, a treasure that could allow a quasi-intermediate Tao King to take the final step was a supreme treasure that could be counted on one's fingers. However, in the eyes of Chaotic Stars King, who was a quasi-high-ranked Tao King, it would probably be the same. Alright, let's go then. The desolate Star Tao King nodded and moved his body. He turned into a ray of starlight and took the lead to fly toward the huge star. Yang Fann and the other great Tao Kings followed closely behind. Compared to the other great Tao Kings, Yang Fann looked much more relaxed. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. With his cultivation base and strength, even if it was the ruins of the Chaotic Stars King, it really wasn't that dangerous. With the Chaotic Stars King's cultivation and strength, the low-level and high-level Tao Kings that could be dangerous were his limits. Even if he did not take it to heart before he went into seclusion, much less after his combat strength skyrocketed. It was just that this scene fell into the eyes of all the kings of the Great Tao, yet it carried another meaning. Some of the kings of the Great Tao even sneered coldly in their hearts. If they were so arrogant, they would suffer a great loss at that time. If they were not careful, they might not even be able to stay in the ruins of the Chaotic Stars King. However, no one reminded Yang Fann that they were partners, so they were also competitors. Some kings of the Great Path wanted Yang Fann to be unlucky so that they could have fewer competitors. Boom 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 boom. As soon as Yang Fann and the others stepped onto the gigantic star, the ground around them shattered like a spider web. The next second, horrifying demonic snakes that were over 10,000 miles long and emitted dense devil cheese shot up into the sky from the ground. They charged at Yang Fann and his group. The aura of each devil snake was terrifying, no less than that of a 10th order Great Venerable. There were more than 100,000 of them, a million of them. Under the Great Path King, almost no one could escape their encirclement. It was no wonder that 3 half-step Tao Kings under the desolate Star Tao King had fallen in the ruins. A bunch of insects without sagacities dared to be so impudent in front of me. Die now. His blonde hair draped over his shoulders, and he wore a flaming divine armor. The Flamewing King, who had 12 pairs of flaming divine wings on his back, let out a cold laugh. Boom boom boom. Countless fire dragons shot out from the center of the fire dragons, charging towards the surrounding demonic snakes. In less than an instant, the army of tens of millions of demonic snakes had all turned into flying ashes, leaving not a single one behind. Compared to a quasi-intermediate Tao King like the Flamewing Tao King, a group of peak 10th order great sovereigns was nothing. Even if there were 100 or 1,000 times more of them, they wouldn't be able to last more than a breath's time in his hands. All those below Tao King were ants. However, the fact that the ruins of the Chaotic Stars King could make the intermediate Tao King feel an inexplicable fear was clearly not that simple. Boom! A terrifying aura that was not any weaker than the pressure of the quasi-intermediate Tao King, the Wings Flame Tao King, rose from the ground, as if an ancient ferocious god had awakened. Ow! A heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded out as a terrifying demon dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long flew into the sky. The terrifying pressure of a quasi-intermediate Tao King radiated out with it as the center. Almost at the same time, giant demonic snakes that were millions of miles long and trillions of miles long quickly gathered around the demon dragon. Among them, 18,000 demonic snakes were millions of miles long, and their auras were not inferior to a half-step Tao King's. There were 108 demonic snakes that were trillions of miles long. Their auras were so powerful that they were not inferior to low-level Tao Kings. What a Chaos Star King, what a generous offer. If it were some low-rank intermediate Tao Kings, even if they were sold, they wouldn't be able to gather so many terrifying demons. In the blink of an eye, these demon snakes formed a terrifying killing formation with the demon dragon as the center. Everyone, be careful. The desolate Star Tao King frowned and reminded everyone. He could faintly sense traces of dangerous aura from the demon dragon. With the support of the killing formation, its strength rose exponentially. It was even stronger than a low-level intermediate Tao King. Ow! Another dragon roar was heard. A death dragon flame was spat out from the demon dragon's mouth. Its power was so great that even many low-grade intermediate Tao Kings could not match it. Even though the Wing Flame Tao King was the Tao King of fire and controlled the chaotic heavenly flame, he could still feel the aura of death from the death dragon flame. He could not withstand the death dragon flame. If he were to face it head-on, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of his skin. Buzz. The 12 pairs of flaming wings spread out, and the Wing Flame Tao King turned into a wisp of fiery light. It was a close shave, and he managed to dodge the death dragon flame. Kill thousands of stars perish. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of Tao King Xingwang. Endless starlight poured down like a rainstorm, instantly eradicating a billions of miles long demon snake and hundreds of millions of miles nearby demon snake. However, before the desolate Star Tao could do so, a smile bloomed on the face of the desolate Star Tao King, and a wave of devil chi surged. The billions of miles long demon snake and the hundreds of millions of miles long demon snake that had been destroyed were revived, as if they had never been destroyed. Brother Desolate Star, this won't do. This killing formation is one entity. If you want to break the formation, you must kill both the demon dragon and the demonic snake at the same time. Otherwise, they won't die. One of the other 3 intermediate Tao Kings had a divine vertical eye on his forehead. Everyone, let's attack together. The desolate Star Tao King shouted. Although he was strong enough to kill the demon dragon and the demonic snake in one go, however, he had to pay a price, and even use a trump card. With so many Tao Kings around, why would he need to stand out? He had taken the initiative to invite all the Tao Kings, not to let them watch the show. Killing immortals and gods. Look at this king's divine ability, Spear of Stars vile creature, die soul devouring demonic finger. Look at this king's magic treasure, Yin Yang Millstone C3211 Chaos Demon Tablet Chaotic Star C, Chaotic Starlord Ruins. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the desolate Star Path King as countless starlights tore through the sky like raindrops. With a flicker, the Divine Skull's Path King turned into a terrifying skeleton giant and destroyed thousands of demon snakes with a single strike. Tao King Swallow Cloud opened his mouth and turned into a huge black hole that devoured the 4-headed demonic snakes. The Nirvana Tao King's body was covered in Nirvana flames. Divine light exploded like a meteor, destroying everything in its path. The Yin Yang Tao King, the Yin Yang Millstone, blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, destroying all living things. Other than Yang Fann concealing most of his strength, the Tao Kings basically did not hold back much. They attacked with all their might. In response to the 3-eyed Tao King's words, everyone still believed what the 3-eyed Tao King said. The 3-eyed Tao King was the #1 formation grandmaster in the chaotic stars ocean. Even in the entire great chaos of the Golden Abyss, his cultivation in formations, he was able to make it into the top 10. Very few people could match up to him, since he had said that he could not kill all the demon dragon and devil snakes in one go. They were immortal bodies, and there was no way they could be fake. In the blink of an eye, starlight, divine light, sword chi and saber lights appeared. They swept across the sky and destroyed all worlds. Ow! The demon dragon and the devil snake howled in pain. With the help of the killing formation, the strength of these demon dragon and devil snakes had increased tremendously, especially the puppet demon dragon that was the eye of the formation. Its strength wasn't any weaker than a low-grade intermediate Tao Kings, but it was still far from being able to withstand the full strength of 5 intermediate Tao Kings and 9 prospective intermediate Tao Kings. Were destroyed. The Tao Kings all let out a long sigh. They had finally broken through this array. If that didn't work, they would have to use their trump cards. This wasn't what they wanted to see. They had only entered the ruins for a short period of time, yet they had already used their trump cards. What would they do after that? The trump card they thought of as a trump card was to use one less trump card. Alright, let's continue. The desolate Star Path King called out, and a horse appeared in front of him. Don't look at the entire planet. At first glance, it was empty, as if there was no danger at all. But in the eyes of the Tao Kings, it was completely different. The entire planet was enveloped by countless divine formations and restrictions. There was only one true safe passage. Of course, if you had a peerless divine ability, it would be another matter if you destroyed all the seals in the 4 directions. However, apart from Yang Fann, who didn't want to reveal his true strength, who else on the scene had the power to break all the seals of the divine formation? The Chaotic Stars King, a quasi-high-ranked Tao King, wasn't an undeserved reputation. The 4-direction divine formation, a single small formation, had the power to kill mid and low-ranked Tao Kings. Countless divine formations of various sizes formed layer after layer, their power rising infinitely. Even if they were weakened by the erosion of the power of time, it wouldn't be a problem for them to severely injure a high-ranked middle-level Tao King. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann and his group appeared in a huge rock cave. In the middle of the rock cave, there were huge stone statues with different shapes and lifelike appearances. Intruder, die. Following that, a cold and emotionless voice sounded. Poochie poochie, poochie. Within the grotto, numerous gigantic stone sculptures fell off one after another, and a terrifying pressure rose from them. It was as if a terrifying, ferocious god had awakened from its slumber. Attack, kill them all. Tao King Xingwang roared. He took the lead and charged at a monster with a dragon head and a human body whose aura was no weaker than a quasi-intermediate Tao King. Kill. Divine ability, divine light of extinction. Die. Shadow manipulation. Annihilation light, kill. Yang Fann and the others did not hesitate and attacked one after another. Bang, bang, bang. Very quickly, Yang Fann and his group collided with the stone statues. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire cave. The strength of these stone statues was not bad. Their overall strength was much stronger than those demonic snakes. None of them had the strength of a low-level Tao King. Many of them had the strength of intermediate or even a high-level or low-level Tao King. There were even 8 stone statues that were not weaker than a quasi-intermediate Tao King. However, compared to those demonic snakes and demon dragons, these stone statues were not without disadvantages. They did not form any killing formations and fought on their own. Furthermore, they did not have an indestructible body like the demonic snakes and demon dragons. They did not cause any trouble for Yang Fann and his group before they were completely slaughtered by Yang Fann and his group. After that, many broken stone statues appeared in each of their hands. Unlike the previous devil snakes and demon dragons, which were formed from devil cheese, they had no value at all. These stone statues were all made from top resources. Even if they were badly damaged, they were still rare resources for many Tao Kings. Putting aside everything else, just refining them into Tao King battle puppets was enough to increase the strength of their subordinates by quite a bit. Several quasi-intermediate Tao Kings revealed satisfied smiles on their faces. Just the remains of these stone statues were enough for them to make this trip worthwhile. Distorted Stone Forest, Strange Devil's Den, the Abyss of Despair, the Garden of Corpses, the Ocean of Grief, the Withered Bones Mountain Range. Yang Fann and his group ran amok along the way. Danger zones were quickly razed to the ground, and a large amount of top resources were plundered by the group. Along the way, Yang Fann and his group did not suffer any casualties. It wasn't that these danger zones weren't dangerous. It was like the Twisted Stone Forest, the interrogation of the soul, or even a low-grade Tao King. If one wasn't careful, one's soul would be twisted, and they would become the devil that only knew how to kill. There was also the Strange Devil Cave, where a large number of strange devils resided. It was impossible to guard against them, and they were unpredictable and unpredictable. It could be said that every danger zone had the power to kill a quasi-intermediate Tao King and severely injure an intermediate Tao King. All of this was because Yang Fann and the others were too powerful. 5 intermediate Tao Kings and 9 quasi-intermediate Tao Kings. This power could almost run amok in the chaos of the Golden Abyss. If it was just the desolate Star Tao King alone. At this moment, he was afraid that he would have been physically and mentally exhausted, and would have been severely injured. It was highly possible that he would have been able to return with severe injuries. One day later, that's the Chaos Demon Tablet. Tao King Divine Bones' eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed forward, his eyes filled with greed and burning desire. In front of them was a slightly dilapidated huge divine hall, and in the center of the divine hall stood a huge black monument. Terrifying chaotic laws radiated from the stone tablet, distorting the surrounding space and time. Under the Tao King realm, as long as one took a glance at it, the soul would be thrown into chaos, and lose all reason. Ha 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 ha, it really is the chaotic devil tablet. The desolate Star Tao King was right. This is indeed the ruins of the chaotic Star King. In that instant, the eyes of the other Tao Kings all shone, their faces burning with passion. The chaotic devil steel was the chaotic Star King's personal divine artifact. It was one of his two most important divine artifacts, and it was second only to his lifeblood divine artifact, chaotic star pearl. It was only a step away from truly transforming into a high-grade Tao King divine artifact. As long as they could take down the chaotic devil steel, it would be enough to increase their combat strength by a huge margin. It was easy for them to surpass 2 levels. The Chaos Demon Monument is mine. One of the 4 intermediate Tao Kings, the Shadow Tao King's body quickly disappeared and reappeared in front of the chaotic devil tablet. Shadow Tao King, you dare. Roar put down the Chaos Demon Steel Old Shadow. You're courting death. Yin Yang Millstone C3212 bestowal the Chaos Star King ruins, in front of the Chaos Devil Steel. The Shadow Tao King's eyes were filled with greed and passion. Ha ha ha, the Chaos Demon Steel is mine. As long as I refine the Chaos Demon Steel, this quasi-high-rank Tao King divine artifact, my combat strength will definitely experience a qualitative leap. At that time, I'll be able to fight even a high-ranked, or even a high-ranked intermediate Tao King. At that moment roar, Old Shadow, how dare you die slaughter the celestial phenomenon release soul-seizing blood lotus. The desolate Star Tao King and the other Tao Kings unleashed their attacks. All sorts of ultimate skills and Tao King divine artifacts rained down on the Shadow Tao King. In the face of a quasi-high-ranked Tao King divine artifact, their fragile alliance instantly fell apart. The Tao King's eyes turned red, as if they were enraged beasts that wanted to eat people. A quasi-high-level Tao King divine artifact could almost be said to be the highest-level Tao King divine artifact in the great chaos of the Golden Abyss. It might not even appear once in the 100,000 years of the Yanji era. After this village, this shop would no longer exist. No matter what, they had to fight with all their might. If they just watched helplessly as the Chaos Demon Steel fell into the hands of the Tao King of Shadows, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Among all the Tao Kings, only Yang Fann could remain calm. He just followed the crowd and launched an attack on the Shadow Tao King, but didn't expose too much of his strength. It was still the same strength of an intermediate Tao King. To him, whether it was the Chaos Devil Steel or the Tao Kings around, they were all fat meat on the chopping board. As long as he was willing, he could harvest them at any time. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, it was the Devil Palace. Somehow, it gave him an ominous feeling. There was something strange about this Devil Palace. Ancient Shadow Bell, block clang. An ancient bell sounded as an ancient black bell appeared above the Shadow Tao King. Countless mysterious runes flickered as countless layers of darkness descended to protect the Shadow Tao King. The Shadow Tao King was prepared for this, and once he attacked, the Star Desolate Tao King would not allow him to obtain the Chaos Demon Steel so easily. In just an instant, he would be able to suppress the Chaotic Devil Steel for a short period of time. At that time, with his divine abilities, he was confident that he would be able to escape successfully. And the ancient Shadow Bell was what he was relying on. This was a low-grade middle-level Tao King divine weapon. Even if he were to face the combined attacks of 4 intermediate Tao Kings and 9 quasi-intermediate Tao Kings, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive for an instant. Poochie swoosh poochie, divine light, devil cheese, meteors, divine artifacts. With irresistible force, he quickly destroyed the layers of darkness. 10 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 10,000 levels. In the blink of an eye, it had been destroyed. The 9th level of the pagoda would be completely destroyed in 1,000th of an instant. It was at this point that, Shadow Tao King's eyes lit up as a joyful expression appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, come over here, thaumaturgy, Shadow Jump. Not good. The faces of the other Tao Kings changed. The innate ability of the Shadow Tao King, Shadow Jump, how could they not be the only one? It was the strongest life-saving ability of the Shadow Tao King. It was powerful enough to be ranked in the top 5 among all the life-saving abilities of the Golden Abyss Great Chaos. It could even be ranked in the top 3. Even a quasi-high-ranked Tao King, if a powerful spatial Tao King divine artifact was used to seal space and time, it would be very difficult to keep him alive. Shadow Tao King. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. It was as if a mysterious power enveloped the Shadow Tao King's entire body, interrupting the Shadow Tao King's innate divine ability. This power is the Chaos Demon Steel. No, it's the Chaos Demon Steel. How is this possible? This is a good opportunity. Old Shadow, die for this king. Roar. Old man Shadow, look at this king's divine ability. The hearts of the desolate Star Dao King and the other Dao Kings shook. They all unleashed their full power and even used some of their trump cards. They swore that they would make a single strike. Sending the Shadow Dao away, the king was on his way. Rumble. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose up, and Shadow Dao King's entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Although Shadow Dao King was also an intermediate Dao King, he was one of the 4 intermediate Dao Kings. He was only a low-grade intermediate Dao King. 3 intermediate Dao Kings and a quasi-high-rank middle-level Dao King. With the help of the 9 quasi-intermediate Dao King's ultimate skills, there was no way for them to resist at all. They were all destroyed. Buzz. The void vibrated, and the figure of the Shadow Dao King appeared once again. However, his face was a little paler than before, and there was nothing strange about it anymore. A king of great Dao was not so easy to kill, especially an intermediate Dao King like the Shadow Dao King. Under normal circumstances, even if it was 4 intermediate Dao Kings and 9 quasi-intermediate Dao Kings working together, they wouldn't be able to completely eliminate an intermediate king of great Dao in a short period of time. Furthermore, it was only an intermediate Dao King's soul, not their undying true spirit. With the foundation of an intermediate Dao King, it was only a matter of time before he was resurrected. The desolate Star Path King frowned and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Strange, why hasn't this old shadow left yet? Could it be that he's still thinking about the chaotic devil steel? Is this old shadow so persistent? Losing the protection of the ancient shadow bell, the Shadow Dao King couldn't even hold on for 1,000th of a second before being blasted apart by them. There was no way he could take away the Chaos Devil Steel at all. However, that doubt was quickly replaced by a wisp of cold shine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill boom boom boom. The ultimate skills were like a surging torrent as they charged toward the Shadow Dao King. Poochie poochie, poochie. The Shadow Dao King was destroyed, reborn, and repeated over and over again. In just an instant, it had been reborn over 1,000 times. No, there's something strange about it. While Yang Fann was launching an attack that was comparable to an intermediate Dao King, his heart was filled with doubts. Was this Shadow Dao King really that tough? It was impossible even if he thought about it. The king who could attain the great Dao, which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years? He was no longer hot-blooded and impulsive when he was young. Also, the weakening of the Shadow Dao King's aura was a bit too fast. He had only been reborn a few times, yet his aura had already weakened by a level. Something was not right. Something was not right. Normally, even if he was reborn 100,000 times or 1,000,000 times, the aura of the Shadow Dao King wouldn't be weakened by much. One breath later, it was unknown how many times the Shadow Dao King had been destroyed, but the speed at which it was reborn was obviously slower than the previous one. Its aura also seemed to be on the verge of falling down to that of an intermediate Dao King. Strange, Shadow Dao King is about to die. At this moment, all the Dao Kings realized that something was wrong. This speed was too fast. If it was some low-level Dao Kings, it would be more accurate. Moreover, this was the Shadow Eccentric they knew. As the King of Assassins, didn't the Shadow Eccentric always flee far away after failing to hit the target with a single strike? At this moment, boom 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 boom, the entire Divine Palace started shaking violently. The ground cracked open and the walls collapsed. A terrifying aura that could even make intermediate Dao Kings tremble rose from the ground. It was as if a peerless berserk beast was about to be born. Poochie poochie poochie. In all directions, countless layers of space shattered and exploded into powder. Ah, what exactly is going on? The hearts of the desolate Star Path King and the others skipped a beat. An ominous omen swept through their hearts. Ha ha ha, old man Long Shu, I told you, you are sleepy. You won't be able to trap me, ha ha ha. A wild and arrogant laugh exploded in the ears of everyone like a thunderclap. This voice belonged to the chaotic Star King. No, how could this be? C-3213 suppress the chaotic Star King. Chaos Star King ruins. What? Chaos Star King. The hearts of the desolate Star Path and the other Dao Kings trembled. An extremely uneasy feeling surged into their hearts. The reason why they dared to target the Chaos Star King's treasure was because the Chaos Star King had mysteriously disappeared for 300,000 Yonji ranges. 8 to 9 of them had already fallen. If they knew that the Chaos Star King was still here, or in the ruins, even if they had 10 guts, they would not dare to target the ruins. Who was the Chaos Star King? He was one of the few people at the peak of the Golden Abyss Great Chaos. He was already a quasi-high-level Dao King who had stepped into the realm of high-level Dao Kings before the 300,000 Yanji cycles. Now that 300,000 cycles had passed, even if he hadn't taken that final step, he probably wouldn't be too far off. Not to mention the mere 14 of them, even if there were 10 times more of them, they still wouldn't be a match for the Chaotic Stars King. Right at this moment, bang, the huge divine palace seemed to have reached the limit of its endurance. It was completely shattered and turned into powder. The next second, rumble, a terrifying devil chi soared into the sky, shining brightly like a pillar, piercing through the chaos. A terrifying demonic might that made even the quasi-high-rank middle-level Dao King, Yin Yang Dao King, tremble in fear, radiated out from the devil chi, sweeping across all directions. Ah, this aura, Chaotic Stars King, it really is Chaotic Stars King. The Desolate Star Dao King and the other kings of the Great Dao finally confirmed that the Chaotic Stars King was not dead. He really was not dead. As the top overlords of the Chaotic Stars Ocean, they weren't unfamiliar with the Chaotic Stars King. Intermediate Dao Kings like him were even more familiar with the Chaotic Stars King. Conspiracy. All of this was a great conspiracy. Instantly, a thick aura of conspiracy enveloped everyone. It was hard to say what kind of ruins this was. It was probably the bait that the Chaotic Stars King had deliberately thrown out. Combined with the Chaotic Stars King's words and the abnormal behavior of the Shadow Dao King, everyone was more and more certain of their guesses. No, they could not stay here for long. Very soon, many Dao Kings had thoughts of retreating. The Chaotic Stars King wasn't an easy person to deal with. His plan was definitely not simple. This was especially true for quasi-intermediate Dao Kings like them. If anything went wrong, tens of thousands of Yanji's painstaking cultivation would be wasted. Everyone, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Be obedient and become my rations. A voice full of ridicule sounded. Boom boom boom. Numerous dense devil chis that looked like pillars of heaven rose from all directions. Countless mysterious seals appeared and turned into a huge black curtain that covered the entire star. Not good. Roar. Break for this king. Break. Extinguish the star river. Great Dao Thaumaturgy, longevity. Moon. The faces of the Desolate Star Dao Kings changed drastically. They all used their trump cards and unleashed their strongest attacks. However, when they landed on the black screen, they only managed to make a small portion of the devil chi dissipate. If they wanted to completely destroy the black screen, they would need at least a day or two. It was simply wishful thinking. Buzz, buzz. At the place where the Divine Palace was located, the dense devil chis quickly dissipated. From within, a great existence wearing black skeletal armor and sitting on a throne of bones was revealed. Its aura was so terrifying that it was hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than that of the Yin Yang Dao Kings. Who else could it be other than the former ruler of the Chaotic Galaxy, the Chaotic Star King? Lord Chaos, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. If you have offended us in any way, we are willing to compensate you. Yin Yang Dao King carefully gave Dao King Chaos a look. Dao, in the depths of his eyes, there was a faint trace of panic. Their path of retreat had already been sealed. He did not want to make a move against the Chaos Star King. As for those quasi-intermediate Dao Kings, they couldn't hide the panic on their faces. The only one who could remain calm was Yang Fann. In fact, deep within his pupils, there was a faint trace of excitement. He didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise waiting for him. It was the right decision to come to the Chaotic Stars King ruins. Even if the Chaos Star King in front of him wasn't a high-level Dao King, it wouldn't be much different. If he could devour and refine it, even if he could not take the final step and become a great Dao King, he would not be too far off. It was enough to allow his combat strength to experience a qualitative leap and catch up to a top-tier great Dao King. Compensation? Then use your lives to compensate me. The Chaos Star King laughed sinisterly. The 300,000 restrictions of the Yanji era had greatly damaged his vitality. These Dao Kings should be able to barely recover most of his strength. Lord Chaos, are you really going to be so ruthless? We are not easy to mess with either. You are not afraid of a life and death struggle. The Yin Yang Dao King's heart tightened. Life and death struggle, with just you aphids. The Chaotic Stars King's voice was full of disdain, and he did not take the Yin Yang Dao King's threat to heart at all. Every level of the great Dao King was filled with heaven and earth, cloud and muds. He only needed one more chance to advance to the top quasi-high-rank Dao King of the high-rank Dao King. Even if his vitality was greatly damaged and his combat strength plummeted, the power he could unleash was still above that of a peak intermediate Dao King. It was not much weaker than an ordinary quasi-high-rank Dao King, but the group of Dao Kings in front of him. Not to mention a peak intermediate Dao King, they didn't even have a single high-rank middle-level Dao King. Even if it was a life-and-death struggle, they were still worthy Chaotic Stars King, Yin Yang Dao King and the others. All of them were either quasi-intermediate Dao Kings or true intermediate Dao Kings. They had never been looked down upon like this before. However, before they could finish their sentence, a lazy voice came from not far away. "It's done, the game ends here." It was Yang Fann. The boss behind the scenes, the Chaotic Stars King, had already appeared. There was no need to continue acting with them. He could directly unleash his true power and wipe them out in one go. The game ends here. What does Yang Fann mean by this? The Desolate Star Dao King and the other Dao Kings were at a loss for words. Could it be that Yang Fann couldn't bear the pressure and his mind started to crumble? Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense? Right now, they were at an absolute disadvantage, and had almost no chance of winning. It's time for this game to end. Everyone, come here obediently. Chaos Star King laughed strangely and agreed. Chaos Demonic Tablet, suppress as he spoke. The Chaos Devil Steel that had caused all the Dao Kings to fight over it burst forth with endless devil light, and the images of millions of Devil Steel appeared around the Chaos Devil Steel. Each and every one of the demon tablets seemed to be in chaos. Countless living beings were sincerely worshipping them. As a matter of fact, each illusionary figure was like chaos. In the past, in order to improve the chaos of the Chaotic Devil Steel, the Chaotic Star King had traveled to the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. He had suppressed millions of small chaos and refined them into the Chaotic Devil Tablet. Not good, block it, you must block it. Who? Desolate Star God Realm, come out. Yin Yang Millstone, protect Dark Sky Devil Wings, seal the realm. Mountain of arterial circulation, descend. The hearts of all the Dao Kings jumped to their throats. Even the Shadow Dao Kings, who had been obliterated thousands of times and had suffered great losses in their vitality, had used their trump cards. Their escape route had already been cut off. If they could not defeat the Chaotic Star King, they would not be able to break out of the realm at all. It was just that under the terrifying might of the Chaotic Stars King, the quasi-high-ranked Dao Kings, the resistance of the Desolate Star Dao King and the others was nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. Even if they used the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase their combat strength, it would be useless. In less than a breath's time, Poochie Poochie Poochie, the Chaos Demon Steel crushed down with its might. All of Patron Saint's realms, barriers, divine weapons. They were all shattered and destroyed. Lord Chaos Number, let me go. Please, let me go. I surrender. Lord Chaos, this lowly one has surrendered. Lowly aphids, obediently become my nourishment. The Chaotic Stars King had a malevolent expression on his face. He was not moved at all. If he were at his peak, he would accept these kings of the great Tao. But now, he had been sealed off from the 300,000 cycles of Yanji. His essence had been damaged, and his essence had been severely damaged. Without these Dao Kings, he would have been able to recover on his own. Even if he were given another 300,000 Nanji cycles, it would still be very difficult for him to recover. However, very soon, the hideous smile on the Chaos Star King's face froze. It was replaced by disbelief. His chaotic pupils, which looked like black holes, expanded infinitely. Ah, no, how could this be? This power. High-level Dao King, you're a high-level Dao King. C3214 The King of Dao Verification Chaos Star King Ruins. The pride on the Chaotic Stars King's face disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was a look of extreme shock. The depths of his eyes were filled with an unconcealable fear. There was actually a high-level Dao King among the aphids. It was so terrifying that it gave him the feeling that it was hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than the Void Dragon Dao King that had sealed him in the 300,000 Nanji era. Hiss. What was his cultivation base, a high-rank Dao King, or an even more terrifying top-rank high-level Dao King? One should know that Dragon Void Dao King was a high-grade intermediate Dao King. At the critical moment, Yang Fann finally made his move. Furthermore, he didn't hold back at all. His power was comparable to or even beyond a top-rank high-level Dao King, and he unleashed his full power. A quasi-high-level Dao King was almost the highest-level expert in the Great Chaotic Golden Abyss, and it was something that could only be encountered by chance. In addition to the geographical advantage, the Chaotic Stars King had some techniques that weren't inferior to those of a low-rank high-rank Dao King in the ruins of the Chaotic Stars King. A slight carelessness might allow him to escape. Boom! The terrifying power of a top-rank high-level Dao King swept across the world, and it was invincible. The millions of chaotic shadows surrounding the chaotic devil steel that had caused all the Dao Kings to despair were quickly destroyed, and they didn't even have the strength to resist. Even the Chaos Demon steel was covered in criss-crossing cracks that looked like spider webs. Ah, no! Please spare my life, my lord! Please spare my life! The collapsing aura of danger caused the Chaotic Star King to let out a despairing wail. He had never expected that among this group of aphids, there would be a ferocious dragon like Yang Fann hiding. He was completely unprepared. At this moment, it was already too late for regrets when he wanted to escape. Roar! I am not willing, I am not willing. Flower life, I curse you, curse your true spirit too. Rot, you will never be able to reincarnate. Silence in the huge Chaos Star King ruins. The silence was terrifying. The desolate Star Dao Kings and the other 13 Dao Kings were all dumbfounded. This sudden change caught them off guard. Gulu gulu, this king can't be dreaming, right? The Chaotic Stars King was suppressed just like that. He couldn't believe it, he really couldn't believe it. That was a quasi-high-grade Dao King who had stepped into the realm of a high-grade Dao King, one of the greatest experts in the Great Chaotic Golden Abyss. On the other hand, Yang Fann was merely an intermediate Dao King in their impression. Compared to Chaos Star King, he was more than 1,000,000,000,000 times weaker. How could he suppress the Chaotic Stars King so easily? It wasn't true. This definitely wasn't true. After a while, only then did the kings of the Great Dao reluctantly accept this horrifying fact. Hiss! High-rank Dao Kings, he was actually a high-rank Dao King. Furthermore, to be able to take down this quasi-high-rank Dao King so easily, it was definitely not as simple as a low-rank high-rank Dao King. At the very least, he was an intermediate high-rank Dao King. This concealment was really too deep, too deep. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 person in the Jin Yuan Great Chaos. One had to understand that their Golden Abyss Great Chaos, most powerful expert on the surface, was merely a low-level high-level Dao King cultivation. In the next moment, Desolate Star Dao King and the others hurriedly bowed towards Yang Fann and expressed their gratitude. Lord has done us a great favor. Desolate Star, Yin Yang, Shadow, Wings Fire. I will remember it in my heart. In the future, if you have any orders, Star Wilderness, Yin Yang, Shadow, Wings Fire, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. There is no need to wait for the future. Use your lives to repay me now. A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He wanted the Chaotic Stars King, but he wasn't going to let go of the 13 Dao Kings. 4 intermediate Dao Kings and 9 quasi-high-rank Dao Kings. When combined, the strength of origin wouldn't be much weaker than a high-rank middle-level Dao King. Ah, what? Desolate Star Dao King and the others. The hearts of the 13 Dao Kings jumped. They had never thought that they would enter the tiger's mouth again after leaving the wolf's den. Sir, you must be joking with us. We have no grudges with you in the past, so why would you make things difficult for us? Joking. I never joke with people who are about to die. Yang Fann smiled coldly. There was no enmity between them, so why couldn't he attack? For example, the Chaotic Stars King had sacrificed millions of small chaos just to refine the chaotic devil steel. There were more than billions of trillions of lives within it. These kings of the Great Dao had lived for tens of thousands of eras. Even if they were not as good as the Chaotic Stars King, they still had a lot of blood on their hands. Hung Meng Heavenly Void was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. It had nothing to do with morality, good and evil. Everything was for the sake of reaching the top of the Great Dao. Yang Fann did not believe that they would be kind enough to let him go. As he spoke, Hong Long, Yang Fann's strength of soul, which was comparable to a top-rank high-level Dao King, went through the sea of consciousness and swept in all directions, heading towards the 13 great Dao Kings. Ah, no, please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life. Let me go, my lord. Please, spare me. No, Yang Fann, you chrysanthemum boy. I'll fight you to the death. Along with the wails of despair, the 4 intermediate Dao Kings and the 9 quasi-intermediate Dao Kings were all suppressed by Yang Fann without mercy. After that, Yang Fann didn't leave the ruins of the Chaotic Stars King. Instead, he went into secluded cultivation, preparing to fully digest what he had obtained this time. With the protection of the black screen barrier, as long as it wasn't a high-level Tao King personally making a move, Yang Fann wouldn't have to worry about anyone disturbing his seclusion. In the vast golden abyss and great chaotic world, there weren't many places that were safer than this. Very quickly, Yang Fann's terrifying strength of soul swept out once again, and he carefully counted his gains this time. 10,000 years later, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of disappointment could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Although he had plundered all the houses of Tao Kings, which had caused his value to soar, it was still much less than what he had expected. He had almost used up most of the wealth and earthly treasures he possessed in the 300,000 annals of the Yanji era, and he hadn't left much treasures for Yang Fann. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Fortunately, what he truly valued was the Chaotic Stars King himself. The other resources could only be counted as a bonus. Even if he didn't have it, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann threw away the distracting thoughts in his heart. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique with all his might, crazily devouring all the great Tao divine sources in the surroundings. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. In the blink of an eye, 18,000 eras had passed. All the great Tao divine sources, as well as 14 low-level Tao Kings, no one was left alive. All of them had been devoured by Yang Fann. With a flash of the light of chaos, Yang Fann began to devour and refine the Chaotic Stars King. One had to admit that a quasi-high-ranked Tao King was a quasi-high-ranked Tao King. It was far from being comparable to an intermediate Tao King like the Desolate Star Tao King. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing towards the great Tao King at a terrifying speed. A million eras later, Yang Fann realized that he had underestimated the Chaos Star King, a quasi-high-ranked Tao King. He initially thought that, after devouring the Chaotic Stars King, he would at most have 1 or 2 levels of hope. Let him take that step and advance to the great Tao King. But now, he had devoured less than 1 level of the Chaotic Stars King's strength of origin. His cultivation base had almost reached the bottleneck of becoming a great Tao King. He was only a tiny bit away from breaking through. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 1,300,000 eras. The Chaotic Stars King had used up nearly 3 levels of his origin energy. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the critical point of being a half-step Tao King. Good, today is the day of my Tao confirming. King of Great Tao, break it for me. C 3215 10 Phenomena Chaotic Star C, Chaotic Starlord Ruins. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's chi rose endlessly. The chaos within his body, which was more than 10,000 times bigger than the peak-grade small chaos, was expanding rapidly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had made a breakthrough. After absorbing a huge amount of resources, 14 great Tao Kings, and the 3rd level strength of original life of Chaotic Stars King, Yang Fann had finally taken the critical step, the great Tao confirming King. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boundless light of creation poured down from the boundless chaos and swept across the trillions of worlds, causing the strength of countless living beings in Yang Fann's inner chaos to undergo a metamorphosis. Half-step martial saint and great Tao sovereign were like bamboo shoots after a rain, growing crazily. Some of the monster geniuses had even advanced to the Great Venerable Realm, advancing rapidly towards the 2nd and 3rd grade Great Venerable Realm. During these eras, as Yang Fann's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, the strength of the various races in the primal chaos had undergone a tremendous change. Even the level 8 and 9 heavens great Tao sovereign had tens of thousands of them. If it wasn't because of the restriction of Yang Fann, the creator of the world, the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign would be the limit. A large number of great sovereigns had been born in the chaos. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the great chaos of the golden abyss was surging. A terrifying black hole suddenly appeared in the vast space. It stretched across the chaotic sea of stars and reflected on the countless living stars in the great chaos of the golden abyss. It seemed to be able to swallow the entire chaos. Ah, this is the king of people who have attained the great Tao. He has attained the great Tao through devouring. Who could this person be? Could it be Heavenly Monarch Spirit Devour? Or could it be Grand Monarch Soul Eater? It's not impossible for old ancestor Black Heaven. The great sovereigns and half-step Tao Kings looked up at the starry sky and kept guessing the identity of the person who had achieved the Tao. There were quite a number of half-step Tao Kings in the great chaotic golden abyss. There were at least a few 100,000 of them, even if there were not a million of them. Even the peak half-step Tao kings who were only a hair away from the great Tao king were not few. However, the number of people who specialized in devouring the great Tao was 1 in 10,000. Among them, the ones who had the most hope of achieving the Tao were none other than Heavenly Monarch Devouring Spirit, Great Sovereign Devouring Spirit, and Ancestor Black Heaven. I wonder how many phenomena this junior will achieve the Tao. It was not only the great sovereigns, the half-step Tao kings, but even the gazes of many great Tao kings were drawn over. This was the first Tao world that they, the Golden Abyss Great Chaos, had achieved in the 3,000 Nan eons. However, compared to the great sovereigns and the half-step Tao kings, the other Tao kings were paying attention to a different point. The number of Tao manifestation phenomena was not only related to his strength after Tao verification, but also related to his final potential. For example, those who had achieved Tao confirming with only one layer of phenomena were at the bottom of the great Tao. If he didn't have a great fortuitous encounter in the future, he would never dream of advancing to the intermediate low-level Tao king in his lifetime. On the other hand, those fourth-layer monsters that had advanced with 5 stages of the heavenly phenomenon. As soon as they advanced, they would have the cultivation base of an intermediate or even a high-level or low-level Tao king. Their true combat strength was invincible amongst those at the same level. He could even jump ranks to fight, and he was far from being comparable to a single-level Tao king. Time passed year by year. Soon, 10,000 years had passed. Boom! Suddenly, the starry skies shook. Countless dazzling starlight descended from the sky and merged into the living stars, causing the strength of origin to slowly rise. It's starting. The first rare phenomenon, the descent of starlight. Another 10,000 years passed. The void shook once more. Countless starlight rapidly expanded and expanded, turning into dazzling flower of stars. The second phenomenon, the falling of stars. 30,000 years later. Wang. The starry sky changed again. The flowers of the stars gathered and merged into one huge golden lotus. This is the third phenomenon, void golden lotus. A hint of envy flashed across the eyes of a king of great Tao. The third phenomenon had surpassed most king of great Tao and had the potential to break through to the intermediate. Boom! 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 Countless chaotic figures appeared, and hundreds of millions of life spirits within them prostrated themselves on the ground and prayed devoutly, as if they were on a pilgrimage. The fourth phenomenon was the worship of all living beings. This potential had already surpassed the 9th level of the great Tao of the great chaos of the Golden Abyss. As long as he didn't die halfway, it would only be a matter of time before he broke through to the intermediate Tao king in the future. Hiss. Fifth heavenly phenomenon, all gods, kowtow. Many of the great path kings sucked in a breath of cold air. Within the void, the phantoms of the gods appeared. Their auras were so powerful that even the many great path kings could not catch their breath. The fifth phenomenon, the gods kowtowing, and the 9th layer of the great Tao king. It was a great legend. In the great chaos of the Golden Abyss, there were no more than 30 people who could reach the fifth phenomenon since ancient times. Boom! The void twisted and an illusory river of fate suddenly appeared, piercing through the chaos. The sixth phenomenon, the river of destiny. The kings of the great Tao swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. The sixth phenomenon, the river of destiny, was not more than a handful in the history of the Golden Abyss. They seemed to have already seen a peerless overlord about to reach the peak. Buzz! The river of fate surged, and a throne that represented supreme authority slowly rose at the end of the river. Ah! The throne of destiny, the seventh phenomenon, the throne of destiny. This. The kings of the great Tao were trembling, unable to speak. The phenomenon of a seventh layer and the throne of destiny was a complete legend to them. Since the ancient times until now, their Golden Abyss great chaos had never given birth to such a monster. The eyes of the few low-rank high-rank Tao kings flickered with traces of danger. It was said that the heavenly seventh layer phenomena. However, it was said that a seventh layer mutated elephant had the potential to become a top-ranked Tao king. Even if they couldn't break through to the peak Tao king realm, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed them in the future. The eighth phenomenon, king's appearance. Ripples appeared on the throne of destiny as a person sat on the throne. His aura dominated the world, and he was the sole ruler of the world. Strange. Who is this person? Why don't I have any impression of him? Soon, doubt flashed across the eyes of many great Tao kings. The person in front of them was very unfamiliar. He was not one of the half-step Tao kings that they had guessed. Ah, it's him. No. How is this possible? How can it be him? However, some people recognized Yang Fann. Back in the Battle of the Southern Sparrow Star, Yang Fann had left a deep impression on many Tao kings. However, wasn't he already an intermediate great Tao king? How could he only become a Tao king now? I should be mistaken. The two of them are just alike. Perhaps, this person is that intermediate great Tao king's bloodline descendant. Besides this explanation, they really couldn't think of a second possibility. A half-step Tao king, the combat strength of an intermediate Tao king, what kind of joke was this? How could such a monster appear in this world? Even in the 12 supreme great chaotic realms, there was no such monster. Fuck, 9 layers of phenomena, kings bowing their heads, this. What kind of monster is this? Above the river of destiny, countless terrifying phantoms appeared. The aura was so terrifying that even many half-step Tao kings trembled in fear. Some of them were even acquaintances to the many great Tao kings. They were the various great Tao kings that had fallen in the history of the great chaotic metal abyss. Also, 10 phenomena, no, how is this possible? C3216 suppress a high-level Tao king, the great chaos of the golden abyss, above the river of destiny. Swoosh, swoosh swoosh, one after another, Yang Fann's phantoms appeared and gathered towards Yang Fann, who was sitting on the throne of destiny. In an instant, threads of eternal and terrifying aura radiated from Yang Fann's body, spreading across the entire great chaotic golden abyss. Including the many great Tao kings, everyone felt a sense of subservience for no reason. Below the Tao king realm, there was a feeling of subservience in their hearts. All of them knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves on the ground. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? 10 phenomena, this, how is this possible? How is this possible? No, this isn't true. It definitely isn't true. The kings of the great path were dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. 10 phenomena, let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it before. According to what they knew, the highest rare phenomenon in the history of Hung Meng Heavenly Void was merely the 9th rare phenomenon. Since when did 10 phenomena appear? It was a complete fantasy. This person definitely has a huge secret on him. Whether my cultivation can advance further or not, I might have to rely on him. Many kings of the great path had strange looks in their eyes, as if they had made up their minds. They had never heard of a rare phenomenon of the 10th level. They would never believe that there were no great opportunities or secrets. If they could capture this person and seize his great opportunity, not to mention breaking through in cultivation in the future, even a glimpse of the secrets of a peak Tao king would not be impossible. A 7th layer rare phenomenon had the qualification to break through to the peak Tao king realm. A 10th tier rare phenomenon, the potential of one's talent and potential was unimaginable. It was not impossible to surpass a Tao king and truly transcend the Grand Mist. And now was the best time to take down this kid. Otherwise, once he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to take him down again. If he wasn't careful, it was still uncertain who would be suppressed. With his talent and potential, surpassing a high-level Tao king was a piece of cake. As for Yang Fann, this intermediate Tao king, they had long forgotten about him. A mere intermediate Tao king was just a slightly stronger ant compared to a quasi-high-level or even a real high-level Tao king like them. Chaotic Star Ocean, Chaotic Star King Ruins. Kai. The black curtain barrier that covered the stars was extremely distorted. Faintly, thin and dense cracks could be seen. Yang Fann's pressure gradually rose to its peak. At this moment, if someone were to step foot into the ruins, half a step below the high-ranked Tao king, even the quasi-high-ranked Tao king would be crushed to the ground in an instant. The difference between a half-step Tao king and a half-step Tao king was the difference between life and death. Furthermore, the difference between a half-step Tao king and a half-step Tao king was like the difference between life and death. Yang Fann's cultivation base was incomparable to any other proving world, and he was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He broke through several stages in a row and squeezed into the ranks of quasi-intermediate great Tao kings. His overall combat strength had increased by who knew how many hundreds of millions of times. Even Yang Fann did not know where his current limit was. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. He had already stepped into the ranks of the top Tao kings. Furthermore, he wasn't a weakling even amongst the top Tao kings. This was an invincible force that truly reigned supreme over the high-level Great Chaos, even amongst the 12 top-notch Great Chaos. It was a supreme expert that could run amok in an area. The vast sea of stars. This was the peak power of the great chaotic golden abyss, the territory of the heaven's expanse divine palace. The vast sea of stars was more than 10 times larger than the chaotic sea of stars. The founder of the palace of creation, the heaven's expanse divine master, was the great primal chaos of the golden abyss. He was ranked third. God Lord Heaven's expanse had already taken that step to become a high-level Tao King, and he was now one of the few people at the peak of the great chaos of the golden abyss. Heaven's expanse divine palace. Wang, the white-robed and ethereal heaven's expanse divine lord suddenly opened his eyes. I didn't think that hiding in the chaotic star sea would be so easy to find in the next second. Poochie. A ripple appeared in the void, and God Lord Heaven's expanse vanished without a trace. 10,000 light-years away from the Chaos Star King ruins. Wang. The starry sky distorted as God Lord Heaven's expanse appeared out of thin air. This aura belongs to Old Man Chaos. Could it be that this child has obtained Old Man Chaos protection? Divine light flickered in the heaven's expanse divine lord's eyes as he looked through the starry sky, his eyebrows slowly furrowing together. If it really was as he had guessed, then this matter would be somewhat troublesome. The chaotic stars king could be considered an old rival. Back then, he was the same as the chaotic stars king, having the same 5 phenomena, the gods kowtowing to the great path king and having the potential to break through to become a high-level Tao king. 300,000 cycles of Yanji had not been seen, so it was quite possible for him to take that step and become a high-level Tao king. With the chaotic stars king's protection, it would be extremely difficult to take down that person. But soon, the hesitation in the heaven's expanse divine lord's eyes turned into determination. No matter what, I will not stop here. 5 phenomena, gods kowtowing to become a king of the great Tao. Low-level and high-level Tao kings were almost his limit. 200,000 Nanji cycles had passed, but his cultivation had not improved at all. If he didn't have any great fortune, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the intermediate high rank even if he was given another 1 million Nanji cycles. Chaos old man, let me see what progress you have made in the past 300,000 Yanji. As he spoke, buzz, a light of chaos flashed, and a 5-foot-long cloud of dust appeared in God Lord Heaven's expanse's hand. Ancient divine imprints constantly appeared around him, dyeing the 4 directions starry sky into a vast ocean of Tao. Chaotic dust, divine master Heaven's expanse lifeblood divine artifact. It was ranked 5th among the 10 great divine tools of the great chaotic golden abyss. Break for this king whoosh the chaotic dust expanded infinitely, and the profound great Tao divine imprints sparkled brilliantly, as if they were a heaven-defying true dragon that pierced through the starry sky. Bang! The chaotic dust struck the black curtain barrier. In less than an instant, terrifying cracks that spanned tens of thousands of miles appeared on the black curtain barrier. Under Yang Fann's explosive pressure, the black curtain barrier finally reached the brink of collapse. This strength, primal chaos dust is God Lord Heaven's expanse. What's going on? For no reason at all how could God Lord Heaven's expanse be? In the blink of an eye, the spiritual consciousness of the great Tao kings descended from the sky and gathered on the body of the heaven's expanse divine master. Could it be? Suddenly, many of the great path kings' expressions changed, as if they had thought of something. Now, those who were able to startle the heaven's expanse divine master, this high-level Tao king. That person was the only one. Moreover, in their great chaotic metal abyss, the heaven's expanse divine lord controlled the heaven's legacy great Tao, using the heaven's legacy divine divination art to walk alone in the primal chaos. In terms of deriving the Tao, the heaven's legacy divine divination art was the only one that could do so. No one dared to claim that they were number 2. Old man Heaven's expanse, if you want to eat for yourself, you have to ask this king. Buzz, buzz, wang. The voids twisted and twisted as terrifying experts appeared one after another. In just an instant, 16 great Tao kings had appeared in the 10,000 light-years area of the Chaos Star King ruins. No one was weak. The weakest were quasi-high Tao kings, and even 4 of them were at the same level as the Heaven's Expanse Divine Master. The strongest among them was an intermediate advanced Tao king. Ordinary middle and low-ranked Tao kings did not have the qualifications to compete with the Heaven's Expanse Divine Lord. 5 high-level Tao kings and 12 quasi-high-level Tao kings. Good, I am in need of food for my advancement, and you all have delivered yourself to my doorstep. How wonderful! C 3217 Devouring Origin Ancestor Chaotic Star C, chaotic starlord ruins. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with greed and heat. Right now, he was worrying about the lack of resources in his hands. The 10 rare phenomena, under the Soul True Self, had caused his cultivation base to jump by 3 grades. With just one leap, he had stepped into the quasi-intermediate Tao King realm, and was only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate Tao King realm. It could be said to be unprecedented, and no one ever came after him. However, it had also devoured most of the chaotic Stars King. There was not a single strength of origin left in his body. And this was under the feedback of the boundless great Tao origin in every great Tao phenomenon. Right now, he was worrying about cultivation resources. These great Tao Kings had come at the right time. 5 high-level Tao Kings and 12 quasi-high-level Tao Kings. The bountiful harvest was far from comparable to the Chaos Star King, who had been sealed off and had suffered a great blow to his vitality, whose cultivation base and strength had almost dropped to quasi-high-rank Tao Kings. Whether or not his cultivation base could advance a step further and successfully advance to the intermediate Tao King would probably depend on this. What? The hearts of the heavens expanse Divine Lord and the other 17 kings of the Great Path trembled, and a trace of unease welled up in their hearts. It was as if a calamity was about to descend upon them. Could it be that I'm in danger of perishing? This thought had just been born when it was immediately nipped in the cradle by the heavens expanse Divine Master and the others. What kind of joke was this? If they were not quasi-high-level Tao Kings, then they were true high-level Tao Kings. No matter what kind of innate monster that Junior possessed, he had only just become a Tao King. Being able to possess the strength of an intermediate Tao King was his limit. As for the chaotic Stars King, he would at most cause them to feel slightly afraid. It was absolutely impossible for him to truly endanger their lives. Otherwise, if the chaotic Star King had that ability, how could he have only been the master of the chaotic Star Ocean? He would have long since swept across the 8 desolations and unified the Golden Abyss Great Chaos. It was truly laughable to think that he could scare me just like that. At this moment, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped their entire bodies. A heaven-sheltering big hand directly covered millions of light years of the starry sky, enveloping all of their great Tao Kings. Ah, no, what is this? How is this possible? In an instant, all of them, including the quasi-intermediate Tao King, were extremely shocked. In their eyes, besides fear, there was also fear. That power was far beyond their imagination. It was the difference between their lives and theirs. Under the heaven-sheltering big hand, these quasi-high-level Tao Kings and high-level Tao Kings were not much stronger than the lowly aphids on the ground. They could not even muster up any thoughts of resistance. Ah, this power! A peak-rank Tao King. This was the mighty power of a peak-rank Tao King. Damn it, how could I not think of this? How could there be no one behind a monster that defies the heavens? Regret, endless regret, it was like the galaxy of the universe was devouring their souls. They shouldn't have joined in the fun. I shouldn't have joined in the fun. Ah, spare me, my lord, spare my life. Spare me, my lord, please, spare me. All of this is the fault of old man Tian Yao. This lowly one has no intention of offending my lord. Hiss. This. The intermediate and low-level Tao Kings watching from all directions were dumbstruck, and their minds were on the verge of collapsing. What did they just see? With just one palm strike, 5 high-level Tao Kings and 9 quasi-high-level Tao Kings were killed in one fell swoop. That was a small handful of the peak of their Golden Abyss Great Chaos. Hiss. Was there anything in this world that was more terrifying than this? Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. It was as if he had seen through the endless space-time and landed on the bodies of the King of Great Tao. In an instant, an extremely uneasy feeling surged into the hearts of the intermediate and low-level Tao Kings. Not good. Could it be that he was the one? He thought. He wanted to escape. However, what made them despair was that they felt as if they had been immobilized. It was as if they couldn't move. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The hearts of the Tao Kings gradually sank to the lowest point. They had never been as powerless as they were today. The regret in their hearts could not be described with words. He was truly full, so what was there to watch? No matter what, that great opportunity would not fall on them. If he had that time, he would find a few goddesses to play around with. Wouldn't that be nice? 10 breaths later, Yang Fann slowly retracted his gaze. After pondering for a moment, he still didn't make a move against these low-level Tao Kings. Intermediate and low-level Dao Kings were still a great help to Yang Fann when he was still a half-step Dao King. But now, he had already become a Dao King, and had even stepped into the intermediate. A mere intermediate and low-level Dao King was nothing to him. To put it bluntly, when all the intermediate and low-level Dao Kings in the Jin Yuan Great Chaos were combined together, not even the strength of origin could match up to a quasi-high-level Dao King. Now, if he wanted to improve his cultivation base, a quasi-high-level Dao King was just the beginning. High-level Dao Kings were the most suitable. If he could take down a peak Dao King, that would be for the best. All of them were breathing heavily as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Their lives were finally saved. Curiosity killed the cat. They had to be careful in the future. However, they lost their respect when they became Dao-confirming kings. Little did they know that in the eyes of the true utmost powerful experts, these intermediate and low-level great Dao Kings were merely slightly stronger ants. Just a tiny bit of spiritual consciousness was enough to make them have nowhere to hide, nowhere to go, and nowhere to go. He had to take this as a warning. This time, that Lord was merciful and let them go. However, it didn't mean that they would have the same luck next time. Another 10,000 years passed. Wang, the great Tao of chaos that covered the entire golden abyss, finally disappeared without a trace. Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at the limit of a quasi-intermediate Dao King. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to smoothly break through to the intermediate Dao King. Fortunately, he and the 5 high-ranked Dao Kings, 12 quasi-high-level Dao Kings. An intermediate Dao King was a sure thing. At that time, his overall combat strength would definitely have a qualitative leap. Even among all the top Dao Kings, there shouldn't be many who would be a match for him. Right at this moment, rumble, a huge amount of information exploded in Yang Fan's mind. Even though Yang Fan's horrendous soul was no weaker than a peak Dao King's horrendous soul, it felt like it was about to explode, causing Yang Fan's face to contort. Terrifying. 10,000 years, 1 million years, 100 million years, 10 billion years, billions of years, an era, 100 eras. Time was merciless. Unknowingly, millions of eras had passed. Wang, Yang Fan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. An ancient feeling of the great changes of the world and the passage of time spread out from his divine body. At first glance, it didn't look like it at all. A young generation who had cultivated for less than 500 billion eras, but an ancient existence who had lived for countless eras. Devouring the origin ancestor, who would have thought? C3218 Intermediate Dao King Hong Meng era. This was the first and most primitive era since the birth of Hong Meng. In the entire Hong Meng heavenly void, other than a vast continent, Hong Meng continent, there was nothing else but the grey grand mist aura. Whether it was the 3,000 great chaotic realms or the trillions of small chaos, none of them existed. As for Devil God, he was an innate saint, and acquired life was nowhere to be seen. That was the era of the Hongmeng gods. Each and every one of them was born from the primordial, and they were born with great divine abilities. Any ancient god could be compared to a great honored warrior, or even a half-step Dao King. Even a great Dao King could be counted on a cow's hair. That was an era where intermediate Dao Kings roamed the land, and low-level Dao Kings were as numerous as dogs. Only a high-level Dao King could be called an expert. Among them, the illustrious 3,000 great ancient gods were all peak Dao Kings. The strongest of the 10 great ancient gods surpassed peak Dao Kings, stepping into the realm of disbelief. They were only a step away from transcending the primal chaos, and in their eyes, peak Dao Kings were nothing more than slightly stronger ants. Devouring origin ancestor, one of the 10 great ancient gods. Palm of the primal chaos. Devouring great Dao. Origin ability, devour heaven and earth. He dominated the trillions of eras of Hongmeng. Countless Hongmeng gods had fallen under his natal ability and became his food for growth. At the end of the Hongmeng era, the cataclysm started. There was good fortune hidden within the catastrophe, and the heart of Hongmeng had descended. It was a chance to transcend worldliness. The devouring origin ancestor was lucky enough to obtain the heart of primordial chaos. However, before he could comprehend its mysteries and take the final step to transcend the primordial chaos, countless ancient gods came knocking on his door. Although the devouring origin ancestor was one of the 10 great ancient gods, and could even be ranked in the top 3 of the 10 great ancient gods, he was still outnumbered. Not many ancient gods could resist the temptation of the chance to transcend. In that battle, the other 9 great ancient gods had all arrived. Putting aside the fact that more than 3,000 great ancient gods had come, let alone ordinary ancient gods, there were countless of them. In the end, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even the Hongmeng continent had completely collapsed, and the larger 3,000 continent fragments had turned into 3,000 great primal chaos. Countless tiny rocks and dust had turned into billions of pieces of land in the small chaos. The devouring ancestral god, an extremely powerful ancient god, had fought hard for 3,000 eras. He had died from exhaustion, leaving behind only a trace of his true spirit. Fortunately, he had not been destroyed and reincarnated. As for Yang Fann, he wasn't anything else. He was precisely the reincarnation of the devouring ancestral god's trace of true spirit. The primordial divine arts was obtained by the devouring ancestral god after comprehending the heart of primordial chaos. Once a huge perfection reached the huge perfection, his body would transform into the primordial chaos, and a casual strike from him would crush the primordial chaos. Even the other strongest ancient gods were nothing more than ants to him that could be killed with a wave of his hand. Unfortunately, those ancient gods appeared too quickly. Not to mention huge perfection, his primordial divine arts was still far from reaching the great perfection realm, and he could barely be considered a beginning. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle back then would have been changed. Yang Fann let out a long breath. Devouring the reincarnation of an origin ancestor, the legendary 10 great ancient gods of Hongmeng, the reincarnation of a half-step transcendor. This origin was truly frightening. What reincarnation of a supreme being? The reincarnation of a Tao king. Compared to him, it was simply too weak. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. If not for his heaven-defying background, how could a mere creature of the world of his be able to obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity? In fact, the lightning strike in the Seven Stars mountain ranges Thought Valley wasn't a great fortune. It was just an ordinary divine lightning bolt. By chance, it became the trigger to activate Yang Fann's memories from his past life. Yang Fann's experience was shallow back then, so he attributed everything to the divine lightning. Now, the truth was revealed. In the next moment, Yang Fann felt lucky in his heart. Luckily, he hadn't been too reckless in these eras. He didn't go to the 12 supreme great chaotic worlds recklessly. He just stayed in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, where he could mingle with the high-grade Great Chaotic World, the Golden Abyss. Otherwise, once his whereabouts were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The heaven-devouring earth-devouring Great Law, the primal chaos god and devil that had only been born after the primordial era, God Lord Qin Lin, and the others could not recognize, but the primordial chaos ancient gods were very familiar with it. Once those Hongmeng gods found out that he had been reborn, there would be no place for him in the vast Hongmeng heavenly void. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary Hongmeng god, but those 3,000 Hongmeng ancient gods. Even the top Tao kings with cultivation bases comparable to the Hongmeng great god could not compare to them. The true strength of the two was in the sky. The other was on the ground, and the great Mongol god used the most primitive primordial chaos energy as the foundation. The foundation was so strong that it was incomparable to the chaos god and devil in the post-Grand Mist era. Any random primordial chaos great god could be invincible against those of the same level. They could even fight those of a higher level, not to mention the 9 supreme ancient gods on the same level as him. Each and every one of their divine abilities had reached an inconceivable level. As long as they could catch a tiny bit of information, they would be able to cross endless spacetime and kill him. Even the current him, who had succeeded in becoming a great Tao king, could barely match up to the last 100 ancient gods of primordial chaos. In front of any one of the supreme ancient gods, he was nothing more than an ant that could be killed with a casual wave of his hand. He still had to he couldn't be reckless. Wang. The void twisted and a devouring black hole suddenly appeared. The next second, whoosh, with a flash of golden light, a quasi-high-ranked Tao king appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devouring surged out from the black hole center, crazily devouring the strength of original life of the quasi-high-ranked Tao king. Kai. Fortunately, there was no one else in the ruins of the chaotic stars king. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. That quasi-high-ranked Tao king had actually shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10,000 years, nearly a layer of the strength of origin had been used up. Ferocious the king of Tao verification, especially after awakening the memories of his previous life, Yang Fann's absorption of the great Tao had reached an unbelievable level. Compared to before he had attained the Tao, he was hundreds of millions of trillion times stronger. It was a completely different concept. 80,000 years later, boom, the winds and clouds surged as a demonic god phantom appeared in the endless starry sky. In the end, it turned into a rain of blood that swept across the great chaos of the golden abyss. Poochie 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 poochie, countless stars were unable to withstand the corrosion of the blood rain and turned into nothingness. Ah, it's God Lord Yi Dao. How long has it been? 80,000 years, 80,000 years, hiss. This is the divine ability of a top-notch Dao King. Terrifying, truly terrifying. In an instant, the many great Dao Kings trembled in fear. God Lord Yi Dao was a quasi-advanced Dao King who had stepped into the ranks of high-level Dao Kings with a single step. Yet, he had only lasted for 80,000 years. Even his indestructible true spirit had been completely obliterated. Was there anything more savage than this in the world? Initially, they had wanted to take advantage of the fact that a group of high-level and quasi-high-ranked Dao Kings had been suppressed to seize a part of the Sea of Stars. At this moment, it was as if a bucket of bone-piercing ice water had been poured over their heads, directly extinguishing their ambitions. It was better not to provoke such a monster. Even quasi-high-ranked Dao Kings could only last for 80,000 years. If it were them, how long would they be able to last? 10,000 years, 1,000 years, or 100 years? A million years later, Poochie, the last quasi-high-ranked Dao King immortal spirit, was completely destroyed by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of his eyes. I have overestimated these quasi-high-ranked Dao Kings. In the future, I can give up everything below the advanced rank. 12 quasi-advanced Dao Kings had only slightly improved his cultivation, allowing him to barely touch the threshold of an intermediate Dao King. Another 8 million years quickly passed. Bang! God Lord Heaven's expanse used up his last sliver of the strength of origin and shattered into dust. Fortunately, this high-level Dao King didn't disappoint him. Just one person was more than 10 times stronger than the total of the 12 quasi-high-level Dao Kings. It directly pushed his cultivation base to the critical point of intermediate Dao Kings. Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to take that step with just one and another low-rank and high-rank Dao King. The next moment, swoosh, a divine light flashed, and a second low-rank high-rank Dao King appeared within the devouring black hole. C3219, and then the chaos of Qin Lin Golden Abyss, Great Chaos, Chaos Star King Ruins. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura rose endlessly. The chaos in the vast land that was not much smaller than Qin Lin's continent was spreading rapidly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the strength of divine body was increasing rapidly under the continuous surge of chaotic origin power. At this moment, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat many high-ranked Dao Kings with just the strength of divine body alone, and it was still rising. He had made a breakthrough. After devouring the second low-ranked Dao King, which was close to the 8th layer strength of original life, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the intermediate Dao King realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black screen that covered the entire star ruins was extremely distorted. It was as if in the next second, fine cracks would appear on it. Fortunately, Yang Fann was prepared for this. With the 5 high-ranked Dao Kings and 12 quasi-high-ranked Dao Kings, intermediate and high-ranked Dao Kings' divine weapons as the eye of the formation, layers of divine formations were set up. This time was different from the past. The current Yang Fann was no longer a layman in the field of formation. He had awakened the memory of devouring the origin ancestor in his previous life. Yang Fann's attainments in the field of formation had long surpassed most of the peak Dao Kings. In the huge Hungmeng heavenly void, perhaps only the other 9 supreme ancient gods and a small number of great ancient gods could suppress him. In the primordial era, there were countless eras of Yanji. As early as the middle and late stages of the primordial era, the strength of devouring the origin ancestor had already risen to the peak, making it difficult for him to advance any further. In the remaining years, he spent most of his time comprehending other great Daos, hoping that he would be able to gain some insight and make a breakthrough. It was not just the Array Dao. Other Artifact Dao, Alchemy Dao, Talisman Dao, they were all at the peak of Hongmeng. Putting aside the unparalleled comprehension ability of devouring Ancestor Yuan, they were the top of Hongmeng. Even if they were as stupid as pigs, or spent tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years researching and researching, they could still become grandmasters and grandmasters. It could be said that these old monsters basically had nothing that they were not proficient in. Just as cracks appeared on the black screen barrier, streams of dazzling divine light rose from the surroundings of the stars, turning into a layer of starlight barrier that enveloped the entire chaotic Star King ruins. Although he did not think that those Hongmeng gods would come to such a high-level chaos like the Jin Yuan Great Chaos, he was not afraid of 10,000, just 10,000. The current him was not the time to expose himself. Even if he successfully advanced to the intermediate Tao King and his strength soared, compared to the 9 supreme ancient gods, he was still an ant. At most, he was just an ant. 1,000 years later, the third high-grade Tao King had used up nearly 3 layers of the strength of origin. Yang Fann's cultivation base had gradually stabilized at the low-grade intermediate Tao King realm. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. A sharp divine light flashed across his eyes. At this moment, if there was someone standing in front of Yang Fann, even a quasi-top-level Tao King would have their divine body penetrated by a peak Tao King in an instant, and the soul would be destroyed. The overall combat strength shouldn't be any weaker than a peak Tao King. However, this strength was far from enough to take revenge. Let alone the 9 supreme ancient gods, there were also many great ancient gods who were more powerful than his expert. With his current cultivation and strength, he could barely squeeze into the top 1,000 of the 3,000 great ancient gods in the Grand Mist era. Although he had devoured more than half of the 3,000 great ancient gods in that battle, and there were less than 1,000 survivors, so many Yanji eras had passed since the primordial era. It was hard to say who the most powerful ancient gods were, but there were definitely many new great ancient gods. Adding on the outstanding figures of the Chaos God and Devil and the vast Hung Meng Heavenly Void, with his current strength, would he be able to squeeze into the top 1,000? It was still an unknown number. Very quickly, Yang Fann shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. There was no rush. The matter of revenge, there was no rush currently. His cultivation base and strength were far from reaching the peak. On the other hand, his enemies had long since reached a point where they could not advance. Not to mention 1,000,000, even if 10 or 100 times more time passed, they would not be able to make any progress in their cultivation base. This was absolutely not a matter of time. If not, when the heart of Hongmeng descended, it would not have caused the countless gods to go crazy. As long as his cultivation base reached the peak of peak Tao Kings, it was not impossible for him to catch up to or even surpass the 9 supreme ancient gods. Although he was on the verge of success and only had a sliver of his true spirit left, it wasn't as if he hadn't gained anything from comprehending the heart of primordial chaos during that period of time. Along the way, the various divine bodies he cultivated were precisely what he comprehended back then, helping him forge his most powerful foundation. If not for that, even if it was the origin-devouring ancestor back then, he would never have possessed such a heaven-defying combat power under the same cultivation base. Being able to barely match a peak Tao King was his limit. For example, those great ancient gods could surpass one level and challenge a high-level Tao King, even if they were the cream of the crop. Boom! Boundless power of devourings burst out from the black hole center, crazily devouring the strength of original life of that high-ranked Tao King. In less than 10,000 years, that low-rank high-ranked Tao King had used up the last trace of strength of original life, turning into ashes. After breaking through to the intermediate, Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. More than that, 100,000 years passed. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. Not only were the remaining 2 high-ranked Tao Kings devoured and refined by him, even the treasure vaults of these 5 high-ranked Tao Kings and 12 quasi-high-ranked Tao Kings were wiped out by him. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that his cultivation base hadn't made much progress. Not to mention breaking through to a higher realm, he hadn't even broken through to the next realm, barely stepping into the peak of low-rank intermediate Tao Kings. At this rate, if he wanted to advance to a high-grade Tao King, he would need to devour at least a few hundred or even a few thousand high-grade Tao Kings. Even if he were to capture all 108 high-level Tao Kings in one fell swoop, he might not be able to gather so many high-level Tao Kings. Not to mention advancing to a top-level Tao King. The resources needed were enough to make most of the great ancient gods despair. Fortunately, his previous life had devoured the origin ancestor and left him with many tricks up his sleeve. In the primal chaos era, there were countless expeditions. Even someone as strong as the devouring origin ancestor didn't dare to say anything, and nothing unexpected would happen. In order to recover his cultivation base as quickly as possible after his rebirth, he had made many arrangements to devour the origin ancestor. As long as he could find those treasure vaults, it was not impossible for him to recover his cultivation base, let alone advancing to the peak Tao King realm. The troublesome part was that during that battle, he had directly destroyed the Hongmeng continent, causing many of his treasure vaults to be left behind in the chaotic streams of space and time, drifting to an unknown place. Even he wouldn't be able to find these treasures in a short period of time. However, before that, it's time to collect some debts. The cold shine in his eyes flashed. The space around Yang Fann fluctuated and disappeared without a trace. Qin Lin Great Chaos. A mere 1,300,000 eras was like a fleeting moment in a long life. It could be ignored for a short period of time. However, the situation in Qin Lin Great Chaos had changed drastically. 5 kingdoms had been destroyed. Without the King of Great Tao, the half-step Tao King alone could not defend a kingdom. The number of duchies and marquises that had been affected was even greater. There were hundreds of them. Countless races had been wiped out in Time-Long River, and one of them was the dark green marquisate. Because of Yang Fann, the Xuanwang clan, a small marquisate clan that didn't even have a grand monarch, was directly above the many duchies. They were almost on equal footing with the various king clans. However, because of Yang Fann, all of the king clans had vented their anger on him. In just one night, all of the bloodline of the dark green clan in the marquisate clan had been mercilessly killed by the curse. If they succeeded, they would set sail. Even if they lost, they would set sail. All of a sudden, a sound of great Tao that seemed to come from the underworld descended from the sky and swept across the entire Qin Lin continent. Old man Qin Lin, come out and face your death. C-3220 Suppressed God Lord Qin Lin Great Chaos, Qin Lin continent. Roar. Along with a bronze bell-like sound of great Tao and terrifying human-shaped real Hu, it shattered countless spatial zones and swept across Qin Lin continent. Buzz. 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 Countless spatial currents turned into terrifying cosmic storms that wreaked havoc on Qin Lin's continent like peerless evil dragons. Swish 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 poochie. The mountains, countries, cities, and the hundreds of millions of lives within them were shattered into pieces by the violent force before they could even scream. In the blink of an eye, the entire Qin Lin continent seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Earthquakes and volcanic eruptions could be heard. It looked like the end of the world had arrived. Only the major powers with the great sovereigns could barely protect the land around them. What's going on? Countless great monarchs, supreme beings, and even the kings of the great Tao were all extremely shocked. Their eyes flickered with indescribable terror and uneasiness. Qin Lin continent was the main continent of Qin Lin Great Chaos. The toughness of the continent was far beyond the imagination of the world. Even the battle between top intermediate Tao kings would not be able to cause much damage to Qin Lin continent. But now, that mysterious expert had caused Qin Lin's continent to shake with just a shout, and was on the verge of collapse. This power was many times stronger than an intermediate Tao king. It was at least a high-level Tao king, and it wasn't even an ordinary high-level Tao king. It was very likely to be a top-rank high-level Tao king, or even a quasi-top-level Tao king who had stepped into the top level of Tao kings. As for a true peak Tao king, none of the expert dared to dream about it. To them, a peak Tao king was just too far away. It was basically impossible for such a great figure to come to their Qin Lin Great Chaos. Among the 108 high-grade Great Chaos, apart from the top-ranked Great Chaos, the other high-grade Great Chaos and top-tier Tao kings were just legends. This time, it was definitely the biggest crisis in the history of Qin Lin Great Chaos. If they were not careful, the entire Qin Lin continent would fall apart. Right at this moment, the void began to distort. Like a mirage, a majestic figure appeared in the sky above the Qin Lin continent. It was tens of thousands of light years tall, and the entire Qin Lin continent seemed to be trampled under its feet. It's Yang Fann number. How is this possible? I saw it wrong. I must have seen it wrong. As the source of the turmoil in the Qin Lin continent, Yang Fann and the major powers of the Qin Lin continent weren't unfamiliar to them. In just a split second, the numerous great sovereigns and Tao kings recognized Yang Fann. However, very quickly, all the great sovereigns and Tao kings had expressions of disbelief on their faces. How could that mysterious expert be Yang Fann? Especially those who had witnessed Yang Fann's true strength, they couldn't accept all of this. If Yang Fann really had such a terrifying power, how could he retreat so easily back then? They had long become prisoners, following the footsteps of Tao King Tu Li and the others. Old man Qin Lin, get the hell out here and face your death. Yang Fann looked down at the masses and shouted coldly. A terrifying sound wave swept out once again. It was like a surging tide that engulfed the surroundings. This sound, it's him, it's really him. Could it be that Yang Fann still hid his true cultivation base during that battle? Nine-Eye Dao King's heart skipped a beat. Other than this explanation, he really couldn't think of a second possibility. That was 1,300,000 eras, not 1,300,000 eras. In such a short period of time, even the great sovereigns and even the exalts rarely made great breakthroughs, let alone the high-level Dao Kings. It was already a miracle that he had made such a slight improvement. Yang Fann, don't be impudent. My Qin Lin continent is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Along with a cold voice sounding out, the chaotic starry sky in front of Yang Fann distorted. A majestic figure that was not any smaller than Yang Fann appeared not far away from him. A terrifying aura of a top-rank high-level Dao King radiated from his body and swept across the four-direction starry sky. It's a Divine Master. His Majesty the Divine Master is here. His Majesty the Divine Master is here. Good with His Majesty the Divine Master here, he will definitely be able to ensure our safety. In an instant, the hearts of the Grand Dukes and Dao Kings shook, and the fear in their hearts dissipated by more than half. They were extremely confident in God Lord Qin Lin. This was their Qin Lin Great Chaos, and as long as it wasn't a legendary peak Dao King personally making a move, they would be able to do so. No one below a top Dao King would be a match for their God Lord. Yang Fann was no exception. Yang Fann, leave now. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Divine Lord Qin Lin's eyes flashed with deep fear. The power that Yang Fann had just displayed, it had already somewhat surpassed him, a top-rank high-level Dao King. If he didn't use the geographical advantage, with just his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to shout out loud. It shook the entire Qin Lin continent and caused it to collapse. This strength, even if it wasn't a first-rate Dao King, wouldn't be too far off. Even if he could win, he had no confidence that he could keep Yang Fann alive. It would be better if he didn't fight this battle. As for the grudge between God Lord Tu Li and the others, it was naturally cast to the back of his mind by God Lord Qin Lin. If Yang Fann was only an intermediate high-level Dao King that he had shown earlier, he wouldn't let this Yang Fann go so easily. However, for the sake of Tu Li King and the others, he had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality with a quasi-top-level Dao King that was even stronger than him. It wasn't like his head had been crushed by the door, so why would he do such a foolish thing? Ruthless, I want to see how you are going to do it. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. Did he really think that the power that erupted just now was all of my strength? Naive, that was only the tip of the iceberg of my strength. In the next second, boom! Before God Lord Qin Lin could say anything, Yang Fann's palm pressed down on God Lord Qin Lin. Yang Fann didn't use much strength in this palm strike, nor did he use his innate divine ability, swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth, preventing him from accidentally exposing his whereabouts. However, the scariness of his strength was still not something an ordinary peak Dao King could compare with. Not even a middle-ranked top-level Dao King could match up to him, and he was now catching up to a high-level peak Dao King. Ah, no, how could this be? God Lord Qin Lin's eyes widened to the limit, and in his eyes, there was only fear. This power was far more terrifying than the power of a top-class Dao King he had once encountered. A top-class Dao King. This Yang Fann was a peak Dao King, not the low-ranked top-level Dao King. Roar! I am the only one in the heavens. 9 returned to one buzz. Buzz, buzz, hum. The figures of God and Devil, whose auras varied in strength, rose from all around the Qin Lin continent and merged into God Lord Qin Lin's body. There were a total of 81 of them, including God Lord Tian Mu, who had fought Yang Fann in the past. There was only one person in the heavens, the 9 returning to 1. This was a powerful arcane art that he had obtained from a primordial ruin. It was also the key for him to break through to the peak Dao King realm. He had extracted 81 true spirits, reincarnated, and reconstructed his great Dao. Once the 81 true spirit clones proved that he was a Dao King, his cultivation base would advance a step further, and he would be able to break through to the quasi-top-level Dao King realm. At that time, the 9-9 unity would be the time for him to break through to the peak Dao King realm in one go. Currently, out of the 81 clones, there were already 72 of them who had successfully broken through to the Dao King realm. The remaining 9 clones had also reached the half-step Tao King realm, which meant that he would be able to make the final step of the remaining 9 clones in the next 100,000 years. Once he made another breakthrough in his cultivation base, it would be the day he made his breakthrough. Now that he had completed the fusion ahead of time, he was on the verge of success. There was almost no hope for him to make his breakthrough to the peak of the Tao King realm. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. If he couldn't block this palm strike, what was there to talk about in the future? Boom! In an instant, God Lord Qin Lin's strength increased by 100,000, a million times, and he broke through the bottleneck of a quasi-top-level Tao King, catching up to a peak Tao King. Not enough. Although this power was powerful, it was still far from enough to block this palm strike. This sovereign needs even more power. The great chaotic divine formation is activated, the heaven-suppressing divine seal is released, chaotic will supporting it Hong. With so many resources and the support of the primal chaos intent, God Lord Qin Lin had finally broken through his shackles, allowing his battle prowess to soar to the peak of the Tao King realm. Roar! Heaven's suppression divine seal, suppress the universe. God Lord Qin Lin roared. Block it for this sovereign. Resisting with all your might. Yang Fann sneered and turned the chaotic origin power in his body. Boom! The power in his palm increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times, and he became a high-level Tao King. You are actually hiding something. No, what kind of monster are you? Collapse! God Lord Qin Lin had completely collapsed. He had never imagined that Yang Fann would still hold back. No, let me go. Please, let me go. C-3221 High and Intermediate Tao Kings Qin Lin Great Chaos, Qin Lin Continent. God Lord Qin Lin let out a despairing wail. If Yang Fann only had the combat strength of a middle-ranked top-level Tao King, with all his resources and the ultimate 9 arcane art, he would be able to barely defend against it. There was still a chance that he could escape from Yang Fann. Helplessness. That was only the tip of Yang Fann's iceberg. With just a thought, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. He forcefully destroyed God Lord Qin Lin's lifeblood divine artifact, the Divine God Suppression Seal's defense. With irresistible force, he destroyed hundreds of millions of barriers and engulfed God Lord Qin Lin's palm. Silence! The massive Qin Lin continent was so quiet that it was terrifying. It was like a grave, and even the sound of living creatures breathing could be clearly heard. The eyes of the great reverends and Tao Kings widened as they opened their mouths wide. They wanted to say something, but it was as if an invisible hand had grabbed their necks, making them unable to utter a single word. What did they just see? What did they see? They couldn't believe it, and they couldn't believe it either. His Majesty, the Divine Master, was a top-ranked high-level Tao King. In the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, there were 3,000 famous supreme experts in the primal chaos. Furthermore, he had the geographical advantage. With the support of the origin of chaos's will and combat strength, he wouldn't be much weaker than any ordinary peak Tao King. How could he be suppressed by someone so easily with just a single palm? Not to mention, it was Yang Fann. If he really had such terrifying power, he wouldn't have needed to wait until now to attack Divine Master Qin Lin. Back in Hung Meng Heavenly Void, he had been able to take down God Lord in one fell swoop, so why did he need to take such an unnecessary action? Why did he only attack now? Whether or not he had the geographical advantage, the power that the Divine Master could exert was the heaven and earth cloud and mud. No, this was not true. It definitely wasn't true. Wang. Within the void, Yang Fann's figure was extremely concentrated. In the blink of an eye, he had become the size of an ordinary person. He ignored the shocked Tao Kings and Grand Monarchs, who were different from the great primal chaos. There were many high-ranked Tao Kings in the struggle for supremacy between the various kings. In the vast Qin Lin Great Chaos, only God Lord Qin Lin was a high-level Tao King. He was the only one in the heavens, and although the 9 returned to 1 was heaven-defying, he was still a high-level Tao King. He had almost no confidence in advancing to the peak Tao King realm, and he had more than 7 levels. It was even possible for him to break through to the 8th layer, and become a peak Tao King. However, the resources required were enough to make most top-rank high-level Tao Kings despair. Not all the reincarnations of the 81 true spirit clones possessed the bearing of a Tao King. For example, among the 81 true spirit clones of Divine Master Qin Lin, only God Lord Tian Mu and a few others possessed the bearing of a Tao King. Most of the other true spirit clones were able to successfully take that step because of the accumulation of resources. and to forcefully push a mediocre person who did not even have the potential of a half-step Dao King into the position of Dao King. The resources needed were enough to make a low-rank, high-rank Dao King go bankrupt. Not to mention that there were more than 70 great Dao Kings. If he hadn't become the master of Qin Lin's divine court and controlled a region of chaos, he wouldn't even dare to cultivate the 9 returning to one secret technique in front of Qin Lin. From the moment he obtained the only one in the heavens, the secret technique of 9 returning to 1. For the past 500,000 eras, apart from what he needed to cultivate normally, he had used the resources of the other 9 levels and 9 levels of the Qin Lin Great Chaos on the 81 True Spirit clones. Only less than 1% of the resources were divided among the many great Dao Kings under his command. It was impossible for him to get the great Dao King under his command to take that step and give birth to a second high-level Dao King. Unless there were 8 or even 9 rare phenomena that formed a Dao King, it was possible to break through the bottleneck and become a high-ranked Dao King with the help of that bit of resources. Obviously, this was impossible. The 8 phenomena great Dao Kings were considered the top geniuses of the monster in the 12 great chaotic zones. There might not even be one in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of Nanji eras, let alone the 9 phenomena great Dao Kings. There was not even a single one in the 108 great chaotic zones. As long as these great Dao Kings did not seek their own death and came to their doorstep, Yang Fann would not bother with them. With just these intermediate and low-level Dao Kings, even if he were to devour and refine them all, it would still be difficult for his cultivation base to improve by even a little. It was a bunch of useless things, and it was a pity that they were useless to him. In the Qin Lin continent, above the 9 heavens, the Supreme Court. Buzz. The space distorted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his right arm, he sent a palm pressing down on the Supreme Divine Court. In the vast Qin Lin Great Chaos, apart from God Lord Qin Lin, only the Supreme Divine Court could enter Yang Fann's eyes. Qin Lin's Divine Court ruled over nearly 1,000,000 eras in Qin Lin Great Chaos. Even the majority of the resources were used by God Lord Qin Lin to cultivate the one and only Me of the heavens and the 9 returning to one secret technique. The remaining resources were still considerable, not comparable to the average low and middle-level Dao Kings. Ah, not good. In the courtyard, the faces of the great monarchs and Dao Kings changed. Suddenly, their expressions changed. At this moment, they finally believed that horrifying fact. Their great emperor was really suppressed by Yang Fann's palm. Flee, flee immediately, Su, 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 Su. Numerous escape lights soared into the sky and escaped from the courtyard. All of them hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Save God Lord Qin Lin. None of them had ever thought that even God Lord Qin Lin was not a match for Yang Fann's palm, let alone ants like them. Even death was not a gift. Yang Fann didn't pay too much attention to these ants. As long as they weren't too greedy, they would be able to safely escape before leaving. Soon, the entire Supreme Court started to shrink at a visible rate. One breath later, whang, the Supreme Court turned into a stream of light and fell into Yang Fann's hands. The entire Divine Court was not only the territory of Qin Lin's Divine Court, it was also a high-level divine weapon. It was also a high-level divine tool, a high-level divine tool. It was one of the 10 great divine weapons in Qin Lin Great Chaos. In the next moment, Pucci, the void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure disappeared without a trace. Without the suppression of Divine Lord Qin Lin Great Chaos would surely fall into chaos. It was unavoidable for all the major powers to have a reshuffle. It was very likely that just like the Great Chaos of the Golden Abyss, they would step into the struggle for supremacy among the kings. No one knew how many divine races would be completely annihilated in Time Long River. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. It was not like he was born in the primal chaos. Even if the Qin Lin Great Chaos was completely destroyed, Yang Fann would not even frown. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, a newly created small world. Wang. Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes and slowly stood up. In the blink of an eye, an entire era had passed since he had suppressed God Lord Qin Lin. The spoils he had obtained from that battle had been mostly digested by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation had broken through 2 stages in a row, and he had successfully broken through to the high-rank middle-level Dao King realm. All of this was thanks to the last moment of Divine Master Qin Lin, which allowed him to break through to the quasi-top-level Dao King realm and reach the peak of the quasi-top-level Dao King realm. Otherwise, if he was a top-rank high-level Dao King, it would be his limit to break through to the high-rank middle-level Dao King realm. It would be impossible for him to break through to the high-rank middle-level Dao King realm. It's about time. Now is the time to retrieve everything from my past life. I wonder how many more trump cards I have left in my past life. C3222 Ants. How dare you whirlwood great chaos. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, one of the 1080 intermediate great primal chaos. Among all the great primal chaos, it could be considered to be above average, barely making it into the top 500. It was similar to the great chaotic golden abyss. This great chaos of the revolving tree was similarly a great chaos of the stars. There were countless life stars within, but compared to the great chaos of the golden abyss, these life stars' energy levels were generally lower by more than a level. There was a difference of one level between a high-grade great chaotic world and an intermediate great chaotic world, but the resources within were thousands of times, or even tens of thousands of times worse than a heaven and earth cloud and mud. In the high-grade great chaos, even the last-ranked great chaos could easily produce a few high-grade Dao Kings. As for the 1080 intermediate great chaos, even the top 10 intermediate great chaos had almost no chance of producing a high-grade Dao King. A quasi-high-grade Dao King was almost their limit. As for a mid-grade intermediate great chaos like the revolving wood great chaos, even an intermediate great Dao King could be counted on one's fingers. Each and every one of them was a lord that could not be seen with the naked eye. The king of low-grade great Dao was the strongest on the surface. Purple Lightning Star Domain. This was one of the 28-star domain in the primal chaos. The huge primal chaos was roughly divided into 28 parts, which was the 28-star domain. Every star domain had one or even more kings of great Dao in charge. The ruler of the Purple Lightning Star domain, the Purple Lightning Star King, was a king of great Dao. Furthermore, he had achieved the Dao with the rare phenomenon of fourth layer, the myriad spirit shroud, and had the potential to break through to the intermediate. It could be said that it was one of the best among all the great Dao Kings in the primal chaos. Dragon King Star. This was one of the 72 king stars of the Purple Lightning Star domain, the base camp of the Heavenly Dragon clan. Heavenly Dragon, the royal family of the horned dragon race, a true dragon species. It was born with a great divine ability, and when it reached adulthood, it would become a supreme being. The Sky Dragon mountain range was a huge mountain range that spanned tens of millions of light years, and it ran through most of the Dragon Star region. Looking down from the sky, it was like a huge horned dragon was hibernating on the ground. No one knew when, but it would awaken from its slumber and soar into the sky to roam the 9 heavens. According to the legends, the Sky Dragon mountain range was the origin of the Heavenly Dragon clan. It was formed by the first Heavenly Dragon in the revolving wood great chaos. Its source blood gradually produced the current Heavenly Dragon clan. Buzz. The sky above the Celestial Dragon mountain range distorted. In the next second, the sky above the Sky Serpent mountain range started to twist. A person appeared out of thin air. He looked very young, less than 20 years old. He was dressed in black, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His entire body emitted a feeling of returning to simplicity. At a glance, it seemed as if he didn't understand any cultivation path at all. Who could it be if it wasn't Yang Fann? Time flew by. 10,000 eras had passed. Yang Fann had used the arcane art in his inherited memories. During these 10,000 eras, Yang Fann had traveled through the Hung Meng Heavenly Void and traveled through the endless chaos. He had also found several remnants of his past life. However, time had changed. Tens of thousands of eras had passed. Under the erosion of the power of time, most of the seals around the remnants had become decorations. Countless people had gone deep into the treasures and found only 2.5 of the 13 treasures. I hope that this inheritance will not disappoint me. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled, as if he wanted to see through everything. The reason why he appeared in this mountain range was because of the inheritance of the devouring ancestor, which was left behind in this mountain range. Otherwise, why would Yang Fann travel thousands of miles to this mountain range? The Heavenly Dragon clan was the overlord of the Purple Lightning Star domain, and it was above all the other races. However, to Yang Fann, this was a different story. It was a small clan that could be annihilated thousands of times with just a breath of air. Not to mention a mere Heavenly Dragon clan. Even their backer, the Purple Lightning Imperial family, couldn't arouse much of Yang Fann's interest. In less than a breath's time, Wang, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. A hint of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes. There was almost no damage to the seals around the treasure. It seemed like no one had found the treasure. I didn't waste my time here. I wonder if this treasure will allow me to take that step and become a high-level Dao King. 10,000 eras passed. Yang Fann was no longer a high-ranked middle-level Dao King. Instead, he had successfully broken through 2 levels and become a quasi-high-ranked Dao King. Although more than half of the 13 treasures had been destroyed, there were still 2.5 treasure vaults left. The richness of the resources was still incomparable to Divine Lord Qin Lin, who was a quasi-top-level Dao King. It was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and was comparable to the wealth of some middle-ranked top-level Dao Kings. At this moment, how dare you trespass my clan's ancestral ground? Quickly surrender and await your punishment. Following a stern yell, streams of light shot into the sky from the Skydragon mountain range below. In less than an instant, they appeared around Yang Fann and surrounded him. There were a total of 13 people. All of them were wearing green dragon scale armor. They looked like dragonmen with dragon heads, human bodies, and dragon tails. Boom boom boom. The dragon's aura that was above all living beings radiated out from their bodies and enveloped Yang Fann. Their strength wasn't weak at all. The weakest one was a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and the strongest one was a 7th Layer Sovereign. "Ant, get lost!" Yang Fann shouted coldly. A terrifying true roar that was shaped like a human swept out in all directions. Arg, 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 ah! In an instant, mournful wails could be heard from within the group of dragons. Each and every one of the dragons' bodies cracked, and blood oozed out of their 7 orifices. The soul was on the verge of collapsing as well. This was the result of Yang Fann showing mercy. A group of ants that weren't even great venerables. Yang Fann really couldn't be bothered to attack them. "How dare you commit murder in my Sky Serpent Mountain range? How dare you men, take them down!" With a furious shout, the brilliant dragon's aura of a supreme being of level 8, a 9 heavens, rose from the Sky Serpent Mountain range. The strongest dragon's aura among them was no weaker than a 3rd grade Great Venerable. That direction is the Celestial Dragon Mountain range. What exactly is going on here? Who dares to behave atrociously in the Sky Serpent Mountain range? On the Serpent Star, the gazes of the level 8 and 9 heaven sovereigns couldn't help but fall upon the Serpent Mountain range. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Heavenly Dragon Mountain range was the lair of the Heavenly Dragon royal family. Even the other 71 royal families didn't dare to act recklessly in the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range. Who was this person? Could it be that he had eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? "Ants, how dare you!" Yang Fann frowned. His voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding in the Sky Hill Mountains. A group of ants, he was kind enough to let them go. They actually didn't appreciate his kindness. This was courting death. Pong. Pong bang. In the Celestial Dragon Mountain range, the clansmen of the Celestial Dragon royal family, including the 9 Grand Monarchs of the Celestial Dragon royal family, were completely destroyed before they could even scream. Hiss. Am I seeing things? The Heavenly Dragon clan, just like that. Gulp, gulp. I'm not dreaming, am I? All around, the exalts were dumbfounded. Was this still the Heavenly Dragon royal family that they knew? With that cold shout, this power, even those peak 10th step great sovereigns were far from being able to match up to it. The half-step Dao King was at least a half-step Dao King. Hiss. Why did such a peerless expert suddenly appear in this Sky Serpent Mountain range? Could it be that this Sky Serpent Mountain range has some kind of great secret? No, I have to report it to the Lord immediately. C3223 High-Level Dao King's Violet Electricity Star Domain, Horned Dragon King Star. Swoosh, swoosh swoosh, streams of light shot into the sky. In less than an instant, they had vanished into the boundless starry sky. For a moment, the entire Horned Dragon King Star was surging with undercurrents. Countless forces had set their sights on the Sky Serpent Mountain range. To be able to destroy the Heavenly Dragon royal family so easily, this power had definitely surpassed that of a peak 10th order Great Venerable. It was the half-step Dao King who had stepped into the Great Path King realm. Although the Heavenly Dragon royal family was one of the 72 royal families in the Purple Lightning Star domain, it was ranked below 50 among the 72 royal families. The strongest Heavenly Dragon King was only a ranked 6th Great Venerable. Besides, they had never heard that the Heavenly Dragon royal family had offended a half-step Dao King. Normally speaking, there wouldn't be any half-step Dao Kings that would descend upon the Heavenly Dragon Mountain range and annihilate the Heavenly Dragon King clan. There had to be some sort of secret within it. It might even be possible that this Sky Serpent Mountain range contained the secrets of a Dao verification king. Ordinary opportunities were unable to attract a half-step Dao king. Sky Serpent Mountain range. Yang Fann stepped into the sky and didn't pay any attention to the reactions of the various major powers on the Horned Dragon King star. How could a single person take the idea of aphids to heart? If he wasn't tactful enough, he could just kill him with a wave of his hand. As far as Yang Fann was concerned, the massive revolving tree Great Chaos, including those intermediate Dao kings who were elusive, were just a bunch of lowly ants. Even if all the Dao kings were to arrive at the same time, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single palm strike from him. One breath later, Yang Fann had ventured 1,000,000 miles deep into the ground of the Sky Serpent Mountain range. Buzz. Countless mysterious runes appeared. Hong Long. The next second, a mysterious door appeared in front of Yang Fann. An ancient feeling spread out from the door. After taking a step forward, Yang Fann appeared in a huge square. 365 huge stars were hanging in the sky above the square. They glittered like 365 huge suns, illuminating the entire space. I didn't expect it to be this treasure vault. It's a good idea to have a high-ranked Dao king. It's not impossible for him to break through to the intermediate or even a high-ranked Dao king in one go. Yang Fann looked around with an excited expression on his face. This treasure vault was one of his more important treasures, and it was far more valuable than most of his treasures. In the sky above the square, there were 365 stars. Each of them represented an ocean of stars, and they weren't inferior to the wealth of a middle-ranked top-level Dao king. Right at this moment, boom 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 boom, 365 stars suddenly lit up and turned into star giants that were millions of light-years tall and engraved with countless mysterious star patterns. There were 365 of them in total, shining brightly against the 365 resource stars. Wang, wang, buzz. Terrifying auras that were no weaker than high-level Dao kings continuously radiated out from the bodies of the 365 star giants, and in a mighty manner, they crushed towards Yang Fann. Apart from setting up numerous divine formations, there was also a certain amount of protection power left in every treasure vault. These 365 primordial star gods were the defensive experts that the devouring ancestral god had buried in this treasure vault. The weakest of each primordial star god had the power to match a high-level and high-level Dao king. The strongest one had the aura that was not the slightest bit inferior to Divine Master Qin Lin, who had returned from the nine heavens. Furthermore, the 365 primordial star gods were also proficient in joint attacks. Once the 365 primordial star gods joined forces and set up the star god Eternal Light formation, no great ancient god would be a match for them even if they did not appear. Intruders of the origin ancestral treasury, die a sound of great Dao that seemed to be hidden in the dark struck Yang Fann's soul. Bobber, take a look at who I am. As he spoke. Boom, an ancient and eternal aura rose from Yang Fann's body, causing people to bow down and worship him from the depths of the soul. It's His Majesty, the origin ancestor. The hearts of the 365 primordial chaos star gods trembled. They all knelt down on one knee and kowtowed, paying respects to Your Majesty. Your Majesty is invincible and eternal. Although Yang Fann's aura was more powerful than the devouring origin ancestor in their minds, Hong Long. They didn't know how much weaker Yang Fann's aura was, but they would never admit that it was the aura of an eternal being. It was the devouring origin ancestor whom they swore their loyalty to. Bobber, all of you, step down. Yang Fann waved his hand lightly and dismissed the group of primordial star gods. In the next second, he walked slowly and skillfully to a resource planet, appearing in the center of the planet. It was an alternate dimension that was about 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, within which were inscribed countless restrictive inscriptions. Even peak Dao kings would find it difficult to move it, and would find it difficult to move it in the slightest. In the center of the alternate dimension was a dark golden energy pool. It was about half the size of the alternate dimension, and was about 600,000 kilometers in diameter. The energy contained within a bean-sized drop of divine liquid was no less than a single unit of Great Dao Divine Source. Moreover, compared to the Great Dao Divine Source, this divine liquid was clearly much easier to refine. This was the trump card that the devouring ancestor had prepared for him to recover his cultivation after reincarnating. There was a divine energy pond like this that contained a single resource star. Grug grug grug, with a single step, Yang Fann stepped into the energy pool. Boom, The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit, turning into countless black holes, crazily devouring all the strength of origin in the surroundings. This caused Yang Fann's cultivation base to push towards the high-ranked Tao King at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dragon King Star. Boom. From time to time, a terrifying aura that would terrify even lower-level sovereigns descended from the sky. Soon, many unfamiliar figures appeared near the Sky Serpent mountain range. None of them were weak. At the very least, they were all level 7 and level 10 great sovereigns. There were more than 20 of them, and there were even 5 half-step Tao Kings who had stepped into the Great Path King realm with a single step. Moreover, as time passed, experts would come to the Sky Serpent mountain range from time to time. Not only the Purple Lightning Star domain, even the nearby great sovereigns and half-step Tao Kings were alarmed. The opportunity to attain the Tao could only be chanced upon by luck. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, all the great sovereigns and half-step Tao Kings were unwilling to give up so easily. At most, they would just make a trip for nothing. But what if it was true? A deity's lake, 3 deities' lakes, 5 divine ponds. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 eras had passed. Pucci. The 6th energy pool was devoured by Yang Fann. His cultivation base had finally reached the critical point of being a quasi-high-ranked Tao King. The breakthrough was just in front of him. Bitchit, where did that person go? 3,000 eras have passed, and I've searched the entire Skyfall mountain range. Why is there still no trace of that person? C-3224 killed them all. Horned Dragon King, Sky Hill Mountain. The great monarchs and half-step Tao Kings gritted their teeth. 3,000 eras had passed, and it could be said that they had turned the entire Celestial Dragon mountain range upside down. They hadn't even let go of the underground area of the Skydragon mountain range. However, it was as if that person didn't exist at all. Not to mention a person, they didn't even notice a ghost shadow. If it wasn't for the fact that they had sealed up the entire Sky Serpent mountain range and prevented even a fly from flying out, they would have wondered if that person had already left the Sky Serpent mountain range. HMPH, this sovereign wants to see how long you can hide. Isn't it just time? This sovereign doesn't lack time at all. In the blink of an eye, another 300 eras had passed. Skyfall mountain range, stellar space. Boom. Yang Fann's aura rose endlessly. The strength of divine body was like a tsunami, 10 times, 100 times stronger. The terrifying pressure was like a prison at this moment. If anyone dared to take a step into the astral space, even a quasi-top-level Tao King like Divine Master Qin Lin would be crushed to the ground, unable to move. After devouring nearly 7 energy ponds, Yang Fann's cultivation finally took a step forward, successfully advancing to the advanced Tao King realm. An era later, after devouring another energy pool, Yang Fann's cultivation base gradually stabilized. Powerful. A high-ranked Tao King was a high-ranked Tao King, far from being comparable to a quasi-high-ranked Tao King. At this moment, his combat strength had increased by more than 10 million times. Although it was still far from being comparable to the peak of his past life, he was already qualified to enter the top 100 among the 3,000 great ancient gods of the Grand Mist era. This power had already completely surpassed the peak Tao Kings of the Primal Chaos era. It was much stronger than what Yang Fann had estimated. Perhaps he didn't even need to break through to the peak Tao King realm. As long as he advanced to the peak Tao King realm, his overall combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than his previous life. Once his cultivation base advanced to the peak grade Tao King realm, even if all the expert in Hung Meng Heavenly Void surrounded him, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to defeat them, or even suppress all of them. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now was not the time to be proud of himself. Everything would have to wait until he advanced to the peak Tao King realm. Otherwise, if he ran into those old things, even running away would be an extravagant hope. He might not even be able to escape from the 10 great experts of the 3,000 great ancient gods. In the next moment, boom, the pores all over Yang Fann's body expanded endlessly, turning into devouring black holes that crazily devoured the surrounding strength of origin. Less than 1 era, and the 9th energy pool was completely devoured by Yang Fann. After advancing to the high-ranked Tao Queen realm, Yang Fann's absorption of the great Tao had also made a qualitative leap. 10 divine ponds, 20 divine ponds, 40 divine ponds, 80 divine ponds, 160 divine ponds, 320 divine ponds. 100 eras passed. Pucci. None of the 365 energy pools were left. They were all devoured by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. The remaining 357 energy pools were not as he had expected. He had pushed his cultivation base to the high rank and high rank Tao King realm in one go, but it had only allowed him to break through a grade and become an intermediate high rank Tao King. However, a hint of regret soon flashed across his mind. Up until now, he had only taken out 14 treasures. The trump card he had left behind in his past life was far more than that. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it was only a matter of time before he advanced to the peak Tao King realm. This treasury has already been destroyed. There is no need for Babur and the other star gods to continue guarding this place. Yang Fann surveyed his surroundings. With a thought, he stored Babur and the other 365 star gods into the primal chaos. By gathering the power of 365 chaos star gods and setting up the star god eternal light formation, he could barely match the power of a top-notch Tao King. To him, this could be considered a great help. Ah, that person has come out. Quickly inform the Lord. All right, I've finally managed to wait for you. As soon as Yang Fann left the treasure vault, the entire Skydragon mountain range started boiling. In less than an instant, rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A purple Lei Yun cut through the void and appeared not far from Yang Fann. Within Lei Yun, a human figure flickered. One could vaguely see terrifying experts covered in purple lightning. Each and every one of them had a powerful aura, like a chaotic thunder god. With just a thought, they could attract thousands of thunderbolts and destroy the heaven and earth. The weakest among them was comparable to a high-level rank 7 or a peak rank 10 great venerable. There were more than 4 of them, including 4 half-step Tao Kings. It's the Purple Lightning Imperial family. 4 of the 8 great Thunder King have come down. Hiss. This Purple Lightning Imperial family really thinks highly of that person. All around, the lords, the half-step Tao King's heart skipped a beat. 4 half-step Tao Kings, as well as dozens of high-level and top-notch great sovereigns. Half of the Purple Lightning Imperial clan's forces had arrived. It was obvious that they were determined to get that person. What should we do? Do we still need to make a move? A hint of hesitation flashed across the eyes of many experts. If they continued to interfere in this matter, it would be no different from snatching food from the Purple Lightning Imperial family. This was the Purple Lightning Star Domain, the territory of the Purple Lightning Imperial family. They had offended the Purple Lightning Imperial family. Even though they were all peak great sovereigns and even half-step Tao Kings, they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to leave the Purple Lightning Star Domain alive. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. It was very likely that that person had the opportunity to become a Tao King. Once they missed it and wanted to meet him again, it would be unknown how many Yanji eras had passed. Let's wait a little longer. That person isn't easy to deal with either. The Purple Lightning Imperial family might not be able to successfully take him down. Within the void, a half-step Tao King whose body was covered in purple lightning fire spoke. Sir, for no reason whatsoever, you want to annihilate the royal family of Star Domain. Do you think that the Purple Lightning Imperial family is easy to bully? This was one of the 8 great Thunder King of the Purple Lightning Imperial family, the Purple Flame Thunder King. He was ranked second among the 8 great Thunder King. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the half-step Tao King realm. He was ranked in the top 30 amongst all the half-step Tao Kings in the Revolving Wood Great Chaos. The Purple Lightning Imperial family was determined to get this person. It was not only the opportunity to become a Tao King, but it also involved the face of the Purple Lightning Imperial family. The Heavenly Dragon Royal Family was one of the 72 royal families under the Purple Lightning Imperial family. They were one of the core members of the Purple Lightning Star Domain. If they were to be destroyed for no reason, the Purple Lightning Imperial family didn't even care about it. How were they going to lead the Purple Lightning Star Domain in the future? What would the other 71 royal families think of the Purple Lightning Imperial family? What's wrong? Your Purple Lightning Royal family wants to stand up for them. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Thunder King. Just thinking about it made him laugh. A mere half-step Tao King actually dared to come and question him. Those who were ignorant were truly fearless. What a reckless evil thief! My Violet Electricity Star Domain doesn't allow you to behave atrociously. Surrender now. My master is a merciful man. He might be able to do it again. Thunder King furrowed his brows and said coldly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yang Fann interrupted him and said, "Ant-like thing. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that?" Bang! Before he could finish his sentence. Including the peak half-step Dao King, Purple Flame Thunder King. All of the Purple Lightning Imperial family's flying ashes were destroyed, turning into flying ashes. Ah, no. How is this possible? The surrounding Grand Supremes and half-step Dao Kings stared with wide eyes. They could not believe their eyes. Xian and Thunder King were different from the Heavenly Dragon King clan. Any one of them could easily wipe out the Heavenly Dragon King clan. Xian and Thunder King were only one more step away from reaching the peak half-step Dao King realm. Even an ordinary, great Dao King wouldn't be able to kill them so easily. Roar! This is outrageous. My Purple Lightning clan will never forgive you. C-3225 Return to the primordial chaos. Horned Dragon King, Sky Hill Mountain. Rumble! A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky like a pillar, piercing through the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, a large portion of the void transformed into a terrifying lightning dragon in the thunder prison. It roared and raged, as if it was the end of the world. The next second, a peerless expert walked out from it. It was Great Man, who was wearing a purple lightning divine armor. His purple hair was scattered all over his waist, and his body was surrounded by purple lightning. The terrifying pressure that was as deep as an ocean seemed to want to overturn the entire starry sky. At the center of his forehead, there was a lightning mark that looked exceptionally handsome. It was as if the great Tao of lightning had manifested. Anyone who took a glance at it would be able to control God of Thunder, and he would be able to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth with a single strike. This person was none other than the ruler of the Purple Lightning Star Domain, the Purple Lightning Star King. However, at this moment, the Purple Lightning Star King no longer had the demeanor of a Star King. His face was extremely distorted, and he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He looked at Yang Fann as if he wanted to eat Yang Fann alive. Hua Sheng, you deserve to die. It's true that you deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. 4 Great Thunder King, 13 top-level Lightning Venerables, and 34 high-rank Lightning Venerables. This was almost half of the combat strength of the Purple Lightning Imperial family. They had been destroyed by Hua Sheng just like that. The loss was so great that it was enough to shake the foundation of the Purple Lightning Imperial family. Without tens of thousands of Yanji, or even longer, they would never be able to recover from it. This hatred. They could not live under the same sky. It's the Purple Lightning Star King this time. That person offended the Purple Lightning Star King badly. It seems like the battle between the two Dao Kings must be carried out. The great sovereigns and half-step Dao Kings were looking forward to it. Although they had lost the opportunity to become Dao Kings, it was still worthwhile for them to witness the battle between the two Dao Kings. I wonder if that person will be able to withstand the furious Purple Lightning Star King. Most of the great sovereigns and half-step Dao Kings didn't think highly of Yang Fann. To be able to rule a part of Star Domain and become the master of Star Domain, all of them were the expert of the great Dao Kings. As for the Purple Lightning Star King, he was considered one of the best among the 28 masters of Star Domain. He was almost able to enter the top 10. Not to mention, this was still the Purple Lightning Star Domain, and the Purple Lightning Star King had the geographical advantage. In this battle, it was likely that the winning rate would not exceed 1 level. Right at this moment, ant-like thing, who gave you the guts to bare your teeth at me? The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he said coldly. Since when did a mere low-ranked Dao King dare to challenge his dignity? What? The violet electricity Star King's heart skipped a beat as an extremely uneasy feeling swept through his entire body. He could tell that this ant, the person in front of him, really viewed him, a peak low-ranked Dao King, as an ant. He didn't have the slightest bit of bluster. Middle rank, intermediate Dao King, he was an intermediate Dao King. No, run escape immediately. No matter how great the hatred was, compared to his own life, it was insignificant. However, before the Purple Lightning Star King could take action, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and grabbed the Purple Lightning Star King like a chicken. Ah, no, sir, please spare me. Before he could finish his words, the heaven-sheltering big hand tightened its grip, and the Purple Lightning Star King exploded like a firework. In the next second, a huge shadow of God and Devil appeared in the Purple Lightning Star Domain. An inexplicable sense of sadness rose in the hearts of countless living beings in the revolving tree Great Chaos. The chaos was filled with grief, and the heavens and the earth were crying in grief. Ah, This phenomenon is the death of a Tao King. One grab. With a single grab, the violet electricity Star King was crushed. Even its undying true spirit was crushed. Hiss hiss, this power. This power. In the vicinity of the Skyfall mountain range, the group of supreme elders and half-step Tao Kings were trembling and speaking incoherently. They were so scared that they did not know what they were saying. This power was beyond their imagination. Even the elusive intermediate Great Tao King wasn't that terrifying. The Great Tao King was a true spirit that fused with the Tao, immortal and indestructible. Even an intermediate Tao King would have to spend billions, trillions of eras, and even the Yanji trials to completely obliterate the Purple Lightning Star King. High-level King of the Great Tao. This lord must be the legendary high-ranked King of the Great Tao. He thought about how he and the others had wanted to seize the opportunity to seize the Tao King from him. An indescribable fear swept through their hearts. Had they eaten the heart of a bear, or had they eaten the guts of a leopard, to actually have designs on this lord? Even if you want to die, you can't do it like this. If this Great One was truly angered, at that time, not only would they not be able to escape death, even their clans would also suffer misfortune. In their revolving wood great chaos, high-level Tao Kings were synonymous with invincibility. Even if all the forces gathered together, all the great Tao Kings would not be a match for a high-level Tao King. In the void, Yang Fann's expression did not change. It was as if pinching the Purple Lightning Star King to death was as insignificant as pinching a fly to death. It was true. It was just a low-level Tao King. Yang Fann did not even have the desire to devour it. The next second, a ripple appeared on the void, and Yang Fann's figure disappeared from the line of sight of the Grand Monarchs and half-step Tao Kings. Ah, let's go. That lord has left. Phew, he survived, we survived. That's great, there's no need to die, this sovereign doesn't need to die anymore. Very quickly, the huge celestial dragon mountain range erupted with cheers of surviving a disaster. Since that lord did not make a move immediately, he would naturally not find trouble with them in the future. They didn't think that their little concealment technique would be able to hide from a high-level Tao King. However, they didn't know that their worries were completely unnecessary. Even Yang Fann was not interested in the Purple Lightning Star King, let alone these ants who weren't even great Tao Kings. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purple Lightning Star King was courting death, Yang Fann wouldn't have bothered with it. Such an ant, if he didn't remove the roots of the grass, he would be reborn in the spring wind. These words weren't so absolute. For example, the Purple Lightning Star King was only a first fourth layer rare elephant Tao King. In this lifetime, his limit would be a first intermediate Tao King. There was no such possibility. Revenge against him, it had to be said that the death of the Purple Lightning Star King was somewhat unjust. It's going to be chaotic Purple Lightning Star domain, chaos is coming. No, I have to make preparations as soon as possible. Anxiety flashed across the eyes of many great sovereigns and half-step Tao Kings. With the fall of the Purple Lightning Star King and the fall of nearly half of the senior Lightning Venerables and the fall of the 4 Great Thunder King, the strength of the Purple Lightning Imperial family had been weakened to its lowest point. They no longer had the power to control the entire Purple Lightning Star domain. At that time, there wouldn't be a small number of hegemonic powers that were interested in the Purple Lightning Star domain. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. Time flowed like water. Soon, another million eras passed. Hong Meng Heavenly Void, in a certain Hong Meng storm. Pucci. The Grand Mist Storm seemed to have been cut in half by a saber, splitting in half. In the next second, Yang Fann slowly walked out from the center of the storm. His eyes were shining with a divine light, as if he could see through the endless space and time. I never thought that the next inheritance would be there. I haven't returned for tens of billions of eras, so it's time for me to go back and take a look. I wonder what changes the palace has undergone in these eras. Is everything alright in spiritual martial universe? C3226 Chaos Meet Time flies, millions of eras pass. In these millions of eras, Yang Fann had found a total of 123 legacies left behind by the devouring origin ancestor in his previous life. However, there were only 18 of them that were truly useful, and they had barely raised his cultivation base to the top-ranked high-level Tao King realm. Time was merciless, and tens of thousands of Yanji cycles had passed. Even with Yang Fann's ability to devour the origin ancestor in his previous life, he had still set up many formations and divine formations. The power of the formation had fallen to the lowest point, and it had become a gift for someone else. If he could obtain all the treasures, his cultivation base. At least, he could advance by a large level, which was to directly break through to the peak Tao King realm. It was not impossible, of course, even so. The breakthrough of 2 grades still caused Yang Fann's combat strength to increase by a lot. Once he used all his trump cards and unleashed all his combat strength, he would have a high chance of entering the top 30 among the 3,000 great ancient gods. As long as he didn't run into those 9 old fellows, even if he was up against the top 10 great ancient gods, he still had quite a bit of confidence in preserving his life. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, in the center of a grand mist storm. Yang Fann stood on the hurricane and looked into the distance. His eyes sparkled as he saw through the falsehood of the grand mist storm. He had never thought that the next location of the inheritance would be the small chaos where he was born. One should know that in the past million years, he had found over 100 legacies. They were either found in the dangerous places of the primal chaos where even the great Tao King was in danger of dying, or in the great chaos. This was the first time he had encountered one like this in the small chaos. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't that he couldn't understand it. Their small chaos looked ordinary, but in fact, was it really ordinary? How could there be nothing special about it that could attract the attention of the wisp of true spirit of the devouring origin ancestor? That inheritance was clearly the starting point that the devouring origin ancestor had arranged for him, the reincarnation. It could easily allow him to become a Tao King, and even restore his intermediate, or even the cultivation of a high-ranked Tao King. Unfortunately, the devouring origin ancestor had calculated everything and missed out on a single point. The damage to his true spirit was really too severe. Only after Yang Fann had become a Tao King did he recover the memories of his past life. Of course, to Yang Fann, it was a great fortune. The early awakening of his memories from his previous life did not mean that Yang Fann's soul would be able to withstand the impact of the torrent of memories. Even if he was lucky enough to pass, what awaited him in the end would definitely be assimilated by the devouring of the memories of the origin ancestor. Yang Fann's life experience was nothing. This was not something Yang Fann wanted to see. Although he was the reincarnation of the devouring origin ancestor, it didn't mean that he was willing to lose his true self and become part of the devouring origin ancestor's memories. If that was the case, was that still Yang Fann? This inheritance shouldn't be wasted on this trip. Yang Fann was full of confidence. If that inheritance had already been born back then, the small chaos wouldn't be able to witness such a scene. They didn't even have a single second layer supreme being. Even if it wasn't for the Tao Kings that had left the place, that would have to be a paragon worse than a dog. Their overall strength wouldn't be much weaker than some intermediate great chaos. In the next second, Poochie, Yang Fann moved his body and exited the grand mist storm. After tens of billions of eras, he still hadn't returned to the small chaos. Yang Fann couldn't wait any longer. 10,000 years later, Wang, 10,000 light years away from primordious small chaos, the void began to distort. Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. In the past, he had used up tens of thousands of Ji Yuanguang and Yin energy to travel from primordious small chaos to Qin Lin great chaos. But now, in less than 10,000 years, he had returned to the chaotic origin small chaos. To be honest, he felt as if he had fallen into a dream. One should know that the Hung Meng heavenly void he was in was thousands of times, tens of thousands of times more distant than the Qin Lin great chaos and the chaos origin small chaos. Tens of billions of eras, just like that, there were tens of billions of eras. When placed on the bodies of those great Tao Kings, they would take a casual nap, and it wouldn't be just for this short period of time. Not to mention any major breakthroughs in their cultivation, being able to improve even a little was already considered luck. Tens of billions of eras have passed. It seems like the chaos origin small chaos has completely digested my gift. Compared to before he left, the chaos origin small chaos had expanded by more than 10,000 times. It could be considered as one of the top small chaos. It had the potential to give birth to a 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. The skyscraping chaotic ring was an extremely ancient large-sized chaos circle. The chaos circle of the skyscraping heaven had been born since the birth of the primordial small chaos. Its master, although the skyscraping divine clan was not inferior to the 10 great chaotic factions in the past, they were still second only to the top overlords of the 10 great chaotic factions. They had 5 great Tao sovereign overseeing them. Unfortunately, during the Great Red Scale Calamity, none of the 5 supreme beings of the skyscraping god race were left alive. They were all turned into ashes. The skyscraping god race was completely annihilated in the time-long river. Skyscraping chaotic ring, A. Chaotic void, Pucci. Space was torn apart like a curtain. Yang Fann took a step forward. This is the place. He didn't return to primeval chaos Dao Palace immediately. Instead, he went to the place where the inheritance of the devouring ancestor was first. Since they had already arrived at the small chaos, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry to meet his old friends. The small chaos was only so big. As long as he was willing to, he would be able to appear beside them with a light step. Gate of engulfment, open, Yang Fann shouted. Countless divine imprints of engulfment shot out from his divine body. It turned into a deep tunnel. At a glance, there was no end to it. No one knew where it led to. A few breaths later, Yang Fann appeared in a towering divine palace. The divine palace had a total of 9 floors. Each floor was filled with a huge amount of natural treasures. Each floor was higher than the first floor, and it included the cultivation resources needed by first-layer venerables and high-level Dao kings. Obviously, in the eyes of the devouring origin ancestor, as long as atavism was able to awaken the memories of his past life, his reincarnation would be able to awaken the memories of his past life. At that time, with the massive amount of resources in the divine palace, he would be able to cultivate to a high-ranked Dao king in no time, and he would basically possess the power of primordial chaos. Unfortunately, his plan couldn't keep up with the changes. By the time Yang Fann found out about this inheritance, he would have already advanced to a high-ranked Dao king, and he would still be a top-ranked high-level Dao king. This inheritance could only be considered as an icing on the cake, and it could barely help Yang Fann improve his cultivation base. Without wasting too much time in front of the 8th layer, Yang Fann reached the top of the divine palace. In the entire divine palace, only these top-level resources could enter Yang Fann's eyes. Of course, the other 8th layer resources were not useless. Yang Fann couldn't use them himself, but it didn't mean that his friends and family wouldn't be able to use them either. These 8th layer resources were enough for Yang Fann to nurture a few intermediate Dao kings, or even dozens or hundreds of low-level Dao kings. Hunyuan Universe, Primordial Heavenly Abode. Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos sat on top of the divine throne. Tens of billions of eras had passed, and Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos had already digested most of the resources that Yang Fann had left him. His cultivation base had jumped from 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign to 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and he had successfully squeezed into the ranks of the first-class Hungmeng Heavenly Voids in Hungmeng Heavenly Void. However, at this moment, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos furrowed his brows, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. I'm afraid that Vast Heaven Divine Palace has come with ill intentions in this year's Chaos meeting. Sigh, it would be great if they could get in touch with His Royal Highness Yang Fann. No matter what plans that Vast Heaven Divine Palace has, all their efforts will be in vain. C3227 Reunite Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, Primordious Paradise. Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos furrowed his brows. He had a lot on his mind. Yang Fann had been gone for nearly 50 billion eras. As early as 3 billion eras ago, most of the resources left behind by Yang Fann had been digested by them. They wanted to continue improving their cultivation base, advance to the high-grade, top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and even the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Then, they would walk out of the small chaos of chaos. That was inevitable. Otherwise, given the resources of the small chaos, even if he was given a few periods of time, he wouldn't be able to make any major breakthroughs, let alone advance to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. In just a short period of less than 1 billion eras, they had successfully occupied 8 small chaos. They had transformed it into a subsidiary small chaos of the chaotic origin small chaos. They had completely digested all the resources left behind by Yang Fann. The strength of the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace had increased by more than a few levels. Apart from Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos who had successfully broken through to the 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, there were also 2 other people who had successfully broken through to the 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. There were more than 21st grade 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and the rest of them were 4th layer and 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. In the Great Chaotic World, this power was nothing. It couldn't even be considered as a third-rate power. However, in this Hungmeng Heavenly Void, it was considered pretty good, surpassing most of the small chaos. Nearly 3 billion eras had passed. It could be said that the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace had swept across all of them. Their power had risen again and again, and they had 36 small chaos under their control. They could be considered as one of the tyrants of the heavenly oasis. However, as the primeval Chaos Tao Palace's forces continued to expand, it would inevitably affect the interests of the other major powers. An intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, 2 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and 23 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This lineup was enough to deter most of the major powers. However, it was still a lot weaker compared to the major powers that had 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign as their leader. A million years ago, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace and the Chaos Forces were fighting over the ownership of the small chaos. Who would have thought that the Chaos Forces was backed by the Yunmo Heavenly Palace? This was the #1 major power in the small chaos, the Yunmo Small Chaos. It was one of the top powers in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. It had a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign guarding it. It was a first-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, which was more than the number of hands it had. It was far from what the primeval Chaos Tao Palace could compare with. If it wasn't for the trump card left behind by Yang Fann, the Yunmo Heaven Lord would have been afraid of it. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace had long been uprooted by the Yunmo Heavenly Palace, and was completely destroyed in the Time-Long River. But even so, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had paid a heavy price for the past million years. More than half of the 36 subsidiary small chaos had been lost. Currently, there were only 12 of them that were still under their control. Furthermore, if nothing unexpected happened, these 12 subsidiary small chaos wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Just as the Yunmo Heavenly Palace was closing in step by step, the vast Heaven Divine Palace came knocking on their doors, saying that they could not bear to see them being bullied and invaded by the Yunmo Heavenly Palace, and were willing to stand out and form an alliance to resist the Yunmo Heavenly Palace together. They said it in a dignified manner. But as long as one had a little brain, they would know. This was just an excuse that this vast Heaven Divine Palace wanted to take the opportunity to consolidate all the major forces. The alliance naturally had many alliance masters, and among the major chaos forces, which power could compete with their vast Heaven Divine Palace? For the position of alliance master, since the Heavenly How Divine Palace dared to stand out and fight against the Heavenly Cloud Palace, their strength could be seen from this. Even if they weren't as strong as the Heavenly Cloud Palace, they wouldn't be much weaker. Their master, the Heavenly Divine Master, was also a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Once the Heavenly Divine Palace grasped the nominal power, it would only be a matter of time before they devoured them. The so-called alliance was just drinking poison to quench thirst. Sigh, if His Royal Highness Yang Fann was still in their small chaos, how good would it be? At that time, there was no need for such melancholy. With His Royal Highness Yang Fann's means, he could take care of Yunmo Heavenly Palace and vast Heaven Divine Palace in no time. Although he didn't know Yang Fann's exact cultivation base and strength, there was one thing he was sure of. He was definitely one of the best amongst the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was only a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Heaven Lord, and it would be a piece of cake for him to take care of the vast Heaven Divine Palace. Not to mention, this was an old history from tens of billions of eras ago. Even he had broken through to the intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Not to mention, Yang Fann, this monster, had at least 8 to 9 monster. He had already broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and that was the same as breaking through to the legendary realm. It wasn't impossible for a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign to break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to the other 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, a few tens of billions of era was nothing. Not to mention tens of billions of eras, even if they were to increase their cultivation base by 100-fold or 1,000-fold, there wouldn't be much of a change in their cultivation base. However, it was impossible for it to happen to Yang Fann. Even if he told him directly that Yang Fann had already surpassed 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign and reached the legendary realm, he wouldn't be too surprised. Unfortunately, after Yang Fann left, there was no news of him. It wasn't that he hadn't found the clone that Yang Fann had left in spiritual martial universe during these eras. It was just that every time, he would return in disappointment. Right at this moment, the void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. Ah, this. I'm not dreaming, am I? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos glared at him as if he had fallen into a dream. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had appeared right in front of him when he was talking about His Royal Highness Yang Fann. This was too much of a coincidence. Tao Father, this isn't a dream. Yang Fann chuckled lightly. An almighty expert, heaven's perception. Ordinary kings of the great Tao would be able to sense their presence as long as they murmured their names in the great chaos, let alone Yang Fann. As soon as Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos said Yang Fann's name, Yang Fann sensed it. He broke through the barrier and teleported to the primordious heavenly abode. Ah, it's your highness, it really is your highness. Upon hearing this, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos finally believed that he wasn't dreaming. Yang Fann had really returned. The next second, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos laughed wildly, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered in these eras. The pressure on Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's body was not something that could be described with just a few words in the face of the overbearing Yunmo Heavenly Palace. He just didn't dare to show it in front of outsiders. As the pillar of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, if he fell, it wouldn't be long before the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace fell apart. But it was better now. Yang Fann had returned. Everything was no longer a problem. Heaven Lord Yunmo, your end is coming. Your Highness, I wonder what your current cultivation base is. Have you broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? C3228A Clown Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Primordious Paradise. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos looked at Yang Fann with a trace of anticipation and apprehension. Although he had guessed that Yang Fann's monstrous talent would allow him to break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with ease, he still had some doubts in his heart before Yang Fann personally confirmed it. There was always a possibility. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Yang Fann gave Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos a strange look. This was an old history from many eras ago. The current him, with just a breath of air, could kill tens of thousands of 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, when Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something unexpected had happened? His Royal Highness Yang Fann hadn't successfully broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign yet. Your Highness, since the ancient times until now, how many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign have been stuck at that step? It's difficult to make any progress. However, in just 50 billion eras, it's nothing. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the level 8, or even the 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Tao Father, you've misunderstood. Yang Fann didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm no longer the sovereign of level 8. What? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's heart skipped a beat, and he said with some difficulty, Your Highness, could it be that? Could it be that you have successfully broken through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign? Although he had already guessed that Yang Fann might have broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and become a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos still couldn't believe that all of this had become reality. A 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign could be considered a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign even in the 3000 chaos. He was a mighty figure. And in the billions of small chaos, it was a huge legend. At least, in their Hungmeng heavenly void, they had never heard of any 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign being born in the small chaos. He never thought that a living legend would appear in front of him just like that. As expected of His Royal Highness Yang Fann, the most powerful monster that he had seen in his life. Tao Father, you might as well be bolder and guess upwards. Yang Fann smiled mysteriously. A 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Tao Father's vision was still a little too low. However, this was no wonder. The living beings of the small chaos were generally like this. In their eyes, a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign was practically the strongest person they knew. What? Still want to go up? Gulp. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Your Highness, could it be that you have already surpassed 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign? Yang Fann nodded his head lightly, but did not explain what a great venerable, a half-step Tao King, and a great Tao King was. To Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, a great venerable was a legend. He had never truly witnessed the huge gap between the three of them. No matter how much he said, he wouldn't have any idea. It was better to bring Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos to the great chaotic world to experience it for himself in the future. With him here, it was only a matter of time before the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace left the small chaos and stepped into the great primal chaos. Hiss. No. As expected of His Highness. I. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos opened his mouth. He was so shocked that he didn't know how to express the shock in his heart. In just less than 50 billion eras, he had broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and become a supreme expert. Not to mention the small chaos, there was probably no one who could find such a monster in the 3000 chaos. In the next moment, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's heart was filled with wild joy. With the existence of His Royal Highness Yang Fann, this heaven-defying monster, the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace would surely be incomparably powerful. In the future, it wouldn't be difficult for them to break into the great chaotic world and root their roots in it. In less than 50 billion eras, His Royal Highness Yang Fann was able to grow to such a stage. If His Highness was given 500 years to complete the great chaotic world, what stage would he be able to reach? It was completely beyond his imagination. At that time, even if it was the 3000 great chaotic realms, there wouldn't be many people who would be a match for His Highness. When a person obtained the Tao, his fowls and dogs would ascend to heaven. Once His Royal Highness Yang Fann reached the peak of the primal chaos, how could they not benefit from it? For example, during the past tens of billions of eras, his cultivation base had jumped by 3 grades. Without Yang Fann, let alone breaking through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't even be able to break through to the next grade. It was a huge mystery. I might even be able to peek into the secrets of the 9 heavens and above, and experience the elegance of the top-grade expert in the great chaotic world in the future. Little did he know that they didn't need to wait for the future at all. It wouldn't be long before they advanced to the Great Venerable Realm, or even the half-step Tao King Realm. In the past millions of eras, Yang Fann had swept through over 100 legacies left behind by his past life. Even if most of them were used to improve his cultivation base, the remaining resources would be enough to produce dozens of intermediate Tao Kings. Not to mention some great sovereigns and half-step Tao Kings, they were nothing. If Yang Fann was willing, he could easily pile up hundreds of thousands of great sovereigns and half-step Tao Kings in a short period of time. However, there was no need for that. No matter how many grand monarchs and half-step Tao Kings there were, they were nothing more than a bunch of ants that could be killed at any time. Hundreds of thousands of grand monarchs and half-step Tao Kings joined together. It wasn't even enough for an intermediate Tao King to slap him. As long as it was a normal person, they would choose to use resources to create an intermediate Tao King instead of a group of useless great sovereigns and half-step Tao Kings. Small chaos of vast heaven. This was a top-class small chaos, and its energy level was even higher than the current chaotic origins small chaos. Millions of light-years away from the small chaos of vast heaven, a great world had been created out of nowhere. At this moment, there were 32 divine thrones in that great world. Apart from one of them, the other 31 divine thrones were all occupied by a supreme being. The weakest of them was at the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign divine thrones. The strongest one was a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This great world was no other than the place where the chaos meeting organized by the vast heaven divine palace would be held. Although the alliance meeting this time was led by the vast heaven divine palace, none of the chaos forces dared to enter the vast heaven divine palace directly. Otherwise, once the vast heaven divine palace had any evil intentions, each and every one of them would become turtles in a jar. Running away was a kind of extravagant hope. And those 31 great Tao Sovereign were precisely the 31 Chaos Master of Power families of the Alliance meeting this time. Now, only Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos was left. Alliance Chief, it has been so long, but the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace didn't send anyone over. Obviously, they don't care about you, Alliance Chief. Alliance Chief, the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace doesn't know how to appreciate favors. We can't let them go so easily. Alliance Chief. Now that our How Heaven Alliance has been established, we can use the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace as a warning to them. C-3229A Farce. The small chaos of vast heaven, a new world that had just been created billions of light years ago. Yes, we can't let that Primeval Chaos Tao Palace go. How dare you not give face to the How Heaven Alliance? That Primeval Chaos Tao Palace is simply courting death. The 30 chaotic master of power were in high spirits. They denounced the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, as if the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had committed some heinous crime. Of course, in the end, it was all for the sake of the resources of the small chaos. To them, a top-grade small chaos was a huge temptation. At that time, even if the vast heaven divine palace ate meat and they drank soup, it would be enough to make their strength improve a lot. Even breaking through the shackles in one go and making a major breakthrough in cultivation was not impossible. What a good primeval chaos Tao Palace, I'm kind enough to give you a hand. Not only do you not appreciate my kindness, you also dare to disrespect me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A hint of anger flashed in God Lord Vast Heaven's eyes. In his opinion, this Alliance Lord was truly ruthless. Although he had established the How Heaven Alliance and wanted to take over the other Chaos forces, however, it was also the only chance for the primeval Chaos Tao Palace to survive. Otherwise, with the little power of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace alone, it's just a matter of time before the Cloud Palace is destroyed. Besides, what these people said was right. Since the How Heaven Alliance had just been established, they naturally needed to establish their prestige and announce the establishment of the How Heaven Alliance to the thousands of factions. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace. No doubt a good target. With 3 6th Empyrean Supreme Beings in charge, there were more than 22nd grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. It was a first-rate power whose name shook the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Suppressing the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was more than enough to let the major powers know how powerful the How Heaven Alliance was. Alright, since the primeval Chaos Tao Palace doesn't know how to appreciate favors, don't blame us for being merciless. Heavenly God How slowly stood up from his divine seat and clapped his hands. Alliance Master is wise. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace is not willing to join our How Heaven Alliance. They are digging their own graves. The eyes of the group of Chaos Master of Power lit up. In their eyes, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was already theirs, and they could slaughter them as they pleased. One should know that the How Heaven Alliance had gathered all 31 Chaos forces. Not only did they have a top force like the Heavenly Divine Palace, but there were also 3 first-rate powers with 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign guarding them. The strongest expert of the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was merely an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. They really couldn't think of any possibility that they could turn the tables in their hands. Right at this moment, what a self-destruction! I would like to see how the primeval Chaos Tao Palace is going to seek its own destruction. His voice faded. Poochie. The world crystal wall was torn apart like a curtain. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos walked in openly from outside the world. Behind him were 4 others with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. Their auras were ethereal, and they were filled with a sense of returning to their original selves. Each of their gazes were arrogant, as if they were born superior to the others. Yang Fann wasn't among them. A group of ants that weren't even great venerables. If Yang Fann were to attack them personally, it would be an insult to him. He had only selected 4 servants in the chaos and let them follow Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. As Yang Fann's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, the trillions of living creatures in the chaos also improved by leaps and bounds. There were as many high-grade supreme beings as dogs. Intermediate supreme beings were everywhere, not to mention the servants and servants that followed Yang Fann. No one's cultivation base was below 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. There were more than 10,000 great venerable experts, and they were the strongest. There was also a 7th order Great Venerables cultivation base. Furthermore, with Yang Fann's support, it was only a matter of time before they advanced to the peak Great Venerable realm, or even the half-step Tao King realm. Only the Great Tao King was a real obstacle to them. A Great Tao King was different from a half-step Tao King. The resources needed to force a half-step Tao King to become a Great Tao King was enough for a Heaven's Pride evildoer to advance to the intermediate. It was true that Yang Fann was generous to the people around him, but he had never been so extravagant. Of course, the 4 people behind the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace were not the strongest among Yang Fann's servants. A group of aphids with the strongest cultivation base of 7th layer was sending out a 7th grade Great Sovereign. This was really overestimating them. It was just 4 ordinary 9 Heaven's Supreme Realm servants. It's Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. How dare he? Heaven God Lord How and the Primal Chaos Master of Power felt their hearts skip a beat, and a hint of unease began to rise in their hearts. Despite knowing that they had offended the How Heaven Alliance, this Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos still dared to take the initiative to visit them. Either he was stupid, or he had something to rely on. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, on the other hand, was able to become a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and control a part of the chaos. Obviously, he wasn't stupid. According to the legends, this Primeval Chaos Tao Palace has an extraordinary background and has an expert behind it. Could it be that the rumors are true? Back then, in order to resist Heaven Lord Yunmo, the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had exposed a lot of their resources. Some of their hidden forces were something that even 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like them would suffer if they were not careful. However, after hundreds of thousands of eras had passed, under the constant probing and coercion of the Heavenly Palace, they had never seen the person behind it make a move. They were relieved just now because they thought that the primeval Chaos Tao Palace was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Such a great opportunity was rare, but it wasn't unheard of. Everyone, wasn't it lively just now? Why don't we talk about it now? Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos smiled, but killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Fortunately, His Royal Highness Yang Fann had returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They were already exhausted from dealing with the Yunmo Heavenly Palace alone, and the Heavenly Hao Alliance, which was not any weaker than them, was definitely not something they could fight against. A million eras had passed. In order to deal with the attack of Yunmo Heavenly Palace, most of the trump cards Yang Fann had left behind in the past had been used up. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, what are you going to do? Heavenly God Hao gave Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos a deep look. The more Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos acted like this, the more uneasy he felt. He didn't dare to act rashly. What do I want? Didn't you just say that my Primeval Chaos Tao Palace is courting death? Now, I will return these words to you. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, do you really want to do this? Heavenly God Hao's heart sank. He was almost certain. There was really someone behind this Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. That faction was most likely 8 to 9, and it was even above the Hao Heaven Alliance. Otherwise, this Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos would never be so bold. Divine Master Vast Heaven, all of this was caused by you. Killing intent flashed in Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's eyes. He waved his hand and ordered, attack, send them on their way. Yes, Tao Father. The 4 men behind Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos answered respectfully. Although they were all 9 heavens great Tao Sovereign, whose cultivation base was more than a trillion times stronger than Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's, any one of them could kill Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos 1,000 times with just a flick of his finger. However, none of them dared to disrespect Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. They were only the most ordinary servants under the Master, and in the Master's heart, their status was far from being comparable to Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's. Although Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos was only a 1st 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior, it wouldn't take long for him to become a 1st 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior. I can surpass them. He would become a Great Venerable, a half-step Tao King, or even a Tao-proving King. In the next second, a man stepped out from behind Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. He was a group of ants that were no stronger than a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and they didn't have the qualifications to make the 4 of them attack together. It's done. The farce has ended just like that. Let's go on our way obediently. C-3238 Top-class Tao King. In the small chaos of vast heaven, a new small world was created millions of light-years away. Luo Chen looked down at the Divine Master of vast heaven and the other Chaos Lords from above. His voice was filled with contempt, and he did not seem to place the Divine Master of vast heaven and the others in his eyes at all. Of course, this was also the truth. Although his cultivation level and strength were among the millions of servants on Sky Pillar Peak, he could only be considered average, and he could not even make it into the top 500,000. However, outside of the 3,000 Great Chaos, it was synonymous with invincibility. Not to mention the fact that the strongest amongst them was only a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even the top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In front of him, he was just a slightly stronger ant. However, when these words fell into the ears of Divine Master Haoshan and the others, it carried another meaning. Boom! Unnamed flames of fire shot up from the bottom of their hearts. Each and every one of them was the master of the small chaos, standing at the peak of billions of living beings. Especially the Divine Master of vast heaven. He was the master of a peak-grade small chaos 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, one of the top Hungmeng Heavenly Voids in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void. Since when had he been looked down upon like this? Even though the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace had used their trump card to deduce that the person behind him was most likely a high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they shouldn't underestimate him like this. Furthermore, the person in front of them was obviously not the high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who stood behind the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. There were at least 8 to 9 of them, and they were just one of his subordinates. Otherwise, Even if Dao ancestor of primeval chaos had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to speak to them in such a manner. What a big tone. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? Heavenly God Hao's voice was cold and gloomy, and the cold shine in his eyes flickered. Even if there was really a high 7th Empyrean great Dao sovereign standing behind these people, he would make them pay the price today. He would let them know what it meant to not humiliate a high-grade supreme being. Since you've finished speaking, you can go to hell now. As his voice faded, boom, a brilliant sword light rose from the top of Luo Chen's head. In an instant, it split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into tens of thousands. It was densely packed and combined with a profound array. Wherever it passed, the sky would be torn apart, and the ages would be cut apart. In all directions, a large expanse of space would be directly minced into slag. The overflowing heavenly sword intent flickered, cutting down the falsehood, and was peerlessly sharp. Ah, know this power. Heaven God Lord Hao's eyes widened. Apart from fear, there was also fear in his eyes. This power was far beyond his imagination. A single trace of the sword chi had rendered him unable to resist at all. It was as if it could instantly cut him into pieces, completely obliterating his soul. No, this wasn't the power of a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it definitely wasn't. Even those top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to make him so powerless. The difference between the two was like the difference between life and death. 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, or even stronger. Regret and endless regret engulfed Divine Lord Vast Heaven's heart. Was it not nice to be the master of the Vast Heaven Divine Palace? Why did he establish the Great Heaven Alliance? Even if he had to establish the Great Heaven Alliance, it would be fine even if he did not provoke the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace. With 3 first-rate powers joining the Hao Heaven Alliance, it was not necessary for the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace to join. As for the other 30 Chaos Master of Power, he was even worse. That terrifying sword intent had taken over their minds. Even their thoughts seemed to have stopped at this moment. They could only watch helplessly as the sword formation descended from the sky, killing their divine bodies and killing their soul. One breath later, boom, billions of light years away, the great heavens and the chaotic winds and clouds suddenly changed. A terrifying rain of blood engulfed the entire chaos. An inexplicable sadness enveloped the hearts of all the intelligent lives. Ah, chaos comes with sorrow, God Lord, it's His Majesty God Lord number. How could this be? How could His Majesty God Lord be? Within the great world, dead, dead, God Lord Vast Heaven, died just like that. Dao ancestor of primeval chaos was somewhat dumbfounded. Divine Lord Hao and the Heaven Lord Yun Mo, who had suppressed them until they couldn't breathe, were both at the low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, not to mention there were so many Chaos Overlords. They couldn't even withstand one of Luo Chen's sword strikes and were instantly killed. Was this the power of a 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign? It was unimaginable, really unimaginable. As the main character, Luo Chen did not have much of a feeling. It was as though he had done something insignificant. His figure moved and returned to Dao ancestor of primeval chaos. A group of ants that weren't even 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. They really didn't have anything to be proud of. If he couldn't even kill these ants with a single strike, how could he live up to his master's meticulous nurturing? In Sky Pillar Mountain, these people had never lacked resources. The various divine abilities and secret techniques they practiced were enough to make countless chosen from sacred lands envious and jealous. Although he was only at the 9 Heavens, Great Dao Sovereign, his true battle prowess was incredible. Even if he were to compare himself to a peak 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign, it wouldn't be any different. It wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight even some rogue cultivators and quasi-grand monarchs. Yang Fann had suppressed so many Great Dao Kings. He had also devoured the legacy of the origin ancestor in his previous life. The strength of his foundation was far beyond the imagination of ordinary Dao Kings. Yun Mo Small Chaos. This was the lair of Yun Mo Heavenly Palace. Just like the small chaos of Vast Heaven, it was also a low-class and top-class small chaos. Rumble. All of a sudden, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and covered the entire small chaos. Buzz. 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 The chaotic crystal wall of the entire small chaos of Yun Mo was extremely twisted and cracked. It was as if in the next second, the entire chaos would completely collapse. Vaguely, one could hear sad cries. When Dao ancestor of primeval chaos brought Luo Chen and the other 3 to the Great Heaven Chaos, there were also 4 9 Heavens Great Dao Sovereign who were led by Sovereign Xuanyuan, another sixth Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace, to the small chaos of Yunmo. Without wasting any time, Sovereign Xuanyuan ordered them to attack. In the past millions of years, under the constant pressure of Yunmo Heavenly Palace, countless primeval Chaos Tao Palaces from the primeval Chaos Tao Palace had fallen in the hands of Yunmo Heavenly Palace. Both sides had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and would not rest until one of them died. Ah, what is that? No, this is impossible. This power. No, woo-woo-woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Primordial Chaos Small Chaos, Hunyuan Universe. A 9-level divine pagoda that was tens of thousands of light years tall stood in the starry sky of the universe. The top floor of the divine pagoda. Yang Fann transformed into a devouring black hole and crazily devoured the massive amount of resources around him. After sending out 8-9 Heaven's Great Tao Sovereign to help Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos deal with the vast Heaven Divine Palace and the Yunmo Heavenly Palace, Yang Fann did not pay too much attention to this matter. In this Hungmeng Heavenly Void, 9 Heaven's Great Tao Sovereign was synonymous with invincibility. Not to mention the 8-9 Heaven's Great Tao Sovereign. With this combination, not to mention just 2 top powers, it wouldn't be difficult for them to sweep across this entire Hungmeng Heavenly Void. Kai, every breath, every second, there would be a huge amount of resources that would be absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. This caused Yang Fann's cultivation base to advance rapidly towards the peak of the Tao King realm. Peak Tao King realm, the breakthrough is today. Roar, break it for me. C 3231 Hunyuan Universe, the 9th level of the Divine Tower, the top floor. Puchi. The chaotic crystal wall within Yang Fann's body was shattered into pieces. The vast chaos within Yang Fann's body, which was comparable to a low-level chaos, was expanding at a terrifying speed. Boom. Almost at the same time, Yang Fann's aura rose infinitely. The strength in his body was like a tsunami, multiplying exponentially. He had made a breakthrough in a flash. 30 million eras had passed. He had practically plundered more than half of the treasures left behind by his past life. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken the final step, breaking through the shackles and beginning to break through to the peak Tao King realm. At this moment, if anyone dared to step into the top level of the Divine Tower, one step, even some low-ranked top-level Tao Kings would be crushed to the ground, unable to move. This power had already faintly surpassed the realm of a peak Tao King. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Once Yang Fann completed his breakthrough, he would probably not be much weaker than a half-step sovereign to an expert. Fortunately, this 9-level divine pagoda, the primordial chaos golden tower, was one of the precious treasures that Yang Fann possessed in his past life. Its power was so terrifying that it far exceeded the so-called supreme grade Tao King divine artifact. It was comparable to the supreme treasures that were meticulously forged by those half-step transcended realm to expert. Yang Fann's terrifying pressure that could crush a peak Tao King was not enough to tear apart the defense of the primordial golden tower. Otherwise, Yang Fann really wouldn't dare to break through in Hunyuan Universe. Otherwise, not only the Hunyuan Universe, but also the entire primordious small chaos would be crushed in an instant, turning into a flying ash. Although Yang Fann had invested a huge amount of resources in these eras to transform the city, causing the energy level of the city to soar continuously, it had the potential to surpass the peak grade of the small chaos, but it was still barely able to withstand the attack of a low-grade Great Tao King. It was as fragile as a thin piece of paper to a top-grade Great Tao King that could crush it with a single touch. Soon, an era had passed. Yang Fann's soaring momentum gradually calmed down. His cultivation had completely stabilized at the low-rank top-level Tao King realm. Powerful compared to when he was at the quasi-top-level Tao King realm, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, just the strength of divine body alone was enough for Yang Fann to sweep away most of the peak Tao Kings. If he unleashed all of his combat strength, he would have about the same combat strength as the 3rd level of his previous life. Don't just look at the 3rd level of his combat strength. In fact, he was already quite terrifying, far surpassing the 3,000 ancient gods. Even the number 1 ancient god of the 3,000 ancient gods, ancient god Light Eon, was quite inferior. One had to know that the devouring origin ancestor was ranked in the top 3 of the 10 great ancient gods, especially after comprehending a portion of the power of the heart of primal chaos. He faintly seemed to be superior to the other supreme ancient gods, or else he wouldn't have been able to fight the 9 supreme ancient gods alone. For nearly 3,000 eras. If it were some of the weaker supreme ancient gods, let alone 3,000 eras, they might not even have been able to last for 3 eras. Their 3 levels of battle power were no longer weaker than the weakest of the yin-yang origin ancestors. Even if these tens of millions of years had passed, the cultivation of these old fellows had advanced, and ancient god Aeon Light and the other supreme great ancient gods had successfully broken through their shackles and become supreme ancient gods. With his current cultivation and strength, he would still be able to firmly enter the top 30 of the primal chaos, perhaps even the top 20. And this was only a low-rank top-level Dao King, a intermediate, a high-level, or even a peak-level Dao King. Just how powerful was he? Unknowingly, a hint of excitement climbed onto Yang Fann's face. If he could take another step forward and recover his cultivation base as a half-step sovereign in his previous life. At that time, an ordinary supreme ancient god would be nothing more than a slightly stronger ant to him. At that time, it would only be a matter of time before he could sweep through Hongmeng. But soon, the excitement on his face was replaced by helplessness. In order to break through to the peak Dao King realm, he had almost used up most of the treasures he had left behind in his past life. The remaining resources would be enough for him to break through to the middle-rank top-level Dao King realm. If he wanted to break through to the high rank, he would have to take down a supreme ancient god in order to break through to the peak Dao King realm. As for the half-step sovereign realm, no, suppress a few supreme ancient gods. That was something he couldn't even dream about. However, suppressing a supreme ancient god was easier said than done. Even if he made another breakthrough and broke through to the middle-rank top-level Dao King, he would still be able to defeat an ancient god, but if he wanted to leave, the possibility of him staying behind wouldn't exceed 1 level. Forget it. When the boat reaches the end of the bridge, it will naturally be straight. Yang Fann gently shook his head. Now, it was better to raise his cultivation base to middle-rank top-level Dao King first. In the future, at most, he would find trouble with those great ancient gods or peak Dao Kings. Although they were far from being as strong as the strongest ancient gods, the change in quantity would cause a qualitative change. Taking down a few hundred great ancient gods and peak Dao Kings would barely be able to match up to a supreme ancient god. In the next moment, Yang Fann focused his mind. He once again pushed the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit, crazily devouring the surrounding treasures. 8 million eras passed. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A trace of helplessness flashed across his eyes. The legacy of his past life had finally exhausted him. As he had expected, the remaining resources had barely allowed him to reach the middle-rank top-level Dao King realm. His true combat strength had just reached the 8th layer when he was at the peak of the devouring origin ancestor in his previous life. If it were those 9 old things, these Yanji's cultivation base would not have made any breakthroughs. With his current cultivation base and strength, he would be ranked 3rd. But even so, Yang Fann wasn't very confident that he would be able to leave behind a supreme ancient god. It was easy to defeat a supreme ancient god, but it was virtually impossible to completely suppress it. Unless it was like how he had devoured the origin ancestor in his previous life, causing public outrage and being surrounded and attacked by almost all the top-notch experts in the primordial chaos, there was almost no possibility of him dying. In the primordial chaos era, even in the current primal chaos era, no one had heard of a supreme ancient god dying. Perhaps only after he successfully broke through to a high-rank Dao King and obtained a peak combat power that surpassed the peak combat power of his previous life would he be able to suppress a supreme ancient god. Now, it was still time to use those great ancient gods. This first target will be him. The chaos of the ancient netherworld. It was a small chaos that was built the day after tomorrow. However, the abundant resources within it was something that not even the high-grade great chaos like the Qinlin Great Chaos could compare with. In the chaos of the ancient netherworld, even a high-grade Dao King had to behave obediently with his tail between his legs. Legend had it that the chaos of the ancient netherworld was a Dao arena that had survived since the primordial era. Suddenly, a sound of great Dao that seemed to have existed in the underworld broke the peace of the ancient netherworld. Primordial Chaos Golden Tower, suppress. Space and time.